After everything that had happened, the gang finally returned to Pallet Town to watch the graduation ceremony. They even managed to drag Chloe along, much to her parents' delight and her dismay. This year's graduation felt a little smaller, but it still had its highlights. Sliver, one of the older kids from Pallet, was among those graduating. A few underclassmen were also present, 5 of them, to be precise. They were kids a year younger than the main group, and they all shared unusual names: pink, brown, orange, cyan, and violet. No, those weren't descriptions, they were their actual names. However, one thing none of them expected was when Paul suddenly stood up during the ceremony, announced that he was leaving, and walked off without another word. It left everyone a little stunned, but soon things returned to normal. As everyone made their way home using Oak's alakazam, the town felt eerily quiet again. It was as if everyone had left, and Pallet was a little emptier than before. Next up was Gary's birthday. With that, Ash became the only one still holding on to his 10-years-old status. But even as the months passed, the crew carried on, and winter slowly turned to spring. As the first snowflakes of the season fell, Ash, Green, and Gary exchanged gifts, with Ash presenting Santa Abra to deliver gifts to everyone. Yellow's Christmas gift. Yellow sat by the crackling fireplace, enjoying a quiet moment with Wilton and his Pokémon. There wasn't much in the way of a big celebration this year, given everything that had happened, but she was content just being with her Pokémon. As she prepared to hand out her presents, she was interrupted by a sudden appearance of Santa Abra. The Abra handed her a package and vanished as quickly as it had arrived. Yellow looked at the gift in confusion, and when she opened it, her heart warmed. Inside was a framed picture of all her friends: Ash, Gary, Green, Misty, Brock, and their Pokémon, all smiling together. It was the perfect gift, and Yellow smiled as she looked at the picture, grateful for the memories it represented. Brock's breeding competition. Brock had participated in the breeding competition that day, hoping to prove himself. He'd even seen Susie and Yui there, but despite his best efforts, he didn't make it into the top 3. Even so, he returned home with a smile. His siblings had already set up a Christmas tree and gifts, and as soon as he walked in, they greeted him with enthusiasm.
"Brock!" Cindy exclaimed.
"Santa came and left you a gift." Brock chuckled and gave her a head pat.
"I'm sure he did."
Forrest, who had been standing nearby, pointed at the tree where a box labeled Brock sat. "She's not lying," he said. Brock, still puzzled, walked over to the gift and opened it. Inside, he found an incubator with an egg, accompanied by a note that read, "Hey Brock, I said I'd get you an egg, didn't I? Ash, Knight of the Bro Code Order." Brock smiled as his siblings gathered around to inspect the egg. They were all curious to see what kind of Pokémon it would hatch into. Misty's Lapra's progress. Misty had been working hard with her Lapras, and after several band-aids and a lot of patience, she was finally starting to make progress. The Lapras had stopped biting her on sight, and though Misty wasn't sure about commanding it yet, she was pleased with the small steps they had made. While brushing Lapra's shell one morning, a maid walked into the room with a box. "Lady Misty, a gift from a particular Abra." Misty, raising an eyebrow, took the box.
"Thank you."
"Have my sisters arrived yet?" "They're on their way, I'll notify you when they arrive," the maid said, leaving her alone. Misty opened the box and found a note on top. "You'll need this." Curious, she pulled out a pair of pants, immediately throwing them aside with a groan.
"Dang it, Ash."
But as she set the pants aside, another note fell out from the box. She read it aloud. Sorry, couldn't resist. Anyway, real gift, I got you some special Pokemon food from the Sevii Islands. This kind is one Lapra's love Oh, and I threw in some more Psyduck headache medicine for good measure. Good luck. Ash, the ultimate troll. Misty couldn't help but smile as she grabbed the treats. How good can this really be, she muttered, only to have Lapras eye the bag greedily.
Misty chuckled. Best gift ever.
The start of spring and Ash's challenge. The holidays came and went, and as winter melted into spring, the Indigo League loomed just around the corner. Ash, Green, and Gary were back to their training, and this time, they had an audience, Pallet's younger kids. The battle between Ash and Gary was intense. Kingler versus Electabuzz in a one-on-one showdown. Ash shouted, "Kingler, use Brick Break," in a last-ditch effort. Gary smirked, calling out, "Electabuzz, Thunder Punch, finish this." The two Pokémon collided in an explosion of energy, but it was Electabuzz who stood victorious as Kingler collapsed. Gary raised his fist in triumph. "That ties us up, doesn't it?" Ash sighed, returning Kingler. "Sure, if that makes you sleep better at night." Green appeared, pulling Ash aside. "All right, you've had your fun. Now it's my turn. I'm taking the lead." Ash dodged Green's grip, pulling out a notebook. Actually, it says here on the official Kanto Kids transcript that you and Gary need to settle your score. Green's eyes narrowed.
What?
We already did that.
Oh yeah?
Then explain this, Ash said, tossing the notebook to Green. She flipped it open, and the words were clear. Exactly what I said. Green blinked, then turned to Gary, who was blushing furiously. Wait, you.
I didn't.
Ash waved his hand dismissively. I think we broke Gary. Green grinned smugly. Hey, it's not my fault he can't even tell Grace how he feels.
Ash shrugged.
I mean, I think everyone but Grace knows. Green gave Ash a playful slap on the back. Well, I've been meaning to settle this for a while. Gary, now a flustered mess, could only stammer in disbelief. Ash turned to the audience. Show's over, folks. Gary's broken again. The crowd let out a collective sigh as Green dragged Gary away. They made their way to Gary's house, where Daisy greeted them with an exasperated sigh when she saw her brother being carried in. I'm guessing you called him out on his crush? Daisy asked flatly. Pretty much, they both replied. Man, sometimes it's embarrassing to have him as a brother, Daisy muttered, shaking her head. Just dump him in his room, and you two can get going. Pikachu, sensing an opportunity, jumped off Ash's shoulder and into Daisy's arms as Green waved goodbye. Guess I'll leave him to you, Green said. Don't want to be the one to enter a boy's room, you know. Ash rolled his eyes.
Yeah, sure.
You just keep telling yourself that. Green tossed him a thumbs up as she left, and Ash, without another word, dumped Gary unceremoniously into his bed. As he turned to leave, Professor Oak arrived, causing Ash to pause. Oh, Ash, my boy, Oak greeted him with a warm smile. How's everything?
Fine.
I just had to put Gary to bed. He kinda broke again. Oak raised an eyebrow.
That makes too much sense.
Well, Ash, there's something I need to ask you. Depends, Ash replied, raising an eyebrow. I need you to follow me to the lab, Oak said, and Ash, with nothing else planned, agreed.
A new task for Ash.
At the lab, Oak explained that a sister school in Kanto had requested starter Pokemon, but complications had arisen, and Oak couldn't deliver them personally. He asked Ash if he could take the Pokemon to the school. In return, Oak promised something Ash had wanted for a long time. Ash narrowed his eyes. So you can get starters from all the regions, yet you only had 2 for me when I started out? Oak scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Can we forget about that?
Ash grinned.
I'll forgive you, but I'll never forget.
Anyway, I'm in.
But I want something in return.
Oak sighed.
What is it?
Ash's grin widened.
I'll tell you when I get back. Ash, now in the air with Pidgeot, flew toward his destination, carrying the starter Pokemon crates Oak had entrusted him with. As they flew over Viridian City, Ash checked his map and the note Oak had given him. He muttered to himself, Indigo Academy. Why does that sound familiar? As Pidgeot flew west toward the Academy, Ash could only wonder what awaited him there. Liko's journey begins. Meanwhile, on a bus traveling toward Indigo Academy, a girl sat by herself, nervously staring out the window. She had black hair with blue highlights. Chapter Rewrite Asterisk. After everything that had happened, the gang finally made their way back to Pallet Town to attend the graduation ceremony. They even managed to drag Chloe along, much to her parents' delight and her own dismay. The ceremony this year was quieter than usual, but it still had its share of excitement. Among the graduates was Sliver, along with a few underclassmen, Pink, Brown, Orange, Cyan, and Violet. No, those weren't just descriptions, those were their actual names. They were a group of kids a year younger than the main cast from Pallet Town. However, the biggest surprise of the day came when Paul, who had been relatively quiet lately, stood up and simply announced that he too was leaving. He didn't elaborate, and with that cryptic statement, he left. Once the ceremony was over, everyone made their way home, traveling with Oak's Alakazam. After a few final goodbyes, Pallet Town fell quiet once again. A few weeks later, Gary celebrated his birthday, marking another milestone. Meaning Ash was still 10, the only one left in the group who hadn't turned 11. Then, as the holidays began to approach and winter settled in, the group exchanged gifts. Ash, Green, and Gary celebrated together, with Ash bringing out Santa Abra to deliver their presents.
Yellow.
Yellow sat by the fireplace, contentedly playing with her Pokemon, including Wilton. There wasn't any major celebration this year, just the warmth of the familiar, simple moments. She had gathered presents for everyone, and as she was about to hand them out, Santa Abra appeared, leaving a gift just for her. She was puzzled at first, but when she opened it, she saw a framed picture of herself with Ash, Gary, Green, Misty, and Brock, surrounded by all their Pokemon. It was a sweet, thoughtful gift, and Yellow smiled at the reminder of their many adventures together.
Brock.
Brock participated in a breeding competition, seeing familiar faces like Susie and Yui. Despite his best efforts, he didn't place in the top 3, but he came home with a smile for his siblings. He had already set up a Christmas tree and placed the gifts under it when he walked in.
Brock. Cindy exclaimed, running up to him.
Santa came and left you a present. Brock chuckled and patted her head.
I'm sure he did.
Forrest pointed toward the tree, where a box labeled Brock awaited. Brock opened it to find an incubator with an egg inside, accompanied by a note. Hey Brock, I said I'd get you an egg, didn't I?
Ash, the night of the bro code order.
Brock smiled at the note as his siblings eagerly stared at the egg, wondering what Pokémon would hatch from it.
Misty.
Misty had been making progress with her newly acquired Lapras, who was growing bigger by the day. She was brushing its shell, making sure to be gentle after a few bites that had made her wary at first. A maid entered with a package. Lady Misty, a gift from a particular Abra, she said, placing the box down. Misty was about to ask who it was from when she realized. Thanks, she said as the maid left. Opening the box, Misty found a note. You'll need this. She pulled out a pair of pants and threw them across the room. Dang it, Ash, she muttered, rolling her eyes. Then, another note slipped out of the box, and Misty read it aloud. Sorry, couldn't resist. The real gift is inside. I got you special Pokémon food from the Sevii Islands, a kind Lapras loves. Also threw in some more headache medicine for Psyduck.
Good luck.
Ash, the ultimate troll. Misty couldn't help but smile. Her Lapras had already noticed the treats and was eagerly eyeing them, clearly excited. Best gift ever, Misty said, shaking her head. The holidays fade, and the league approaches. As winter passed and the holidays came to a close, spring arrived. The Indigo League conference was almost upon them, and the Pallet kids were back to their training. They were joined by some of the younger kids from Pallet Town, eager to watch and learn. The crowd gathered around for a battle between Ash and Gary. The battle was down to Kingler versus Gary's Electabuzz. Kingler, use Brick Break.
Ash called.
Gary smirked. Electabuzz, let's end this with Thunder Punch. The two Pokémon collided with a resounding crash. Kingler's red glowing arm against Electabuzz's yellow one. The force knocked them both down, but only Electabuzz got back up. Gary ran up to Electabuzz, laughing. That ties us up, right? Ash returned Kingler with a sigh. Sure, if that helps you sleep at night. Green appeared just then, grinning. Alright, your fun's over, Ash. Now it's my turn. I'm taking the lead. Ash shook his head and pulled out a notebook. Actually, Green, it says here on the official Kanto Kids transcript that you and Gary still need to settle your score. Green raised an eyebrow. What? We never. Ash flipped the notebook to the appropriate page. Oh yeah, it says exactly what I said. Let me see that, Green said, snatching the notebook. She flipped it open and scanned the page. What the heck? Gary looked back at Ash, confused. Wait, who wrote this? Ash shrugged. I don't make the rules.
Green huffed. Fine, whatever.
Let's settle this now. Gary hesitated, then muttered, You mean, like when you told Grace you liked her? Green grinned smugly.
Oh, what's the matter?
Can't tell Grace you like her. Gary turned red, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. Ash waved his hands in front of Gary's face. Well, looks like you broke him. Hey, not my fault he can't grow a spine, Green teased, stretching her legs. Ash chuckled. I mean, pretty sure everyone but Grace knows. The crowd started to disperse as Green dragged the now embarrassed Gary away. As they walked to his house, they were greeted by Daisy. Let me guess, Daisy sighed, you called him out on his crush? Pretty much, Ash and Green said in unison. Daisy just shook her head, looking exasperated. Man, sometimes it's embarrassing having him as a brother. You know where his room is, just dump him there. Pikachu hopped off Ash's shoulder and into Daisy's arms as Ash and Green walked toward the hall. Green smirked. Well, I'll leave him to you. You know, being a girl and all, I can't go into his room. Ash rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. I know better than to argue with you. Indigo Academy. The next day, all the freshmen were gathered in the auditorium for the welcome ceremony. Liko, still feeling nervous about the whole experience, sat next to her new roommate and the headmistress stepped onto the stage, beginning her speech about the Academy's history, its relationship with the League, and the basics of Pokémon. The moment she mentioned the Indigo League conference and the special guest who would be attending, the room buzzed with excitement. And leaned over to Liko, whispering, I wonder who it is. Do you think they're going to be some big-shot trainer? Liko wasn't sure, but she found herself intrigued. When the door opened and the headmistress introduced the guest, Liko's eyes widened. She was expecting someone experienced, maybe even a little intimidating. But instead, through the door walked a boy who looked about her age, if not younger. This is Ash Ketchum, a student of Professor Oak, and he'll be participating in the league this year, the headmistress announced. A wave of confusion swept through the room. The students had been expecting someone older, more seasoned. But instead, they saw a kid, no older than them, with a Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Ash took the microphone.
Hey everyone.
Like the headmistress said, I'm Ash Ketchum, and this is Pikachu. Pikachu let out an enthusiastic Pika, in greeting. A few students raised their hands.
How old are you? One asked.
I'm 10, Ash said with a grin. And you're going to compete in the league after just 1 year? Another student asked, incredulous.
Yep.
Ash said, pulling out his badge case and showing off all 8 gym badges.
The room was stunned.
The headmistress cleared her throat. Perhaps you could share some words of wisdom for these new students. After all, you're the same age as many of them.
Ash smiled.
I know what you're all thinking. You're probably wondering if I'm some rich kid who paid my way to the top. Or maybe you think the gym leaders were pushovers. He paused, looking around the room. But that's not the case. I trained every day for this, and I don't take shortcuts. The hardest part is always the start. Once you're in, you can't go back. That's when the journey truly begins. He leaned in slightly. So whatever you do, make sure it's what you want.
After some time and a quick explanation, Liko ran away from Ash with an embarrassed blush on her face, mainly due to the fact that she has social anxiety and she literally fell into Ash's arms. The sun was going down after the whole fiasco, so Liko ran to her room where she met with Anne again finally. Anne was playing with Oshawott. Oh, hey Liko, where you been? Sorry, I was busy doing stuff with SPR Igatito, Liko explained, leaving out the embarrassing part. Anne waved it off. Oh, it's fine. By the way, tomorrow after classes we're going to go have our first battles against each other, to test ourselves, Oh, Liko said as she looked down at SPR Igatito. I don't know. Come on, it will be fun. And hey, maybe we can watch that trainer boy battle. Ash, I really wonder how strong he is if he qualified. His Pikachu was really cute. He was also kinda cute, don't ya think? Anne said repeatedly back to back, much to Liko's embarrassment. Next day, Liko and Anne were across from each other about to have a practice battle. Oh okay, Liko said nervously as SPR Igatito stood across. SPR Igatito use, Wadash. Before she could usher a command, SPR Igatito jumped forward, rushing towards Oshawott and extending its claws. And released her arm. Oshawott now use water gun. Oshawott raised its cheeks as then it shot out a blast of water, slamming into the airborne cat and sending it flying and out of bounds, disqualifying it. Liko rushed over. SPR Igatito, no, I'm sorry, she said as she grabbed the wet cat as it started shaking, trying to get the water out of its fur. And walked up. Well, that's no good, you'll never become a champion like that. Liko held her head down. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just SPR Igatito seems to want to do its own thing. I don't even know what's in its head half the time. Then as Anne said something, Liko thought to herself, I guess people say the same thing about me. I guess we do have something in common. Hey, you listening? Anne said, snapping Liko out of her trance. Oh sorry, say again. Anne sighed helplessly. Well, I said, remember that trainer? Yeah, he's battling over a few fields over. I heard something about him letting anyone, even upperclassmen, challenge him back to back. What? Liko said, remembering that Ash was still supposed to be here. Really? Is he that confident? No idea, but we should go check it out. Then maybe we can see what a real battle is like. Anne said excitedly. Before Liko could say anything, Anne grabbed her arm and started running, with Liko struggling to keep up. When they arrived, they saw Ash standing to one side, and with him was a Fearow, and on the other side was a pile of Pokemon and trainers carrying their Pokemon away. Ash stood there stretching his arm. Alright, that was a nice warm-up. Who's next? People stood there shocked that he would say that, considering he already took down half of the seniors, with the other half contemplating if they should even go near him. Then, before anyone could say anything else, a loud obnoxious voice was heard. We'll take you on. From the side, a group of people that seemed to be in a gang walked up. We're the Rough Riders, and we run this school, so that means you're on our turf. Ash was holding back the urge to laugh, yawn, or sigh. Oh, whoa, that's so impressive, he said sarcastically. And we'll be taking you on to put you in your place, but we don't follow rules, we do our own thing, so we're all going to battle you. Then all of them released Pokemon. People watching were scared, but Ash looked unamused. Fearow looked back at him. He didn't say anything, but they both had that face, so Ash put him back in the ball and took out another one. Alright, let's make this quick. Hey, I agree, now you will face our rough strength. Less than 1 minute later, all of the Pokemon from this aperient group of delinquents were out cold and webbed up. On Ash's side stood a Beedrill of a different color, a shiny, which already brought attention, but more when that thing literally took down all of them. Ash shook his head. That was genuinely the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. Anne and Liko were watching everything. He's on a completely different level, Liko mumbled. Yeah, didn't even look like he tried, and those guys were apparently super strong here, and he's apparently the same age as us, Anne said. Yeah, I wonder if, Liko slightly screamed as SPRI Gatito jumped out of her hands and ran at Ash's feet looking like it wanted to battle. Ash looked down and saw SPRI Gatito, so he leaned down and put his finger, and as soon as it went in for a scratch, Ash caught the hand. Sorry buddy, but I'm just a little too strong for you right now. Liko ran forward and grabbed SPRI Gatito and apologized to Ash. I'm sorry, SPRI Gatito doesn't want to listen to me, so it does these things. Ash chuckled. It's fine, but you wanna know a secret? Liko looked up curiously as Pikachu popped his head out and Ash scratched his cheek. When I started out, Pikachu didn't really like me either. The first thing he did when we met was send about 30,000 volts of electricity through me. What? Are you okay? Liko said immediately. Well, I'm still standing here, ain't I? Ash said. You wanna know how we made things better? Liko nodded. Well, we started listening to each other so we could work together, and eventually we became friends. Also ketchup. A lot of ketchup, but that's beside the point. Liko listened as she held SPRI Gatito close. So, maybe we can do it too. Ash gave her a smile. Yeah, I'm sure you can do it. Liko nodded, then suddenly realized people were looking at them since Ash just fought an entire gang, and she ran up, so she blushed in embarrassment and ran away. The next few days went by relatively quickly. Ash stayed around, did his duty as the apparently representative of the league or something like that, and he gave pointers to the freshmen. Liko spent her days studying and learning about SPRI Gatito to understand it better. It took some trial and error and she effectively mapped out the entire school, but finally, she had SPRI Gatito to a point where it wouldn't run away from her. But obedience was another matter. And a few more days after that and the week was up, the league was going to start, and so people started to leave. Liko was seeing Anne off. Her parents still lived in Paldea, so unlike most kids she was staying. So after a goodbye the bus left, leaving Liko and SPRI Gatito were left alone. Liko sighed and started walking back to her dorm. Along the way she saw Ash putting a saddle on Pidgeot in front of the main building. Liko took her courage and walked up. So you're leaving to participate in the Indigo League? Yeah, I'm not too worried, but still you never know, Ash said as he snapped the saddle and Pidgeot flew up to the office. What's going on with your Pidgeot? Oh, the headmistress has something she wants me to give to Professor Oak, so I'm going to meet him over by the gate. Ash stretched as he stretched his arm. By the way, I see things are better with SPRI Gatito. Oh yeah, it's all thanks to you. Ash shook his head. Nah, I just gave you some advice, that's all, everything else you did yourself. Anyway, I hope you guys do well, I'll be seeing ya, Ash said as he began walking. Liko turned around. We'll be rooting for you, good luck. Ash waved his hand as he kept walking. Thanks. Ash and Liko went their separate ways. As Ash was walking to the gate he was thinking about everything. He knew nothing about the plot to Horizons, so he couldn't do anything or try to steal rewards like the horde goblin he is. As he walked past the gate he passed a strange boy in a suit with black and silver hair. He caught his eye for a moment, because in anime if someone has weird hair they are probably important, but he didn't think more about it and kept walking. Liko and SPRI Gatito walked back over to the dorm building after taking a quick walk to a spot to watch the sunset. Nothing major, just a 5-minute detour. When she walked inside she saw two people, the dormitory house mother who was always taking care of the building, and a strange young boy in a suit. The dormitory house mother was reading something when she looked up, hearing the door open. Oh, she's right here. Liko, you have a visitor. The boy in the suit turned around. Nice to meet you. You're Liko, aren't you? Liko nodded but also felt a weird feeling. Why yes, may I ask who you are? The boy ignored her question and pulled out a letter. Your grandmother instructed me to give you this letter. Liko took the letter but couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this boy. Then he spoke again. She also mentioned you should bring your pendant along with you. SPRI Gatito hissed and Liko internally gulped. There's something definitely weird about this guy. Liko put on a smile. Why yeah, just let me get ready. Then she ran to her room as the boy watched with his eyes. Liko got in her room and put SPRI Gatito down. Oh no, something is definitely wrong. How does he know about my pendant? SPRI Gatito went under her bed and pulled out a box as Liko took it, uncovering her pendant, the very one her grandmother gave her and told her to keep safe. As she took it out she heard a knock on the door. She knew it was from the boy. On the other side of the door, the boy stood there waiting to get a response from Liko. He was known as Amathio. He carefully listened to the door and heard scuffling. He frowned and opened the door that Liko forgot to lock, and when he went inside he looked around and saw an empty room and an empty box on the ground. She should have just come quietly, Amathio mumbled as he pulled out his Rotom phone. She's running. Block her escape. He turned around but not before noting the sounds of footsteps on the roof. Liko and SPRI Gatito were running across the roof to try and contact the headmistress. As she did she saw two other people in similar suits. It didn't take a genius to know they were with that boy. She kept running. She thought she saw one of them notice her but she didn't stick around to find out as she just kept running. When she arrived around where the campus splits so that the clock tower could be put she saw stopped by the gap, leaving her with no way to move forward. Just as she was about to turn around and find another way she heard a stomp. Hold it, Amathio said. We won't do anything that will hurt you if you just give us the pendant. Liko didn't believe it, but also her options were limited. She didn't have a place to run. SPRI Gatito started growling in an attempt to be intimidating, but it didn't work. In fact, the female agent seemed to become fond of the cute attempt. Just as Amathio was about to speak again, a loud and energetic voice was heard. Haha, I've finally found you. From above a Charizard fell in between Liko and Amethyst, picking up wind and dust as it did, and on top was a white-haired man with goggles and a large smile. Amethyst looked unamused at this inconvenience, and you might be. I could ask you the same thing. The man jumping off Charizard and taking off his goggles. I've got business with that girl here. We do as well, so we shall settle this the only way it can be, in a Pokemon battle, Amethyst said, throwing out a Pokeball revealing a Sarolge. The man smiled. I was hoping you'd say that. Then Charizard roared into the air. Amethyst's 2 grunts were about to approach, but he held his hand out. No, I'll take care of this. Amethyst took the first move. Sarolge used Bitter Blade. Charizard Dragon Claw now. Sarolge rushed forward, purple flame blades extended as Charizard's claws extended and they clashed with each other making sparks fly. But Charizard had the advantage here as Sarolge was being pushed back, so Sarolge jumped and turned his body around in multiple spins before coming back for another strike, but with a confident smile, Charizard flapped his wings and flew up. Sarolge stopped itself as then it looked above where Charizard was charging a flamethrower, so Sarolge crossed its blades to defend itself from the attack. Over with Liko, she was watching this unfold. She was still confused at what was happening, but suddenly an attack flew by her and into the clock tower, so she chose to do the one thing she could do, run away. Liko and Gatito saw a nearby ladder that would take them up the clock tower and give them a chance to move to the next building, so without much more thought they started climbing it. The 2 grunts noticed it and started running towards the clock tower to try and catch up with her before she got away. When Liko got to the top, she saw the next rooftop. It was close enough for her to jump, but she was quite high up. But when she heard the grunts climbing after her, she swallowed her fear and chose to jump with Gatito. Back at the battle, Sarolge was being pushed back and Charizard still looked perfectly fine, so Amethyst frowned and swiped his arm. Use Psycho Cut. Sarolge swiped across the air as a slash appeared and flew towards Charizard. Charizard easily broke it as the scattered remains went everywhere, but that was the problem. At that very moment, Liko and Gatito chose to jump, and a fragment of the Psycho Cut was rapidly approaching them. They all noticed a bit too late, and even Charizard wouldn't be able to get to her in time. Suddenly Liko's pendant started glowing and in front of everyone, a bright shield appeared around her, blocking the attack and leaving everyone to look at her. As Liko and Gatito opened their eyes inside the bubble there, they saw a small turtle Pokemon looking back at her. Before they could wonder what they were looking at, the Pokemon disappeared into light and so did the bubble around them. Which also meant they were now falling, straight down, between buildings, with no one close enough to save her. Liko and Gatito were now falling and screaming when suddenly an orange and yellow body grabbed her before he hit the floor. But it wasn't Charizard, it was Pidgeot, and on top was Ash, who caught them again. Ash looked down at the 2. I really hope we stop meeting like this. It's you, what are you doing here? Pidgeot landed as Ash let her down. Save the questions for later, it looks like we have bigger problems. Liko stumbled to her feet as she was still holding Gatito. Meanwhile, Ash started walking up as Pikachu's cheeks began sparkling. Ash looked directly at Amethyst. I knew I didn't like you when I saw you. Amethyst frowned. This has nothing to do with you. Oh, but I think it does. You see, I was told to take care of every student in this academy for a week, and it looks to me like it's not midnight yet, so my job isn't over, Ash said, giving a smile. As Amethyst and his teammates recuperate, Ash walked next to the man and lightly slapped him. Yo, I don't know who you are, but I can tell you're not with these losers. Can you get Liko out of here? The man smiled. Of course I can. Ash nodded. All right, I'll take care of these idiots. You just get her out of here. The man nodded. All right, I can tell you're not a bad guy, fellow Pikachu enjoyer. By the way, the name's is Freed. I'm Ash, now get out of here, Ash said as he pulled out another Pokeball. Freed hopped on Charizard and put on his goggles as he looked at Liko. Sorry about this. Sorry about Wei, Liko screamed as Charizard grabbed her and Gatito before flying up in the air. Amethyst frowned. No you don't, Sarolge. Sarolge was charging another Psycho Cut when suddenly a jet punch from Poliwrath sent it falling to the ground. Ash stood in front of them. Sorry, but your fight's with me now. Amethyst frowned as suddenly his 2 teammates Zerk and Onia rushed next to him. Sir, what are your orders? Amethyst looked up in the sky and returned Sarolge. Take care of this one, I'll go after the girl. Catch up after you are victorious. Zerk and Onia nodded as they pulled out Pokeballs releasing Radon and Golduck respectively. Then Amethyst let out a Corviknight as he hopped on, but Ash smiled and let him get away as he looked at the 2 in front of him and put Pidgeot back into his Pokeball. Zerk frowned. What's the matter with you, kid? Don't tell me you plan to battle with one Pokemon. Ash clapped his hands and smiled. But that's exactly what I'm going to do. Onia followed. You're underestimating us. You're only speeding up your defeat. Ash laughed as he closed his eyes. I'll be fine after all. You're weak. Dash. Through the air, Freed and Liko were in the air high above the clouds. Liko desperately asked for answers or to everything that just happened, and Freed not listening, mainly due to the sound of the wind. After a moment Charizard finally stopped, letting them finally be able to hear. Liko was about to ask again when suddenly she saw a huge airship in front of them. What is that? Oh, that's our airship, the brave Olivine. Freed said as his Rotom phone came out. Reset, the wing deck was coming in. The airship began pulling back its top wings as the lower part extended, then what appeared to be a strange blue light that was actually a force field around the landing area disappeared and Charizard flew in. As soon as Charizard landed, the force field went back up. Freed jumped off and Charizard let Liko down as SPRI Gatito jumped out of her arms. Two people started approaching. The first was a tall and muscular man with dark skin. His hair is a simple buzz cut with 4 gray triangular parts on the top, a man named Murdoch. The second was a slender young woman with pink hair and gray eyes, and she had a short red and gray jacket. She was Molly. Murdoch walked forward and gave Freed a fist bump. Yo, and I was starting to worry you got lost. Meanwhile, Molly walked up to Liko. So, you're Liko, right? Liko slightly flinched. Why yeah, but I still don't know how you know who I am. Who are you, people? Molly's eye twitched as she looked at Freed. Did you seriously kidnap her without telling her anything? Freed scratched the back of his head. Well, I thought I did. Freed, X2. Liko slightly smiled seeing the banter, but she slapped herself out of it realizing she still wanted answers. But just as she was about to ask, an alarm on Freed's phone started ringing. As it came out and showed Freed the information, he frowned. Looks like we're getting an incoming guest. It's probably that one guy, which means he probably left his grunts to deal with the kid. As Freed said that, he was walking up the stairs, but Murdoch yelled out, "Wait, who are you talking about? And what kid? We can talk about that later. Can you take care of Liko and the Pokemon?" Freed said, going to the door. Murdoch sighed, "Leave it to us." Molly was on her phone the whole time and she turned to Freed. "Orla's freaking out a bit. She says there's a storm approaching." Freed nodded. "We'll deal with it. Charizard, let's get to it." Charizard flew to the side to make its way to the engine. Meanwhile, he ran to the bridge to talk to the captain. Flying in from below, Amethyst was on his Corviknight. He was rapidly approaching the airship as he still looked back. What's taking those two so long? They should be able to deal with a random kid. Then when he looked back forward, he saw the airship but also a giant storm that was approaching. Amethyst frowned and leaned forward. "No, I'll finish this now." Molly took Liko down to the lower deck where it would be safe. Meanwhile, Liko was kinda worried. Ash stayed behind to fight those guys and now apparently they are on their tail again. Before she could ask a question, a shake from the storm shook the ship and caused the power to go out, making Molly clench her teeth as she pulled out her phone to try and get to Orla. Freed walked inside the helm and went up to the seat where someone was sitting. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Captain. Want me to take the wheel?" On the seat was a Pikachu, but not just any Pikachu. It was Captain Pikachu, who gave a thumbs up as Freed sat down. His dex then flew out of his pocket and next to his ear, connecting him to the call. "All right, everyone, brace yourselves. We're going directly into that thunderhead." Murdoch's voice rang out. "Wait, you're taking us directly into that storm?" "Yeah, it might be a good way to get the explorers off our tail," Freed said. "Wait, did you just say the explode?" Freed cut off Murdoch's rant by hanging up and looking forward. "Besides, it's perfect weather for today." Freed smiled as he made a turn to go directly into the storm. Molly was working near an electrical panel when suddenly she felt the ship shake and she nearly fell over. Liko was looking out a window and looked at Molly. "They're here." Molly clicked her tongue as she pulled out her phone. "Freed, they're following us and I can't get power back. I'm going to have to reset it manually." Freed's voice rang out. "Huh? Seriously? How desperate are these guys? Fine, I'll keep it steady for you." Molly hung up and looked at Liko. "Stay here." Then she walked out and tried to brace herself so that the winds wouldn't blow her off the ship. Liko couldn't say anything as Molly already left, leaving her alone with all the Pokemon. It stayed silent for a moment when suddenly she heard another lightning bolt and the sound of shattering. When she looked out, she saw Amethyst crash through the barrier and got inside. Liko gulped. "Hold on, those guys, they're after the pendant, which means they're after me. Does that mean?" Liko hugged on to SPRI Gatito harder. "Am I the main character of this story?" Liko shook as SPRI Gatito jumped out of her hands and then walked over to the other Pokemon who were also scared. "I have no idea what's happening, but these Pokemon, everyone, they're all in danger because of me." Then as another bolt of lightning strikes, Amethyst is standing at the door, looking down at Liko indifferently as he walks forward. "Why did you run away?" "I don't know, Bullet and Dash. But you do think you can trust the people on this airship?" "I don't know." "Your pendant, what was that light?" "I don't know." "You're full of things you don't know, aren't you?" "I don't." Dash. Liko stopped as she turned around. "I do know one thing. I know I can't trust you." Amethyst sighed as he looked at the pendant. "At first our target was the pendant, but it seems it hides a secret, and that secret is connected to you. So I'm going to need you to come with me." SPRI Gatito hissed as Liko grabbed it and looked at the Pokemon. "If I go, do you promise to leave everyone alone?" "If you go, I'll have no reason to do anything to anyone here, and that includes the Pokemon." Liko stayed silent as she got up and nodded, then started walking as Amethyst followed behind her. As they went down the steps, Molly saw them from the lower part of the ship. She clicked her tongue and pulled out a Pokeball to stop Amethyst when suddenly a voice rang out. "Yo, pretty boy, I think these are yours." Amethyst looked back only to be greeted by the sight of his two teammates Zerk and Onia being thrown directly at him, crashing into him and making him fall to the ground 5 feet away from Liko. Liko looked surprised, then she felt a hand on her shoulder, and when she looked up she saw Ash with Pikachu and an Abra on each of his shoulders. "Why, you're okay." Ash smiled. "Of course I am. Weaklings like that could never give me a problem, but now I see just how desperate these losers are." As Amethyst looked at his two beaten teammates, he could hear them talking. I am sorry, sir. He is too much for us." Amethyst got up and his two teammates struggled to do the same as Ash stood in front of Liko. "You know, robbing someone is one thing, but trying to kidnap someone is another problem altogether." Amethyst clenched his teeth seeing Ash. He was about to say something, they heard someone from above. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Freed, Charizard, and Captain Pikachu landed next to them, crashing down and hopping off, only now noticing Ash. Oh hey, it's you. Good to see you're safe. I was almost worried something happened to you. Ash waved his hand. Yeah, anyway those other two guys were really weak, and this one here just ran away like a coward. Amethyst frowned. The girl already agreed to come quietly, so just hand her over and we'll be on our way. Freed turned to Amethyst finally. Sorry, that's not happening. Amethyst frowned. Then shall we continue what we started? That's the spirit, let go. Freed smiled. But Ash held his hand out in front of Freed. Sorry, but can you leave this one to me? I've been itching for a good fight, but those two pushovers over there didn't even make me sweat. Freed and Liko looked over to Zerk and Onya, who looked like they were barely even standing. Freed just chuckled and went to the side with Liko. Sure, just try not to have too much fun, this is still my airship. Amethyst clenched his teeth and threw out Sarolj's ball, revealing Sarolj. Don't take me lightly, Sarolj Night Slash. Sarolj extended its blades into a dark blade, then rapidly approached where everyone was standing, mainly aiming for Charizard, but anyone else caught in it wouldn't cause it any less sleep. When suddenly Ash pointed towards it and then tilted his finger to the left, from the right a aqua tail from a bright red Gyarados slammed into Sarolj's side, knocking it flying and slamming into the barrier. Gyarados circled around the area, his body levitating just slightly above as Amethyst stared down at the Leviathan and everyone else was watching in awe. Ash stepped to the side, making him visible to Amethyst. So I hear you're a fan of collecting jewelry. Well, maybe this one catches your eye. Ash held out his keystone, and both Amethyst and Freed's eyes widened seeing it. Ash noticed and smiled. Oh, so you recognize this, don't you? Well, that makes things easier. Amethyst braced himself, finally seeing the severity of his situation. What do you intend to do with that? Oh, simple really, I want to ask you a question, Ash said, twisting the stone through his fingers like he was playing with a marble, and he then caught it and held it out. Ash smiled and crossed his arms and tilted his head. Would you like this Gyarados to go Mega or not? The battle started with Gyarados vs Sarolj, but it was less of a match since neither Ash nor Gyarados looked to be taking this too seriously. In fact, Gyarados was still in base. Gyarados used Dragon Tail. Sarolj block it. Gyarados brought his tail down as it started glowing purple, so Sarolj raised its two blades up, blocking the attack but still feeling the pressure from it. Gyarados now Aqua Tail. Amethyst swiped his hand, now Phantom Force. Gyarados made a horizontal swipe as his tail glowed blue and approached Sarolj. Sarolj went into a portal diapering and quickly reappeared above Gyarados, avoiding the attack and then sending a swipe to his head. The attack landed, making Gyarados' head tilt, but he still smiled as he quickly twisted his head around and bit down on Sarolj and started using Crunch. As Amethyst looked on, he commanded, Sarolj, try to get out. Ash smiled and yelled out, oh no you don't, spit it out and slam it down with Waterfall. Sarolj began trying to stab Gyarados' mouth and face in hopes of breaking free, but instead, Gyarados threw it into the air and then with his tail he spun around in a vertical motion, catching Sarolj and slamming him into the ground and creating a water geyser directly on it. The force slightly shook the ship, but overall everything was fine. Then Sarolj went into another portal and appeared next to Amethyst's side. Amethyst was clenching his teeth, and what made him do it, even more, was the fact that Ash didn't even really look like he was trying. Sarolj Psycho Cut. Sarolj's blades extended and glowed purple as it slashed across the air, creating a slash in the air and flying towards Gyarados. As it came, Gyarados raised his tail and slapped the slash, sending it flying away, into the barrier wall, causing more shaking and the barriers to begin to flicker. And an explosion was heard inside the deck. Freed yelled out from the side, hey you two, I said not too hard unless you want these shields to go down, stop hitting them. Ash looked at everything and sighed, I really hoped you'd make me get serious, but I guess it's just disappointing, but I'm sure you hear that a lot. Amethyst frowned at Ash's comments, but Ash continued, so it seems like you're a danger to everyone here including yourself, so I guess I need to end this now. Then Ash held out the keystone, making Amethyst's eyes flicker again. So you want me to get serious? Alright, have a taste of this, Gyarados me dash. Wait, stop. Liko screamed out as she started walking forward to the center of the field. Aye, Liko said, hugging onto SPR Gatito tighter, just don't want anyone getting hurt because of me. As she faced everyone, she pet SPR Gatito. I'm sure SPR Gatito feels the same, and SPR Gatito jumped out of Liko's hands, making her fall over. SPR Gatito turned to face her and started scolding Liko, meow, ma. Liko saw what SPR Gatito was saying. Why, you're right, I've been lying to myself and you know it. Liko said as she could feel tears welling up in her eyes. SPR Gatito then jumped and growled at Amethyst and Sarolj, who were walking up. Liko took a breath and jumped up behind SPR Gatito. No more running, Liko said as she took the deepest breath she could and shouted out, use leafage. SPR Gatito raised her little body as the leaves around its neck started glowing, and SPR Gatito shot not a few leaves but an entire beam of leaves that went directly towards Amethyst and Sarolj. Amethyst had a look of panic across his face as Sarolj took the strength it had left and jumped in front of Amethyst. The leafage started, but it didn't stop. What should have been a couple of leaves became an entire cyclone of countless leaves that filled the entire stadium and spun around, starting to crack the barrier. Ash, Liko and SPR Gatito were cheering, everyone else watching, and a part of this was looking at the glowing leaves filling the stadium, Ash included, as he finally took the time to look at SPR Gatito. SPR Gatito, F. Nature, quirky. Moves, leafage, mastered. Ash looked at the decks then at the weed cat. The heck kind of plot armor BS is this? As the leaves kept coming it caused the barrier to finally shatter causing them to be blown away in the wind, but that also meant that everyone else was too. Everyone grabbed something to hold on as the explorer fell off, but Liko and SPRI Gatito fell over and while sliding across the floor Freed managed to grab Liko but missed SPRI Gatito as she fell off as well. Amethyio took that as an opportunity and threw out his Corviknight as it caught SPRI Gatito and returned Sarolge before jumping on and flying down to catch up to his falling companions. SPRI Gatito. Liko yelled out as Freed held on to her and the ship started to adjust. But then Ash dropped Pikachu down and started running forward as Gyarados flew next to him letting Ash hop on. The last thing they heard was Ash yell out, "Don't worry about it, I got this one. Gyarados me dash." As they watched Ash jump off the ship they saw a bright light but they didn't see where it came from. Amethyio was holding on to SPRI Gatito as he finally caught up to his teammates who were falling. "What's the matter with you? Bring out your Skarmory." "We can't sir." Onia yelled. "Why not?" Amethyio demanded. Then from the side, a voice was heard, "Because I already took care of them." As Amethyio looked back he didn't just see Ash, but they were both standing on top of his Corviknight and just smiled at him. "You," Amethyio said clenching his fist and swinging it at Ash, "you ruined everything." Ash caught his fist easily. "No you did that to yourself." Amethyio clenched his teeth. "Do you even know what you did?" "I missed the part where that's my problem," Ash said as he pulled down Amethyo's fist and delivered a gut punch knocking the air out of him and making Amethyio let go of SPRI Gatito. SPRI Gatito immediately jumped over to Ash's shoulder as he said one last thing. "Do you want to know a secret? You losers haven't even seen a fraction of what I can do." Then Ash let go and jumped off getting caught by a red blur. As Amethyos looked up to find Ash he saw him standing on not just Gyarados, but Mega Gyarados looking down at him as they kept flying. Ash gave a smile. "Now you have two choices. You can fight me and try to salvage your ego, or you can go save your grunts. Your choice really but the ground is getting pretty close." Amethyos clenched his teeth as he looked up at Ash and saw that he probably couldn't win, so with a tongue click he looked at Ash. "This isn't over. You haven't seen the last of us," and he flew down to save his teammates. Ash shook his head. Bland and unoriginal villain speech. 3 points. SPRI Gatito looked at him and he shrugged. "You'd be surprised how many I see." Liko was sitting there holding on to Pikachu tightly as she was worried. People from the ship started walking over to see what happened and Freed was explaining the situation. From it, only one new person was there, a girl with orange accents on her hair that Liko could only assume was Orla, the one Molly talked on the phone with. As Molly walked over and crouched down to try and comfort Liko, suddenly from the side a red blur sped up and slammed right through the reset barrier. A large red leviathan with a more prominent fin looked down at them. Everyone looked at this big monster and they prepared their pokeballs in case this thing wanted a battle. When suddenly they saw the top of its head there was the familiar sight of a boy in a red hat and jacket, with SPRI Gatito on his shoulder. "Hey, you guys miss me," Ash said as he jumped down and immediately SPRI Gatito jumped off his shoulder and back into Liko's arms. Liko was hugging SPRI Gatito tightly as everyone started approaching him. Freed in particular looked at Gyarados mumbling to himself, "So this is Mega Evolution." Gyarados then untransformed back to base as Ash held out his Pokeball, "Good work for tonight," and returned him to the Pokeball. Ash then looked at everyone and as Pikachu jumped on his shoulder he greeted everyone the way he does best, "Yo." A few minutes later, everyone was sitting in the kitchen as Ash basically explained the gist of their questions, of course leaving some stuff out that he didn't want to answer. So in the end they decided to talk more in the morning since it was past midnight. Ash and Liko were given temporary rooms on the ship to sleep in, and Pikachu and Captain Pikachu met with each other to finally set the score. This was at the interaction between the strongest Pikachu of history and the strongest Pikachu of today, and they walked up to each other ready for anything, and began rubbing their eclectic pouches together. They got along. During the later times of the night, Molly was walking over to the medical room to check up on all the supplies, but as she did she noticed that the lights were on in the room. She walked in looking defensive but when she looked inside she saw Ash treating Gyarados and other injured Pokemon she didn't get to. Ash looked over at her. "Oh, hey, sorry I had to give Gyarados some first aid and the little ones wanted some too." Molly blinked seeing Ash's work. "Well it's fine but did you really do all this?" "I mean yeah I do technically have a medical degree in Pokemon and human medicine," Ash said as he thought or I should. Molly blinked. She was used to doing everything in this station, and having someone else do it felt weird. Okay, can you tell me what supplies you used or any medicine so I can mark it down?" "Oh don't worry about that. I use my own stuff and I make all my own medicine," Ash said. Molly looked at him for a moment. After Ash finished he walked over to the kitchen to grab some water and go to bed. Molly seemed really surprised though. When he looked inside he saw an old man who had a beard similar to a Drampa. He noticed Ash and gave a nod as it looked like he was holding a tray of different baked goods. The man who was named Ludlow walked up to Ash and held out the tray. "Would you mind helping an old man like me out?" Ash blinked for a second checking to see if his eyes were being dumb and when he made sure this was real he took the tray. "Sure, where do you want me to take this?" "It's a room to the far right, just knock on the door and well you'll see," Ludlow said, smiling under his beard and walking out. Ash sighed at what he was doing now but went ahead and did it. As he made his way to the door he was told to go to he could hear a commotion inside so he knocked on the metallic door. After a moment of scuffling, the door opened and outside came someone in a big blue costume. "Hey Ludlow, I told why dash." Then the big suit stopped releasing. Ash was standing there just watching this. The figure quickly grabbed Ash and tugged him inside and closed the door, making sure no one else was around. After a moment, the big costume turned out to have a girl inside with purple hair that made her look like the overcast form of Cherem. In the side of the room there was a Quaxley and the entire room looked like a streaming setup. The girl was sitting across from Ash looking at him. "So you found my secret? I didn't even know more people were on the ship." The girl took a breath and looked at Ash. "Yes, it is true, I am Nido Thing." "Who?" Ash asked, making the girl almost fall over. After some introductions, the girl was named Dot, which was another character since Ash didn't see her in the first poster promoting the new series, but since she had a Quaxley the third of the Paldean trio, that meant she was supposed to be important. Eventually, after Dot asked Ash not to reveal her identity to anyone and he agreed cause he still has no idea what Nido Thing was. Then it ended up with them making some small talk and Dot made some questions about how Ash was supposedly a professional trainer and would be in this year's Indigo League and stuff about that. After what was probably too much time, Ash finally said farewell to Dot and went to his room to sleep, completely forgetting that he wanted some water in the first place. In the morning, Murdoch walked over to the kitchen early like he always does to prepare breakfast, alone since he is the only one who cooks, but today as he cleared his groggy eyes he smelled something good coming from the kitchen. He walked in only to see Ash there cooking. "Oh sorry, I usually wake up early to cook for everyone so I borrowed the kitchen I just started." Murdoch blinked for a moment. "No, it's fine, it'll be nice to have someone to have an extra pair of hands." "What are you making right now?" Murdoch asked as he put on an apron. "Well, I just made a bunch of poke blocks for the Pokemon," Ash said, pointing to the table with queues of colorful blocks and some Pokemon already eating them happily. "Well, that's surprising. I've never really made poke blocks before, but I've been meaning to learn. It's easy, I can teach you, but first what are you gonna make for breakfast?" Ash said as he raised his sleeves to help out. Later, Liko walked out of her room looking tired as she walked to the kitchen, meeting up with Orla on the way. "Oh hey, how did you sleep?" Oh, hey, I'm fine. I guess I finally realized that you people aren't the bad guys," Liko said with her cat walking next to her. Orla chuckled. "Did you think we were the bad guys or something?" "And no, it's just well, your friend Fried was it. He just kinda took me without explaining anything," Liko said. Orla shook her head. "Classic Fried, sorry about that." "No, it's fine, I just wanted to ask, do you think I can stay with you all for a while longer?" "Well, it's fine by me, but Fried and Cap have the final say, so let's ask them," Orla said smiling. "Alright, yeah, I can tell you all good people," Liko mumbled as they opened the door to the kitchen, and there they saw Molly, Murdoch, and Fried holding Ash down as they tied him to a chair. "Oh hey Orla, good news, we're going to keep this one," Fried said happily as Pikachu and Captain Pikachu stood in the corner watching this. "Well, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you trying to kidnap someone else? Expect this from you, Fried, but Molly and Murdoch. The kid has a medical degree. I want more sleep instead of staying up treating everyone," Molly said. Murdoch cut in, "And he can cook. No one here ever helps me with the cooking." Fried looked over. "Cap just likes him, and he's fun." Orla rubbed her head as she saw Ludlow fishing. "Hey Ludlow, can't you say something to them?" Ludlow turned and after a moment said, "He's a good kid." Fried smiled. "See, even Ludlow likes him." Orla rubbed her head. "Seriously, what is wrong with you guys? This is a new low," she said as she walked over to Ash. "Come on, I'm sure he even has something related to what you do," Fried said. "I doubt it unless he is a licensed mechanic," she said as she ripped the tape from his mouth. Ash closed his mouth from the pain of getting tape ripped off of him, but then he looked up. "No, I don't know anything about repairing stuff, but I do know a good amount about thermal power." "We're keeping him," Orla said as she slowly put the tape back on his mouth. Liko was watching from the outside wondering if she made the right choice. After a while, Ash was let out, and he was sitting on the rails as everyone was talking. "So you're sure you don't want to join us?" Fried asked. "Nah, I have my own stuff going on, like the league. I have to go do that, but maybe I'll come around sometime," Ash said as Abra appeared on his shoulder eating a poke block. "After all, as long as you're not too far away I can find you." Fried sighed. "Well, I guess there's nothing that can be done about it then, but if you ever want to you'll always be an honorary member of the Rising Volt Tacklers." Then he looked at Liko. "And how about you? Orla told me you wanted to join us." Liko took a breath and nodded. "Why yes, I don't know what happened with anything but I want to know, so if you don't mind I'd like to stay." Fried smiled as Cap nodded. "Alright then, welcome to the Rising Volt Tacklers." As Liko smiled and finally got a good look at everyone, they all looked at Ash who was still here sitting on the railing. Fried asked, "So you want us to turn around so we can drop you off?" "Nah, don't worry about it," Ash said as he took off his hat and threw it into the air, falling off backward from the railing. Pikachu sighed as he also ran forward, caught the hat, and fell after Ash. After the initial shock wore off they all ran over to look over the edge only to be caught off guard when a random Charizard flew up holding them on his back. Ash held Pikachu and Abra on his shoulders and he put his two front fingers on his head. "Let's stay in touch. Oh, and also I already put my number in all your phones, bye," Ash said as he teleported out. They all looked surprised as they pulled out their phones and looked at it, and indeed there was Ash's contact info. Fried shrugged and looked at everyone. "Well, he may be gone but we aren't. We still have work to do, so get to your stations, everyone." The Abra show. Welcome back my junior siblings, to the best show Are You Courting Death? It is your favorite senior sister and her gang here with someone new. Abra said. Alakazam drank some coffee. Seriously, another new member. I thought with these two it was enough. I came back because she promised me some books to read, Drowsy said as his legs were swinging on the chair. Saduk was taken, and just when Saduk finally got a girlfriend, Saduk said. Alakazam looked at him. Seriously, dude, we said your hand doesn't count. Saduk waved his hands. No, Saduk is serious. Saduk got a girlfriend. Drowsy chuckled, and I'm sure we don't know here. She goes to another daycare. No, Saduk has a real girlfriend, and her name is Clement. Well, whatever, we can talk about Saduk's imaginary girlfriend later, but for now, what poor soul did you drag into doing this? Alakazam said. Abra put her hands to her sides. Ho ho ho. Well, you see, I was cultivating and I thought who could match my grace, my skill, and my beauty, and I realized no one but me could. That's an understatement, Alakazam said, looking tired. So I decided who better to match me than. Abra said as she extended her hand to the empty chair, and there Abratuo appeared, a second senior sister. Alakazam, Drowsy, Saduk, no. Alakazam threw his mug to the ground. No, my mental health can't handle two of you. I already had a mental breakdown with just you. Abratuo waved her hand. Relax, senior brother, only good things can come of this. Drowsy looked at this and sunk into his chair. I feel like I need an adult. Saduk agrees. Saduk thinks there are laws against this. Don't be ridiculous, junior brothers, Abra said, but today we need to get to the real topic. Abratuo nodded and pulled out a paper. The Indigo League. We will bring you all the great details that you expect along with our analysis all coming here. Alakazam sighed. Well, at least this can't be that bad. And we will then discuss which mortal realm the competitors are in and who has the qualifications to become transcended, Abra added. Arceus, help me. Alakazam brought the coffee pot, pulled out another cup, and started drinking from the entire pot. When Ash came back, he immediately went over to Oak to go and tell him he was done, and to get the reward he was promised, a rotom. When Oak gave him the pokeball, he was confused, to say the least, as to why Ash wanted one, but he had a few lying around, so it wasn't that big of a deal. When Ash got it, he went out and bought an actual phone. With that, he did the only logical thing. He put the rotom in the phone, getting him his very own rotom phone, but then he took the chip from the Pokédex and put it into the rotom phone. As soon as he did, the rotom phone looked like it went into reboot for a second as it began analyzing all the information. After a moment, it sprung back to life and looked at him. BZZ, all data is in order. How can I serve you, sir? Ash smiled. He finally had his own rotom phone, which had a lot of other uses. Nothing right now, but can I get the chip back? Of course, BZZZ. Rotom phone spat out the chip as he put it back in his dex, and then the rotom phone went in too. After that, Ash went off to find his friends, to probably go watch the first few rounds of the league, since they get to skip those beginning rounds. Welcome, valiant trainers, to this year's Indigo Conference. Being here means you have proven yourself to the Kanto gym leaders and overcome your own struggles and challenges to get here. However, I assure you that there are still more challenges to come. This is a truth not only of life but also of this very tournament. The Indigo League conference started, and Green, Ash, and Gary mainly just hung out as they watched the preliminaries from the TV in Gary's house. From what it looks like, around 2,000, maybe 2,500 people came this year to participate. Now, I am sure that you have noticed that there are many of you here. In fact, there are many more participants this year than usual, the announcer on TV said. That's an understatement, Gary said, leaning on the couch. Usually there isn't more than 1,000. Heck, last year there were only 1024. Oh yeah, who ended up winning that one? Green asked, petting her ditto. Ash was scrolling through his new phone. I think it was the former Fuchsia City gym leader Koga. Yeah, I always forget gym leaders can just choose to participate. You think there will be any this year with us? Green asked. Probably not. The only reason one would try is to get a position on the Elite Four, and they would also make a big deal about it online, Gary responded. Due to how they did their badges, Green would be going in the top 64, while Ash and Gary got to skip to the top 32, which also meant they had like almost 2 weeks of extra training with each other. Ash let his rotom phone fly into his pocket. Well, you know what they say, imagine being in that pile fighting to get into the main show. Could not be me. Gary smirked. And do you know what's almost as bad as that? Only getting to skip into the top 64. Seriously, could you imagine? I know what you're doing, and I want you to know. It's working, Green said, punching the boys on the shoulder. It's not my fault, I'm not a masochist. Well, your track record would say otherwise, Gary said, waving his arms as Ash chuckled behind him. I will murder you both, Green yelled out. And like that, the last few weeks of relaxation before the league starts, Green obviously left first to go into the top 64, and Gary decided to go as well just to watch. Oak, as a previous winner, also got a free pass to all of them. Ash, however, went ahead to meet up with everyone else in the place they agreed on. Kanto Squad group chat. Forgotten sister, where you guys at? I'm already here. Pokemon Enjoyer, why is that still your username? Rock hard, I'm on my way, my siblings just had me do some stuff. Amarillo, well, I'm on my way, Dottie is taking me. Pokemon Enjoyer, don't ignore my questions at Forgotten sister. Rock hard, just let it go, it's better if you don't. Pokemon Enjoyer, fine, I'm just waiting on you guys, I'm still at home. Abra is all ready. Forgotten sister, how'd you do that? Pokemon Enjoyer, oh, now you pay attention to me. Well, I'm not telling you. Eventually, they all met up on the path on Route 22 and Ash just appeared with Abra before she left again. Yo, Suo, anything you guys wanna say to little old me, Ash said. Brock was holding an incubator with a familiar green egg. Yeah thanks Ash, I didn't think I'd get to take care of an egg this soon. Yellow nodded happily. Yeah, the gift you gave was great. I'm just sad I didn't get you anything. Hey it's fine, at least you're not ungrateful like Suami people, Ash said, overly dramatic looking over to Misty. Misty sighed, okay I guess the gift was fine, it did help. Ash smiled, I'm glad you like the pants. I am talking about the Lapras treats. Misty yelled out before releasing she fell into Ash's trap. Ugh, fine I admit it, it helped out a lot. So they started catching up as they started walking. Their main goal at the moment was to get to the Pokemon League village which became a tourist spot during the conference. By the time they got there the place already looked like a festival with people selling things in stands and other trinkets. Ash looked at his friends. How about you guys enjoy the festive and I'll go register real quick. They all nodded without much convincing as they went separate paths. So Ash went over to the central building. Along the way he saw tons of trainers either laughing with each other from their loss and some looking dejected, but in the end, they weren't his problem. As he walked into a building where he saw a girl scrolling on her phone. Clearly not a lot of people come here to register at this time, but she has to stay here for cases like Ash. Ash walked up and got her attention by putting his badges on the table. Hello, I'm here to register for my spot. Pikachu nodded. The girl scanned Ash's ID getting ready to tell him he was too late, but when she pulled up his identification she took a double take. Goodness me, you're the second person today to have this. Okay, yeah, give me a sec. She hurriedly started typing something on her computer. Okay, Ash Ketchum is it? Yes you're already in the top 32 contenders, so after tomorrow those brackets will be announced. Alright, thanks a bunch. Ash said. Pikachu said happily as they both walked out. She then pulled out a card and handed it to him, and here with this card you and anyone you are with can enjoy all the luxuries of the festival for free. Ash took it and walked out of the center. He stretched his arms and looked at the festival going on. It really looked like a lot of people came here in the hopes of winning, and even though most of them lost it looked like they stayed for the festival. He could see a bunch of people with some Pokemon not native in Kanto, which just made him wonder who he was supposed to fight coming up, but he also shrugged since worrying would literally do nothing. As he walked he felt a hand grab his shoulder. As he looked back he saw AJ, Samurai, and Janette standing there. Yo, Ash it's good to see you. Good to see you actually made it to the league. I was almost worried when I didn't see you around, AJ said happily. Yeah I got to skip a bunch of stuff but I'm here now. That is swell, Samurai said. After all it would be most unfortunate if you lost before I could get my revenge. Hey, I'm the one that's going to get my revenge. AJ yelled back as they crashed heads looking at each other. You wanna go, wanna be Samurai, AJ said pulling out a Pokeball. Let us settle this once more, Samurai said, pulling out his Pokeball as well. Then they ran to an open area to battle, leaving Ash and Janette. So how often does that happen? Janette sighed. At the slightest inconvenience, it gets embarrassing sometimes having to explain to people. I can imagine. I'm still surprised you a rich girl chose to travel with them. No offense. None taken. And I don't know I guess it was nice talking to people who didn't treat me as the heir to my clan, just as me, Janette said before turning away. Even if it's painfully obvious they both have a crush on me. Honestly not what I expected. I thought this would be one of those moments where you act oblivious and I have to teach you about love. Janette rolled her eyes. Please save me that mushy stuff. I'm not stupid, and they're good guys. I'll admit I wasn't attracted to them before, but after their training with the lieutenant I can admit they became attractive. But what? That's it. Sure they're nice to me and all but I never really considered them as people I'd date. Wow, that's so brutal. I feel bad for them, and they don't know they just got friend-zoned. Boy I don't want to see that talk, Ash said as both he and Pikachu waved their hands at their necks. Yes well I suppose it's my problem to deal with, Janette said. Farewell it was nice to have a chat, but if we face each other I won't hold back. Ash turned around and waved as he walked. I wouldn't want it any other way. Anyway good luck shattering their hearts. With that Ash kept walking leaving Janette to deal with that problem and for him to find everyone else. Along the way, he saw a few people that he recognized from the league but no one he was particularly on a first-name basis with. But then he came across two familiar people he didn't expect to be together. The two people were Richie and surprisingly enough Joe. Ash blinked seeing him. I guess he actually ended up making it. Good for him. They both noticed him and Joe in particular waved. Oh, Ash. I'm glad to see you made it. Ash walked over. Yeah wouldn't miss this for the world. Anyway I'm more surprised you're here. You know since you literally said you wouldn't. Joe scratched his head. Yeah still kinda hard to believe I'm here too. I'll be honest I've been getting really lucky facing people. A lot of people use weaker Pokemon since they think I'll be an easy opponent. That made sense. In the league you were not allowed to do any research on your opponent otherwise you would get disqualified. The only thing you could see is their previous battles, which as Joe put it is a double-bladed sword. Especially because despite what you may think from their sizes, Joe is 12, despite the fact that he looks like he's 9. Sure the element of surprise is nice, but if your opponent isn't weak or doing the same thing as you then you'll just crash out. Even if they bring out their strongest a 3v1 ain't good odds. Richie then walked up to, hey good to see you. I'm glad to see you're okay since the whole SSN thing. I was worried when I didn't see you on the lifeboats. Wait you were on that too? Joe yelled. Yeah, I'm even the one who won that little tournament, got an egg from it too. Ash scratched his nose. Yeah, well listen, I'd love to talk again but we actually have to go meet some friends we came here with, so talk tomorrow. Richie said, looking apologetically. Oh sure, but who are these friends of yours? Don't tell me they go to another league, Ash joked, getting a chuckle from the two boys. No, we met two girls actually from the SSN too, they were called Asunta and Melissa. Ash blinked twice as it looked like his background became yellow. Huh, small world. The next morning after probably going through midnight celebrating in the festive, Ash woke up. He did meet up with everyone after that and they may or may not have gone wild after that. Even though Ash didn't drink, he felt like he had a hangover. But he pushed that back and got ready and all that stuff. As he went downstairs he noticed everyone else wasn't awake, probably cause they were tired and unlike him weren't used to getting like 4 hours of sleep. Which didn't matter since the final part of the top 64 would be today, as he quite literally had a few hours for himself, especially to think about something the professor told him a while before he left. About a month before. It was one of the days Ash was doing his personal training away from Gary and Green. This time he was specifically focusing on his 3 fighting types, having them spar with each other. And it's extra because Annihilape fell behind everyone else since Professor Oak wanted to study him and he is still at a 6 badge level Pokemon. As Poliwrath and Annihilape were fighting together against Machamp, since out of the 3 of them Machamp was the strongest, the Oak walked up to him. Hey Ash, can I talk to you about something regarding your Pokemon? Ash raised his eyebrow. Sure, this isn't about me rejecting your training techniques, right? Don't tell me Green also rejected them. Oak scratched his cheek. No, but that's a complicated matter. I have to ask, is my old technique that unpopular? Ash had to hold in a laugh. Man, that is genuinely surprising, but I don't think it's that. I can't talk for them but I don't want your technique because that's what they are. Your technique, if say we win it would be a shallow victory, wouldn't it? I suppose that makes sense, Oak sighed, but back to the matter I wanted to discuss. It's about your Annihilape and, you know, the research paper. Oak took a breath. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to not take Annihilape into the league with you. Ash looked up at him and even his fighting Pokemon stopped to look at him. Why? Well, you see, for one part, to a lot of people here in Kanto, Annihilape could be considered a new species, since no one in Paldea has revealed its existence to those outside of Paldea. But isn't that the whole point of your research paper, to bring Annihilape to the public outside Paldea? That's the thing. I can't, Oak said. You told me the evolution method you used and I do believe you told me the truth, but I haven't been able to replicate it yet, even with my personal Primeape. None of them have yet been able to replicate that Rage Fist. Ash frowned. So you want to use my Annihilape as an example to everyone else? Well, that, and I'm convinced that if I have more time to research Annihilape I can crack the code on Rage Fist, but I can't promise I can get it done by the time the league starts or even if he'll be at an appropriate level. So you basically want me to not use him so that you can get extra research time? Ash said bluntly, to which Oak nodded. Ash sighed and signaled for Annihilape to come over. So, you heard what he said, Ash told the monkey. What do you think? Annihilape looked at his fists then back at Ash. Ape, fine, I still have a score to settle with that old monkey. How can I call myself the future strongest if that old Primeape can still beat me? Ash nodded and sighed as he looked at Oak. Fine, but I want a bigger cut now. Back to present. Ash sighed as he held up Machamp and Poliwrath as Pokeballs. He was down to these 2, which wasn't bad by any means, but the surprise of using a new Pokemon he wanted to have was gone, since even if he got Annihilape back now he would technically his weakest Pokemon. Ash sighed as he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking over he saw Green standing over him. Whatcha doing? Just waiting, and I guess you already finished your battle. Yep, I'm officially in the top 32. From the side a familiar voice spoke. Surprised you didn't get disqualified. It was Gary walking over and sitting on the couch across from them. Why, you scared I'll beat you? Green said smugly. No, just thought with your track record you'd find some way to fumble, but color me surprised, Gary said, lying on the couch. As Ash saw the banter, a thought came into his head. You know, I just realized something. We're all talking like we're going to have an epic final battle in the finals to determine a winner, but what if we're all in the same side of the brackets? Huh, didn't think of that, Green said. Yeah, that would kill all the hype from it, Gary agreed. Welp, the only thing we can hope is that that doesn't happen, Green announced. Ash shook his head. Sure, like we can control that. Anyway, you guys have any plans for today, or are you just gonna enjoy the festival until the brackets get announced? Honestly, probably was going to go watch the last few rounds, Gary said. Yeah, same honestly, Green admitted. Ash let his phone fly out of his pocket and show him the current state of the battles. Well, it looks like it's the last match already between 2 people, some guy named Remo and a girl called Jane, and it looks like Remo is gonna win. Seriously, Gary said, hopping over to Ash's side as he pulled up the stream. On the screen was the battle where the girl Jane had 2 Pokemon down and only had her third a Pidgeot, while it looked like Remo was on his first a Rhyperior, who did look bruised but not as much as Pidgeot. As Ash watched the battle he couldn't help but wonder, Remo, I know I heard that name before, but where? As Ash thought, Remo on the other side spun an umbrella he had with him. Ripo, let's finish this. Stone Edge. Jane looked like she flinched. Pidgeot tried to dodge. Pidgeot tried flying higher into the air, but Ripo stomped on the ground, creating stones to raise, and with another swipe shot multiple stones like bullets at Pidgeot, hitting it directly and causing it to fall down to the ground, knocked out. And that's it, folks. The announcer said. That concludes the top 64 matches with Remo emerging victorious. You know what that means. Going forward, the official brackets for those in the top 32 will be made. Stay tuned folks, we got some surprises and some battles that we know you'll want to see. Ash had Rotom turn off and then fly back to his pocket, so I guess that's it then. Now we gotta go in. Gary shrugged as he hopped over the couch and sat next to Ash. I mean, yeah, but I doubt a lot of other things will cause us too much trouble. From what I found, I think there might be 3, maybe 4 other people that will be any challenge. Yeah, just as long as you two remember to register you'll be fine, Green said. Duh. We'd have to be idiots to forget to do that. Ash shrugged and got up. Well, we got a few hours before we even find out who we're fighting. You guys wanna try some weird drinks? I hear they're selling COR soda and MTN Budo. That sounds stupid and I love it, Green said. Gary shook his head. Nah, I drank a bunch of that stuff last night. That stuff messed me up, but I'ma go look over the VODs and see who we're up against. By then Ash saw Brock, Misty, and Yellow walk out of the rooms they were staying in, so he said his goodbye and went back to meet up with them. A few hours later, everyone was together again waiting at the front desk, along with a lot of other people. They were waiting on the screen for the final brackets to be announced. After a moment the screen changed to the final brackets that would be final from now until the end of the league. Instead of looking for his name, Ash had Rotom hop out of his pocket and take a picture, then he walked away. Green and Gary both noticed so with them, and the other 3 made 5 people looking over Ash's shoulder at the phone. Now first thing that stood out, Ash was on the left side and Green and Gary were both on the right. Specifically, Gary was at the top and Green at the bottom, so if they wanted to fight each other, Green and Gary would need to get to the semifinals and then the winner would face Ash. As they processed that, Ash looked at who his opponent would be. It was some guy named Joshua, and even on their sides, they were also facing no-name characters. Though a few names surprised him, Remo is still there and Ash wants to feel like he remembers. Then there's also Cross, who seems like he also made it but he hasn't seen him. A lot of the other fights are boring or unimportant. The only ones Ash paid attention to were Mundi vs Korev, Asunta vs Nisha, and Oishi vs Fergus, and that's only because he recognizes both people. But speaking of Remo, he was also on the lower part of the left side while Ash was on the top, and his opponent was Joe. The next day, Ash was walking up to the stadium. His friends went up to the stands to watch since it was the first battle of the day. Ash was still a bit groggy, but honestly, he wasn't too worried. Not to be cocky or anything, but he looked up to his opponent on the league record he was allowed to look at. Pretty much the way the research rule works is that they can pretty much do anything except battle the person in secret to learn their strategy or ask people that would know them personally, and from what Ash found about Joshua was kinda disappointing. It started out promising. Joshua apparently participated in last year's tournament and placed in the top 16, only losing to Koga himself, but that's where the impressive stuff ended. According to recordings of his gym battles, he was not any stronger than he was at the end of last year's tournament. In fact, in some areas he was weaker, almost like he didn't train at all, and what's worse, he was the cocky type. From the top of the stand, Misty, Brock, and Yellow were sitting next to Green and Gary as they watched and waited for the battle to begin. Yellow hugged Chucho as she looked nervous. Do you think Ash can win? PHH, he better, Gary said. After all, how can I call him my rival if he loses in the first round? I need to settle the score with him. Yellow didn't seem as relieved at Gary's blunt response, so Brock put his hand on her shoulder. Relax, I'm sure Ash is ready, and besides, even if he isn't, worrying won't do anything, so let's just cheer for him to do his best. As he said that, the announcer spoke over the speakers. Welcome back everyone to a new day, and this marks the beginning of the Indigo Top 32. People started cheering and yelling out celebrations and chants. Now let's introduce our trainers. On the green corner is Joshua. He is a very experienced Pokemon trainer and had been in the top 16 in the previous Indigo League, and he made it all the way back hoping to redeem himself. From the right side of the stadium, a man with brown hair and blue eyes came out waving at the crowd as his fans started cheering for him, with more than a few confessing some things that not even Arceus himself would want to listen to. Looks like Joshua is the crowd favorite, but let's not call it just yet. On the red side, it's his first time participating in the year, a trainer who met the qualifications to skip the previous rounds. This is not just his fifth time in the Indigo League but also his first battle. People started mumbling to themselves hearing the generous introduction to be able to skip all the way to here. Most people didn't even know that was an option. He started this year and completed everything in just this 1 year. Let's greet Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, the announcer said as people proceeded. From the other side, everyone saw Ash walk out from the side with Pikachu on his shoulder. He stretched his arm behind his head as he walked up the platform. Now this first round match of the Indigo Conference is about to begin. This battle will be a 3-on-3 battle. The battle will be over when 3 Pokemon on one side are no longer able to battle. Trainers ready, the announcer yelled and received a nod from both Ash and Joshua. Go. Both trainers shouted as they each brought out their first Pokemon. Ash's first Pokemon was Victreebel, while Joshua's was a Flareon. Joshua smiled seeing he had the advantage, especially after Ash's introduction took the spotlight away from him. So what if some random kid was here? He was Joshua, he was awesome. Begin, the announcer said. Joshua took the first move. Flareon burned that overgrown weed. Fire spin? Flareon raised its mouth as fire spun in its mouth before shooting out a blast of fire that created a ring of fire around Victreebel, so if he moved he would get caught in the fire. Joshua then smiled wider. Now get in close with Fire Fang. Flareon's jaw ignited in flame as it started rushing forward and jumped. The whole time neither Ash nor Victreebel did anything. When the Firefox jumped, Ash took his hands out of his pocket. You done? Good. Leave tornado. Victreebel's body spun around as his vines planted into the ground. When he winded up, he let go as a strong pressure of wind was created and leaves were created from the grass energy. Not only did the pressure extinguish the fire, it sent Flareon flying up into the sky after making it lose its balance. Flareon, no. Gore, try to turn around in the air and flare blitz. Let's just get this over with. Flytrap, model strength sap. Flareon spun its body in the air as it looked down and spun as its body was covered in flames and in a spin started flying down, but from the ground that Victreebel planted his vines, multiple super thick vines extended out of the ground. The vines latched onto Flareon, and although it had fire on its body, the water in the vines with the dirt from the ground were enough protection. As Flareon's strength began to be taken, the flames on its body became weaker. Flareon tried escaping, but Victreebel brought the fox closer and put it in his mouth, beginning the second part. Joshua flinched as he saw Flareon lose the strength to even fight back, so he made one more desperate command. Fire blast. Victreebel seemed to glow a bit as his cheeks extended, but nothing, and after a moment Victreebel spat the fox out with a bit of smoke coming from his mouth, knocked out. You see, Victreebel's mouth is also covered in poison, specifically one that is less poisonous and more slimy and watery so that prey can't escape, but it still hurt. Joshua and his fans were looking at Flareon's unconscious body as they saw Ash stretching his arms behind his back. Alright, that was a nice warm-up, bring on the next. Joshua returned Flareon and pulled out another from his belt as he threw out the Pokeball, releasing a pincer. Immediately after it got on the field, Joshua pointed at Victreebel. Use Vice Grip. Pincer's head mandibles twitched in anticipation as it ran at Victreebel, its mandibles extended wide ready to grab onto the plant. Ash raised his arm as he pointed up with one finger. Catch it. Victreebel released the vines from behind Pincer as it ran forward and managed to clasp its mandibles on Victreebel, but that didn't help much when it was being carted up in the air. Now Power Whip, Ash commanded. Victreebel raised his vine and cracked it as Pincer was slammed into the ground, but it did struggle and got back up looking at Victreebel. Joshua clenched his teeth. This wasn't going like it should have at all, and with a shake of his head he yelled out, Cesar, cut down these vines. Pincer's hands glowed green as it ran forward, cutting at the vines as they came, getting closer and closer to Victreebel. Then when it got close, it took the shot. Victreebel received a slash across his body, but the slash was minimal compared to what he was doing. The entire time Pincer was rushing at him, Victreebel was charging something in the back of his thought. Then when Pincer got close enough to slash at Victreebel, Ash spoke up, gunk shot. As Pincer slashed Victreebel's body, it was greeted by Victreebel opening his mouth and belching a thick dark sludge out and sending Pincer flying onto the ground with spirals in his eyes. Joshua shakily returned Pincer as he looked at Ash. How was he losing to a rookie trainer? And his fans who were yelling about having his children became really quiet. Ash meanwhile looked casually at Victreebel. How you feel about that one? We haven't used it, huh? Victreebel used a vine to rub the area where his throat was as he felt like he had a sore throat. Joshua returned Pincer, his vision looking blurry at the sudden change in pace. He expected this to be easy, but now he was losing. Joshua was now in a pinch. He had never expected that he would be eliminated in the first round itself. He clenched his teeth in frustration. He had to use that. Joshua pulled out another Pokeball, clenching it. Looks like you need to come out. Just listen to me this time. Joshua looked up. Looks like I have to use my strongest Pokemon. I need to at least take out one of his Pokemon before getting eliminated. He threw out his last Pokeball, which was actually visibly an Ultra Ball. From the ball was released a large green bipedal Pokemon. It had claws and sharp teeth as it roared in the air, a Tyranitar. The crowd started cheering again. Tyranitar was Joshua's strongest Pokemon, one he used last year. Surely it only got stronger since then, right? Joshua pointed at Victreebel. Tyranitar look a strong opponent? Beat him for me. Ash frowned. What kind of command is that? To be honest, when Ash watched the recordings of Joshua's battles, he never once used Tyranitar. The only record he found was an article saying that he only lost to Koga because Tyranitar didn't listen to him. Tyranitar scoffed hearing Joshua, but then it looked up seeing they were in the league again, its eyes narrowing remembering how it lost last time, and it looked down at Victreebel. It stumped its large foot on the ground, beginning his thrash as it started charging towards Victreebel. Ash raised his eyebrow, deciding to take this a little more seriously. Victreebel, sunny day, then dodge. Victreebel shot an orb into the sky that created a miniature sun, and his speed rose just in time as Tyranitar almost stumped him, appearing behind Tyranitar, leaves glowing. Ash raised his arm, now Solar Blade. Victreebel's leaves extended into a large green sword as he swung down, but then Tyranitar turned his head around using Ice Fang and biting the green blade, not bothering to dodge. Then before Victreebel could cut off the leaf, Tyranitar raised its arm and grabbed Victreebel by the face and threw him on the ground. Then as Victreebel was down, it raised its foot and used Earthquake by stomping on him. As the pain shot through Victreebel, the overall exhaustion caused him to fall down with spirals in his eyes, but it looked like Tyranitar didn't want to stop even though Joshua was yelling for it to stop. So before Tyranitar did more, Ash returned Victreebel. Would it disqualify Tyranitar if he attacked Victreebel, giving Ash the win? Sure, but where's the fun in that? Ash looked at the dinosaur as people were reacting to the sudden violence by Tyranitar, and Tyranitar just stumped more, glaring at Ash, almost demanding to keep fighting. Ash shook his head. Seems like I need to put this one down. Alright, I'll start trying. He threw out the next Pokeball, Vileplume. As soon as Tyranitar saw a new opponent, it didn't wait for instructions, it just started running wildly, but Vileplume looked down, letting his flower hat cover his eyes. Ash raised his arm, grass knot on its legs. Vileplume gave a smile as he ran forward thanks to the speed boost Chlorophyll gave him. When he got close to Tyranitar, it raised its leg trying to stomp, but Vileplume slid, going past the attack. On the way, summoning some vines and grabbing the big dinosaur's legs. When he arrived on the other side, he pulled Tyranitar face first into the ground. Now strength sap. Vileplume's vines started glowing green as they took Tyranitar's strength, specifically focusing on taking the strength of Tyranitar's legs so it wouldn't get up. Joshua gulped and yelled, "Tyranitar, please get out of those vines with Iron Tail." Tyranitar didn't like Joshua, but it also wasn't stupid, so begrudgingly his tail glowed silver and swiped at the vines, holding its legs and letting it get back to its feet, but a bit weaker in the legs. Joshua looked excited that Tyranitar listened, so he became confident again until he saw Ash completely unfazed. Ash sighed, "Well then, let's end this. Petal dance." Vileplume smirked and spun around, relieving pink and purple petals as they approached and circled Tyranitar, swiping and cutting at it every so often. Neither Joshua nor Tyranitar looked concerned though, it was just petals. Tyranitar, now get in close. Tyranitar chose to listen and swiped his arm, cutting off the tornado around him. Then as he took his first heavy step, he stopped. Not just that, he was completely frozen in place. The crowd was confused and Joshua looked at Tyranitar. "What's wrong? Don't you want to keep fighting? Did something happen?" "Tyranitar is paralyzed," Ash's voice spoke as he grabbed one of the petals still in the air. "You see, each and every one of these petals is coated in Vileplume's special toxic. It both paralyzes and poisons." The revelation came like a bag of bricks at everyone watching, and in a certain gym a girl in a kimono was watching the TV and chuckled, "He learned that from me." Ash dropped the petal. "Now it's time we end this. I'll admit you did better than I thought." Vileplume used Venoshock. Vileplume finally looked up as from his flower what looked like purple needles were created and all shot at Tyranitar, who couldn't even move, and it was still poisoned, so double it. As soon as the last needle hit Tyranitar, Vileplume turned around and tipped his flower hat down as the big dinosaur fell over, knocked out. The crowd was silent, then started cheering for the battle they just watched. Joshua looked shocked as he walked off his side and came to Tyranitar's side. He was about to return it when suddenly Ash's hand came down and gave him an antidote. "Here, you'll need this." Joshua took it with his hand shaking, and as soon as he did, Ash walked away, so he gave Tyranitar the antidote. The announcer spoke up, and with an incredible show of sportsmanship, Ash has emerged victorious. "In an outstanding turn of events, we could not ask for a better start, but just you wait, there's more to come." And with that, the rest of the battles started one by one, each of them ending pretty fast. There was apparently a battle that Ash missed between a trainer called Mina and another trainer named Kellen. Apparently in the 3 minutes he was gone, it was over. Then there were Gary and Green's battles, and let's just say Ash got the harder battle and leave it at that. They both didn't even use more than one Pokemon, which they didn't forget to flex on Ash. Also, smaller battles happened. Asunta beat Nisha, Otoshi beat Fergus, and Corey beat Mundi. And other than that, not much else other than watching Cross beat his opponent happened. And then came the last match, Joe vs that Remo guy. The announcer spoke up. "Now everyone, it is time to announce the last battle of the day and the top 32. This decides which of our contestants moves to the top 16 with everyone." As he spoke, Ash started thinking as he watched Remo walk out. He had weird clothes that looked like a samurai should be wearing it, and the strangest thing was an umbrella that he carried that shined whenever he saw the tip. As both Pokemon were released from both trainers, Ash thought back. One thing was that he certainly wasn't from Kanto, and probably not Johto either. He rubbed his chin, not even noticing that Joe almost immediately lost his first Pokemon. As he opened them, he saw a Grand Bull on Remo's side, which just confused him more, cause ain't nobody in the anime use a Grand Bull. As he thought, Remo made a command. "Grano, let's end this, play rough." The name didn't mean anything to Ash, but the way the nickname was made, a Grand Bull called Grano. He thought about that while there was no Grand Bull named Grano. But it was similar, as Joe brought out his last Pokemon, a Marowak, ready to give her last stand against Grand Bull. But then Remo spun his umbrella again, and Ash finally got a good look at what was on top, a keystone, which finally caused Ash to realize who this was. Remo was only a part of the Mega Evolution Special and the Lumiose Conference, both times losing to Alon, but the point was that he was here. As Grano sent Marowak flying back and slamming into Joe's side, it caused Remo's win. The announcer started talking again, giving his congratulations to both Joe and Remo, but Remo was the winner and he raised his arms as the cheering started for him. Ash wasn't sure what to think. He didn't know why Remo was here, or even what version he was supposed to be, as in did he lose to Alon yet, but that didn't help him. Later, Ash, Brock, Misty, and Yellow were down sitting next to Joe, comforting him on his loss, with Richie on the other side. "Hey man, it happens, but you did good, you got so far." Ash said. "Yeah, you did great, better than most people." Brock said, holding the egg on his lap. "Yeah, I guess I did do better than I thought I would, but after getting so far I thought I just might have a shot." "Hey, don't sweat it, I'm your friend, so I'll get revenge for you," Richie said, giving a thumbs up. "Well," Ash said as Rotom came out and pulled out the picture, "you might have that coming sooner than you think. After all, you're fighting him next." The picture of the brackets was there on full display for everyone to see, and to Richie's dismay on the bottom, it said, "Richie vs Remo." They all stayed silent for a moment, but then Ash reached his arm out and grabbed Richie's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll plan your funeral. The next day came when the top 16 would start. 8 battles were scheduled, and they were Ash vs AJ, Asunta vs Cross, Oishi vs Samurai, Richie vs Remo, Gary vs Raymond, Pete vs Janette, Mina vs Melissa, Corey vs Green. Ash was sitting in the locker room waiting for him to be called, as he wanted. AJ walked up to him. So looks like we're getting that rematch, huh? Yeah, I guess. Then Samurai walked in and leaned on the wall. While I am envious that you have the first match with Ash, I look forward to my rematch with the noble Otashi. Oh yeah, you two fought. Kinda forgot about that, Ash said, then punched him on the shoulder. Good luck. I thank you, but luck will not be needed, Samurai said. AJ leaned in and whispered, yeah, he talks like that now, for some reason. Just turn your brain off, it's better for both of you. Then the screen signaled that their match would be starting, so with a fist bump they departed to go to their spots. Welcome back everyone, the next round of battles in the Indigo Top 16 is about to begin. The trainers in battle today are the wandering wild trainer Akira of Vermilion City. On the spot in the red corner stood AJ, looking around slightly embarrassed that he forgot his name would be revealed, completely losing his mysterious side. Against him is the young man who has overcome determination and spite in near equal measures so far. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ash of Pallet Town. On the other, Ash was stretching his arm over his shoulder with Pikachu doing the same. Seriously dude, your first name is Akira. Hey, Akira is a cool name, it's just AJ sounds cooler. The announcer spoke again. Well, it seems like the contestants know each other. This will be interesting. Let's see if they can put aside their friendship and rivalry. The rules remain the same as always. Each trainer has 3 Pokemon and the winner will be decided when one side can no longer battle. Go Beedrill. Poliwrath, you're up. On A.J's side, Beedrill had a choice scarf, and on Ash, Poliwrath had leftovers. Begin. AJ raised his arm. Beedrill, let's end this quick. Pin missile. Poliwrath strength on the ground. As Drill's needles extended and he started shooting them, Poliwrath punched the ground, creating a dust cloud obscuring everything. AJ raised his arm again. Beedrill, keep using pin missile. Beedrill started rapidly shooting more and more glowing needles into the smoke, finally clearing it and revealing that Poliwrath wasn't there. As Beedrill looked around suddenly from the side, Poliwrath jumped out and flew, winding up a power-up punch across Drill's jaw. Then after he got back on the ground, Poliwrath got some healing from the leftovers and stood ready as Beedrill shook its head. AJ frowned. The choice scarf boosted his speed but locked him into pin missile for a few more seconds. Beedrill, pin missile again. Ash smiled. Dodge, then belly drum. Beedrill shot another barrage of pin missile as Poliwrath ran across the field, dodging them until Beedrill had to stop. As soon as she did, Poliwrath's stomach started to glow as he delivered a loud slap to his stomach, cutting his heath but getting a bit more from leftovers. AJ frowned seeing that Poliwrath got the boost, so he swiped his arm. Beedrill, change of strategy, X Cesar. AJ wanted to end this quickly so that Poliwrath wouldn't get time to get any of that health back. Beedrill appeared next to Poliwrath as her needles glowed bright green and she delivered a slash that also got the crit. Poliwrath fell back onto the ground, and it looked like he was completely knocked out. The ref was about to call it until Poliwrath's body disappeared. It turns out that was a substitute. Ash smiled as he flicked his hat. I'm not going down easy. Focus punch. From the ground, Poliwrath jumped out above the Beedrill. Then as he brought his hands together, he delivered a slam directly on Drill's head, knocking her down to the ground. Poliwrath landed again. He was pretty tired after both belly drum and substitute, but the leftovers provided a little help. Then out of seemingly nowhere, Beedrill stood up and stabbed him with a single twine needle before falling over, leaving Poliwrath just barely still up. AJ smiled as he returned his knocked out B. I guess Beedrill didn't want to go down without hitting you at least once. Ash shrugged. Well, he's pretty messed up. If he got that second needle, then Poliwrath would be down too. AJ shook his head as he brought his next Pokemon, his Arcanine. As the dog hit the field, Ash raised his arm first. Liquidation. As Poliwrath gained water boxing gloves, AJ called out, extreme speed. In a flash, Arcanine went from his side to right in front of Poliwrath. Arcanine tackled Poliwrath, but Poliwrath grabbed onto Arcanine by the fur and spun his body around as they were still moving fast. He sent Arcanine into the ground, but in the process, Poliwrath was launched into the wall and knocked out as well. Ash returned Poliwrath as AJ gave a thumbs up at the crowd who were cheering. So Ash brought out someone AJ would remember, Firo, who had his trusty scope lens. As Firo got on the field, he stretched his wings and flew into the air. AJ and Arcanine both looked at Firo. They both recognized it as the one that they fought all that time ago and smiled for the chance of a rematch. Feels familiar, doesn't it? Arcanine, flame wheel. Yeah, but not going the same way. Firo, fly up high and double team. Firo flew up into the sky and started making multiple clones of himself that covered the sky. Meanwhile, Arcanine was in a ball and rolling across the field, but this time he jumped up and crashed into a rock to gain momentum and jumped into the air. Yeah, because this time I'm winning. Ember wheel. As Arcanine was in the air near the center of the clones, he spun around, creating a spiral of small embers that shot in all directions, hitting each and every Firo clone and making them disappear. But when Arcanine landed back on the ground and looked up expecting to see Firo, neither he nor AJ saw anything. Firo was gone from the sky. Ash smiled as he yelled out, now quick attack into Steel Wing. From behind a rock and not in the air, Firo ran. He didn't fly, he ran, and the very sight of this surprised everyone as Firo got close and slashed at Arcanine with his silver wings, sending Arcanine a step back. AJ chuckled, "A running bird, Samurai warned me you did that against him. No one ever expects it, just like dual wing beat." Firo took another step and jumped high with his wings glowing, then with another spin the first hit the second crit, causing Arcanine to stumble, but he was still up. Arcanine now flare blitz. Arcanine shook his head, shaking the sudden damage as he covered himself in fire and tackled Firo, who was still on the ground. The hit did hurt, but Firo was still up and finally went airborne again as he heard Ash, "Let's end this drill, run." AJ returned the command, "Arcanine, get ready for another flare blitz." Firo's beak started spinning like a drill, which for some reason gave it the property of ground typing. Then he dived down, aiming at Arcanine directly. Arcanine also covered himself in more fire as he jumped on a rock, then directly up, ready to meet Firo's attack head-on. The clash created a small black smoke cloud between the two of them as they crashed into each other, and then both Firo and Arcanine fell to the ground. Firo got up with a pain in his neck, but Arcanine didn't, meaning he was out. The crowd started cheering as AJ returned Arcanine as he looked up. "Well then, it's time I use my most loyal Pokemon, Sand Slash." Sand Slash came onto the field brandishing his large claws as he looked at Firo, also remembering who he was. Firo was breathing heavily but shook his head, ready to keep battling. Sand Slash, use Slash. Firo mirror move. Both Sand Slash had his claws glow as Firo's talons glowed, and then they rushed at each other, crashing the two attacks against each other. Firo should have been stronger, but he was tired, so Sand Slash was taking the upper hand. Then as it continued, AJ smirked. "Let's see if you remember this, Rapid Tomb." Sand Slash dug his claws into the ground and started throwing rocks into the air. Firo dodged them, but they still created small points, which Sand Slash used when he rolled into a ball and bumped into the rocks like a pinball machine. Firo dodged the first time only to get a shot from the back when Sand Slash bounced back and sent Firo to the ground. "Now let's end this, Fisher," AJ commented. As Sand Slash was landing back on the ground, he punched the ground with his claws and created a large crack right through the center under Firo as an explosion was created. There in the debris, Firo was on the ground with spirals in his eyes, making AJ and Sand Slash jump in celebration that they got to get revenge from last time, getting the crowd to cheer with him. Ash returned Firo as he pulled his last Pokemon. "Pretty good, but remember I still have one Pokemon." Then he threw out his last Pokeball, releasing Venusaur. Venusaur stomped on the ground and let out a sigh, looking at the scene in front of him. Sand Slash got back into position. Sand Slash, don't let up, leech life. Sand Slash's claw cloud a lime green as he rushed forward and stabbed Venusaur in the side, but unlike how he thought, Venusaur looked unfazed. Venusaur energy ball. Venusaur looked down and charged a green ball of energy in his mouth and shot it point blank into Sand Slash's face. "Now seed bomb," Ash commanded, holding his hat. AJ panicked at that. Sand Slash ran away. Venusaur's flower began glowing, and from it, seeds started flying out everywhere. Where they landed, they either exploded immediately or stayed hidden as a landmine. Despite Sand Slash avoiding most of them, he still got hit, so in desperation Sand Slash dug down. As Venusaur finished shooting the seeds, he didn't see Sand Slash, but when he turned, Sand Slash jumped out and slashed before going back into his hole, playing whack-a-mole with Venusaur. As Venusaur looked more frustrated, he couldn't have been happier when he heard Ash's command, "Earthquake." A.J's eyes widened. "Sand Slash, get out of there." But it was too late as Venusaur stomped on the ground where the previous fissure destroyed and caused everything to shake, and then when it was finished, everyone remained silent, wondering what would happen if Sand Slash was still up. But Venusaur sent his vines into the hole and dug around before pulling out an unconscious Sand Slash and passing it over to AJ. As soon as it was confirmed, the crowd started cheering as the announcer took the mic again. "And that's all, folks. With that, Ash has triumphed over Akira. What an outstanding battle." But with that, Ash moves on to the next round, leaving AJ among the top 16. As Ash walked next to Venusaur to return him to his Pokeball, he saw AJ standing there looking a bit frustrated, his hands shaking. It looked like he was about to scream, but then he started laughing. AJ walked up to Ash. "Man, I guess I really wasn't strong enough, but I did make you sweat. That's better than our first battle." "That's for sure. Last time you got swiped, you did pretty good. I just did better." "Yeah, I guess with freaks like you who can choose to skip rounds, I must not be as strong as I thought I'd be." AJ shook his head and held his hand out for a fist bump. "Congrats, dude." Ash returned the fist bump. "Thanks, and hey, you're still in the top 16. I can think of at least 1,000 other trainers that can't say that." "Huh, yeah, anyway we should go. I wanna go see Samurai's match. He's my friend and all, but I don't think he's beating Oishi." Ash and AJ chuckled as they walked out together to go up to the stands to watch the next battles with everyone. Gary vs Raymond. Gary was down one Pokemon and had Kangaskhan out, who was looking relatively healthy. Meanwhile, Raymond was on his last Pokemon, being his Donphan, while his previous two, being Machamp and Golem, were taken out. Raymond grit his teeth. "It's not over yet. Donphan, roll out." Kangaskhan, grab it and seismic toss. Gary commanded as Kangaskhan braced herself. Donphan curled into a ball as it started spinning faster and faster. Then when it reached Kangaskhan, she held her hands out and grabbed Donphan. The spinning caused Kangaskhan's hands to get contact burn, but she grit her teeth and with cheers from the little baby she got a good grab and threw the elephant into the air. Donphan couldn't comprehend suddenly being flung into the air, so it uncoiled and panicked, trying to find a way it could land. Raymond quickly yelled, "Donphan, no, stay in your ball." Gary smirked. "Too late, Kangaskhan end this with Giga Impact. Kangaskhan's fist started glowing a bright white light as she condensed all the energy to her fist, and as Donphan came down she delivered a powerful punch strength into the defenseless Donphan. Everyone heard a loud bang as the fist collided with Donphan's unprotected stomach and sent it flying into a rock, destroying it completely and leaving it there knocked out. Donphan is unable to battle. The winner is Kangaskhan. The winner is Gary Oak, the referee declared, and the board immediately turned off Donphan's icon as the crowd cheered. What a great battle, ladies and gentlemen! Despite their efforts, Donphan and Raymond were bested by Kangaskhan and Gary, and with this, Gary moves on to the next round. Corey vs Green. Corey was on his last Pokemon, his Venusaur and Redon were already taken out, leaving only his Pidgeot. Meanwhile Green was on her second, being her Ditto that transformed into his Redon. Corey looked nervous. Pidgeot, let's get up into the sky and make a sandstorm with sand attack. Green smiled. That's no fair, let's give them a taste of their own medicine, Rock Blast. As Pidgeot flew into the sky, Ditto dug its hands into the ground, pulling out stones and started throwing them into the sky one after the other. Pidgeot tried to dodge and it succeeded with a few, but eventually, it got hit. Pidgeot got hit in the wing, causing it to lose balance and start fluttering down, letting Green take advantage. Smack down. Ditto the Redon ran forward as its hands glowed a whitish brown and it jumped to get next to Pidgeot before slamming the bird on the back and sending it into the ground. Corey panicked. Pidgeot, are you okay? Pidgeot weakly managed to get up, but its wing was hurt so it couldn't fly anymore. If you can keep going, then use echoed voice. Pidgeot raised its beak and started shouting, creating a blast of sound that started hitting Ditto the Redon, but it didn't do as much as he hoped. Green raised her arm and pointed towards them. Let's end this, use Earthquake. Ditto raised its large and heavy foot and stumped on the ground, causing the ground to start shaking from the shockwaves and sending Pidgeot falling before it got hit and knocked out. Pidgeot is unable to battle. The winner is RHY Ditto. The winner is Green, the referee declared, and the board immediately turned off Pidgeot's icon as the crowd started cheering. What an exciting battle, ladies and gentlemen. But in the end, there can only be one that moves on to the next round, and this time it was Green. Oishi vs Samurai. Samurai was down to his last Pokemon, Scyther. Meanwhile, Oishi was using his third Marowak, mainly because he chose to lead with his weaker Pokemon being a Dodrio and a Nidoking. But at the moment Scyther was more beat up than Marowak. Both Samurai and Oishi were fighting like this was a duel. At all times their hands were on their fake swords. Samurai looked down, his helmet shining. This has truly been a wonderful battle. It was an honor to fight another of the way of the Samurai. As it was for me, I thought not that we would be able to battle again since the ship. You truly have improved, Oishi complimented. Samurai shook his head, but not enough. I know when I am beat, but that doesn't mean I will not go down fighting. That goes against my honor. We'll go down fighting. Well said, then we shall honor you by doing the same. Let's end this in one final exchange, Oishi said. Oishi and Samurai held their fake swords as Scyther got in a similar position as Samurai and Marowak held his bone like Oishi. For a moment everything was quiet as everyone was holding their breaths waiting to see who would win. Then as a random leaf slowly fell into the center of the arena, they both opened their eyes. Slash. Bone rush. They both said simultaneously as they drew their fake swords and pointed them at each other. So Scyther and Marowak shot toward each other. They exchanged the hit and then stood behind each other. Marowak fell to his knee first, but then Scyther fell over with spirals in his eyes. Scyther is unable to battle, meaning Marowak and Oishi are the winners, the announcer said as the crowd started cheering. Oishi went down to meet with Marowak and Samurai walked down to return Scyther. When he did, they both looked at each other and gave a bow. Pete vs Janette. Pete and Janette were both down to their last Pokemon. Pete had his Arcanine and Janette had her Bellsprout. Although Arcanine was already a little damaged, it was still fine, which caused people to look at her funny, for even Pete was cycling at her desperate move. Well, I hope you don't cry. Arcanine, use Fire Fang, Pete commanded. Arcanine ran forward with its jaw spewing flames, aiming to bite into Bellsprout. However, neither Janette, Bellsprout, or anyone who knew them panicked. Bellsprout swerved out of the way without even Janette's command. It was just built into Bellsprout's martial arts. Janette then raised her arms. Do it now, Bellsprout. As Arcanine ran past, Bellsprout grabbed it by the foot and then twisted its body around before slamming Arcanine on the ground with a bang. But it didn't end there because Bellsprout continued swinging Arcanine around back and forth. Asterisk slam, 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 asterisk. The announcer and everyone remained speechless. I can't believe my eyes. A Bellsprout is swinging an Arcanine like it is nothing. If this is a dream, don't wake me up. Then with a final swing, Arcanine stopped struggling and was knocked out, making the crowd start cheering. Arcanine is unable to battle. The winner is Bellsprout. Asunta vs Cross. Cross came here to Kanto to participate in the Indigo League. Over in Alola where he was from there wasn't a traditional league, so there wasn't anyone his age that could challenge him, so he came in hopes of finding someone to challenge him. Then he saw Ho-Oh and decided he wanted to capture it, but things didn't turn out like he wanted because then he met Ash. He still doesn't remember everything that happened on the mountain even now months later. He just remembers that Ash beat him, so finally he had a challenge and he is here to prove he is better, not just to Ash but to those back home. Right now Cross had his Incineroar, which was the only Pokemon he was using. Meanwhile, Asunta was down to her last Pokemon being her Venusaur. Her other two got taken out easily. Even though Incineroar had the advantage, Venusaur showed no signs of wanting to retreat. Use Flamethrower, Cross commanded. Sludge bomb Venusaur. Asunta yelled back. From Incineroar's belt, a stream of flames erupted out and shot towards Venusaur, who charged up a large pump of purple sludge and threw it in the center, clashing with the fire and creating a smoke cloud near the center. Asunta and Venusaur couldn't see anything from it, but they did hear Cross yell out, "Throat chop." From the smoke, Incineroar rushed out like a missile as he ran forward, arms glowing purple, and delivered a chop at Venusaur's throat, causing an audible gasp coming from the frog. Asunta gulped, "Power whip." Venusaur released vines out of the flower, and as they gathered, Venusaur raised them over Incineroar, ready to whip the cat. Cross scoffed, "Catch it with Fire Fang." As the vine came down, Incineroar caught it in his mouth, taking Asunta by surprise as Venusaur tried getting him to let go, but he didn't. "Now let's end this, Flare Blitz," Cross commanded. A flame lit in Incineroar's eyes as he jumped down and swung using the vines, the fire gathering around him as he fell. The fire all condensed into his elbow and dropped right on top of Venusaur. Venusaur was knocked out. Venusaur cannot continue the battle. The winner is Incineroar and the match goes to Cross, the announcer said. Mina vs Melissa. Mina considered herself a freelance artist first and a trainer second. She aspired to travel the world to improve her painting while making some money on the side as a trainer. Why is she here in Kanto? You may ask. Well, it's quite simple. 5 months earlier, Mina came to Kanto to see the beautiful sea. In fact, she spent so much time sketching the ocean that she missed her ship to return to Alola. She could see the ship sailing away without her, so she sighed as she looked at her partner Raibami. Well, I guess we missed our ship. I guess we can stay. The color of Kanto is so nice, hee. Then she reached into her pocket and grabbed the boat ticket. This thing cost her most of her remaining money and she was running low. Food wasn't a problem after all. The Pokemon Center provided that for licensed trainers. Of course, it wasn't good, but it was something. The main problem was that she couldn't afford another ticket, and worse, no more art supplies. So as she sat in the Pokemon Center in Vermilion City, she saw a poster for the league and a rundown of the gyms. Over in Alola they didn't have gyms, so she looked it over. As she read it, she thought one thing as she read through it. I wonder how much prize money I'd get if I beat the gym. I wonder how much if I won the league. She looked at her Raibami, who was looking at her excitedly, so she sighed. Alright, why not? I'll participate. Maybe I'll even find some new inspiration. And that's how we are here. Mina had Raibami facing off against Melissa's final Pokemon, her Golem. Golem, use Stone Edge. Melissa commanded. Raibami, use Energy Ball, Mina said casually, pointing at Golem. Golem stomped on the ground, causing stones to rise and fly towards Raibami, but Raibami was really small and zipped past them. Then when a big one came, she spun around it and had a energy ball charged up that she shot at Golem. That hit with an X4 was enough to send Golem falling down and making Mina the winner. Richie vs Remo. Richie was fighting the fight of his life. Both Zippo and Happy were taken down while fighting Remo's Bouffalant, and Sparky came out to take out his Gurdurr, which meant that Remo was down to his last Pokemon, but Sparky was running on empty. Remo smiled at Richie. You know, kid, you're not bad, so as a reward I'll let you see my most powerful Pokemon. Garco, come on out. From the Pokeball, a large Garchomp wearing a weird necklace came out and brandished his claws, looking at Sparky. Richie knew there was almost no chance of him winning, but he still had to try. Sparky, brick break. Sparky ran forward and jumped over Garchomp's claw, delivering a glowing red punch across Garco's jaw, but it didn't do much as Garco then looked down at Sparky and exhaled. Now headbutt. Sparky used the previous momentum to push his head over and give a headbutt at Garco, but that didn't even make him flinch. Remo spun his umbrella and slammed it on the ground. Let's end this, Garco. Dragon Claw. Garco's claws extended into large green claws as he then sent a slash at Sparky that sent him flying back to Richie's side with spirals in his eyes. Pikachu is unable to battle, meaning Garchomp is the winner, meaning Remo is our next and final winner for today. Thank you all folks for coming here today. This has been the battle of the top 16, but don't worry, tomorrow we'll start the top 8, meaning the climax of the league is coming up. Next day, Lance walks into the top stands where Oak is waiting for him, but when he gets there he sees a man he recognizes, Charles Goodshow, the president of the league competition committee. Long time no see, Mr. President, and Oak, you as well. Lance nods respectfully. Oak gave a nod back, but Mr. Goodshow chuckled. There is no need for that. After all, we are not strangers. Where is the Elite Four, if I may ask? They are a bit behind schedule. Lorelei chose to stay behind and teach them a thing to do. Goodshow smiled and stroked his beard as he looked out of the window where the remaining top 8 were all told to go stand at. From there, Lance could see 3 people of interest, Ash, Green, and Gary. All 3 of them managed to enter and reach the top 8 this year. Oak smiled. I did train them myself. I'm quite proud of how far they have gotten. I can see that, especially since they all started this year. That's quite impressive. Goodshow rubbed his beard. Yes, those 3 you speak of are quite impressive. I can tell that they all have potential. Maybe after this, if they win, they'll go after your spot. Oak and Lance both exhaled heavily, knowing none of the 3 wanted to be champion. Don't keep your hopes up. Goodshow chuckled. Well, is there a specific one that catches your eye? Well, I'd be lying if I didn't want my grandson to win, Oak said. Then a fourth voice of an old woman spoke. Yes, Gary, and your blatant favoritism. From the side, Agatha walked out slowly. Oak flinched slightly. Oh, Agatha, I didn't know you were also coming to watch. Well, why would I miss it? After all, I'm retired now, so I have a lot of free time, Agatha said as she walked forward and looked out of the window. I must say Gary is nothing like you were when you were his age, but then I suppose neither was Blue. Oak chuckled helplessly. Yeah, it makes me wonder what happened to my side of the genetics. Well, he has your looks if that makes you feel any better, you old man, Agatha said, grinning ear to ear. As they were going back and forth, Good Show looked at Lance. And what about you? Is there someone who catches your eye? Well, I suppose you can say that it's more that I was impressed by this individual, Lance said. Oak was bantering with Agatha, looking for a way to escape when he realized something. That reminds me, I need to go down there by. Oak said as he moved as fast as he could. Lance sighed helplessly as Good Show was chuckling. He could see the Kanto Elite Four walking in with them. The Johto Elite Four also followed. As they entered, they all started talking about this year's competitors, but Lance seemed to be a bit distracted as he narrowed his eyes as he looked down and focused on Ash. The spotlight was on them now. A Rotom drone was circling them, getting good shots of all the remaining competitors. Now that they were in the top 8, the real Indigo League would begin. All over Kanto and even in other regions this was being broadcasted. People everywhere were brimming with excitement, wondering who would fight who and who would win. Once the announcer finished introducing them, he continued. The Indigo League is by far the oldest among all the regions. We have been told that it is outdated and it needs to change. Then as he spoke, someone holding a torch ran out and stopped. Then from the other side, none other than Samuel Oak walked out without his lab coat and took the flame of Molters. It also caused Gary, who was standing right next to Ash, to look at Oak in pure confusion. But to that we in Kanto say, who cares, the announcer said as the crowd of those who live in Kanto started cheering. We are Kanto, we walked so they could run. Why should we change who we are? Oak started running with the flame, climbing the staircase leading to the unlit podium. The sacred flames of Molters represent us. It symbolizes that which we must overcome to become great, and yet it never goes out, like how our Kanto spirit will always prevail. As the crowd started cheering, Oak continued running, holding the flame high up, and when he reached the top he looked at it and then lit the fire, indicating the true start of the Indigo League. The announcer then gestured towards the screen above him. We will now announce the battles. The screen started rapidly changing through every possible battle when suddenly 4 battles were chosen. Next to them the pictures of the people in question. Gary vs Janette, Mina vs Green, Remo vs Oishi, Ash vs Cross. The crowd started cheering as those who were going to fight looked at each other, and for the first time in a long time, Ash and Cross finally met face to face again. Gary vs Janette. This battle was going as one might expect. Gary had the advantage, however he was still on his second Pokemon, being his Blastoise, while Janette was on her last, being Bellsprout, after losing her other 2. People were looking more intently at the battle. Although Gary had the clear advantage over this battle, the people did see what Bellsprout could do, and it had the type advantage. Janette raised her arm, energy ball rapid fire. Bellsprout reared her head back and started shooting out a barrage of small energy balls from her circular mouth. Meanwhile Gary smirked and raised his arm, withdraw then rapid spin. Blastoise retreated to his shell as he launched himself through the air, getting closer and deflecting the smaller energy balls before finally getting close. Now Ice Punch. Blastoise stuck out his head and arm as he threw a frozen fist toward Bellsprout. However, Bellsprout managed to dodge out of the way, causing Blastoise to punch the ground. Janette took this chance. Solar Beam. As Bellsprout started charging up a beam in her circular mouth, Gary called out, "Withdraw." Blastoise retreated back into his shell just as Bellsprout finished charging. To anyone else they may have just released it at the shell hoping for reduced damage. However, Janette smiled. Bellsprout jump on Blastoise and shoot it inside the opening. Bellsprout jumped up and used her leaves to force the opening to be a little larger as she shot the solar beam directly inside of Blastoise's shell. After which people watched with amazement that this Bellsprout might actually take down Blastoise. Once Bellsprout finished, it was silent for a moment. But then Gary smiled. Skull Bash. Out of the opening, Bellsprout was in front of Blastoise, shot his head out, and he had an ice helmet that he created with a ice beam, then gave Bellsprout a headbutt so hard the ice helmet broke. Now let's end this blizzard, Gary commanded. Blastoise stumped on the ground as it started becoming light blue with ice, including where Bellsprout was, as it froze completely as more cold only came and Bellsprout started to freeze as she struggled. But despite her best efforts, eventually Bellsprout was turned into an ice statue. Bellsprout is unable to battle, which means that Blastoise is the winner and will move on to the next round. Remo vs Oishi. Oishi's Nidoking fell to the ground with spirals in his eye, as on Remo's side his Gurdurr also fell, meaning they were both left with only their last Pokemon. Oishi returned Nidoking and without hesitation let Marowak out, and Remo did return Gurdurr, but he held his last Pokemon holding Garco. Kid, you're not half bad. In any other situation I might lose, you know. However, I do have something you don't, Remo said as he finally threw out his last Pokemon Garco. Oishi and Marowak got in position. And what is it that you think gives you the edge in this battle? Remo spun his umbrella around. Let me show you, a power that you don't have. Then he pressed the top of his umbrella as a bright light erupted from it. Mega Evolful. Garco was enveloped in a bright light as his body began changing, then extending, his claws replaced with axes as now Garco had Mega evolved. The crowd started cheering and screaming as page flipping could be heard over the intercom. Ah yes, here we are, Mega Evolution. Folks, what you are seeing here is Mega Evolution, a power that happens when you have a Pokemon and a respective stone plus a bond to create a new power. It is not as common here in Kanto, it is more prevalent in Hoenn and Kalos, but I suppose it is a good time to bring up the rules on gimmicks such as this. As per the tournament rules in all regions, each participant can use only one gimmick if they have it, so this is fair game. Oishi gulped hearing the announcer's explanation of this new power in front of him, but still, he didn't back down. Marowak Bone Rush. Remo smiled. Garku Dragon Rush. Marowak's bone glowed bright orange as Garku's arms glowed light blue and extended, and they both started rushing towards each other. Marowak was faster, so he managed to dodge the first hit and then land one hit on the arm. Then Marowak jumped behind Garku and slammed his back with the bone before dodging again and using it again on Garku's leg. Then finally Marowak jumped high and spun his bone around ready to slam Garku across the head. But then Garku raised his arms and caught Marowak's bone, making him flinch, but he didn't get a chance to react because Garku swiped his arm covered in that light blue energy directly into Marowak's stomach and sent him flying back. Marowak was still up, but he was barely up and coughing, having to use the bone as a cane, but he was still willing to keep going. But then he took one step and fell over, finally dropping his bone. Marowak is unable to battle. This means that Garku is the winner. Remo laughed into the sky as Garku went back to base. Meanwhile, Oishi went over to Marowak and bent down. "It's okay, partner. We did our best." Then he returned him to the ball. Suddenly Remo's foot came into Otishi's view. When Oishi looked up, he saw Remo holding his hand out to help him up. Pretty good kid. Mina vs Green. Both Green and Mina were down to their final Pokemon. Mina had her Raibami out and Green had Gengar. Mina held her arm behind her head, stretching. "Man, this is intense, don't you think? I think I've got all kinds of inspiration now." Green was kinda taken aback by how Mina was acting in the middle of a battle. I mean, yeah, we are in the top 8, how could we not? Meanwhile, as they were talking, Raibami was shooting out energy balls and Gengar was shooting shadow balls, as they were also frantically dodging each other. Mina looked almost looking half asleep. "Hey, why do you look so serious? We're just having fun." Green sighed and held her head. "Geez, is this how the boys feel when I act like this? No wonder." Then she shook her head. Gengar Sludge Bomb. Gengar disappeared into the shadow but then reappeared inside Raibami's shadow and jumped out, spitting out a deep purple gunk directly at Raibami before running back to Green's side. Mina looked at Green. "Hey, we were talking." Green pointed at Mina. "This is a battle, not a picnic, so get serious already." Mina tilted her head. "Oh, okay, if you say so." Then she rolled up her sleeve where a bracelet with a pink gem was seen. "What's this, folks? It looks like we're about to see a Z move," the announcer said. Green heard the announcer and flinched. She did know what Z move were, she just didn't expect to see them. Mina pushed on the gem as it started glowing, and then she began a weird-looking dance as Raibami was covered in a bright orange light and was covered in Z-power. Twinkle Tackle. From Raibami multiple stars were created and started flying around everywhere, but the children were loving it. They were beginning to surround and hit Gengar as Raibami was flying worse than him with Z-power charged in her fist. Green clenched her teeth, then she felt something in her pocket. When she pulled out what it was, she realized what she needed to do. After all, if Mina was allowed to do that, why can't she do this? As the stars completely covered Gengar, Raibami was flying around looking at it. Then as she sent a punch with the Z-power into the pile, everyone heard something. Mega Evolve. From the pile of stars, a bright light erupted from the center and an explosion came from the Z-power and the new power, causing Raibami to be sent back. Then as everyone looked at where Gengar was, and there they saw there was a purple gem floating near him, on his head a yellow orb that looked like a third eye, and his arms were extending to the floor. He was Mega Gengar. Green used the Megastone she got all the way back from Looker on the SSN. At the time she didn't know who it was for, but something just told her that it was for Gengar, and hey, she was right. She smiled again. "Gengar, let's end this." Shadow Ball. From the yellow gem on Gengar's forehead, a large dark purple orb was created as he shot it through Raibami. Mina looked at the orb approaching and pointed at Raibami. "Raibami Energy Ball." Raibami nodded as she started charging up another green orb. "Oh no, you don't disable," Green commanded. Gengar's eyes flashed red as suddenly Raibami's attack fizzled out, and before she could realize it, the shadow ball was next to her and exploded. After the smoke disappeared, Raibami was on the ground with spirals in her eyes, and Gengar went back to base just laughing the entire time. Raibami is unable to battle, meaning Gengar is the winner. Ash was walking past the main parts of the festival and about to go over to the waiting room for his upcoming battle against Cross. He had a more or less plan already. Along the way, he felt Pikachu pull on his hair and point at a snack stand, and it didn't take much to notice Jessie, James, and Meowth giving out snacks as regular old snack vendors. Ash raised his eyebrow but decided not to do anything about it. After all, they looked like they were extremely busy with that, and besides, there were all kinds of strong trainers here. If they tried something, they would not get far. He did go up and buy a box of chocolate and gave it to Pikachu, and it even seemed like they didn't even notice it was him as he paid for it and walked off. As Ash let Pikachu start eating, he thought about something but decided not to as he walked over to the waiting room, where immediately coming out he saw Green jumping with Mina clapping for her with the same tired expression. On the other side, he saw Gary, who looked at him and shrugged. "She's been like this since she came back." Green smiled. "I can't help it. I managed to win, and apparently I had a thing for Gengar to Mega Evolve." Gary shrugged and pulled out a brown Megastone with gray inside of it. "I still don't know what this one is supposed to be for. What about you, Ash? You find out what yours is." "It was for Abra when she finally evolves," Ash said. "Anyway, I guess I should get ready. I am the last fight for today." "PHH, yeah, good luck and try not to lose. It would be awkward if you lose now," Gary said, putting on a smirk. Ash waved his hand as he walked past them. Yeah, save the banter for after. Besides, I don't plan on losing." It is time for the final battle of the top 8 to begin, the announcer said. On this side, we have someone else from all the way in Alola, let's give it up for Cross. And on this side, we have the current youngest participant, it is Ash of Pallet Town. On the red side, Cross walked up with his arms crossed and on the other Ash came up as well, the crowd started cheering. Ash gave a wave over to Cross, yo dude, how you been, it's been a while. Yes it has, I may not remember our last battle but I promise you this time I'm not going to lose, Cross said. We'll see about that, after all, I don't want to lose either, Ash smirked. Let's not waste any more time, you all know the rules, both competitors may now begin. Go, Mudsdale. Nidoking, let's go. On Cross' side stood a Mudsdale that exhaled heavily, and on Ash's was Nidoking crashing his arms together now that he would finally get to fight. He also had a life orb with him. Begin. Ash took the first move, Nidoking double spikes, toxic spikes plus stealth rock. The back spikes on Nidoking's back started glowing as purple and brown spikes fell across the field and then disappeared. Cross looked at them and frowned, of course you would, then I'll do the same stealth rock. Mudsdale stomped its hives on the ground as spikes flew out and fell on Ash's side. Ash smiled, alright then, in that case, Nidoking Shadow Ball. Before this battle he changed Nidoking's nature to modest, plus spa, ATK, so as Nidoking clapped his hands together a dark purple sphere was created and fired towards Mudsdale. Mudsdale took the hit and didn't even look like it bothered it as Cross called out, heavy slam. Mudsdale ran forward and in a large leap flew above Nidoking ready to fall and use its entire 2028.3 pounds to slam into Nidoking. But Ash raised his arm, Nidoking quick protect. Nidoking raised his arms and brought them together as a small shell appeared above him and when Mudsdale fell it crashed into him and the force cracked the ground under Nidoking's feet. But that just meant Mudsdale could not run so Ash yelled out, use superpower and throw it into the ground. As the shield disappeared Nidoking had to handle Mudsdale's extreme weight as he struggled he felt his muscles tighten as they then expanded and his arms were covered in a light blue aura. Then with this new strength, he took Mudsdale and threw it onto the ground onto the spikes, but he wasn't done as he grabbed him again and started to drag it across the spikes he left out before. Cross clenched his teeth, Mudsdale high horsepower and get free. Mudsdale managed to squirm just a bit as its face was bright to the ground again, then as his face was down he delivered a kick directly to Nidoking's face making him drop Mudsdale. Then Cross raised his arm again, now Iron Head. As Mudsdale got to his feet his head started glowing silver and then he delivered a headbutt to Nidoking's stomach. But Nidoking stayed in place not falling back as then he grabbed onto Mudsdale, use Mudsdale to use Rock Slide. Nidoking smiled as he then forced Mudsdale back on the ground and started to drag his face across the stone battlefield and debris along with the spikes before finally throwing him back. Now in this earth power, Ash commanded as soon as he saw that Mudsdale was still up. Nidoking stumped on the ground as below him a crack where golden light emerged and started rapidly approaching Mudsdale's location, and when they reached under him suddenly an explosion of golden light happened directly under him. Mudsdale fell over with spirals in his eyes as Nidoking crashed his hands together and laughed. Cross returned him to the Pokeball and brought out his next Pokemon. He took a breath clenching this Pokeball for a second before throwing it out. Go, Incineroar. From the Pokeball a familiar red tiger came out and stopped on the ground, also getting a bit of chip and poisoned on the spikes. Cross didn't wait for a second, Incineroar Darkest Lariat. Incineroar grinned as his fist glowed a dark purple as he ran forward and sent a punch into Nidoking's stomach, causing him to slide back a few feet but he was still up. If that's how you want it, Nidoking use Venoshock. Ash commanded. Cross also yelled out Will-O-Wisp. From Incineroar's belt, 3 spirit flames came out and flew towards Nidoking who was charging up a shot in his mouth and they connected with him directly. However, where people would expect the burn Nidoking looked unaffected as he then spit out multiple dark-colored balls of sludge that hit into Incineroar and doubled from the poison. It caused him to fall onto his back and eat the figgy berry he had in his mouth. Cross's eyes narrowed staring at Nidoking. I see, well in that case then we just need to change our strategy. Knock off. Incineroar got up from his prone position in a handstand and flipped to get himself back to his feet as he ran forward and slapped at Nidoking's life orb knocking it off. Now Fire Blast. With Incineroar being so close he opened his mouth and shot a Fire Blast point blank at Nidoking's face making him take a few steps back and cover his face. Ash smiled, so you did improve, that's good, I was worried you'd be stuck at how weak you were back then. Cross grinned, you're not the only one who got stronger, now let's end this. Drain Punch. Ash smiled, well then let's go down swinging. Sucker Punch. Incineroar and Nidoking ran at each other and sent a red and black punch at each other repeatedly punching the other across the face, and with everything from before Nidoking fell over as Incineroar roared in the air. Ash returned Nidoking as he pulled out his next Pokemon, still noticing Incineroar was taking the poison. Alright then Beedrill, let's go. From the Pokeball, a large shiny Beedrill came out and took some spike damage, but it made people in the audience marvel at its different color. But Cross smiled, don't tell me you gave me the type advantage on purpose. Incineroar bulk up then Power Trip. Incineroar's muscles grew as then his fists got covered in darkness when suddenly he was stopped in place. When everyone looked around they saw strings made from Drill's webs. Ash smiled, you're right, you do have the advantage, so let's make things a little more fair. Then he raised his sleeve revealing a Mega Bracelet, and Beedrill had a yellow stone. Ash pressed it as both it and Beedrill started glowing. Mega Evolve. Drill's body extended as she grew 2 new stingers and her exoskeleton started getting harder as well, as now Mega Beedrill flew there. Cross clenched his teeth. He held his necklace for a moment before deciding not yet. Incineroar break free with flame charge. Incineroar's body was covered in fire burning off the webs, grabbing it, then she shot forward aiming to tackle Beedrill. Beedrill dodged, then poison jab. Beedrill moved so fast that an afterimage was created of her that Incineroar attacked, whereas she appeared behind and sent a stab into his back, boosted by her new ability Adaptability. The thing was, Beedrill was about as durable as a damp piece of paper, and more so in this form since it focuses on only offense and nothing on defense. So that just meant he had to take care of Incineroar fast. Beedrill now ex Cesar. Cross raised his arm. Quick use Fire Fang. Incineroar turned around with his fangs on fire, and just as he was about to bite Beedrill, she disappeared, then reappeared behind Incineroar again and sent a slash to his back. Now let's end this. Cross poison. Ash commanded. Drill's stingers glowed purple as she appeared in front of Incineroar, and with all 4 stingers sending Incineroar falling over, but before he did, Incineroar stumped back and fell forward using a Fire Fang on Drill's wing before falling over unconscious. Cross returned Incineroar as he looked at Beedrill. He pulled out his last Pokemon and looked at it as he clenched it, then threw it out, releasing Lycanroc Midnight. Ash raised his arm first. Beedrill use Cross Poison. Get back Lycanroc. Beedrill flew towards Lycanroc, although she was going slower than before due to the injured wing, but she still reached Lycanroc and sent a slash at him, before Lycanroc jumped back. Swords dance, then Stone Edge. Cross command. As swords started to dance around Lycanroc's body, suddenly stones started rising as he stopped on the ground, creating a large spy made of stone to pierce from under Beedrill. Beedrill moved to the side and managed to dodge most of the damage, but her arm was caught in it and she was stuck in the stone spike. Then Cross reached into his pocket and pulled out a Z-crystal, but it wasn't the same one as before. Ash recognized this one as Lycanium Z. It's now or never, let's do this. Cross put it in his X necklace and pressed it as the Z energy started overflowing around him and Lycanroc. Cross began doing the movements as Lycanroc felt the energy entering him. He jumped onto the highest rock and hauled into the sky, the energy causing the ground around it to break, causing shards of rocks to get thrown into the air and fly upwards. Splintered Storm's Hearts. Then as Lycanroc stopped and looked at Beedrill, the stones stopped and then pointed toward her. Then Lycanroc and the stones started rushing toward Beedrill. Lycanroc sent a slash before landing behind Beedrill as the stones also came in and collapsed on top of Beedrill. The arena was covered in smoke as shards of rock were flying everywhere, forcing Ash and Cross to cover their eyes. Then when they finally looked back, they saw the stones fall as they then saw Beedrill unconscious and going back to base. Cross and Lycanroc made little cheer since they managed to take down a Mega, although Lycanroc took a bit of poison damage along with the damage from the slash. Ash returned Beedrill and smiled before looking down. What do you say? You want to take this one? Of course. He was talking to Pikachu, who nodded as his cheeks sparkled with electricity and ran onto the field. As soon as Pikachu entered the field, Cross and Lycanroc frowned and got ready. After all, they knew firsthand what this Pikachu could do. Cross pointed at Pikachu, Lycanroc stomping tantrum. Lycanroc began stomping on the ground repeatedly before striking the ground hard with one of his feet, sending splinters of the ground flying toward Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu smiled. Let's do this, bud. Counter shield. Pikachu fell to one hand as he then started spinning around in channeling electricity, then spun it back around through the attack, dispersing it and sending a wave of electricity at Lycanroc. Cross and the audience were amazed by the sudden move. It seemed like it was more fit to be in a contest than a battle, but no one could refute the results. Cross shook his head then looked forward. Lycanroc Stone Edge now. Lycanroc stomped his other foot on the ground as multiple stones started piercing through the ground and he started throwing them towards Pikachu. Ash tipped his hat as he smiled. Agility and get in close. Pikachu started running forward, his afterimages running past and under the incoming stones, jumping over, under, around, and anything else getting closer as Lycanroc just kept spamming Stone Edge. The audience was holding their breaths waiting to see what was going to happen. Although they knew that Pikachus were meant to be weak, for someone to have this level of confidence to send out a Pikachu, there must be something. When Pikachu got close, Ash smiled. Well, it's been fun, Cross, but in the end, all good things have to come to an end. As Cross heard that, his eyes widened. Ash raised his voice. We've been working on this. Pikachu use Volt Tackle. Pikachu's entire body was covered in golden electricity as he used one of the stones from Lycanroc's attack as leverage before shooting forward like a missile directly at Lycanroc's chest. The resulting impact created an explosion as electricity was pulsating on the very ground. From the smoke, Lycanroc's body was shot out and he slammed into the wall next to Cross, spirals in his eyes. The audience stayed in stunned silence for a moment, and then the announcer finally spoke. Lycanroc is unable to battle, which means Pikachu is the winner, and Ash moves on to the next round. Then the entire stadium started roaring with cheers as Pikachu jumped back on Ash's shoulder. Cross also returned Lycanroc and started walking up to Ash. Well, I guess even now I couldn't beat you, but I'm surprised you didn't even use that Charizard. Well, I've been cooking something extra special with him, so I don't want anyone getting any ideas before I even use the big boy stuff. Cross shook his head, then he looked at Ash and held his hand out. Well then, good luck, and hey, don't lose immediately next round, it would make me look worse. Ash smiled and returned the handshake. Don't worry, I don't plan on losing. Ash, Green, and Gary were hanging out in the common room together with Brock, Misty, and Yellow with them. It was the next day, meaning that the top 4 would start and they would need to fight each other. Green vs Gary. Ash vs Remo. Those were the matches that were scheduled, which from the look of how everyone was acting it didn't seem like they. Misty looked at the 3. How are you 3 not panicking, or at least nervous? You're literally at the end and you're going to have to fight each other. Why bother? It won't do any good to stress. It's not like it will change anything, Ash said, scrolling through his Rotom Dex with Pikachu sleeping on his chest. I mean, he has a point. Why bother? Gary said just as laid back. Besides, you should just be worried for Ash over there since I'm going to be the winner here, Green said smugly. Keep telling yourself that, Gary responded. Remind me again who wins our battles more often. Oh yeah, well you tell me who has more losses to Ash then. That's only because we fight more. I also have the most wins against him. Why am I the unit of measurement? Ash asked. But he didn't get a response as the two continued bickering. Then Yellow looked at him. So Ash, do you think you can win? I mean, yeah, probably. From the looks of the Remo guy, he looks like he relies on Mega Evolution and his Gar comp more than everything else. Not saying it's going to be easy by any means though. Brock nodded his head. That is a good view. After all, no matter what, he still is another one of the top 4 just like you 3. Sure Brock, Ash said, stretching his arms back. By the way, you two shouldn't you get going? Your match starts in like 30 minutes. Shoot, you right, Gary said as he got up and ran out. Yeah, I need to go beat Gary up. See you in the finals, Ash, Green said as she followed behind. Ash looked over at his friends who were still in the lounge. So do you guys want to go to the stadium or do you want to just watch it from here? Misty gave him a deadpan expression. Seriously dude, this is a new level of lazy, even for you? Welcome back everyone. You all know the drill by now, so I won't keep you all waiting in suspense. This is the battle of the top 4. From now on, all trainers will use a full team of 6 against each other. This is a battle of the rookies as both of these trainers are from the same town and started at the same time. On this side we have Green of Pallet Town, and on the other stands Gary of Pallet Town. On the red side, Green hopped on, and on the green side Gary stood across. The crowd seemed to get louder and louder each round, so much that a certain boy in a red cap bought some earplugs. This is a 6-on-6 battle? No time limits, freedom to substitute Pokemon as you wish, and a full 6-on-6 clash to the finish? Both trainers may release their Pokemon. Both Gary and Green threw out their first Pokemon. Go, Wigglytuff. Cesar, let's do this. Over their training, Gary finally chose to get a metal coat and evolve Cesar into Cesar, as they both stomped onto the field and prepared to start. Begin. Cesar, let's start this with Bullet Punch. Cesar's figure suddenly flickered as he appeared next to Wigglytuff with his fists glowing silver, but just as he was about to start the barrage of punches, suddenly Green spoke up. Double screens. Wigglytuff created a reflect and light screen in front of her immediately right before the punches hit her and blocked most of the damage. Then Green smiled as she pointed to the sky. Now misty terrain. Wigglytuff then shot a pink ball out of her mouth and shot it into the air, causing the area to become foggy with a pink mist. Gary looked at the pink area and frowned. Brick break and get rid of those screens. Cesar's fist glowed red as he sent a downward punch over Wigglytuff's head. The punch collided with the screens and through, sending the punch directly into Wigglytuff's face. The punch collided but didn't do much to Wigglytuff's squishy face as she pouted and looked angrily at Cesar, making Cesar blush as cute charm activated. Green smiled. Looks like Cesar's got a crush. Let's give him a kiss. Wigglytuff walked up as she jumped and used a sweet kiss that caused Cesar's already red face to become even redder. Cesar, snap out of it. Gary yelled but it didn't do anything. Wigglytuff, now flamethrower. Green commented. Wigglytuff's pink body puffed up in the chest as then she shot out a breath of flames aimed directly at Cesar, who was still confused that when he snapped out of his trance it was too late and he got hit. Cesar was covered in flames from Wigglytuff as suddenly the illusion of his crush was hurting him almost as much as the X4 fire burning him. Gary raised his arms, Cesar snap out of it and roost, then bullet punch. Cesar lowered his wings as he then dashed forward and around Wigglytuff, getting behind and sending a few dozen technician bust punches at Wigglytuff, sending her flying back over to the center. Green looked at the screen and then got an idea. Wigglytuff dazzling gleam into the ground. Wigglytuff puffed up again, then shot multiple bright pink shards into the ground, sending a dust cloud up. Cesar and Gary couldn't see anything, so he commanded, vacuum wave. Cesar put his arms together and shot multiple shots of air into the cloud, but each went right through, hitting nothing but the ground. Then Green called out, now fire blast. Wigglytuff appeared, not in the dust but behind Cesar as she sent a blast of fire directly to his back, sending Cesar falling to one knee. Gary clenched his teeth. Acrobatics now. Cesar took a breath and extended his wings as he left an afterimage and sent a slash to Wigglytuff's side, sending her back. After everything, Wigglytuff was looking pretty bad. Green could see that the misty terrain start to disperse, so she chose to go out with a bang. Wigglytuff, let's show them what we got. Misty explosion. Gary flinched at that. He didn't expect this but he clenched his teeth. Cesar, brace yourself. Wigglytuff's body started absorbing the mist as then when it all came to her body she smirked at Cesar and let it all out. The resulting explosion covered the field in a pink light. Wigglytuff was out and Green immediately sent her back to her ball, but Cesar was still up but just barely. It looked like a strong wind could take him out. Green smirked. Now let's bring the real fun. Ditto, come on out. From the ball, a ball of purple sludge came out that slowly started taking the form of Cesar. Gary knew what was coming, so he raised his arm. Quick, get as much damage as you can now, superpower. Cesar took a breath before feeling his muscles expand and glow with a light that blue light as he ran forward and sent a powerful punch to Ditto's side just as it finished the transformation into Cesar. Green raised her arm. Now Ditto, show them how it's done. Acrobatics. Ditto extended its new wings as it dashed next to Cesar and sent him flying back after the attack and falling to his back with spirals in his eyes. Gary returned Cesar as he could see Green smugly looking at him, so he brought out his next Pokemon, Arcanine, who as soon as he came onto the field activated Intimidate, making Ditto go -1. Green raised her arm. Brick break. Ditto made his new claws glow red as it started running toward Arcanine. Arcanine, use Will-O-Wisp, Gary commanded. As Ditto got close, Arcanine sent out 3 small flames through the air that crashed into it, causing it to get burned and cutting its attack, and the punch to deal weak damage. Now Flame Wheel, Gary smirked. Arcanine got into a ball and started spinning and revving up. Dodge with agility, then Vacuum Wave. Ditto manages to reappear behind Arcanine as he went past and shot 2 gusts of wind toward his back. Even though Arcanine missed, he didn't stop, and Gary didn't tell him to. Arcanine bounced back with that rock, then Flare Blitz. Arcanine crashed into a stone that caused him to switch momentum and go back to where he came with Ditto still shooting waves at him, but it didn't help as when Arcanine got close he unfurled and sent a flaming tackle into Ditto. Ditto was knocked back and fell face first down, then its body began melting back into goo form, meaning it was out. Green returned it and prepared herself. She had a plan and it all came down to this. She released Gengar, who came out, but he also had something familiar. Green looked at Gary. Why don't we give them a taste of the show early? Gary's eyes widened. Wait, you don't mean Dash? But before he could finish, Green pressed on her earring as it glowed with the Megastone Gengar had. Mega Evolve. Gengar transferred back into his Mega form as he stumped his hands on the ground and laughed at Gary's surprised face. Green also smiled. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Gengar created 3 shadow balls in the air as he shot them towards the dog. The first missed, but the next 2 hit directly, forcing Arcanine to take a few steps back. Gary clenched his teeth and wondered what to do before shaking his head. Arcanine, Iron Head. Thunderbolt, Green added. Arcanine started running at Gengar, his head glowing silver as Gengar started sending the electricity at him, trying to get him to stop, but he didn't and gave a headbutt at Gengar, sending him back. As Arcanine looked up to prepare for the next attack, he suddenly flinched as he was paralyzed from the electricity, and Gengar floated back up, rubbing the spot he got hit, glaring at the dog. Green saw that and smiled. That makes things better. Gengar, use Hex. Gengar's eyes glowed red as he created a dark purple orb with a red eye in the center. Then he threw it as multiple rings started circling it. Gary told Arcanine to get out of the way, but his legs froze up as he got enveloped in the dark energy. Arcanine struggled to stay up for a moment but eventually succumbed and fell to the ground unconscious, so Gary had to return him. So far this battle has been back and forth. The Mega was surprising, but it didn't change the back and forth thing. But Gary did wonder why Gengar and not Venusaur, but he shook that off. He held another Pokeball. So you want the main attraction now, huh? Well then let's go. Blastoise. Blastoise jumped out of his Pokeball, then Gary reached into his pocket and pulled the Blastoisinite, and threw it at Blastoise. Let's do it. Meg dash, but he was cut off. Now Gengar, Poltergeist. Green yelled out. Suddenly the Blastoisinite stopped in the air before Blastoise could grab it, then it flew at him and slapped Blastoise across the face before throwing itself off the stage, still inside the stadium enough to where Gary could go get it, but it was out of bounds. As per league rules, neither the Pokemon nor the trainer could leave the area, otherwise they would get disqualified. This was the essence of Green's plan to get Gary away from Mega Evolving, and it was legal since you could use Knockoff to do the same thing. There was nothing wrong with what she did, and now she had Mega and Gary didn't. Green stuck her tongue out at Gary. Okay Garbear, your move. The battle continued as Mega Gengar was dancing around the field shooting Thunderbolt around in an attempt to catch Blastoise off guard, but Blastoise was still able to hide in his shell and spin. Then after another Thunderbolt attack failed, Gary spoke up and pointed at an area. Do it now right there, Dark Pulse. Blastoise aimed his cannon without hesitation as he shot at the empty area, much to most people's surprise, but what surprised them more was when Gengar appeared there and got hit with the attack. Gengar was caught in his trap, so Green decided to return Gengar for the moment. When he was back in his ball, Green sent out another Pokemon, her Venusaur. When Venusaur got onto the field, both it and Blastoise started glaring at each other like they had unfinished business. Gary and Green didn't pay attention to that part though. Instead, they both pointed at the other and yelled out their command. Venusaur, let's start with a Sludge Bomb. Blastoise, use Ice Beam. Venusaur's flower glowed a sickly purple as he started shooting balls of gunk at Blastoise. Blastoise didn't bother to dodge, getting hit by a few, but then used a Ice Beam to freeze them in the air, and hitting Venusaur at the end didn't hurt. Green raised her arm into the air. Now Energy Ball. As a response, Gary commands, stop it with Muddy Water. As Venusaur was charging up a green orb of energy, Blastoise shot a blast of dirty water that got into Venusaur's eyes, that causing the big frog to get disoriented and miss the energy ball. Now Water Spout. Gary commanded. Blastoise stopped on the ground as his cannons started shooting water into the air aiming at Venusaur. Although it resisted, doing damage wasn't the point of the attack. Green forward, get some health back with Giga Drain. Venusaur created green glowing vines that shot forward and grabbed onto Blastoise's arms, then it started sucking some of Blastoise's energy and giving it back to Venusaur. But that was what Gary wanted as he raised his arm. Now Blastoise grabbed the vines and use Ice Beam at the ground. Just like how he was told, Blastoise wrapped the vines on his hands tightly and with his cannons he shot a light blue beam at the ground at Venusaur's feet. The same ground that was wet from the water spout from earlier, as the entire floor around Venusaur froze and his feet with it. Green was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head. Doesn't matter, Venusaur used Power Whip. Venusaur tried to move the vines that he had out, but Blastoise didn't let go. The turtle smiled at them as they tried. Now Rapid Spin and don't let go. Blastoise retreated into his shell and he started spinning using Venusaur as an axis with the vines as he started spinning around quickly, at the same time forcing the vines to tie around Venusaur more and more until it was so short that Blastoise came close to Venusaur. Now Zen Headbutt, Gary commanded when they got close. Blastoise exerted his shell and sent a headbutt directly to Venusaur's head. Venusaur of course the whole time couldn't move because his feet were frozen onto the ground and now he was wrapped in his own vines. As Venusaur received that headbutt, the ice below him cracked from the pressure of the headbutt, freeing his front right leg. So Green locked at the ground then at Venusaur. Venusaur used Earthquake. Venusaur raised his one free foot and stomped on the ground, causing the ice to instantly crack and break from the shockwaves, and Blastoise fell over as well. Seeing that Blastoise was on the ground, Green took the opportunity. Now Toxic. Venusaur spit out a dark purple steaming orb that crashed into Blastoise's face and forced him to breathe in it, getting him badly poisoned. Gary clenched his teeth seeing he was on a time limit. Blastoise, Aqua Ring, then Dark Pulse. A circle of water surrounded Blastoise as he prepared his cannons and sent the wave of purple waves at Venusaur, hitting him in the chest, but he looked unfazed. Venusaur used Leaf Storm. Green retaliated. As Venusaur stomped on the ground, a tornado of leaves surrounded Blastoise, causing him to get multiple cuts across his body. Then the poison took some of his heath. Let's finish this. Solar Beam, Green said as Venusaur started charging. Gary saw this and retaliated. You're right, let's. Flash Cannon. Blastoise's cannons started glowing. Then both of them shot their respective beam, clashing near the center. The resulting energy caused the stones and ice to start floating as they struggled to try and overpower the other. After a full 10 seconds of a beam struggle, Blastoise clenched his teeth and pushed even harder, also shooting the flash cannon from his mouth, causing his beam to overpower the solar beam and hit Venusaur. The light from the flash cannon completely enveloped Venusaur and sent him flying back. When everyone could see again, they saw Venusaur flipped over unconscious, but it was a Pyrrhic victory as Blastoise was coughing from the poison. Green returned Venusaur and brought out her next Pokemon, Clefable, who happily jumped onto the field. Gary knew Blastoise wasn't going to be up much longer, so he pointed at the pink ball. Hydro Pump with everything you have left. Blastoise raised his cannon and with a tired look shot a blast of water directly at Clefable, sending her falling over and taking the damage, but it was cut short as Blastoise coughed. Green pointed at Blastoise. Thunderbolt. Clefable got up still completely soaked and pouted as she sent a bolt of electricity at Blastoise, and that was enough as he fell over with spirals in his eyes. Gary returned his turtle as he re-evaluated the current threat and brought out his next Pokemon, Electabuzz. As soon as Electabuzz hit the field, he rubbed his hands together with electricity already coursing through him. Clefable, use Calm Mind then Moonblast, Green commanded. Electabuzz, get in close and use Thunder Punch. Gary retaliated. As Clefable closed her eyes, Electabuzz got in close and sent an electrified punch into her jaw, sending her a few feet back. To retaliate, she shot a pink beam into Electabuzz's chest. Gary raised his arm, Power Up Punch. But Green yelled back, Mud Slap at his eyes. As Electabuzz came in running, Clefable shot a blast of mud into his eyes, making him fall over trying to get the mud out. Now Moonblast again. As Electabuzz was struggling to get back up, Clefable shot another pink beam at him, sending him flipping over and face first into a puddle left behind by Blastoise. As Clefable turned around getting cheers from the audience because she was cute, Electabuzz got up and looked angrily at her. Then to Clefable's surprise, Electabuzz grabbed her tightly. Clefable tried to get out, but Electabuzz wasn't letting go as his antennas started sparkling. Gary smiled then snapped, Discharge. Thanks to the area that was still wet from Blastoise, as Electabuzz released his electricity, it dealt extra to Clefable due to it being wet. When Electabuzz was finished, Clefable was still up in his arms, but he didn't let go as he just used Discharge again, and kept it going until eventually Clefable had spirals in her eyes. Green returned Clefable, and seeing that Electabuzz was tired, she brought out her Nidoqueen. Gary saw that, and seeing that Electabuzz was almost completely done, he returned him since he hadn't done that yet and brought out Golem. As soon as Golem hit the field, Green yelled out, Ice Beam now. Gary also made his command, roll out and get out of there. Nidoqueen shot out a bright blue beam out of her mouth. At the last moment, Golem went into a ball and started rolling away, but Nidoqueen still followed behind, leaving a trail of ice. It wasn't until Golem crashed into a rock and bounced up to hit Nidoqueen across the face did she stop the beam. Golem continued rolling around, building up speed, so Green yelled out, use Sludge Wave. Nidoqueen stomped on the ground, causing a wave of purple sludge to start covering the field, and Golem ended up rolling through it, slightly slowing him down enough so that Nidoqueen could catch him before he built too much speed. Nidoqueen now, superpower, and throw him into the air. Green swiped her hand, completely stealing this from a certain someone. Nidoqueen raised Golem over her head as her body glowed a light blue color as she threw him up and came down. She delivered another punch to his armored body. Golem fell back and out of his shell as he got up, looking up seeing Nidoqueen towering over him. But he steadied himself when he heard Gary's voice, Gyro Ball. Golem spun his body around as a small silver energy started circling, then she shot himself at Nidoqueen, hitting her and sending her back at the unexpected attack. But Gary wasn't done as he swiped his arm around. Now Earthquake. As Golem fell back on the ground, he stomped his feet, causing the shockwave to spread and hit Nidoqueen directly, sending her to a knee. Green clenched her teeth and swiped her arm. Ice Beam quick. Nidoqueen shot another light blue beam. This time it did connect, but it didn't stop Golem from revving up again. When Golem was finished getting ready, Gary called out, Iron Head. Then as Golem shot forward, he reappeared, and as his shell armor glowed sliver, he crashed face first into Nidoqueen, sending her stumbling 3 steps back. Dynamic Punch. Heavy Slam. They both commanded at the same time as Nidoqueen brought forth her fist and Golem his with his body weight behind him and glowing silver. They both hit each other with the attacks at the same time, sending the other flying back from the force of the other. Golem was the first to fall over, and then Nidoqueen, resulting in a double KO. Green and Gary returned their Pokemon and brought out the next. For Green this was her last Pokemon, but it might as well be the last since Electabuzz was almost completely drained. The Pokemon that hit the field were Green's Mega Gengar and Gary's Kangaskhan, which did have Scrappy so she could hit Gengar. Green was about to start when Gary quickly yelled out, Fake Out. Kangaskhan sent a slap at Gengar, making him flinch for a moment as Gary continued, Now Mega Kick. Kangaskhan sent a kick at Gengar while he was down. She was about to do another when Gengar received and phased through the ground and reappeared behind. Green raised her arm to finally give her command, Focus Blast. From Gengar's yellow third eye a red orb appeared and shot into Kangaskhan's back, making her stumble forward for a moment, but she was fine. Dizzy Punch now, Gary commanded. Kangaskhan raised her arm and tried to send a punch at Gengar, but he just phased out again, running away from the attack and appearing above her. Green called out, Sorry Mama Kangaskhan, but Sludge Wave. Gengar spat out a small wave of dark purple sludge, and when Kangaskhan noticed it, she covered her baby and took it directly. Gary clenched his teeth seeing this. Since Gengar went Mega, he had the advantage here. He wasn't sure how he could pull this one out if only he got to Mega Evolve earlier. Suddenly from his pocket as Kangaskhan was hugging her baby, Gary felt his pulse when he looked at what it was. He saw the stone he got from Looker months ago. As he looked at the field, he realized what he needed to do. As the wave stopped coming, Gary called out, Kangaskhan, use Focus Punch on the ground and retreat. Kangaskhan raised her fist just as Gengar was coming in for another attack. He got caught in the shockwave as the hit caused the stadium to shake. Kangaskhan jumped back to Gary's side and he whispered something that made Mama Kangaskhan flinch, but she still nodded. As Gengar came out of the dust, he suddenly saw Kangaskhan rush toward him using Power-Up Punch and hitting him to the ground. Gengar floated back up and with a laugh he was about to send another Sludge Bomb, but before he did, unexpectedly Kangaskhan rushed forward and grabbed him. He couldn't phase through this due to how Scrappy worked. But it was at this point that everyone noticed something. Where was the baby Kangaskhan? It wasn't in Kangaskhan's pouch. As everyone looked around wondering if it fell out anywhere, then everyone looked at Gengar, including Green. And Gengar just looked offended. Jei, hey, don't look at me, I don't eat babies. But that was cut when everyone heard a cute cry. As everyone looked in its direction, they saw the baby Kangaskhan waddle over holding a stone that was locked to be as big as its head. But not just any stone, the Mega Stone. Gary smiled and held his keystone. Let's do this, Mega Evolve. Suddenly the stone, the baby Kangaskhan, and the Mama Kangaskhan all started glowing and shining. The power made Mama Kangaskhan gain minimal changes besides her growth, but the most change came from the baby Kangaskhan, who immediately grew from up rapidly, now just looking like a miniature version of its mother. This was Mega Kangaskhan. Gengar felt a sweat drop as he used Psychic to force Mama Kangaskhan's arms open and letting him get out and fly back around. Gary smiled, now Dizzy Punch. The two Kangaskhan's ran forward as Mama sent a punch that Gengar phased through, but when he unphased he was greeted by the baby sending a punch of its own. Gengar fell back and shook his head as Green called out, Focus Blast. Gengar summoned up 3 red orbs and threw them out, aiming for the Kangaskhan's. Fire Punch, Gary said. The two Kangaskhan ran forward. Mama used her arms and used Fire Punch on the orbs, letting baby Kangaskhan get close enough to Gengar, getting to send a poke to the ghost type. After that, Gary quickly called out, Let's finish this return. Mama Kangaskhan rushed forward after the baby punched Gengar, and when Gengar opened his eyes he was greeted by another punch to the face by Mama Kangaskhan. When Gengar was knocked back from that poke, baby Kangaskhan used his mom's arm as leverage and jumped after Gengar. Baby Kangaskhan managed to land on top of Gengar and sent a punch directly to his head, sending him flying down as Kangaskhan held on by Gengar's ears. Gengar was falling, spiraling, and when he was about to crash into the ground, baby Kangaskhan jumped off and his mother caught him, which is more than what could be said for Gengar, who crashed and was knocked out. Gengar went back to base as Mama Kangaskhan and baby Kangaskhan celebrated with a hug as they went back to base, getting a lot of people cheering for the cute baby. And in an adorable turn of fate, Gengar is unable to battle, which means the winner is the mother-son duo Kangaskhan. Gary and Green walked back into the waiting room. Gary already got the Blastoise from the ground where it was thrown, and Green was looking more upset than anything. As they entered, they saw Ash sitting on the couch of the lounge. So, Gary ended up winning, huh? Did you expect anything else? Gary said smugly. Green sighed, it's not fair. I mean, you pulled out that second Megastone that we didn't even know you had. Yeah, never mind, that's exactly what you did against that Alolan girl, Mina, Ash said, rolling his eyes. Hey, that's different. Green said defensively. How? Ash asked. She shrugged. I dunno, but it was worth a shot. Gary sighed. Well, serves you right. You tried to keep me from mega evolving, so you don't get to complain. Hey, it's not my fault you're salty about my perfect plan. If you didn't conveniently have another one I would have won, Green argued. Yeah, well, not my problem that you can't accept it, but look on the bright side, you can at least fight for third place, Gary said smugly. As they continued the banter with each other from the door, Remo walked in and walked up to them, catching their attention. He smiled and leaned down looking at Gary. So you're the one I'm going to face during the final? Grandson of Oak, didn't expect I'd find one person, much less three, with Mega Evolution, but it should make the finals interesting. Ash's eye twitched. Hey, you do realize you're fighting me next, why are you already talking about the finals? Remo chuckled. Ha, don't make me laugh, kid, your Mega Beedrill stand no chance against me, this battle will be a cakewalk, but hey, at least you can battle with your little girlfriend for third place. Green slightly flinched at that, but Ash rolled his eyes at Remo's remark. Right, because that's totally my only Mega. Oh, how scared I am of the big man fighting a 10-year-old. Remo clearly didn't understand the sarcasm and laughed. Now you're getting it. Then he slapped Ash on the shoulder. But don't feel too bad. You can always say you lost to the future strongest Dragon Master. Then before they could say anything he walked off to enter the field laughing, leaving the three of them to lock at his back with a deadpan expression. Man, he is cocky, ain't he? Gary said. And did you hear what he said? Dragon Master? He has one dragon type, at least lances look like dragons. Tell me about it. Ash shook his head. He probably came to Kanto expecting to be the top dog and he probably wants to go challenge the Elite Four. Yeah, well, shame he's not going to, Ash said, getting a chuckle from Gary. Gary walked out and grabbed Green by the back of her hoodie's hood to pull her out behind him. Well, good luck and all that stuff. Anyway, see you in the finals. Ash was standing on the red corner as Remo stood on the green holding his umbrella and smiling. Everyone, it is time for the second and last match of the top four. We both have trainers that have come far for this, so let's not waste any time, the announcer said as enthusiastically as ever. On this side, we have the last of the rookie trio, Ash of Pallet Town. And on the other we have Remo coming all the way from the Kalos region. Who among these two will come out victorious? Well, you all know the rules by now, so both trainers may send out their Pokemon. Grano, let's do this. Kingler, I choose you. On Remo's side, Grano the Grand Bull stomped on the ground and on the other Kingler hopped up brandishing her claw. Begin. Ash took the first move. Kingler used Metal Claw. Kingler's big claw glowed silver as she rushed forward, her trusty life orb on her as always glowing. Then as she rushed forward she swung the big claw down. Grano jumped back and Brick Break, Remo commanded. Grano managed to barely dodge the incoming hit, but the shockwave from Kingler's claw hitting the ground left a cracked ground, making Grano stumble for a moment before sending a punch at Kingler's face. Kingler noticed the punch coming and as if on instinct her body glowed a sliver color as she used iron defense without being told, making the damage minimal. Ash smiled. Rock Tomb and make distance. Kingler slammed her claw into the ground and pulled out a comically large stone out of the ground and threw it at Grano. Grano managed to catch it, but it did hit him and sent him sliding back. As Grano was sent back, Ash took advantage. Swords dance, then liquidation. Swords appeared around Kingler, then her small claw became a sword and her large one a hammer, and then she ran after Grano. Remo noticed Kingler rushing forward and raised his arm out. Grano, fling. Grano took the comically large stone and threw it back at Kingler. Everyone expected her to take it and crash into the ground, but the next thing that happened shocked them. Kingler jumped up and slashed at the rock, slicing it in half and coming down to deliver another slash at Grano as the two slices of stone crashed behind her. Grano felt the pain of the slash, but he held himself up and stomped on the ground, hearing Remo's command, play rough. Grano jumped forward, crashing and fighting dirty with Kingler pulling at her legs and stomping on her head, but Kingler's attack didn't fall. In fact, Grano has the ability Intimidate, but Kingler didn't lose attack then either. How is that possible, you may ask? Well, remember back when Ash got some ability capsules from Team Rocket? Well, he used one on Kingler and it ended up unlocking her other normal ability, Hyper Cutter. So her attack was not cut, but Grano will be, as Kingler managed to throw him off of her and punch the dog with her big claw. Close combat, Grano, Remo commanded. The pink dog got up yet again and started punching and kicking Kingler multiple times, but also it ended with his defenses being dropped. Ash saw the twitch in Remo's hand as he realized he was going for his Pokeball, so Ash called out first, don't let them escape, Whirlpool. Kingler extended her claw and from it a tornado of water was made and caught Grano inside of it, sending the poor dog spinning and not letting Remo get a clear shot to return him. Ash pointed towards the top, jump up and use Crab Hammer. Kingler followed and jumped on one of the sliced pieces of rock as leverage before jumping to the top where Grano was spinning around. Then her claw glowed blue as she sent a downward slam, sending them both through the whirlpool and back to the ground. When the water dispersed there, they could all see Kingler with her claw over the unconscious pink dog. Remo looked flabbergasted that the first Pokemon to go down was his, but he quickly shook his head and retired Grano and brought his next Pokemon, his Buffalant, who he named Buffo. Kingler was already kinda tired from Grano, so Remo called out, Buffo, use head charge. Buffo shook his head and puffed out air from his nose heavily, before charging at the crab, and with his ability Reckless it was even stronger. Ash pointed straight forward, meet him halfway, crab hammer. Kingler's claw glowed blue again as she ran forward and sent a punch directly at Buffo's head as they clashed for a moment, creating a pulse of air to shoot out as a result of their clash. Maybe if Kingler wasn't already hurt she could have overpowered Buffo, but instead, Buffo pushed just harder than her and sent her back flying, and knocked her out as he took some recoil. Ash returned Kingler, already expecting this one since she was going against a fresh Buffalant, but he already had his next Pokemon Pidgeot who flew onto the field. Remo narrowed his eyes but still smiled, Allrug height Buffo Iron Head. Buffo the Buffalant's head glowed silver as he started charging forward aiming to bash the bird to the ground. Air slash! Ash commanded. Pidgeot raised his wings and flapped, creating multiple small blades of wind that started crashing into Buffo one after the other, slowing him down but not completely as Buffo sent a weak bash into Pidgeot. Use return, Ash commanded. You do the same. Remo said. Pidgeot flew up as he brought his talons down aiming to slash at Buffo's face, but Buffo shook his head and sent a headbutt into Pidgeot's stomach, but as he did Pidgeot pecked Buffo in the face. Then as Buffo was forced to close his eyes to protect them in case Pidgeot continued, Pidgeot flew up and used his talons to jump off Buffo's face. Fly up and heat wave. Pidgeot flew above Buffo and sent orange wind down at Buffo, making Buffo get pushed back from the air, struggling to keep his eyes open. But Remo held his hand out. Buffo used rock slide to hit that bird. Under the heat of the attack, Buffo runs to a nearby rock and delivers a hind kick, sending it flying up and hitting Pidgeot, making him drop concentration and start to fall. Remo then smiled. Now full power, head charge. Ash also made a command, Pidgeot Brave Bird. As Pidgeot was falling he recovered and spun around as he shot down with his wings back aimed like a missile, making his body get covered in flames, and on the other side Buffo started charging as his afro started glowing red. When they both reached each other the clash caused rocks to go flying and dust to be stored up. One was trying to overpower the other no matter how much it was hurting them just as much. Then with one final push, they both fell to the ground kicking up a dust cloud. When it cleared Buffo was down and Pidgeot was just barely still up. Remo returned Buffo and Ash decided to do the same for Pidgeot. Then Remo looked at Ash. Not bad kid, this is actually more fun than I thought, but you're still going to lose. Go Gyarados. From the Pokeball came Gyarados the Gyarados, who stumped on the ground holding his metal beam. Ash already had a Pokemon in mind even before seeing Gyarados as he sent out Machamp who came onto the field excited for battle. Alright. Bulk up then brick break, Remo said, spinning his umbrella and pointing it at Machamp. Alright, power up punch. Ash commanded back. Gyarados' muscles pulsating as they grew and he ran forward ready to slap Machamp with the steel beam. Machamp however ran forward and with his top two hands caught the beam and with the bottom right he sent a glowing red punch, because then with the bottom left he sent yet another glowing punch, and yes they both gave him +1. Gyarados pulled his beam out of Machamp's grip and he used it as a spear to poke into Machamp's chest. Ash raised his arm, okay then fire punch. Machamp pushed the beam to the ground as he closed the distance delivering two separate flaming punches directly into Gyarados' face sending him sliding back, and when he looked up suddenly he felt the burns on his face, he got burned. But in this situation, Gyarados and Remo smiled since now that he was burned guts activated, as his veins started pulsating more and steam came out of his mouth. Gyarados drain punch. Gyarados used the beam as a leverage as he managed to spin around the air and then brought the beam down like a hammer hitting harder than Machamp expected and healing Gyarados a bit. But then Machamp's hand came out from below and grabbed the beam and there everyone could see Machamp was smiling. After all, before this he wasn't taking this seriously, but now that he deems Gyarados a worthy fight with guts he got the +1. Use dynamic punch. Ash commanded. Machamp still held Gyarados' beam as he brought his fist down and punched him, then a second fist came in sending him back, and also making him confused. Gyarados got back up using the beam as a cane then spun it around and putting it over his shoulder breathing heavily. Remo called out, use low sweep then hammer arm. Gyarados swung his beam at Machamp's legs causing him to fall over onto his back, as then Gyarados brought the beam back up ready to use it as a hammer, but just before it landed Machamp brought his hands up catching it before it could land on him. Get up with rolling kick. Machamp used two hands as leverage and two more to hold the beam as he spun his body around, kicked Gyarados across the face, and then flipped back to his feet. Now end this with close combat. Machamp dashed forward and started repeatedly punching and kicking Gyarados multiple times with each of his arms before finally sending one final punch and sending Gyarados face first into the ground with his beam falling on him. This means that now Remo was down 3 Pokemon putting him at a disadvantage. For the first time, Remo thought that this battle was going to be harder than he originally thought. As Remo returned Buffalant he brought out his next Pokemon, Go, Polippo. From the ball, a Polipper flew out and squawked. The area also started to drizzle due to Polippo's ability, but Machamp didn't go back, he just raised his fists and got ready to keep going. Polippo use Hydro Pump, Remo yelled out as he swung his umbrella around and dropped it on his shoulder. Polippo raised his beak and then spat out a beam of water that was aimed directly toward Machamp. Machamp used Cross Chop. Machamp raised his arms and made them into an X position and started running forward using his hands to block and disperse the water around and running close enough to grab Polippo and land a double chop. Ash quickly spoke up, now seismic toss him into the air and jump. Machamp quickly spun around and threw Polippo into the sky and then with one quick powerful motion jumped high into the sky reaching where Polippo was falling. Remo panicked for a moment, Polippo recover and blow him away with Hurricane. Palipo quickly spun around and flapped his wings multiple times, starting to blow air in an attempt to stop Macamp, but it was no use as Macamp closed the distance and grabbed the bird before using him to soften his own landing. When they both landed back on the ground, Macamp jumped back over to Ash's side, though he was doing a bit worse than preferable since that hurricane did a heavy chunk of damage. On the other side, Palipo was still able to flap his wings and get up, roost, then hurricane again. Palipo began shedding broken feathers as he got some health back and began to flap his wings violently again, creating a tornado of wind around Macamp. Macamp was blocking his face from being hit with the constant air blasts and he clenched his teeth. But Ash just smiled. Alright, let's try what we practiced, counter shield. Each of Macamp's fists was covered in a different elemental punch, then he spun his entire body anti-clockwise, the opposite direction of the tornado, which caused it to disperse into the air. The move caused stirs in the crowds, and in the top VIP stands where a certain muscular man who is always meditating raised his eyebrow. Although his face remained stoic, he was somewhat impressed. Then, before anyone could react to that, Macamp leaped forward and sent 4 individual punches at Palipo, sending the bird to the floor. Palipo quickly used Hydro Pump. Remo yelled out. It was still raining, so as Palipo was still on the ground, he shot another blast of water at Macamp's face, forcing him to cover it. With that, Palipo managed to flap his wings to get off the ground, but as soon as he got up, Macamp's bottom arms reached out as his top ones were still on his face. The hands grabbed Palipo by the wings, stomping him from flying. In a panic, he used Hydro Pump again, but Macamp used his hand to block the stream as he approached. Then he closed Palipo's mouth. Let's finish this. Thunder Punch, Ash commanded. Macamp was only still up due to adrenaline. If this was the game, he would literally be at 0%. But even still, he kept going as he brought his top arm up and delivered an electrified punch directly into the bird, sending it to the ground with a loud bang. Then when it was clear enough, they saw that Palipo had spirals in his eyes as Macamp breathed into the air as the rain dripped off of him. Right before the announcer called that Palipo was unable to battle, Macamp fell over onto his back, breathing heavily, but he probably couldn't keep going, so it was effectively a double KO. Both Ash and Remo returned their Pokemon, then they released their next. Ash sent out Blastwaz while Remo pulled out Raipo the Reperior. Raipo used Stone Edge, Shell Smash, then Aqua Jet. They both said at the same time, as Blastwaz slammed his own shell as a thin layer of white energy broke off of him. Raipo stomped on the ground, causing stones to start rapidly piercing through the ground and approaching Blastwaz. But as they got close, Blastwaz bit down on the white herb he had in his mouth and was covered in water as he blasted through the rocks and flew into the sky, where he released the water and sent a punch onto Raipo's head. Then, with an agility that you wouldn't expect from a Blastwaz, he did a backflip and fell onto the other side, smirking. Remo clenched his teeth. Swords dance, then Megahorn. As spectral swords appeared around Raipo, his horn began glowing green and he attempted to jab it into Blastwaz. Blastwaz managed to grab Raipo by the arms, pushing him and forcing the rock type to stop just barely before he could stab him in the face. But Raipo wasn't giving up as he was trying to overpower Blastwaz. Ash raised his arm, Iron Head. Blastwaz smiled as his head turned silver and he met the horn head on. Literally, they both took damage, but Blastwaz managed to knock Raipo back. Remo spun his umbrella again. Raipo used Earthquake. Raipo slammed his fist onto the ground as a shockwave was sent out from under him, forcing Blastwaz to fall onto his shell. Now use Stomp. Raipo ran forward and raised his foot high, ready to stomp on the turtle, but before that, he saw Blastwaz smile. Rapid Spin, then Ice Beam on the ground. Ash commanded. Blastwaz spun from underneath Raipo before he could stump him. Raipo ended up stopping the ground, creating a crack from where Blastwaz was, but then Blastwaz opened his cannons and shot a blue beam onto Raipo's foot, freezing it in place. As Raipo started stomping at the ice trying to break his foot out, Ash took the next move, now Jet Punch. The bottom of Blastoise's feet retracted and started shooting out blasts of water as he shot at Raipo like a rocket and hit him across the chest, but because of the ice, he didn't go anywhere. But that made Remo smile. Raipo gave him a taste of his own medicine, Metal Burst. As Raipo was pushed, he quickly came back and sent a glowing headbutt at Blastwaz, sending him falling back and rubbing his head. Ash raised his arm. Alright then, keep your distance with Aura Sphere. Blastwaz lowered his cannons and started rapidly shooting orbs directly at Raipo, and it kept going since Raipo couldn't move out of the way until eventually the ice on his foot broke and he fell to the ground. Remo frowned as she slammed his umbrella into the ground. Raipo used Stone Edge over and over again. Raipo got up and began stomping on the ground as multiple sharp, jagged rockets began throwing themselves at Blastwaz, so he popped back into his shell as the stones crashed into him. As the rockets stopped coming, the area looked like you dropped a bomb in it, and there was now a giant pile of rockets near the center. Everyone was looking to see if Blastwaz was even still up. After a moment, the announcer was going to call it until they heard rumbling. Ash smiled and yelled out, Blastwaz, use Gamera Spinner. From the rocks, a spinning shell was shot out and spun through the air as it then changed direction. But what surprised most people was when light blue blades came out of the shell, turning the spinning ball into a spinning blade. Raipo stomped on the ground as a stone wall was quickly made in front of him, but it was no use as Blastwaz broke through and slashed at Raipo, appearing on the other side where Blastwaz made a pose as he had his new pair of sunglasses. Raipo fell over as the wall he created broke in half down the middle. The top half fell over him as he fell unconscious. Remo clenched his teeth. He was being pushed back on what was supposed to be an easy tournament, and this kid, he's younger than him and yet he was getting the same feeling. He shook his head, pushing that thought out of his head, and returned Raipo as he brought out his last Pokemon, Garku the Garchomp, his necklaces shining. Fine then, kid, you've gotten this far, but now is when everything changes, Remo said as he spun his umbrella extremely overdramatically. Ash just sat there and waited. He could easily tell Blast was to rip that thing off of his neck, but he waited. Finally, he brought the top of his umbrella up and pushed on the stone. Garku Mega Evolve. Garku was enveloped in a familiar shining light as his body changed and he roared into the sky, as now standing there was Mega Garchomp. Blastwaz was still breathing heavily from all the attacks from Raipo, but he shook his head and got ready to keep going. Flash Cannon. Garku used Dragon Claw. Blastwaz shot a sliver beam from his cannons as Garku's axe hands glowed green as he ran forward and ran through the beam, splitting it into two, then getting close enough he slashed at Blastwaz. Blastwaz took a step back, holding the spot where he got slashed, as he immediately threw a scald back at Garku that he took to the face. Garku used Dual Chop. Blastwaz used Jet Punch. They both said as Garku's arm blades started glowing green and Blastoise's fist was covered in water. Then they both brought the attacks to each other with a bang. After the interaction, Garku was sent sliding back with the mark from where he was punched on his face, and Blastwaz finally fell over with spirals in his eyes. Garku roared into the air and Remo smirked as Ash returned Blastwaz. Then he brought out his next Pokemon, the one he was planning on finishing this with, Cesar. As Cesar came onto the field he exhaled and stared at Garku, but there was one thing that Garku and Remo noticed. This Cesar had a certain stone on his chest. Ash noticed Remo's wide-eyed expression and smiled, raising his Mega Bracelet. So you noticed, huh? Beedrill wasn't my only Mega, Ash said as he touched the keystone. Now Cesar Mega Evolve. The same energy surrounded Cesar. His armor grew as his claws also separated and became two separate larger claws still on one fist each. His wings extended into more like vents for his metallic body, becoming Mega Cesar. Then, before Remo could react, Ash yelled out, Bullet Punch. Cesar appeared in front of Garku and sent a glowing sliver fist directly into his chest, knocking the wind out of the dragon as he spun around and in a backflip motion sent a few more kicks. Remo snapped out of his quick trance and slammed his umbrella again. Whatever, 1 Mega or 1000, it makes no difference. Garku used Fire Blast. As if, acrobatics. Garku's jaw was covered in fire as he shot out a blast of fire aiming for the Cesar. It hit him, but it was only an afterimage as the real Cesar appeared behind and sent a glowing punch at the back of Garku's head. Garku was sent taking a step forward as both he and Remo clenched their teeth. Outrage. Garku stomped on the ground as steam exerted his mouth and his body started glowing red. Then he turned to start trying to bash and punch into Cesar, and Cesar was just taking short side steps from the random attacks. Then finally Garku charged his strongest punch and sent it at Cesar, hitting him right in the face, and the wind pressure behind blew people's hats off all the way in the stands. But Cesar didn't move. The fist was on Cesar's face, but he looked unamused due to it being both resisted and Cesar's insanely high defenses. Base 140. At that time the outrage was over. Cesar was wasting time dodging everything, and now Garku was now confused. Ash raised his arm. Use Metal Claw to get him away from you. Cesar's claw glowed as the energy created a large red pincer made from energy in front of him that grabbed and threw Garku back. Remo panicked. Garku, get up. But it was no use. As soon as Garku tried, he slipped over. The confusion was messing with his head. He barely got to his feet. But by then Ash smiled and tipped the top of his hat. All right then, let's finish this. Cesar, we've been working on this one. Iron Meteor Dive. Cesar made 2 orbs of energy inside each claw that closed and crushed it, coating his claws in energy. Then he charged upwards, hitting Garku with an uppercut that sent him into the air. Then his wings glowed as he jumped up, hitting Garku multiple times in a zigzag pattern before smashing Garku onto the ground. As Garku was on his back he was still up, so Cesar let the energy from his body finally escape as giant energy wings grew from his back and he shot down with the full force of a meteor on his claw. The resulting impact created a bright explosion that filled the area. When it finally finished, Cesar hovered out, going back to base, as in the crater left behind Garku's body was there with spirals in his eyes. Ash won, and he only used 5 Pokemon to Remo's 6, as the crowd started cheering and yelling as Ash gave Cesar a fist bump. The announcer spoke up, and that's it. With a battle of mega proportions, Ash has come out on top, which means we have our finalist ready, and tomorrow we will find out who comes out on top. As the crowd cheered, Remo walked up to Ash, then held his hand out. Not bad, kid, you really did a number to me. Ash returned it. Yeah, well, I needed to wipe that cocky smirk off your face. Ha, yeah, I'll give you that one, but I'll be waiting for a rematch one day. Fine, and when we do, I'll just beat you up again. Abra show. Welcome back, junior brothers and sisters, to the greatest show in all the world, better than that evil second chances, Abra said. For those of you just joining us, we are in the middle of the Indigo League conference, and we have a true battle on our hands. Tell them, senior brother. Abra said. Alakazam was bashing his head on the table. Sigh, well, as of now the finals have been decided, with Trainer Gary defeating Green, and Trainer Ash beating Remo. Then Drowsy picked up a piece of paper, and it looks like, tomorrow they will begin with the losers bracket to find out who will take 3rd place between Green and Remo, then they'll do the finals. And that's how it should be, a battle of spiritual pressure. Who will fall first and who will emerge victorious. We'll keep you all informed of any and all news. Abra said. Saduk still misses his girlfriend, and Saduk still believes this is against the law. Saduk would like to leave, Saduk said. Silly junior brother, don't you know that your mana core is sealed, you can't leave. After today's battles were over and people started leaving the stadium, Lance and the Elite Four of Kanto and Johto along with Oak, Agatha, and Good Show stayed in the top VIP section to talk. Lance whistled, my lord Oak, all three of them can mega evolve and they got to the top 4, what do you put in the water over in Pallet Town? Oak shrugged, I didn't do anything extra special to them, I just taught them normally as I always would, I wasn't even the one to give them megastones. What, so you just assumed that they popped out of thin air, what actual logic is that? Do you expect us to believe that you old coot? Agatha said. Air but dash. I have to agree with Lady Agatha, those are not just found in Kanto regularly, Damien said. Not to mention the fact that all three of them apparently only started this year, and yet they all made it. Seriously, are you trying to make an army of super soldiers to take over the world? Lance joked. PSSSH, that would be super funny, Tempest said, imagining what that could look like. Darwin shook his head, having a full army of trainers to take over the world, all trained by the legendary Professor Oak. Oak felt a sweat drop fall from his head, but the problem is I really didn't do anything special to them. I also didn't give them those stones, heck those aren't even the ones they used when they came back. Koga raised an eyebrow, so you're saying they each have at least 2? You can't possibly expect us to believe that. But it's true, I didn't give them any of it, they found it along their journey. Oak tried to defend himself. Lance sighed, well whatever the reason doesn't matter, even if it did we can't do anything. I'm more wondering how 3 trainers started at the same time and not only got all 8 official licensed badges but also did it early. That I also can't answer, it's not like I gave them a Pokemon to teleport them around, Oak admitted. Seriously, how is that possible? Pallet hasn't had any true exceptional trainers since Red and Blue all those years ago, then it went into average only to jump back with 3 trainers, Agatha said. Hey, the others weren't that bad, a few of them even got to the Indigo League, and one even won it. After 3 years of trying again and again, and those who entered it in their first year never even got to the top 64, and you're telling me that's not completely average. I must agree, Bruno finally opened his eyes, I sense nothing normal about those 3, in their battles the way they battled, even the way they breathed seemed coordinated, especially that one boy. Hey, they got a compliment out of big bad and brooding over here, Lorelei said, and I thought all you did was meditate all day. Karen chuckled, oh he does, even during our meeting, which only made this more impressive. Well, back on topic, Lance said, Pallet Town is already the town that has produced the most champion-ranked trainers. Heck, you're the main reason that Kanto has produced the most champion-ranked trainers. I feel like in any other circumstance that would be a compliment, Oak said helplessly. Good Show, who was watching, chuckled to himself, well whatever the reason, I'm sure this means that this year will be one to remember. In the after-party the sounds of clinking glasses could be heard. When you look inside the building you'd see a party going on with everyone from the top 64 and some extras including the gang. Ash and Gary were the center of attention since tomorrow the finals would be decided by them and everyone wanted to see who would come out on top. As the party kept going well into the night with everyone congratulating them, people like Joe to Richie to AJ and Samurai, etc. As the night went on some people started leaving and the party went down to a more manageable size. Ash was holding a now sleeping Pikachu, so this is it huh? Yeah it is, isn't it? Tomorrow we finally settle who the better trainer is, Gary said smugly. Man, kinda hard to believe we started less than a year ago, Green reminisced. Yellow was holding a cup of juice, so who do you think will win? Yellow, you should know better by now. I'm going to say I'll win, Gary will say he'll win, Green will probably say I'll win just to spite Gary, and you guys will say I'll win because we're better friends. I'm just not going to start that argument. I mean, he has a point, Gary says. Yeah, I mean I was completely going to say Ash would win just to make Gary mad, Green nodded. Oh sorry, Yellow said, sipping on her juice. Don't worry about it, but there is one question that needs to be asked, Ash said, putting on a serious expression. What is it? Brock asked, and everyone else was also curious. Ash pointed at Gary's pants. What the heck is going on with that? I mean I get the jacket, but those pants, why do they have such big pockets? Are you trying to fit an entire Blastoise in it? WH, what do you mean this is fashion? Not like you would get it. Gray argued. I don't know about that one, Chief. Those things look like I could fit inside of them. I mean the pants you had were fine, but that is just, it looks like cargo pants tried to put pouches on them. Like I'm not convinced you don't let the baby Kangaskhan sleep in there while you train the mama, Green said. I will admit nothing. PFFFO, you totally do, don't you? I'm so telling Daisy, Green said smugly. Do it and I'll tell her to never let you have any more of her cookies, Gary said. Green gasped overdramatically and Yellow whispered to everyone else, Daisy is Gary's sister, and her cookies are really tasty, but Green eats the most. Yellow, I heard that. Green said, making Yellow flinch, but anyway you can't stop me, we both know she likes me more than she likes you. Hey, that's not true, I'm her brother. Ash cut in, no it is, it completely is and you know it. I hate you both, Gary said into his hands. Love you to Gary, Ash and Green said at the same time. Sometime later more people started leaving and they decided to call it a night, but before that Ash caught up to talk to AJ and Samurai, who coincidentally were walking with Janette. Yo, guys, you got a sec? Ash said as he caught up to them. Yeah Ash, what is it? AJ said. Well, do you guys have plans for after this? The league I mean, what are you planning on doing? Well I'll probably go back home and keep training, AJ said. Yes, I will likely return to the forest, Samurai responded. I'm probably going to have to go back to my family clan to hold up their dumb traditions and all that, Janette also said. Ash smiled, what if I help you guys out? How? Well, Ash smirked, you wanna run a gym. The next day, it was time for the battle on who would be in third place, Green vs Remo. This was more of the appetizer for the main course, but that didn't mean the crowd was any less excited for it. Currently, the battle has already been going on for a good bit. It was following the same 6v6 rules that they have been using, and this battle was much more even than it was with Ash. They were both down 4 Pokemon and on their 5th with Green's Gengar and Remo's Raipo, who were both looking worse for wear, though Gengar was a bit worse. Raipo finished this with Stone Edge, Remo called out. As Raipo stomped his foot down, spikes made of stone started breaking through the ground and shooting at Gengar. But Green didn't panic. If you're going down, take him down with you. Use Destiny Bond. Gengar's eyes glowed as a shadowy orb entered into his shadow, then the stones finally fell onto him, knocking him to the ground with a loud thud. Gengar's body fell back to Green's side with spirals in his eyes. But then before he could celebrate, the shadow from before came out of Gengar's shadow and launched themselves, grabbing and forcing themselves to be absorbed by Raipo, and when they did, Raipo fell as well. Both of them were down to their last Pokemon now. As they returned their unconscious Pokemon, they each threw out their next. Venusaur and Garku each came out. Remo smiled and spun his umbrella around. I'm not holding back. Mega Evolve. He pressed the keystone as Garku began glowing. Garku grew and went into his mega form, making Remo think he had the win guaranteed. But Green also smiled. I'm not either. Then she pressed the keystone she had as an earring. Mega Evolve. Then Venusaur started glowing. Remo was taken aback, since to him he believed Green only had the one for Gengar, as Venusaur's body and flower grew, revealing Mega Venusaur. Remo clenched his teeth as the crowd cheered. Garku used Stone Edge. Green smiled. Don't think so. Earth Power. Both Garku and Venusaur stumped on the ground as stones started approaching Venusaur. The cracks on the ground began releasing their golden light, and when they collided, the stones started glowing and blew up before they could even get to Venusaur. But the Earth Power continued and blew up under Garku. As Garku fell to a knee, Green raised her arm. Now, Leech Seed. Venusaur started shooting out multiple seeds at Garku. Garku was just too slow to dodge all of them, as one grabbed his arm, another around his legs, and the last fell on his back fin. Swords Dance, then Fire Fang. Remo commanded. Garku managed to rip the one on his foot, but the others were still there as the swords appeared around him, and he dashed at Venusaur. Venusaur just raised a vine and held it in front of him to catch Garku as it began trying to bite through it, but it was no use due to Venusaur's ability. Green smiled at the opportunity. Now Power Whip. Venusaur raised Garku higher before slamming the dragon onto the ground. When it didn't let go, he did it again, and the thing was, Venusaur's vines were covered in poison and Garku had been doing nothing but biting them. So Garku let go as he got poisoned, but not before the Leech Seed stole some health back. Remo started panicking again. He cursed himself because he let himself get too cocky again. Garku Fire Blast. Garku quickly shot a blast of fire at Venusaur that went directly to his face, but it didn't do much since the ability that was saving him was Thick Fat. Garku didn't keep the fire going for that long though, since he got chipped with the poison and the seeds. Green smiled and raised her arm. I may not be as flashy as Ash, but I get the job done. Venoshock. Venusaur aimed his glower, and from it multiple needle-like poison darts that all started stabbing into Garku one after the other. Then when the final one hit, Garku fell over as the plant from the Leech Seed died, since there was nothing left. As Garku went back to base, the announcer spoke up, and that is it. We have our third place winner for the Indigo League. Green of Pallet Town. As the crowd started cheering, he continued, and don't you worry, because the true final battle will begin soon, so get ready, because this year will be one to remember. The time finally came. The crowd was cheering loudly, some were starting to scream so loud that they were losing their voices. Yes, most of them were for Gary, since he was the grandson of the legendary Professor Oak, but over the course of the tournament, Ash has gained some admirers. And that's not mentioning those watching from outside, like in the gyms, to people's homes, to other regions, to even up in the sky. But right now, who has more fans doesn't matter. Ash and Gary walked out from each of their sides and walked up to their sides, the sun shining down on them as they looked up, seeing everything, still taking everything in. Sure, they did get here and had every reason to, but it was still overwhelming in a way. As they got there, Ash could see his friends cheering for him, although some of them were cheering for Ash and Gary in general, but the other thing was how hard it was for both of them to look up with the flashes of cameras taking their pictures as they finally stood on their podiums. Then the announcer spoke up. The moment has finally come, the one we all have been waiting for, the final battle of the Indigo League Conference. This year has been full of surprises, turns, and things I never expected to see, so let's give it to our competitors. On the green side, don't let his family name deceive you, he's proven he's just as capable to be here as anyone else. We have Gary Oak. On the red side, we have a trainer who has taken this league by storm. He has given us the most surprises, and something tells me he has even more to give. Let's give it to Ash Ketchum. Gary looked around at everything, then at Ash as he held out his Pokeball. So after I win, no hard feelings. Ash chuckled and held out his Pokeball. Only if you promise not to be a sore loser after I win. The announcer continued. Very well, then for the last time let me say the rules. This will be a full 6-on-6 Pokemon battle. Each trainer can return their Pokemon only once, otherwise they become disqualified. The battle ends when one trainer has no usable Pokemon left. So are both trainers ready? After getting a nod from Ash and Gary, then for the last time, let the battle begin. Both Ash and Gary threw out their first Pokemon. Gary let out his Cesar and Ash let out his red Gyarados, getting a reaction from everyone seeing another shiny. Gary smirked. Oh yeah, forgot you had that. Doesn't matter. Cesar use Swords Dance then Bullet Punch. Let's do the same, Dragon Dance then Aqua Tail. Both Cesar and Gyarados did their setup as they did a formless dance. Then when they were done they rushed at each other. Gyarados swung his tail as it was covered in water and he swung it down. Cesar jumped over the tail and climbed across his body decor, landing a glowing punch across his face. Gyarados shook his head to recover as he stared down and glared at the metal bug as Cesar slightly flinched, feeling the pressure from the water dragon as he got the -2 and went into neutral. Ash swiped his arm, now crunch. Gyarados' body flew back close to the ground as he sped across the floor and managed to grab the metal bug by the wing before throwing him up and landing a good bite into it. Cesar break out and use reversal. Gary commanded, yelling up to his bug. Cesar used the strength in his metallic body to force the jaw open and jumped out of the way, grabbing Gyarados' crown and swinging back to deliver a kick to his head, before letting go and landing back on the ground. As he landed on the ground, Gary pointed at Gyarados, now slash. As Cesar started running at Gyarados, Ash smiled. Gyarados used Stone Edge. Gyarados brought his tail down and slammed it into the ground as stones started coming out and filling the ground as they flew at Cesar. Cesar slashed at them, trying to get rid of as many as he could, but eventually, the shards overwhelmed him and buried him under 4. As Gyarados raised his tail again ready to slam down on the stone pile to hopefully finish off Cesar, suddenly a slash was made across the stones as Cesar broke out and jumped back up, delivering a crit slash across Gyarados' tail. Gyarados roared in the unexpected pain as Gary took advantage. Cesar, now U-turn. Cesar's wings glowed green as he rushed forward with Gyarados doing the same, and in a backflip motion his legs and Gyarados' tail collided. Cesar was sent to the ground, but he did go back into the Pokeball. Gary put Cesar back on his bed to rest since he was doing pretty bad overall, and then brought out his next Pokemon, Electabuzz. But actually, it wasn't, because yesterday he called in a favor. Last night, Gary and Oak were on the PC talking to Professor Rowan. He however scratched his chin. I see, so you want to bring a truly impressive battle and so you need an Electizer, Rowan said. Gary nodded. Yeah, I'm going. To be honest, Ash's team is much more, let's say extensively rich. I need something of my own to surprise him since he knows my Pokemon. Well, I suppose I can send you one, but under one condition, Rowan said, holding his finger up. Yeah, what is it? Gary asked. Well, when the time comes you'll know, but you'll have to help me out with something, Rowan said as he gave a wink to Oak. And so last night he received it, and now instead of Electabuzz, there was Electivire grinning ear to ear. Ash was surprised by this. Out of everything that could have happened, this was not one of the things he planned for. But he shook his head and raised his arm. Don't think that having an electric type will help you. Gyarados use Earthquake. Gyarados slammed on the ground as the stadium began rumbling and shockwaves began shooting at Electivire. But Gary smiled. You didn't really think I didn't plan for that? Electivire dodged with Electroabe. Electivire shot strings out of his hands and tail made of pure electricity and made them get caught between the rocks and the stadium, creating a giant hammock that bounced him up to safety, avoiding the shockwave completely. Gary smirked and swiped his arm across. Now Wild Charge. Electivire used the webs as a form of slingshot as his body began getting covered with yellow electricity. Then he shot himself at Gyarados, hitting him directly in the chest and dealing heavy damage. Gyarados was being covered with an extreme amount of electricity, but right before he went unconscious he bit his tongue to keep himself awake and shot down, sending a crunch at Electivire's arm. Then after the electricity stopped, Gyarados let the bite go as he fell limp and with spirals in his eyes. Gary smiled. I've known you enough to know how you fight. You take advantage of everything you know about your opponent and make them make mistakes, and you make them dance in the palm of your hand. Well, this time the tables have turned. Ash took a moment to process everything going on, but then when he returned Gyarados to his ball, he laughed. I'll admit it, you got me with that one. I was completely banking on you still having Electabuzz, but this is just a setback. Then he held his next Pokeball. I'll just have to change my strategy. Luckily getting creative is my specialty. Macamp. From the ball, Macamp came out and exhaled. Seeing Electivire looking down at him, he smiled, deeming this a worthy fight. Macamp, let's do this brick break. Electivire, don't let them iron tail. Macamp's fist started glowing red as he ran forward. Meanwhile, Electivire used the webs to propel himself into the air, and as he came down his tail started glowing. As Electivire fell he flipped around, bringing down his tail, and Macamp jumped into the air. As they crashed they created a shockwave between the two of them. They struggled to overpower the other, and for a moment it looked like Electivire was taking the advantage, but then Macamp brought his other two arms and grabbed each of the tails. Gary's eyes widened. Electivire, get out with discharge. Electivire tried sending out some electricity to shock Macamp's hands, but it didn't help as Macamp spun his body mid-air and started spinning like a helicopter before shooting Electivire down to the ground. Ash smiled, and before Ether landed on the ground he called out, "Let's try this again, Earthquake." As Electivire slammed into the ground creating a crack on the stone, Macamp came back down, and before Electivire could react he stumped on his chest, giving him a point-blank earthquake, knocking the wind out of Electivire. Gary clenched his teeth. Low sweep then counter. Electivire used his tail and swiped at Macamp, sending him airborne for just a moment, but with that he got back onto his feet using his arms as leverage and sent himself into a reverse kick that sent Macamp flying back. Macamp rubbed his chin and spit out. Both he and Electivire were looking pretty beat up, but neither was ready to go down yet. Let's do this the old-fashioned way, brick break. I couldn't agree more. Thunder punch. They both ran at each other again, Macamp's fists glowing red and Electivire's sparking. When they approached, they sent their fists at each other, causing the wind around them to shift. Macamp landed one hit at Electivire's chest, but Electivire landed one hit at Macamp's stomach, knocking the wind out of him and also getting the para, but Macamp clenched his teeth as guts activated and he spun around, landing the second punch across Electivire's face. Both Ash and Gary clenched their teeth. Close combat x2. Electivire and Macamp started sending countless punches at the other multiple times. Some clashed with the other one and O'Hare's connected successfully. This continued for longer than people thought it reasonably should. Then suddenly the fight broke up and they stopped about 5 feet away from each other, neither of them falling but also neither of them moving. Are they still able to fight? The announcer said. Why is neither trainer calling out a move? Then from behind him where the VIP section was, Bruno spoke up. It's because neither of them wants to be the first one to fall. They are both already unconscious, and if I had to guess they did so once the final clash started. Everyone hearing this was stunned since this was also going into the microphone. You mean that this is a double KO? Yes, it is quite commendable really. Their bodies continued fighting off of pure instinct and their trainers both understood that they couldn't fight anymore, so they stopped calling out commands. This battle became a lot more interesting. As Bruno said that Ash and Gary returned their Pokemon at the same time, both smirking at each other as they brought out their next Pokemon. Gary let out Golem and Ash let out something special. Before this, he called and made sure of something, so he finally got that back. 2 days ago, Ash was sitting across from Oak. So did you finally figure out how to use Rage Fist? Well I didn't, but my Primeape seems to have been able to replicate it, so he too has evolved, Oak said. Good, then he held out his hand. I want my monkey now. From the Pokeball, Ash sent out Annihilape. He spent some time training him up and he is still relatively weak compared to everyone else. He will be fine with his level of strength. Gary smiled. And here I thought you weren't going to use him. Good, I wanted my go at him too. Golem used Steamroller. Golem went into his shell and started spinning rapidly, building up speed and shot at Annihilape as his shell glowed green. Ash put his finger up. Annihilape used Phantom Force. Annihilape's body disappeared into a shadowy portal and after Golem crashed into a rock he reappeared and sent a punch into his shell, sending him deeper into the rock. Okay, then Gyro Ball. Golem's shell glowed silver as he shot out of the rock and bashed into Annihilape's chest, sending the ape back, but he didn't flinch. Bulk up, then Brick Break, Ash commanded. Annihilape's body began to release steam as he walked forward and jumped into the air above, bringing down his glowing red fist, coming down on Golem. Gary quickly responded. Golem, Iron Defense. Golem's shell was covered in silver armor as he retreated inside as the fist came down and crashed into his shell. Now Iron Head. Golem shot his head out from his shell, bashing into Annihilape's arm. Shadow Punch. Sucker Punch. Ash and Gary commanded. Annihilape's fist was covered in shadows and Golem's was covered in a purple light as they both shot their fists at each other, punching the other across the face, but out of the two of them Annihilape was taking more damage, but he was at 3 stacks. As they separated, it didn't take a genius to tell that Golem was the stronger of the two, but that didn't change the fact that they were both giving it everything they had. Golem give them a real earthquake. Annihilape, we need more time. Drain Punch. As Annihilape was running forward, Golem punched the ground, causing the shockwaves and the ground to start cracking, catching Annihilape right before he could land the punch. For a moment it looked like Annihilape was knocked out, but then he exhaled steam from his nose and he stumped on the ground, connecting the punch with his left hand instead of his right, hitting Golem back and getting some health back. Gary raised his eyebrow but smiled. Alright then, let's end this heavy slam. Golem ran forward and jumped into the air. Annihilape was doing pretty bad, although he wasn't that good himself, but he was certainly better. Ash clenched his teeth. I didn't want to use this yet, but Rage Fist. As Golem came down, Annihilape's fist glowed with white flames. He was at +1 from the bulk up, and he only had 4 stacks, but that still gave him base 250. As he brought it up, the attacks collided in a bright white light, and although some people had to cover their eyes, they could hear the sound of stone cracking. When they opened their eyes, they saw Golem falling to the ground with spirals in his eyes and Annihilape breathing heavily. The stone under his feet cracked almost completely and he was still in the pose with his arm up in the air. After Gary returned Golem, he threw out Cesar again, who landed. Annihilape immediately glared at Cesar, the memories of his own friend Cesar and how he would get beat up as a mankey. Without a command, Annihilape ran forward and jumped up, trying to land a kick across Cesar's face. Cesar managed to raise his claw to block it, but it did still make him flinch since he was also beat up from earlier. Cesar used Bullet Punch. Gary called out. Cesar pushed Annihilape back, sending him flying through the air before dashing forward and catching the ape in a barrage of glowing punches before finally sending him down. For a moment it looked like Annihilape was out, which made Cesar breathe a sigh of relief, but Ash called out, Fire Punch. As Annihilape was falling over, he threw a fist at Cesar again, knocking Cesar back and sending him onto his back, but he was still just barely up thanks to escaping the first fight so soon, but Annihilape fell over onto his face unconscious. Ash returned Annihilape immediately and looked at Cesar, who was clutching his chest and barely still up, so he looked down. You're up, bud. Of course, he was talking to Pikachu, who nodded as he used Ash's elbow to jump up and land on the field. Gary was about to yell out something when Ash cut him off. Quick attack. In an instant, Pikachu rushed forward at the bug and tackled him, then climbed up his Cesar's body and jumped into the air. Now bring it down with Thunder Punch, Ash commanded as Pikachu smiled. His fist started sparkling as he then spun his body around in the air and then brought down his fist as he came down, hitting Cesar over the head, causing him to lose balance and finally fall over. Gary signed and returned Cesar, looking at it for a moment before tossing it in the air and catching it again. That Pikachu sure has been a problem for me since forever. Well, what can I say, he's been with me the longest, and also my starter since a certain someone who will not be named dropped him on me. Ha, you can say that again, but I've been preparing something, Gary said as he held his next Pokeball. This one's for you, Arcanine. From the Pokeball, a fire dog jumped out and howled into the air before looking down to face Pikachu. Ash smirked. Alright then, Pikachu, quick attack. Pikachu started to vibrate as he began running around the stadium aiming to gain momentum and attack Arcanine from behind. Gary smiled back. Arcanine, extreme speed. Arcanine's figure disappeared from vision, while Pikachu quickly looked around and turned back, seeing that Arcanine was now running next to him and about to shoulder tackle him. Ash quickly called out, agility then brick break. As Arcanine closed the distance, Pikachu disappeared from view, but he immediately reappeared above as he sent a glowing red fist at Arcanine's back, forcing a stop and Pikachu to go flying. As Arcanine recovered quickly, he heard Gary call out, fire spin. Arcanine curled up into a ball and started spinning like a tire as he shot toward Pikachu and hit him before he touched the ground, knocking him even further back as Arcanine kept coming. Ash called out, now use Thunderbolt on the ground. Pikachu flipped and turned his body and he shot a bolt into the ground, giving him propulsion to fly into the air and dodging Arcanine. Then Ash continued, now Electroabe. A ball of electricity was created on Pikachu's tail, and as he threw it down it expanded into a net that caught Arcanine inside its trap and started shocking the fire dog. As Arcanine was being shocked, Gary called out, quick while he's in the air, Will-O-Wisp. Arcanine huffed a breath as from his fire multiple embers were created and were shot up trying to get at Pikachu. Ash just smiled, if that's how you want to play, counter shield. Pikachu started spinning as he was falling, gathering more and more electricity before finally shooting it out, dispersing the fire coming at him and sending any leftover electricity down at Arcanine. Then Pikachu finally landed back on the ground, cheeks sparking, as Arcanine was still trapped. Gary clenched his teeth. Arcanine break out with Flare Blitz. Arcanine's entire body started getting covered in flames as the web holding him burnt off. Then at an incredible speed, he dashed forward, catching Pikachu as he was trying to escape and sending him crashing through a rock. But Pikachu managed to get out of there as Arcanine was ready to go again, but for some reason that no one could explain, Pikachu wasn't looking scared. Ash looked at his electric mouse. So you understand it now, Pika? Pikachu nodded with sparkling cheeks. Gary raised his eyebrow but didn't say anything. Whatever, now you know that Arcanine is faster than your Pikachu, extreme speed. Ash smiled as he crossed his arms and Pikachu did the same. Use it. Arcanine's body blurred again as he dashed forward again, aiming to catch Pikachu, but Pikachu didn't move, and when Arcanine got close, Pikachu disappeared, causing him to crash into the rock. As Arcanine shook his head, he looked out and could barely see the faint side of Pikachu, zipping at a much higher speed than before. This wasn't quick attack. No, instead Pikachu managed to copy extreme speed. Gary noticed it as well and Ash gave a smile. You figured it out. Well, no matter, this ends now. Volt Tackle. From another of the zips it begins to light up with electricity. Then Arcanine feels one on his left side, but before he can look there he feels it again on his right, then over his heart, then his back, then finally to his face as Pikachu reappeared, sending a kick at Arcanine, sending the dog falling over. Pikachu backflipped back to Ash's side as Arcanine had spirals in his eyes. Gary frowned. Arcanine return. Ash smiled back. You too, bud. You did your job. Pikachu nodded, hopping over and giving Ash a fist bump as he climbed back up and made himself comfortable in the hood. Both Ash and Gary held out their Pokeballs. They both already knew who it would be and it wasn't their ace. As they both threw it out, it revealed Nidoking and Kangaskhan standing across from each other. Kangaskhan had a silk scarf and Nidoking his trusty life orb. Gary called out first, Kangaskhan, use return. Kangaskhan readied herself as she ran forward, her fists glowing white, and started sending punches at Nidoking one after the other before sending him backsliding but still up. Ash raised his arm pointing at them. Focus blast now. Nidoking held out his hand and started shooting out multiple red orbs one after the other. Kangaskhan tried dodging, but after the first, she was hit with the second and third, sending her sliding back with her arms in front of her, blocking the brunt of the attack. Gary swiped his arm. Kangaskhan now drain punch. As soon as Kangaskhan recovered, she started running again and sent a glowing red fist down, but at the same time, Nidoking spun his body around. Nidoking was sent flying face first into the ground, but he did lower the damage thanks to his armored back, and although Kangaskhan recovered some health, she felt a burning sensation on her hand. When she looked at her fist, she saw a cut made by one of Nidoking's back spikes. Normally that wouldn't bother her, but Kangaskhan started feeling her vision blur, seeing it because that activated Nidoking's ability Poison Touch, and left her poisoned. Nidoking spun back around, and as he was on the ground he pooched it, sending a earth power directly under Kangaskhan, blowing up and sending her flying back, still holding on to the baby. Kangaskhan recovered but Ash didn't finish as he yelled out, Dragon Pulse. Nidoking stepped forward and started spewing purple-blue flames at Kangaskhan's back. The reason why was because she was protecting the baby from taking any damage. As Gary saw this he grit his teeth, use Earthquake now. As Kangaskhan was still facing away she punched the ground creating a shockwave and sending Nidoking off balance from the super effective attack. Then when she turned back around Gary called out again, Dizzy Punch. Kangaskhan started swinging her fist around in a clockwise motion before sending the jab at Nidoking's face sending him back to the ground, but also finally taking some of that poison. As Nidoking was struggling to get up because of the confusion, Gary made another command, return again. Kangaskhan ran forward and kicked Nidoking on the chest sending him onto his back then she started stomping at his chest over and over again with the baby cheering for her. But then before she landed her final stomp Nidoking reached out his hand and caught her foot catching her by surprise. Ash smiled, good now counter. Nidoking swung his body pulling Kangaskhan to fall with him this time using the momentum to get up and send a punch at her back right before he touched the ground sending her at it even harder, but even still she didn't fall instead holding her place in a plank position to protect the baby. Kangaskhan took the poison damage as Gary called out, Iron Tail. Kangaskhan's tail glowed silver as she then swung it around catching Nidoking's feet and knocking him to the ground as she got up and sent another at his chest. Nidoking felt the air being knocked out of his lungs but he clenched his teeth as he grabbed the tail and used it to get himself up as Kangaskhan tried getting him to let go of it. Once he was on his feet Ash quickly yelled out, finish this with Venoshock. Nidoking extended his arms and shot a barrage of needle-like shots of poison at Kangaskhan that were also doubled thanks to the poison. And with that, she was sent falling backward but the whole time still holding the baby tightly so she wouldn't fall on top of him. And when she fell on her back she had spirals in her eyes as the baby whimpered for his mom. Gary quickly brought her back before the baby turned the tournament into a water show with his tears and pulled out his last Pokeball. Without wasting any time he threw it out. From it, Blastoise stumped out into the field smiling as he crashed his arms together looking at Nidoking who was looking pretty weak. Gary smiled as he held up his necklace, well then I guess there's no point in delaying this is there, then he pressed it, Mega Evolve. Blastoise's body was the first to erupt in bright white light as his duo cannons became one big cannon with two on each arm, going Mega Blastoise. Ash smiled, then let's see how you deal with this, Thunderbolt. Nidoking took a breath before charging electricity between his horn and shooting it at Blastoise. Gary smiled, please we're not stupid, Blastoise put your cannons into the ground and use iron defense. Blastoise's body turned silver as the cannons dug into the ground as the Thunderbolt connected all the electricity that was shot all passed through and was sent into the ground harmlessly. Now Flash Cannon. Blastoise was already leaning over so with the big cannon he shot a silver blast at Nidoking engulfing him with the energy and sending him flying back with spirals in his eyes. Ash returned Nidoking as he saw Blastoise tearing his cannons out of the ground, but even now he was smiling as he brought out his next and final new Pokemon, Charizard. As soon as he did Charizard raised his head and roared and Ash held up his bracelet, good thing you're not like Green, she would have stopped me. Well it will be better if I beat you at your best, Gary said. And I'll make you regret that, Mega Evolve. Ash said as he pressed the stone. Charizard was covered by the bright light, his wings growing and the fire on his tail burning so hot it turned blue, then as the light disappeared there stood Mega Charizard X. Gary called out, Ice Beam. Ash pointed into the sky, dodge then Dragon Dance and Flare Blitz. Charizard flapped his wings as the pressure sent him shooting into the sky with Blastoise shooting at him with his cannons following him. As he flew his body started glowing purple briefly he spun back around and started falling. As he did the flames started growing around him protecting him from the Ice Beam barrage and dealt a bit of damage at Blastoise's shell before flying back up. Gary pointed at Charizard, don't let him get away, Aqua Jet. Blastoise engulfed himself in water as he shot into the air and caught up to Charizard crashing into him on the way. But Ash smiled, just as planned, now that you're away from the ground Thunder Punch. Gary widened his eyes as Charizard sent an electrified punch directly at Blastoise's face sending the turtle crashing into the ground. Then Ash called out again, now Dragon Tail. Charizard spun around in the air and started falling tail first aiming to hit Blastoise directly in the chest but before that Gary called out, rapid spin to get out. Blastoise went back into his shell and spun out of harm's way from the incoming tail but he came back around like a boomerang and in the air came out of his shell. Now Ice Hammer. Gary commanded. Blastoise shot a small blast from his arm cannon and created a hammer and bashed it over Charizard's head, sending him face first into the ground. Then as he jumped back Gary pointed at him, let's finish this, you surf. In front of everyone's eyes, a huge wave was created out of nothing and from it Blastoise hopped on it and started riding it as it approached Charizard, and everyone could tell he wouldn't have enough time to fly high enough to escape it. So Ash chose a different strategy, Charizard let's do this Flare Blitz full power. Charizard's body was covered by bright orange flames, but the flames started burning so hot that sparks of blue started appearing, and before the water even reached him it started boiling under Blastoise's feet. Then when Charizard launched himself forward his flames burned brighter and he went inside the wave, but instead of being stuck in water like everyone expected, the water began to boil hotter and started evaporating and burning Blastoise's feet. Charizard then shot out from below Blastoise and sent them both flying into the sky as the field was covered in steam from the water and fire. Charizard then sent Blastoise flying back down and slamming his body into the ground, cracking it as Charizard flew back over to his side. Looking at them, they were both starting to get tired, and Ash and Gary were even beginning to sweat. Gary looked over at Ash and smirked. What do you say we end this now? Ash gave a malicious smile. Oh, you mean that? Okay, let's destroy the entire field. Charizard and Blastoise both got ready because this was the final attack to decide everything. Gary raised his arm out and pointed. Ice burn. Blastoise's body began glowing orange as an orb of energy was created in his cannons. Ash copied Gary's pose, Eterna Beam. Charizard's body began glowing purple as energy started being condensed in his mouth. Then they both released. Blastoise shot the orb that created one large beam coming from his cannon and multiple smaller reddish-purple beams of energy, and Charizard shot out a purple beam of energy from his mouth with multiple smaller, similar beams. The attacks clashed, the pressure from both causing people all the way in the stands to fall over from the wind, and small blasts from the two were ricocheting everywhere. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were force fields in front of the stands, some people would probably get hit. In the VIP room, they were all watching this final interaction and seeing these two Pokemon using something that no one thought possible. From the snack booth, a certain trio was watching, then in unison they screamed out, "That's our twerp! You can do it!" From the stands, Green, Yellow, Brock, and Misty were hanging on watching the final clash, cheering on, as well as every other contestant that was watching was cheering as well. In every gym in Kanto, a gym leader was watching, each of them with a different reaction, but in the end the same thing. This was incredible, and wondering if they could get a rematch. In Pallet Town, everyone from the children to the adults to Ash and Gary's friends were watching. Delia and Daisy sitting at a table watching from the TV. In Sinnoh, Paul was watching from his TV as he was packing his bag, scoffing at the interaction, but he couldn't help but keep watching. In other regions, although most people don't watch the tournament outside of their own, all of Ash's friends were watching intently on the screen, saying all kinds of things. You can do it. This is incredible. Ash and Gary are incredible. Push a little harder. You can do it, little buddy. How this isn't logical. No, but it is fun. So this is what real trainers look like. In the sky, Liko was watching with the rest of the crew. Seeing this interaction, everyone was watching silently. Until Fried spoke up. Come on, Ash. You can't lose as an honorary member of the Rising Volt Tacklers. Everyone signed at Fried's antics as they kept watching, and locked in the room, a purple-headed girl was also watching the battle, staring in awe. In Kalos, a certain girl with honey-colored hair watched intently, her eyes focused on Ash in particular. You can do it, Serena mumbled, holding her breath. Back at the battle, the clash was starting to destroy the field they were standing on, so they started giving it even more power. For a moment Blastoise's blast looked like it was starting to overpower Charizard's since it was ice, but then for a moment Ash clenched his teeth. He could feel his blood pumping, and he could hear his heart pumping. Bum bum bum. But as he felt it, he realized it wasn't just his. He could feel Charizard's heart pumping as he felt like they were in sync. Ash took one deep breath and looked forward. Charizard, let's give this everything we have. As soon as he said that, it looked like Charizard got a second wind as the blast became twice as big and started overpowering Blastoise's until he was completely enveloped and everything exploded. As the dust settled and everyone was looking to see what happened, they saw Ash and Gary both sitting on the ground catching their breaths. The field was almost completely destroyed and Blastoise was lying there after returning to base with spirals in his eyes. And when they looked over, they saw Charizard still up, but he fell out of megaform from fatigue, but he was still up as he roared into the air. At that moment everyone started cheering their voices out and the announcer took the mic, and that's it. We have our winner of this year's Indigo League. In an incredible clash of power that left everything destroyed in its way, the winner is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The tournament was over. Every trainer was standing in the middle of the stadium as Lance and Goodshow were giving out the participation medals. Meanwhile, Ash, Gary, and Green were waiting on the side talking. Green held the two boys under her arms in a playful manner. Hey, no fair, you two. I thought we weren't going to use our big moves. Ash and Gary were still sitting down and trying to recover after that stressful battle. Ash took off his hat and Gary opened his jacket. Janette, we used them. We never said we couldn't, Gary responded, rolling his eyes. Green squished Gary's head a little tighter. No fair. If I had known I would have won. I want my rematch. Sure, tell yourself whatever you want, but in the end, I still won, so that's it, Gary said smugly, breaking out of Green's arm. Ash looked over and smirked. And I'm still the winner of the whole thing. You shut up, you, Gary said, although I don't like it. Yeah, you're the strongest, for now. Sure, keep telling yourself that, number two, Ash said smugly. You don't have to rub it in. Don't worry, me and Daisy will take care of that, Green said, smiling, making Gary frown. Ash noticed it and smiled as well. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure the Orange League is starting. You can go win on that if you want. Huh? Not a chance. That thing more backwater than Alola, and they don't even have a league, Gary said, shaking his head. All right then, how about Johto? Gary smirked. Try saying that when you're old enough to get your Johto license. You're younger than both of us, so you should show some respect. Yeah, and this kid can kick your ass, so what does that say about you? Ash jabbed back, making Gary's eye twitch. Green leaned over. I mean, you kinda asked for that one. Eventually, when the participation medals were given out, the contestants moved out of the way. Some just sat in the corners and some left altogether, indicating it was time for the top three to step up. Ash, Gary, and Green walked up the stage followed by clapping, cheering, and photos being taken, and when they arrived on the stage they saw a podium where they would each stand with the words first, second, third under each of them. They took their place as Lance and Good Show walked up with some assistants walking up behind them holding ornate boxes. It is time to award the top 3 trainers of this year's league, Lance announced. Good Show walked up slowly as the assistant followed, and this year seems to be extra special. All of our winners are from Pallet Town and even started at the same time, something unheard of. The crowd started clapping and gasping and all that other stuff as Good Show walked in front of the podium where the 3 were standing. Good Show took a bronze trophy and walked up to Green. Now let's begin. The trainer to take the 3rd place in the league, a trainer that showed determination with grace, Green of Pallet Town. Green took the trophy and grinned as she raised it into the air letting people take a good look at it before hugging it tightly. Good Show nodded as he clapped for her with the crowd. Then when it quieted down he walked over to Gary and picked up the silver trophy. 2nd place goes to the equally skillful and powerful boy who showed he isn't bound to his family name, Gary of Pallet Town. Gary took the silver trophy and raised it to the air so that the crowd could look at it, receiving cheers as they clapped for him. Good Show smiled and nodded as he walked over and grabbed the gold trophy from his assistant and walked up to Ash. Now finally the moment has come to crown the winner of this year's Indigo League, Ash of Pallet Town, who showed us just how much his strategies and hard work paid off. Please welcome the champion of the Indigo League. Ash stepped forward, Pikachu on his shoulder, and took the trophy as everyone cheered for him. Then a photographer quickly came out and took a photo of him with Good Show and Lance to commemorate his victory. After, Good Show stepped to the side and Lance stepped up. Congratulations, all of you. You have all come so far. Then Lance looked at Ash, and since you won you now have the right to challenge the Elite Four if you want. Then in a whisper tone, and that finally happened, I gave it to Oak. Then he went back to his normal tone, and now, is there anything you want to say to everyone? He said as he handed Ash the mic. Ash took it and smiled. Yeah, I have one thing to say. As he said that he looked around, Gary and Green both knew what he was doing. Green was smiling and nodding, but Gary was shaking his head mumbling, don't you do it. And as he looked at the crowd he could see Misty doing the same, shaking her head and mumbling, but Ash just smiled as he brought the mic closer. Hey Lance, to challenge the Elite Four just to have a chance of challenging you, well you can keep your title, I don't want it. Ash said, making people gasp, I don't want to be champion and you're not sticking it on me. Then as he said that he tossed the mic back and Lance caught it, but then Ash reached out and grabbed Gary and Green and pulled them in. Then Abra appeared on his shoulder and they teleported away. For a moment the crowd stayed silent, but then Good Show chuckled. Well, I'll say one thing, he certainly is interesting. Lance also chuckled. Interesting certainly is a word for it, but I can't even be surprised. Then he took the mic and looked up to the crowd, and that concludes this year's Indigo League. Thank you, everyone, for coming and your constant support. So from me, your champion, thank you all for coming. The crowd, after being silent for so long, started cheering loudly as some people started leaving and some stayed to keep cheering. Misty was holding her head. That guy can never just be normal, can he? Of course he wins and then also publicly says he refuses to do that. But hey, that's just Ash, isn't it? Brock said, holding his egg. Yeah, Ash is just Ash. Yellow nodded. Misty sighed. So what now? He kinda just left and left us here. As she said that, they heard a crunch, and when they looked down they saw Abra sitting down eating the popcorn. When she realized she was found out, she teleported onto Yellow's shoulder and teleported all 3 of them. Later, after Ash, Green, and Gary came back, they were greeted by all of Pallet Town, ready for them, holding a huge celebration for them. They were pretty much pulled into the party and were being pushed and raised into the air, being celebrated for coming so far in less than a year. After Ash brought Brock, Misty, and Yellow to join them, that's how the celebrations continued all day, with the 3 of them being celebrated for getting the top 3 places. After a moment, when they were let go, Ash went over to his house and ran up to his room. There on the shelf he set down his trophy and then he put his badge case down in front of it. As he looked at it he smiled, then quickly went through his storage and pulled out his old jacket and hat, the ones that were destroyed during the SSN, and he put them next to the trophy. After that he walked back out and looked on his Rotom phone. He could see that people were messaging him and sneaking into his DMs. He could see it was mostly people congratulating him, but there was the occasional person wanting an interview or signature, and all that. Ash shook his head and put it away as he walked back out, where he was greeted by the sight of 3 children he recognized, Chase, Elaine, and Trace, the protagonists from the Let Go games. They ran up to him with sparkles in their eyes. Wow, big brother Ash, you're amazing. Elaine said excitedly. Yeah, you won and it was super cool. Trace said, shaking his arms excitedly. When I become a trainer I'm going to have a Pikachu just like you do. Chase said. What? No, I want the Pikachu, Elaine said angrily. I called it first, and if big bro Ash had it then I want one too, so I can be just like him. Ash chuckled as he could see Green and Gary both looking at him and chuckling that he was dealing with them, so Ash leaned down and gave them a pat on the head to calm them down. Hey, you guys don't need to fight, you can do whatever you want, but remember you guys don't start your journey until next year, remember you're all still 9. Chase and Elaine looked up at Ash with stars in their eyes and smiling at the head pat, and when we become trainers let's have a battle. Chase said. Okay, sure. Hehe, okay, and if I win then you have to marry me. Elaine said innocently. In truth none of them realized what that meant since they were all still young. Then Trace leaned in looking upset at Ash. Hey, how come I don't get a head pat? Ash smiled and moved the hand that was on Chase's head and gave him a pat. Okay, now get out of here you three, enjoy the party alright. They all nodded happily and ran off, so he kept walking and looking around when he came across the place where the other 5 kids that would be starting their journey soon, Pink, Brown, Orange, Cyan, and Violet. He could also see that they already had Pokemon. In order they had a Cleffa, Geodude, Krabby, Machop, and a Ghastly. Just as he was about to walk by he was pulled in by Orange's mom. Oh Ash, glad you joined us, she said, getting the attention from the 5. Ah, you're such a good boy, so obedient and even a successful Pokemon trainer. I don't know how Delia raised you but she did something right. Not like my failure of a son Orange. Orange yelled at his mom. Oi, old hag, I told you already call me Saffron. Orange's mom looked over at him angrily. Who are you calling an old hag? I am your mother and I will call you by your name, she said as she punched Orange over the head. In truth Orange didn't really like the name Orange. He preferred going by his last name Saffron, because it sounded cooler and he had a huge crush on Pink and Violet, who were both sisters and the daughters of a rich businessman here in Pallet. As Orange was taken away the other 4 walked up to him. Hey, so Mr. Champion himself decided to grace us with his presence, Brown said, clasping hands with Ash. Ash smirked. Well I thought if Gary can't beat me then maybe I should cultivate such talents for the future. Oh har har, Cyan said rolling his eyes at the choice of words. So you actually won. I'm actually impressed. We here had a bet to see who would win. Oh really? Who voted for me then? Ash asked putting his finger on his chin. Well, Pink and Violet both voted for you, me, and Orange aka Saffron voted for Gary, and Brown voted for Green because he has a CR. Cyan said as Brown quickly covered his mouth. He means that I thought the underdog would win, but I guess that didn't happen ahiha. Brown chuckled nervously, getting a deadpan stare from everyone. Ash shook his head. Well whatever, by the way, I wanted to ask, but you guys already have Pokemon. Did your folks get them for you so you could start with 2? Violet spoke up, slightly more nervous. Well no, you see Professor Oak asked us which Pokemon we would like, and we all told him and he gave them to us as starters. Ash blinked owlishly. Oh did he? Well I might have to go talk to him about that. Alright, Violet said, fidgeting her fingers. In case it wasn't obvious Violet also had a crush on Ash, just Ash unlike her sister Pink who also has one on Gary, and also unlike her sister she is much more subtle about it. Speaking of which Pink grabbed Ash's arm. Hey I need to ask you something. Without waiting for an answer Pink dragged him away and Ash let it happen half knowing where this was going. As he could see Gary and Green chuckling looking at his misfortune. When they got to a place where Pink couldn't see anyone, although Ash could sense the other 4 were just on the other side of the building eavesdropping. Pink stood in front of him. So now that I'm almost going to be an official trainer I wanted to ask you again. Ash sighed. Seriously, that's what this is about again. Yes seriously, I need you to know something. Something I've been keeping close to my heart for a long time. You love me. Ash said making Pink freeze. Why you knew? I think that time you had your maid kidnap me and Gary gave it away, I'd have to be blind not to notice. Pink felt a shiver down her spine. Then, do you? Ash sighed. Sorry. Pink, I don't love you. Why, I can give you anything you want, you don't ever have to work, what is it that you need? Pink, you're probably most people's dream girl, you're pretty, rich, and everything. But we're barely friends, maybe if things were different but right now I can't force myself to love you, nor do I want to, so goodbye I have things I want to do. Ash said as he walked past the shocked Pink. As he walked out he could see the other 4's poor attempt to hide but he didn't acknowledge them as he walked to go see Professor Oak. Ash walked away from the group. He does feel bad about being as brutal as he was but it needed to be done. It's better than the alternative. When he walked out he was waved down by his friends waving him down, so he walked over waving back at them. Hey guys, everything good? Yeah, Pallet Town sure knows how to throw a party. Brock said as he shoved a chicken skewer into his mouth. And Ms. Delia's cooking is tasty like always, Yellow said while feeding Chucho, and Dottie sneaked in and stole some of it from her plate. You know I was kinda skeptical but color me surprised, Misty said with a fork with a piece of food in her hand, and as she wasn't looking the food glowed and came off of the fork and floated down. When Misty went in for the bite she bit on the fork realizing it was gone, then she had the munching coming from under the table where Sadok was stealing food with his powers. Misty sighed and mumbled, well at least he can somewhat control it now. By the way, aren't you going to join the party? Yellow asked. This party is for you guys. Ash shook his head and smiled. Sorry, I've gotta do something with the professor, but after I'll come straight back to join the party, promise. As soon as he said that there was a surprise attack where Green jumped up and grabbed Ash under her arm. You better, but after that brutal rejection I don't know how you can continue being so normal. You heard it. Yeah, they told us, just had to send Green in and Brown started singing, Gary said walking up. Yeah makes sense, Ash said as he broke out of Green's arm, but it had to be done, better than the alternative. I'll say, I'm like 70% sure she tried to send some people to kidnap us, but I took care of those guys on the road, Gary said shaking his head. I mean yeah like she had it coming but you could at least been more gentle, like I wasn't getting rejected and I felt that, Green said shaking her head. It was at this moment that Yellow cut in, what are you guys talking about? Oh yeah you guys are here too, Gary said finally noticing them. Gee, Thanks, Misty said, but yeah, what are you talking about? You've got me curious. Green grinned and sat down at the table. Well, Buck and I'm going to tell you the full story. Ash sighed. Okay, well, I need to talk to Oak about something. I'll be back soon enough. Gary sighed as he also sat down. Yeah, we'll wait for you here. I need to ask you something, but it's not urgent. Ash nodded as he walked away and Green started retelling the story. Ash walked to the lab after that. When he was inside he could see that Oak was sitting in his lab with a plate of food from the party. He was outside celebrating with everyone, but it's been hours since the party started and he needed to make a call. As he walked in he could hear the last part of the conversation, so in conclusion that is the evolutionary method. Rowan was on the screen and nodded. Very well, I shall validate this myself, then we can speak about the terms of the presentation, and by the way, give my regards to Professor Fraxinus. I hear he and Bill have found some interesting things. Will do, thank you for your time, Oak said as he turned the computer off. Oak cracked his back and turned around where he saw Ash sitting down on one of the chairs and looking through his phone. So what was that about? Oh Ash, well it was about the evolution method for Annihilopy. Technically I need another researcher to verify it, and since you, or rather Fraxinus, isn't a licensed researcher I went with the next best option, Oak said. If all goes well it will be released before the end of the week, but enough about that, what can I do you for? Ash nodded. I see. So I hear you gave the 5 any Pokemon they wanted as starters. Oak felt the color wash out from his face. Well, he said, trying to find an excuse. Well, Snap, I thought that if you were able to come so far without one of the royal starters then maybe there was a correlation to that. Ash and Pikachu both looked at him with a blank expression. Right. Sure, whatever. Oak scratched his head. Oh, that reminds me. Oak said as he ran to the side and ran out with a dark gray egg with purple spots. Lance told me to give this to you. I suppose it is an extra reward. Not that it was needed, the prize money that you received was probably plenty. Ash nodded as he took the egg that Oak handed him. Yeah, I think this year I got about 1 million poke for winning. Makes sense, although that is more than back in my day. When I won they only gave me 500,000. Oh, how the times change, Oak said, reminiscing. Yeah. Ash said, not paying attention, since as soon as he received the egg his dex rang, so he pulled it up on his Rotom phone, and he connected them to read what it was saying. Ding, enough Pokemon have been registered, also detecting that user has won the Indigo League, processing rewards. Ash blinked. Huh, neat. Oak noticed Ash looking at his phone. Is something wrong, my boy? Ash shook his head. No, just someone asking for me to go and do an interview, nothing important. Oak nodded. Very well. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to ask you something, a favor if you will. Ash sighed. Well, you know my price. Oak chuckled helplessly. I suppose so, but this is more simple. You see, I have a colleague in the Orange Islands. Professor Ivy, I'm aware, but what do you need? And can't you just use the teleporter or your Alakazam? Well, you see, the teleporters there are outdated, and even if they weren't they can't get this item, a Pokeball, through the teleporter anyway, and I can't send Alakazam since I've never actually gone to the Orange Islands nor interacted with Ivy directly. So that's it for a Pokeball. Well, that's not too bad, and I guess it's a way to kill time since I have like a bit less than 2 months before I'm old enough to get my trainer license for Johto. The current time was March 20th. Alright, so you're willing to do it? Oak asked. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll think about what I want as compensation later. I should get it here in like a week, Ash said as he started walking to the door. Oh, by the way, I noticed some of your Pokemon aren't around. Where are they? Did you leave them in your PC? Oh no, I just asked them if they had something they wanted to do and I just let them go with Abra, Ash said casually as he walked out of the door. Huh, well that is certainly a way to take care of Pokemon, Oak said. A few minutes later, Ash was sitting back at the table with everyone. After a bit where he had to explain the situation with Pink that went on for way too long, he finally started having the party like everyone else. I mean, I still can't believe that happened, Brock said. Okay, that's enough of that, Ash said, crossing his arm into an X position. This bit's gone on way too long. Let's talk about something much more productive. Like what? Gary asked. It seemed like what he wanted to say was more between them. Ash gave a look at Green which she instantly recognized and smiled. Okay, let's talk about you haven't confessed to Grace already, she said. Gary spat out his drink. What are you talking about? Oh come on, don't play dumb, Ash said. Just go say something, it's painfully obvious. I don't know what you're talking about, Gary said, looking away. So Ash nodded at Green. Well, in that case, you won't mind if I go ask her out, Ash said, holding his hand at his chin. I'm sure she might be interested in number 1 more than number 2. Green slid next to Ash. You know she is pretty cute, maybe I should try my luck as well. The other 3 were understandably confused and shocked at this turn of events, and Gary squinted at his 2 idiot friends. Oh, both of you cut it out. Fine, if it will make you 2 shut up, I'll do it one of these days. Ash and Green smiled and walked next to where Gary was sitting before grabbing him by the arms. Nope, not good enough. You're telling her today, Green said. As Gary was being carried, he started trying to escape. What? No, not now, wait, no dash. It was useless as he was carried away, his voice fading into the distance. The other 3 were at the table wondering, and Pikachu was also munching on some food covered in ketchup. Yellow looked at everyone. So did anyone else notice Ash has an egg? Viridian Forest. Beedrill, Cesar, Firo, and Pidgeot appeared in the forest with Abra, then she teleported away. Each of them had a job they wanted to do. Beedrill would be making her nest and subduing the population of Beedrill that have been growing exponentially, and Firo would go back to Route 1 to migrate his large flock here in a more manageable place. Pidgeot was more going to check the area and make sure the Pidgeot population wouldn't fight with the Spearow that would be coming in, and Cesar, well, let's just say Ash gave him an offer. Quick flashback. Ash was lying next to a tree as Cesar was training like always. Even though the league was over, it was silent and peaceful. Then out of nowhere, Ash looked over at Cesar. Hey, you want a girlfriend? Which made Cesar immediately fall to the ground in surprise at the sudden question. So yeah, that's kinda of what he was here for, and when he found one that caught his interest he would just take her back with him with Abra. The idea made his red face even redder. He already had the strength to take on his original clan, and to Scythers, strength equals attractive. So just as they were about to split up, suddenly a Pidgeotto flew from the sky and landed in front of them. You there, state you business, I am the protector of this forest. Pidgeotto said, and behind her were multiple Pidgey. No one had any way of knowing this, but this was the Pidgeotto that Ash caught in the anime originally. Now that she wasn't caught, she stayed and became the protector of the forest and the current strongest. She could take on any Pokemon at 3 gym badge level. Cesar raised his claw. Hey, we mean the forest, no harm. In fact, I was born here in the forest. As was I, Beedrill said. We are not here to destroy anything. Isn't that right, you two? Firo and Pidgeot both stayed silent for a moment, seeing Pidgeotto. Then after a moment they puffed up their chest feathers. Yes, we only want some negotiations. Perhaps we can talk about it more privately. Cesar and Beedrill both watched the two lovebirds try to court this Pidgeotto, making them both sigh and both fly away, letting them embarrass themselves. Near Empty Moon, Nidoking and Macamp were dropped off by Abra. Macamp went in a specific direction and Nidoking chose to follow for a bit. Thanks for following me. This isn't easy, Macamp said, looking down. Nidoking nodded. Right, because it's that. As they kept walking they made their way into the forest and stopped in a clearing, but not just any clearing. This was the place that still gave Macamp nightmares, the place where he buried his friends. As he walked close he sat down in front of them and just stayed there for a while. Hey guys, I'm back. I know it's been a while, but guess what? I'm a champion now. I just wish you guys were around. Nidoking stayed silent for a moment. May I ask, you seem to have a closer bond than just friends. Macamp chuckled. Yeah, you would be able to tell, wouldn't you? Actually they're all my brothers, well, half-brothers. Really? Nidoking said, surprised. Macamp nodded. Yeah, you see, from what my mother and they told me, our father was a ruthless Macamp. He was so strong he did whatever he wanted, and what he wanted the most was a worthy opponent. So he went around everywhere having as many children as he could with as many strong Pokemon as he could. I'm pretty sure he stole my mother from a trainer. I'm also sure that I'm the only one that was born from another Macamp. Really? How does that work? Nidoking asked. Well, apparently my father's genetics are so strong that he can breed with any Pokemon and it is guaranteed to be a male matchup. Heck, he even cooked the Golem King once. So after a while, we all banded together saying that one day we would fight our old man and win for our mothers. I see, Nidoking said. Then in that case dash. Suddenly as he was saying that a high-pitched voice came from the forest behind them and a mankey wearing a hat walked out with a scroll. Attention! The king of this forest demands to see the intruders. Follow or face the king's wrath. Then he looked over at Nidoking and Macamp, who were both larger than the king, and immediately almost passed out. Will YYU be complying, or will we need to send the royal guards? Nidoking sighed and looked at Macamp. I'll take care of this, you stay here as long as you need. Macamp nodded. Thanks man. Nidoking picked up a package he brought with him and walked to the mankey. Well, lead the way. But what about the other one, he said, shaking. Nidoking stared down. I will be going alone, so start walking, he said as Mankey almost passed out from the words. Alright, okay, Mankey said as he quickly started walking with Nidoking behind. Nidoking was walking behind the Mankey, who was still shivering as he talked. It's actually been a while and he was still young before Ash caught him, so he doesn't remember the path much. Nidoking kept walking, and as he continued he saw familiar places that he remembered, but also there were some craters caused by explosions that Pokemon were helping to fix. Things sure changed since I left, Nidoking mumbled, as he looked around. Pokemon that his father the king didn't let in were now living with the others. There was even a Jigglypuff bard singing the king's praise and how he defeated the Golem King. It seemed like everything was being renovated by all the Pokemon, and then there were Nidorina and Nidorino walking around patrolling and helping out to rebuild everything. As he walked past, Pokemon started looking at him scared and shocked. After all, he was larger than the king, so everyone thought he was a rival king that had come to steal the throne, which also made everyone stare daggers at Mankey. Nidoking didn't really mind since this was his home, so when he got to a place he recognized he looked down at the Mankey. Oi, I can take it from here, I'll go to see the king. Mankey looked like he wanted to say something, but one look from Nidoking was enough to make him reconsider. Why yes, Jay, just remember you are in the CC capital, so don't try anything, he said, trying to sound intimidating, but then ran away with his tail between his legs. Nidoking shook his head as he started walking deeper into the forest. Along the way he saw the destruction left from back in the war against the Golem King. He kept walking, seeing some Pokemon working as guards. All of them were scared at just seeing him and he just kept walking. Then from nowhere a old Primeape jumped out, a rival Nidoking, and he is larger than the king. I can't allow him to go further. The king is still injured from the battle. It seems like I must lay my life down. Maybe then I can repent for my sin of letting the third prince disappear. Primeape got in a battle position, but Nidoking recognized this Primeape. It was his old caretaker. Emphasis on the old. He was actually in charge of taking care of all of his siblings with him, but back then he ran away to join the fight. Nidoking raised his arm. Hey, Primeape, long time no see huh? Primeape was taken aback but stayed ready. What? Who are you? Oh, I guess you wouldn't recognize me right now. It's me. Remember you took care of me while I was a little Nidoran. Primeape felt his heart sink. TT third prince? Is it really you? Nidoking scratched the back of his head. Hee. Yeah, it's me, I'm back. Primeape for the first time in a long time felt a great guilt wash away. Prince, I am sorry. It was my fault you disappeared. I should have followed you after you ran, then maybe things would have been different. Your father and siblings Nidoking was about to pat him but he realized he was too big for that now. What do you mean? What happened after I left? Primeape wiped the tears forming on his face. My prince, after the war ended we counted our losses, and when we couldn't find you we were worried, but we never found your body, so the king created a raid force to go after the Golem King to see if you were kidnapped, but you weren't there. Then he started crusading through Moorland looking for anyone who may have taken you, but the other kings also didn't have you, but he never stopped, and the wound on his chest he sustained never had proper time to heal. Even now he is in his throne looking for you. And your mother and siblings, they wanted to help him and make him stop, but he never listened. In the end things haven't gone too well, and as for me, the fool that was supposed to protect you, your father demoted me to door guard. I see, Nidoking said. Geez, I didn't think the old man would take things so far. Yes, but now you have returned, so now you can quell his anger. Nidoking nodded. Okay, I'll go talk to him, but you're coming with me. Primeape flinched. My prince, I can't. I am no longer welcome there. Nidoking grabbed him and put him on his shoulder. Well, too bad. Besides, after he finds out I'm not dead and you brought me back, you'll have your position back in no time. I see. Well, I can't stop you, but I'm not the young Primeape I used to be. If something happens I won't be much help. Nidoking started walking. Don't worry about it. I've become stronger than you can imagine. As he kept moving, Primeape kept filling Nidoking in on the situation. Apparently things were worse than he thought. The territory his father possessed nearly tripled from the crusade, which explained how he and Macamp were found out. As they kept moving they reached the clearing where the throne room was, a familiar place because this is where he hatched. As soon as he walked inside he was greeted by a double kick by a Nidorino. It didn't do much damage to him but it was still annoying. Before he could turn was greeted by a fire punch from a Nidoqueen, which also did minimal damage to him. Nidoking grit his teeth. What is wrong with you two? Is that any way to treat your brother? The Nidoqueen's sister was immediately shocked that he would announce himself as their brother. Wait, you don't mean, are you really? How are you so strong and when did you evolve? Nidorino brother also walked up. Wait, really? Third, is that really you? Yeah, it's me, and I brought Uncle Primeape with me, Nidoking said as Primeape gave a wave to the two. Then before Nidoking could explain any further he was greeted by a earth power to his side. Oh mother dash. No, he wasn't about to curse. That attack came from the Queen Nidoqueen, his mother, who walked in, but as soon as she heard the word mother she froze and finally got a closer look at Nidoking. It can't be, it's really you. Queen Nidoqueen said, covering her mouth and holding back tears. Nidoking rubbed the spot he got hit. It still wasn't heavy damage but it still hurt. Yeah, but what's with everyone and attacking me? Is this a drama or something? I swear if I go to the throne and I am greeted by a punch by dad I'm firebombing this place. Just as he said that a stomp was heard coming from the throne room and walking out came a large Nidoking with scars covering his armored body, and a large new scar right on the chest. Nidoking walked up, his face looked angry, and his fists were clenched. Nidoking's mother and siblings wanted to warn him that it was him but the king's pressure was enough to make them kneel. Only Nidoking was able to resist and stay up. As the king walked up to Nidoking, Nidoking prepared himself, almost certain he was about to be punched across the face, but then unexpectedly by everyone the king looked Nidoking up and down and then hugged him. Everyone, degree. Do you expect me to not recognize my own son? The king said. A few minutes later they were all sitting down at a table. Nidoking was explaining what happened after that day, about how he got caught by Ash and trained then evolved. I see, so you have a trainer now. Well, at least he seems to be capable if he trained you to be this strong. King Nidoking said. Yeah, he took our attacks like they were nothing, Nidorino brother said. I see, it's a shame that I am injured. I'd love to have a spar with you, King Nidoking said, rubbing his chest. Don't be ridiculous. I know I can't beat you if you were back at full strength, though I probably could beat all my siblings. Nidoking said. Where are they, by the way? Queen Nidoqueen handed him a berry. Oh, your siblings? Well, most of them are training because they still think someone kidnapped you, and your eldest brother, he kinda took it the worse. Even worse than dad. How? Well, Sister Nidoqueen said, he blames himself because he thinks he should have been the one to disappear, or in this case die, so he's kinda been going out and just fighting, not for anything other than just to fight. Primeape nodded. Yes, last I heard he was coming back. He was sparing in the Great Caves looking for powerful opponents. Nidoking had to take a double take. What? He's coming from there. There wouldn't happen to be a gravesite that was made recently after I disappeared that he passes through wood there. Yes, actually, he treats that place like your grave. He goes every week. Why? King Nidoking asked. Nidoking gulped and got up. We need to go there now, no time to explain. Then he started running as fast as he could. The 4 family members plus Primeape looked at each other and started running too, though Primeape and Nidorino brother hopped on sister Nidoqueen's shoulders. As they ran back through the town, people thought this was a chase where the king was chasing the intruder. There were even some guards that tried jumping in the way to get in the way, but Nidoking took care of them with a single swipe of his arm, yelling sorry. As they kept moving, they got out of the main part and back through the foresty area where they could hear the sound of someone punching something. Nidoking didn't slow down, he kept running until eventually getting back to the gravesite where he left Macamp. But he was too late. When the others finally arrived, they were out of breath and breathing heavily. What pant were you in such a hurry to fight? King Nidoking said, but was cut off when he saw what happened. Their Macamp was sitting down in front of the graves and a Nidoking was laid out on his back unconscious. Dang it, I was too late. Macamp, did you really need to hit him so hard? He told me to leave, Macamp said. Okay, understandable. I'll take him, Nidoking said as he walked over and grabbed his older brother by the foot and started dragging him back. The other family members were looking shocked at this, especially that brother Nidoking was knocked out. Son, who is that? Oh, he's another one of my trainer's Pokemon. We came here together, I think he caught us on the same day too. They were shocked to hear that. Wait, but he's so strong, I thought you would have been his strongest companion. King Nidoking said. No, I'm not even top 5, Nidoking said casually. By the way, let's go back, I think we need to get this brother of mine to see that I'm not dead. The others were too stunned to speak, so they just nodded and followed. After a few minutes, they were back and fed Nidoking brother some berries to get him up. Then he tried attacking Nidoking, but he knocked him out with a single punch. Then they got him back up and explained everything. So now Nidoking brother was hugging his younger brother. Thank goodness, I thought you were dead. Yeah, not things can go back to how they used to be, Nidoqueen's sister said. Well, about that, Nidoking said, I'm not going to stay. You know I have a trainer and another family now, but I can come back to visit whenever I can. His siblings seemed to be the most shocked by this, but his parents nodded. I understand. You aren't the little Nidoran you used to be, King Nidoking said, crossing his arms. Yeah, I don't really want to be a king either. I still like my freedom, so I can't stay. Yes, you were always so excited to explore, Primeape said. Yeah, oh, that reminds me, I have something, Nidoking said as he handed the bag he had with him to his father. They're moonstones, enough for the rest of my siblings to evolve. My trainer gave it to me. I see, then he must really be something if he willingly gave you so many to give to us. Okay, enough of that. Let's celebrate. I'll send a messenger Pidgeot to call your siblings. Let's have a big party. Queen Nidoqueen said, clasping her hands happily. Nidoking shook his head and smiled. All right, I have some time until I go back. Mind if I ask my friend if he wants to join? Cesar kept moving through the forest, taking down Scyther with one hit each. It just goes to show the difference in his strength. Back when he was still a Scyther, he was considered relatively weak, but then again he was also the youngest at the time. When he moved deeper, he saw a group of Scyther walk forward with one he recognized as his own grandfather along with the members that were in his original group before he got caught. Grandfather Scyther walked up. You there? Why have you entered our forest? Are you here as a rival attempting to take over? Cesar could see everyone prepared to attack just in case, and he could even see there were Scyther hidden in the trees ready to ambush him. He sighed. What's the big idea, Gramps? I leave and suddenly you all try to kill me. All Scyther, Grandfather Scyther got closer much to the displeasure of the other Scyther, and started looking at Cesar, checking him. It can't be. It really is you. Again all the Scyther looked confused as Grandfather Scyther grabbed Cesar by the claw and started leading him deeper into the forest. A few minutes later Cesar was sitting in front of all the elders, which his grandfather was also a part of. He explained what happened and how he was captured and became stronger, even evolving. The oldest Scyther was the first to speak. So a human captured you, and then you were beaten in a fair battle after you were taken away. Yay, which makes sense. I doubt that if he had challenged me alone, the other Scyther in my squad would have allowed it to happen, Cesar said. Well, from reports we have gotten, you are much stronger. You can beat each of our scouts in one punch, but to think you went into that form, another Scyther elder said. Yeah, he asked me if I wanted to evolve, and I thought why not, since I barely use my wings anyway, might as well have a hard body. Cesar knocked on his chest. I see, very well, then we have no complaints as long as you were able to become strong, Grandfather Scyther said. But if I may ask, why did you return? Did you run away from your trainer? Well no, he let me come back because I wanted to, Cesar said, scratching the back of his head. So he just let you, his strongest companion, leave with the hope you will come back, the elder Scyther said, incorrectly assuming Cesar was the strongest. Well yes, but also I'm not his strongest. I don't even think I'm top 5, Cesar said, making them all nearly fall over in surprise, and also that's not the only reason why I'm here. The grandfather Scyther shook his head. This is surprising, to think you're this strong and you aren't his strongest. But in that case, what is the other thing you have come for? The oldest Scyther said. Cesar dug his claw into the dirt and his red face turned redder. Well, I don't know how to say this. Let's say I was tasked with finding another Scyther for my trainer, but that it also has to be a girl. The Scyther stayed quiet for a moment before the grandfather Scyther started laughing. Ha ha ha, oh you really are my grandson, aren't you? Ha ha ha. As he was laughing, the oldest Scyther spoke up. Well, if you come for a mate, then that isn't a problem. You were born here, but you do remember our ritual. You are more than strong enough, but it is still tradition. Yes, I understand, Cesar said. The ritual was kinda like a combat trial. Since Scyther were attracted to strength, the stronger the Pokemon, the more options they had, and usually depending on the winner's preference and the amount of Pokemon, they can have one or more. Grandfather Scyther stopped laughing for a moment, wiping a tear from his eye. Yeah, hey, why don't you just let him take your granddaughter like we talked about before? He might have been too weak then, but he's certainly strong enough now. The Scyther elder looked back at him. You expect me to allow my granddaughter to be taken away as well like your grandson? Grandfather Scyther smiled and pointed at the door. Seems to me like she wouldn't hate it. From the door, a female Scyther was peeking through, and when she noticed she was found out, she ran away quickly. Elder Scyther grit his teeth but then smiled. Well, it doesn't matter. First he needs to complete the challenge, and after he chooses who his mate will be, he must face her caretaker, which means, he says as he stood up and brandished his blades, he'll face me if he wants my granddaughter. Everyone collectively looked at him and said, Granddaughter Con. Team Rocket Base. Giovanni sighed into his hands. Over the past few months he had been trying to find a trace of Mutuo, even ignoring most operations. But after 3 months of searching, he realized it was unlikely Mutuo was still in Kanto. So with a heavy sigh, he chose to drop it for now, but he would be sending an expedition party around the world searching, but he wouldn't tell Getsy's even if he figured out where Mutuo would be. Getsy's was a liability, a card that he can't play, a book he can't read. So he chose to go back and work on his other projects for now, starting with the USB drive he had on his desk. Admin Sayoko gave it to him, explaining how all the information was collected by the 3 new spies, but also due to the failure of Enid in the report of both D and J they were found. Giovanni set this off since if they were caught it likely meant they would relocate before he could decide what to do. But now he sighed and connected it to his computer. In a moment all the information was downloaded into it, but there was also a fragment of something else that was inside the drive that now had access to Giovanni's computer. Giovanni started reading through the information. It was clear when they got caught since the beginning had its information all organized neatly, and then near the bottom there were things rushed inside, but he could still read it. He didn't even need to finish it to make his choice. After reading the first few lines he frowned and sent a message to the admins and his executives to stay on alert for any sightings of these raiders. After he did that he chose to start setting up a team to prepare to go and immediately attack their new base wherever it may be, and on that team, Ash2/D was put on the list first. Speaking of which, Ash was sitting at dinner with AJ, Samurai, and Janette. He brought them here for a very specific reason, the 2 rivaling gyms that were fighting, the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym. He filled them in and told them to not act like trainers or show Pokemon. Most people in this town hated Pokemon trainers, and it wasn't likely that anyone watched the league, so they didn't need to hide their appearance. As soon as they came in they noticed that the town looked almost abandoned. There were the remains of buildings on the street and it all looked like a ghost town. When they walked in they were immediately invited by a nice middle-aged man with a diner to hurry inside her shop because it was about to start. Ash didn't refuse his kindness and dragged the other 3 inside with him. When they were inside Ash noticed one woman sitting in the corner waiting, with a cup of coffee, silently just observing and waiting. He served them all the special omuras. Ash started eating but the other 3 wanted to ask more questions. Hey, so can you tell us any more about why the gyms in this town are fighting? AJ asked. Well, in truth they fight every day at the same time. They don't care about us citizens at all. Their fights usually do hurt us since no one in this town has any Pokemon. They just want to see who becomes the gym leader, to see who gets the funding from the Pokemon League. That's awful, Janette said. They're doing this all for money, fame, and power. It doesn't even sound like actual battling, more like a street fight. Indeed, if I could do it my way I would reenact the great Samurai Yojimbo's feat, Samurai said, putting his hand on the sheath of his fake sword. The old man shook his head. I wouldn't recommend you get involved with that. Those guys don't care, they'll send their Pokemon at you, and what's worse they hire trainers to join them. Thankful no truly strong trainers have decided to participate, but even still we don't know how much longer we can go on. How long has this been happening? About 2 years now. Neither side ever comes out on top, so they just keep coming back, and when they come to get food we have to give it to them and they say that they'll pay us when they become the gym. Then he looked down, and what's worse is that our city is one of the oldest in Kanto and had a rich history and landmarks to tell the story, but after they came it was almost all destroyed. They were about to comfort the man when suddenly they heard rumbling and the sound of glass breaking. It's time again. I suggest you stay in here to hide, then as soon as you can run away from this town for your own safety, he said as they could hear yelling outside. Come on boys. Today we crush those Yas Gym losers. Guys, we won't stop until we drive those Kaz Gym guys out of Dark City. Yeah. They could hear the destruction and fighting. One guy was even shot through the window of the dinner and ran back out. Janette lowered her head. So that's what these guys are all about. They truly don't care. As she said that they could hear screaming from innocent people outside running away from them. The 3 of them clenched their hands hearing this. How can this go on? This isn't right. AJ said, one step away from going out there and punching these guys himself. Unfortunately we can't do anything. Those guys have Pokemon and we are just regular people. We tried contacting the league but they haven't done anything yet. They have only said that due to their actions, they will never gain the title of a gym. But they don't believe it. Just as he said that, Ash put down the fork after finishing the Omuris and chugged the water before giving a satisfied breath. Man, that hit the spot. Ash got up and stretched his back before walking to the door with his hand in his pocket. You know I'm a bit short on money for the food, so in exchange, I'll deal with this for you. Wait, what are you planning on doing? The old man said, but Ash already kicked down the door and had a shrunken pokeball in his hands. Outside there were tons of trainers and Pokemon both fighting like animals. Ash didn't waste any time and threw out Gyarados. As soon as he came out, everyone stopped seeing a giant red monster. When Gyarados saw the sea of people and Pokemon, he realized how weak they were. So with only a glare, Pokemon started falling over, then people, then the Scyther and Electabuzz, until everyone fighting was laid out unconscious on the ground. People watching were shocked to see everyone taken down so easily, and after Ash looked inside and gave a thumbs up, people started cheering that finally the Yas and Kaz gym were taken down. After a few minutes, people started taking the trainers and tying them up. After they woke up, the mystery person revealed herself to be a Nurse Joy from the Pokemon Inspection Agency. She immediately told them they would never get the qualification for a gym, and for the damage they would all have their trainer license suspended. After that, she called in some people and had them taken away to be given a proper punishment. Then she went over to Ash, AJ, Samurai, and Janette and thanked Ash specifically since he was the one who stopped them. Everyone in the town was also cheering and around giving their thanks. Joy bowed. I didn't expect the champion of the Indigo League to step in himself. And that immediately got people surprised to hear he was the champion. Ash waved it off. It's nothing really. I just did what I thought was right. Yes, but still this city is one of the oldest and most valuable in Kanto for its history. I'm afraid that if there is no gym leader, then more people will come to try, Joy said, closing her eyes dramatically, but slightly peeking to see Ash's reaction. I know what you're thinking. No, I don't want to become the gym leader, but I know 3 people who would do just as good, Ash said, gesturing to the 3 behind him. Joy felt a little sad, but upon seeing 3 trainers who all made it to at least the top 16, her mood improved. Okay, then I'll submit the information and send back a form to see what your gym will specialize in. After that you can design your badge and we'll start sending the funding for renovations. AJ tensed up, realizing his dream that seemed impossible was now happening. Oh okay. I'll do my best to protect and improve Dark City. As will I. My blade will only be to protect the city and her people, Samurai said. Janette just sighed helplessly and smiled. Well, why not? Sure beats my life before, and at least I can have fun, so let's do it. Joy smiled happily and the citizens were nervous but they felt good. They didn't think they were bad people but they weren't ready to just welcome them in like nothing happened. So after that Ash helped them pike out a building and choose their specialty. Instead of a type they chose to specialize in speed and fast Pokemon. After that Ash bid them goodbye and left with Abra. Not long after that, when they were preparing everything, a girl with a Yas uniform and a red scarf stumbled out of the tree after spying on them for a while. Samurai was the first to greet her, with his sword pointed at her. You there who bears the mark of Yas, state your business. She flinched and then got up and bowed in respect. Please, can I join your gym? Pallet Town. After a while the party started dying down. Gary was in the corner beat red. The so-called confession fell to a stuttering mess and Grace fell unconscious after the words I like you left Gary's mouth, even though they both liked each other. So whatever you want to call it, I guess it was a success. Honestly, even Ash couldn't tell, and if Gary had an answer, he sure wasn't giving it. So Ash and Green joined back in the conversation with Brock, Misty, and Yellow, and then Ash finally felt his phone ring indicating that the voice for his reward was made. He took it out and his eye immediately twitched seeing the first line. Quality of Pokemon, excellent, reward, egg genetic control. Description, with this, you can change how Pokemon in eggs are born, whether giving them abilities, types, or mutations, with limitations and sufficient genetic code. Reward for winning the Indigo League, you have access to your original world's internet, and the time for this and the old will now be 1:1. Note, you will not be able to contact anyone or affect anything, only look at the internet. Now ignoring the pun at first glance, it looks like the first reward is better, to be able to manipulate a Pokemon's genetic code as long as it's an egg is very good and valuable, but the second one interests Ash more. With it, he can actually stay updated on the Horizons anime, and he can finally find out what the DLC was since he died right before it came out. And a lot more stuff, but for now he couldn't look through it due to his friends sitting right next to him. Green noticed Ash looking at his Rotom phone and tried but failed to lean over, watch a looking at. Ash shook his head, just some people asking to interview me, this is gonna be a trend. Well, serves you right for being the champion, Misty said with a cheeky grin. Yeah, but also I wanted to talk to you guys about something, Ash said, putting his phone in his pocket. Well, since I'm not old enough and the Johto League hasn't even technically started, I'm gonna go to the Orange Islands for a bit, Ash said. Everyone blinked in surprise, well except Gary who was just existing. Green looked up at him. Wait, really? You're not gonna go to the Orange League, right? Nah, that'll be a waste of time. I was more going to see if there were any cool Pokemon to catch and also do an errand for Oak, Ash said, stretching his arm. It will be like a month and a half at most. Well Chief, you're doing that one alone. I'm not going over there, I have some much more important stuff I want to do, and Loverboy over there probably isn't either, Green said, pointing at Gary. Yellow and Misty looked at each other. Do you want us to go with you? Yellow asked. I mean, if you want to go you can, but I wouldn't recommend it. I'm just going to do some traveling and then come back as soon as I turn 11, Ash said. Actually it would be better if I went alone, besides you two have your birthdays coming up, if you go with me you'll miss them. I see. Yellow said she never spent a birthday away from Uncle Wilton, and also she felt like this time she could beat him and get more answers. Misty put her arms behind her head. Yeah, I've been to the Orange Islands when I was younger, and it's nice and all but not that interesting, especially this time of the year. Most of the stuff I would want to go for only happens in the summer. Ash nodded. Yeah, the only reason I chose the Orange Islands is because Oak told me to get something for him. After that, I'm just going to see what's around, especially since apparently they have different kinds of Pokemon. Brock nodded and looked up. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to go. Those Pokemon sound interesting for my training, and there is another breeding competition taking place in Valencia Island. Ash nodded. He didn't want Brock to face whatever the incident was again, but it seemed like it was a canon event. Okay, sure then it's a guy's trip, just me and you bud. Ash held his hand out for a fist bump. Brock returned it. Yeah. Misty shook her head. Well then, I guess me and Yellow will just wait for you boys to come back. Ash smirked. Oh don't worry, I'll be sure to send some more presents for you guys on your birthday. The next day, Ash finished up the stuff he needed to, and he got Abra to go pick up his Pokemon, of which it looked like they all did what they wanted to, and Cesar now had a Scyther clinging onto him and blushing. Yeah, the ritual went by really easily and he stumped everyone including the elder and got himself a mate, so he was happy, and Ash was too when he caught her. Also, Ash left some of his Pokemon in the lab and more in his PC, just because this is going to become a solo adventure after Brock ends up leaving. He'll take more of them with him to Johto, but might as well just let Oak have his fun. So after parting ways, Brock and Ash went over to Vermilion City after Ash made a quick call to Surge. Ash told Brock to go stock up on supplies and snacks and he'll go get their ride, then meet over at the port, which Brock agreed to without much convincing. So Ash walked over to the port. Along the way he saw the Vermilion school, but he shrugged and kept walking. But he did notice a bunch of Pokemon were playing in the playground, so there probably was a test or something. As he walked by he didn't notice that a small Eevee sneaked past him and went into the school as well. A few minutes later Ash kept moving through the city, and people recognized him as the champion of the Indigo League. So after way too long of being stuck and escaping he took off his hoodie and hat, leaving just his black long sleeve shirt, and he also made Pikachu hide in his bag, and he put on a mask. After that, he could walk around much easier and finally made his way to the Vermilion gym, where he walked in and was greeted rudely by the two people at the front again until he took off his mask and they took him inside. Along the way he saw Visks also training, but he didn't bother her. Eventually, he got to the back room which served as his office, but it also looked like a bunch of stuff was being packed up to move. And there to greet him was Surge. His arm was also better but not fully healed. Hey kid, Surge said, smiling as he walked up to him and slapped him on the back. How's being champion treating you? It sucks, doesn't it? Ash rolled his eyes. Yeah, couldn't walk through town without being stopped for an autograph or something, but it'll pass eventually, probably after next year and a new champion is named. Surge laughed. Ha, don't count on it kid, but hey, look on the bright side, at least you winning has been great for me. Since I did train you for a bit, that means you still have a sponsor under my name, so I got a bunch of stuff. We're even going to be moving to a bigger building, ha ha ha. Oh goody, I'm so happy that you can benefit from my success, Ash said sarcastically, but anyway you know what I asked for, right? Surge laughed. Yeah sure kid. Then he went to his desk and threw him a pair of keys. I got a speedboat, not as fast as a blimp but certainly faster than a big ship. You should get there in like 2 to 3 days. Ash looked at the keys then back at Surge. Should you really be giving me this? I mean I don't have a boat license, and aren't you worried that I might crash it? Surge chuckled. Don't worry about it. I gave you an honorary boating license on your ID. Besides if you crash it you have that Abra. What do I care for one ship after you came around? I can buy like 6s.s.ns. Ash sighed. Alright, whatever, I'll try not to crash it and I'll be responsible and blah blah all that other stuff. That's the spirit kid. Also I am looking forward to a rematch, this time full power one of these days. Surge said smiling. Ash started walking out but turned back and smiled, and I'm looking forward to breaking that arm immediately after it heals. Then he walked out of the gym. After he walked out he stretched his back and put on his mask again. He just needed to wait for Brock to meet up with him, then they would go off into the south, which fun fact, the Orange Islands are inside or at least next to the CAI Islands. As Ash walked out he thought about getting something to eat himself, but then he was interrupted by an explosion, coming from the park near the school. Ash's eye twitched. Not a single day to rest is there, so he started running. Once he got there he saw a giant Snorlax vacuum robot with Pokemon stuck inside, and in front of it there was a certain trio in the middle of a chant. On the other side he could see 2 researchers, one with a net, and next to them, he could see the familiar face of Chloe with an Eevee in her hands. Ash sighed heavily enough so that everyone had their attention on him. Seriously, this is what you people get onto. Jessie yelled over at him. Hey you there, what's the big idea interrupting us? We were just in the middle of our chant. Ash shook his head and took off his mask, revealing himself and surprising everyone there. Seriously guys, you're trying to steal all those Pokemon. Did you not learn your lesson the last 10 times? Hey, in our defense we were going to be shipped out of Kanto for a while, so we wanted one last big heist. James yelled, receiving a head punch from Jessie and Meowth. What's the by idea telling him that? Meowth yelled at James. As they started fighting with each other, Chloe took the chance and ran over and hid behind Ash, still hugging Eevee. Ash, thank goodness you're here. They are trying to steal all the Pokemon and those other guys are trying to kidnap Eevee. The researchers heard that, so the woman with a lightning bolt on her head waved her arms. Wait, we aren't Pokemon thieves. Chloe blinked. Wait, really? The guy whose hair looked like a Flareon tail also waved his hands. Yeah, we're Eevee researchers. We work with Eevee. As this was going on, James, Jesse, and Meowth looked at the back and forth explanations and felt like they were being ignored. Hey, don't ignore us twerps. Jessie yelled out, throwing out her Arbok, and now that you're here we'll also take that Pikachu. James looked at Jessie since this was an extreme change of plans but sighed and released wheezing. Ash looked at Chloe for a second, said nothing, and turned back, reaching into his bag and pulling out Pikachu by the tail. Okay, let's make this quick, I have stuff I want to do. Pikachu, you know the drill at this point. Pikachu looked tired at them and shook his head before walking off and preparing his cheek pouches. As he did, Eevee looked excited and jumped out of Chloe's arms and stood next to Pikachu using Mimic. Pikachu charged up his Thunderbolt, shooting it as Eevee copied and shot 1-2. The two bolts combined and created one larger bolt that crashed into the ground, causing an explosion that sent Team Rocket flying yet again. In the sky, it could be heard, Team Rocket's blasting off again. Ash shook his head and looked at the net. Yo, Pikachu Iron Tail. Pikachu jumped up as his tail turned silver and sliced at the net, freeing all the Pokemon stuck inside, and they all ran back to the playground where their trainers left them. Then Ash turned back to Chloe and the two researchers. So now that that's taken care of, let's sit down and talk. Collectively they all nodded and walked back over where a third researcher whose hair resembled a Vaporeon met with them, and they began explaining their side of the story. After some back and forth, Ash heard the story and looked at them. Okay, so this Eevee is yours and she can't evolve with any of the stones you gave her. That is correct. We have tried with all the stones but Eevee doesn't seem to be able to evolve. I see. I'm sorry. I thought you were Pokemon thieves when you were saying stuff like Eevee will never escape again. Chloe said with Eevee on her lap. Oh, you know, when you say it like that I get what you mean, the male researcher said. Okay, Ash cut in. So she didn't evolve into any of those. Have you tried the friendship evolutions? X3. Ash held his hand to his head. Seriously, researchers, the finest Kanto has to offer. Well, I'll admit we hadn't considered that since it seemed unscientific, but at this point it might not be the worst idea. Okay then, how about this? Ash said, pointing at Chloe. Eevee seems to really like Chloe, so how about you let her keep her and then you can see if she evolves. Chloe became flustered. Wait, why me? I mean, sure, I like Eevee, and Eevee seems to like me, and I wouldn't hate having Eevee with me. And where was I going with this? The researchers looked at each other and then nodded. All right then, sure, why not? It beats what we were trying. So Chloe, if you wouldn't mind, please take care of Eevee for us. Oh okay, Chloe said nervously. Then she snapped out of it when Ash handed her a Pokeball, which she took and looked at for a moment before booping Eevee on the nose. She went in and it closed immediately. After that the researchers excused themselves and went back to their lab, and Ash walked Chloe back to her school with Eevee now in her arms. Something had been itching at Ash's brain for a bit, so he decided to ask, by the way, why didn't you ask anyone for help? I mean, doesn't Go also go to your school? Chloe looked nervously. Well, the thing is, I did text him asking for help, but he texted back that he needed no distractions because he wanted to pass this exam so he could finally be a trainer dash. Then she realized something. The test? I haven't done any of it. Oh no. Sorry Ash, I have to go. Thanks for everything but I need to take my test. Chloe said, looking flushed and stressed. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Ash said as he smirked. Although here I was hoping that becoming a champion would be enough to win back your heart. Oh, woe is me. I guess I just now have to leave Kanto, Ash said in an overdramatic fashion. Chloe blushed and turned away. Idiot. Anyway, I'm going. Enjoy your fame, champion. Ash chuckled and walked away before he ended up having to deal with Go, so he went to find Brock. After a while and a quick lunch, Ash and Brock were set up on the speedboat Surge got for them, along with an autopilot and a map so they could get to their destination. Wow, I can't believe Surge just got you one of these, Brock said, holding his egg on his lap. Well, I did kinda get him a lot of money, so, Ash said as Pikachu was sitting at the nose of the ship enjoying the wind. How long do you think before we get there? We should get there about tomorrow late at about 7, Ash said as the wind blew off his hat, but Abra caught it then teleported away. Welp, there's about an 80% chance I never see that hat again. The Abra Show. Welcome back my junior siblings, to your favorite show. Are you courting death? It is your favorite senior sister Abra here. Abra said. Abratwo cut in, and I am the better senior sister Abratwo. And it's the tortured soul Alakazam because you people won't let me live in peace, Alakazam said with his face on the desk. I think you might have broken him, Drowsy said, passing a cup of coffee over to Alakazam. By the way, where's Sadok? Alakazam took the coffee. Well, Sadok said he has a date with his imaginary girlfriend. It's okay, senior brother Alakazam. Junior brother Sadok will come back next time, but this time we brought someone as a guest to take his place, Abra said, rubbing her little hands together. Seriously? What poor Pokemon did you bring this time? Alakazam said, sipping at his coffee. Abratwo teleported out and then back in as she was sitting on top of Charizard, who looked like he just woke up from a nap. Yawn, what do you want, Uchinibia? Charizard said, rubbing his eyes open them again, realizing he was here now. Abra raised her hands. And now introducing the ace of the winner of this year's Indigo League, we have the hidden talent, Boss Charizard. Charizard's eye twitched. Seriously, you're doing this? I thought Pikachu was joking when he told me about this thing. Don't worry, it doesn't get better, Alakazam said as Drowsy nodded along. Yeah, I was brought in but all I want is to read my books, but Abra brings me here before I can finish my books. Drowsy said sadly. This is no time to read books, Abra said. Unless of course, they are books with secret techniques, Abra nodded along. They all groaned as Charizard looked over to Alakazam. Do you want me to firebomb this place? Alakazam shook his head. I'd rather not, I live here. And the book I'm in the middle of is also here, Drowsy added. I'm going to lose my mind. Charizard took a breath and he looked at Alakazam. I'm going to need one of those. Drowsy raised his hand. I'll get it. Then he picked up a book on coffee and started walking out. So, Boss Charizard, can you tell us how you feel after your victory against the rival sect? Abra said, holding the mic closer to him. Hey Drowsy, make that too, Charizard yelled, feeling like this was going to be a long day. Ash came back after a while to the Team Rocket base. He also sent a text over to Looker, and after his initial shock that he had his number, he asked how the whole Annabelle situation was going on. He gave a quick explanation that she was confused and a bit stressed after finding out, especially since they went to validate if what he said was true, which was completely fair, so he left it that. Next up, he checked in with Porygon 2 and confirmed that the fragment of Porygon 2 had entered Giovanni's computer, which made him smile as he started looking over some stuff. Also, after some trial and error, he found out how the egg genetic control works, but in a simplified way. First, it showed up as a new app, then he chooses the egg he wanted to alter. He tested it on a random egg he stole from Team Rocket. Puchina, M. Ability, Run Away, Hidden Ability, Rattled. Egg moves, Poison Fang. Egg value, 10 DNA points. He could tell everything about it from the egg, and then using those DNA points he could then alter the Pokemon in different ways, such as changing its type, making it hatch early, giving it a mutation, making it shiny, giving it egg moves. He could even change its ability. And don't follow or keep track. This system is never going to come up again. It's just a way to show that he can't have a full team of Wonder Guard and huge power Pokemon. However, there was a catch. To do any of that he needed those DNA points, and the good things like giving it strong jaw cost a stupid amount, and there were also things he just couldn't do. For example, he couldn't give it moves that it couldn't learn or give it an ability like Wonder Guard. So there were a few limitations. He couldn't make this into an OP Pokemon, but there was another option. He could take those DNA points. Now that didn't mean he would kill the thing, just take the things that made it better than a regular, in this case, the egg move and the hidden ability, and there was something else. He tried it out on one of the dead eggs he had, and although he couldn't revive them, he could take their DNA points, which were a lot since they were way more impressive. There was surprisingly even a dead shiny, which gave him a good amount into his balance. So now he had more of a reason to go and steal eggs, and he'll need to stop by and buy more of the duds. He just needed a good excuse. But for now, he had other things, like searching in the data of Team Rocket with no limitations since he now had complete access to everything. So the first thing he did was take more money. What else? At this point, he had enough to never work a day in his life, but it wasn't enough. He would take more. But the second thing was that he looked up admin Aster. Looking at the information, it looked like he was stationed in a base over in the CAEI Islands. Specifically, it looked like he was over in 2 islands. It looks like he had taken control of Joyful Game Corner, or at least is partially in control. It isn't really clear. So it looks like if he can't get a good reason to get transferred to the CAEI Islands, then his main body will need to take care of it. But then as he was thinking that, Oishi walked up and made himself be known. Attention Agent D. The boss has requested you as well as the other 2 to get ready, because along with myself and a raid team of grunts, we will be transferred over to the CAAI branch under admin Aster. Well, that's convenient, Ash thought as he put his computer away. Sure, but just a question if I may, what is this raid for? We found the new main base of the raiders. They are located near Island 2 in a remote area. We have been instructed to destroy their production and take down their boss, Oishi said, and Ash nodded. Alright, when do we leave? Meanwhile, Giovanni was on the computer. On the other side, admin Aster was on the screen. I've sent a squad to meet with you at 2 Island. However, they are not under your jurisdiction. I know how you get, Giovanni said, glaring at Aster. Aster sighed. I see. Very well, I'll keep my hands to myself, but still, have you given any thought to my suggestion? Giovanni frowned. I told you already, I don't care about that stuff, and leave my son out of this. He has no business in Team Rocket. And why not? My daughter is a beauty. I'm sure your son won't mind having her as his wife, or a concubine at least, just as long as you know you give me that, Aster said, smiling. I told you, I don't care about that. My son can make his own choices, and besides that, I'm more curious on how willing you are to use your daughter as a bargaining chip. And why do I care? After all, my work makes it so I can't see them very often, but she is my daughter, so naturally she possesses good looks, and she is the gym leader, almost like a perfect pawn. Giovanni glared at Aster. You want to talk like that, huh? Fine, how is the Porygon project coming along? At that point, Aster showed the first emotion other than smugness. Well, sir, you must understand this is a complicated matter. The Porygon are Pokemon of pure data. It's very Oh, but didn't you steal the plans? Instead of bringing the creator Dr. Akihabara to join Team Rocket, Giovanni said. What was that you said? You guarantee that you can mass-produce Porygon if I give you enough funding and time. Well, yes, I did say that, but nothing. I've been spending a lot of money on your project and it seems to me like you're just enjoying the good life in the CAEI Islands. I already revoked your recommendation for executive. If you fail again you're losing your admin title. Do I make myself clear? Aster closed his mouth and nodded. Yes sir, he said, losing all the cokeness from earlier. Good, now get ready. As soon as they arrive I expect a call saying that you were successful in 24 hours, Giovanni said and hung up. On the other side, Aster clenched his teeth and punched the computer, breaking it completely. This stupid project has cost him so much. He used to be one step away from becoming an executive, he just needed to create a Porygon. And he was close, he almost had it, but then out of nowhere everything stopped working for some reason. He tried it again and again but it didn't work and now he might lose everything. He clenched his fist. It's all his fault. He has something to do with this. I swear after this mission I will get my revenge. Then he took a dagger and threw it at the nearby wall that had a picture of Giovanni on it, and then I will take Team Rocket for myself. League building. Spark, Blanche, and Candela were originally supposed to go to the League this year and hand out awards, but due to the recent circumstances that happened Lance went in their place as they stayed and tried to fix everything. The problem with Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres turned out to be a bigger deal than they originally thought. Zapdos was fine since he was never corrupted and all the clones he made kept the storms in check. But Articuno and Moltres lost their clone bodies after their corruption. Now there weren't any heat stroke or snowstorms being created since they were still in control and a certain leader of the trio, Lugia, was doing damage control. But this has also caused Lugia to become tired and forced it to go into slumber. So they needed to correct things as soon as possible, especially because now that Lugia went into a slumber and a lot of the Lugia clones went away as well, some Zapdos clones started creating problems and trying to take control. Although Articuno and Moltres were back to normal, the beating Zapdos had to give them also left them weakened, not to the point that they were useless. About 3 months after they returned from Cinnabar Island, Articuno and Moltres started splitting their power again to start creating clones to go back to where they belonged. However, there was a problem. Firstly, after everything that happened their strength was so low that they each only made one clone which they sent over to the Orange Islands to protect Lugia while it slumbears, but there was something else that they didn't notice. In those two, the final remnants of when they were corrupted stayed lingering inside them, not enough to make them go rampant but enough to have resentment build in their hearts. Thankfully with that all traces of the darkness were flushed out of the birds, and they just needed time to recover their strength. So over the next few months Spark, Blanche, and Candela have been nursing them back to health while Zapdos goes out and deals with their duties. And by Blanche's estimation, they've only recovered 40%, so they still had work ahead of them. In the sea, Ash and Brock were sitting and chatting while enjoying the ride on the speedboat. It's been over a day and Brock was currently bottle feeding his Bonesley again while his egg was sitting right there in his bag. Ash however was looking out with a pair of binoculars out in the sea. By the coordinates of the GPS installed in the boat they should see the shore of Valencia Island any moment. Yo Ash, Brock called out, any signs on Valencia Island? Not yet. Wait, Ash said as a green island came into view. Then he could see the place where Professor Oak told him to get the GS ball and the start of his looting spree and Brock's eventual trauma, Valencia Island. Ash looked back, putting his foot on the top of the ship's nose. Land ho? First mate Pikachu, prepare the anchor. Wait, why am I not the first mate? Brock asked. Because ya landlubber, you don't have the blood of a true pirate. Now prepare for docking, we will arrive in 5 minutes time. Ash said as Pikachu put on a black bandana. Brock signed but didn't say anything. He's known Ash long enough to not ask questions anymore, so he also got up and looked forward, seeing Valencia Island approaching from the distance. Brock, you better hold on to that Bonesley, Ash said as he sat down at the wheel of the speedboat. Ash took control of the boat and started turning it to go directly to the shore next to the lab instead of the docking station, which was on the other side of the island. He wasn't going crazy fast to the point where someone was going to fall out, but it was enough to force Brock to stay seated or else he'll fall over. As they were approaching the dock, from behind them, the water started bubbling and suddenly a Gyarados shot out from the water and roared behind them. Brock noticed the incoming Gyarados and gulped as he leaned over to Ash. Ash, step on it, we have some company. Ash leaned back and saw the incoming Gyarados. Alright then, hold on, we're going into maximum overdrive. Ash stepped on the gas as the ship shot forward and the engines started making louder noises as they sped up, getting away from the Gyarados, but one thing they didn't account for was that they were moving too fast and now heading straight for the shore. As they did, they turned back and saw that Gyarados stopped chasing them and was picking up someone, but they didn't see who, since when they turned back the boat crashed into the beach. When they washed up onto the sandy shore the engine slowed down and eventually stopped making noise. Ash and Brock sighed as they jumped out and finally looked back. When they turned around they saw the Gyarados approaching their direction, and Brock would be scared if there wasn't someone on top of it riding the Gyarados. The person was an attractive young woman with short purple hair and tired eyes. She was currently just wearing a swimsuit as she approached, then jumped off Gyarados, landing in front of them. Then out of nowhere 3 girls ran up and threw a lab coat, which she caught and put on in one swift motion. Hello there, Professor Ivy said, walking up to them. Sorry Gyarados scared you, and sorry about your boat. Do you need something I can help with? Brock was stunned seeing Professor Ivy and his legs were shaking. He stuttered. Ash shook his head. Hello, Professor Oak sent us for something you have for him. Professor Ivy smiled. Oh, you must be Ash then. Yes, the professor told me about you. Well then, pleased to meet you, I'm Professor Ivy. Brock stayed silent and blushing as Professor Ivy turned to her assistants. Charity, Hope, Faith, bring our friends inside, they're the ones we need to give the GS ball to. The assistants nodded and said in unison, Roger. But right before they left, Ash asked for a second and went over to the boat, opening up the part of the engine. He wasn't a mechanic, but he could see the thing was fried, so with a sigh he grabbed Abra by her scruff and put her in the seat, then left and she teleported out with the boat. A few minutes later they got to the lab led by the assistants. Ivy ran over somewhere and met back up with them in her normal clothes back in the lab wearing a pink tank top and a skirt. When they all got to the lab, Ivy pressed a button and a pedestal it opened up revealing a golden pokeball and it had the words GS carved into it. Well, there's the pokeball, we call it the GS ball, Ivy said holding it out for Ash to take. Ash grabbed it as Brock took a closer look. Hey, why is it all gold and silver? Ivy shook her head. We haven't been able to figure that out, much less open the thing. We've tried almost everything. I wished I could uncover the mysteries myself, but if anyone can, it's Professor Oak. So Ash, I hope you can get it to him safely. Alright, I'll get it to him in a bit, but by the way, is there a computer I can call him with to let him know I've got it? Ash asked. Unfortunately not anymore. We had one but it was outdated, so we sent it for an upgrade. Now we can only exchange emails with each other, Ivy said closing her eyes. I see, well that's fine, I'll just call him on another island, Ash said as he put the pokeball in his bag. Alright then, so what now? Hope asked. Should we show you around? Charity asked. Yeah, that would be super fun. Faith added. Well, I was going to make my rounds. Would you boys like to join me and see what I do around this island? Ivy asked. Before Ash said anything, Brock stiffened up. We'd love to. Ivy clapped her hands happily. Great, then let's go. After a few hours of walking around the island and seeing everything that was on it, including the different kinds of Pokemon compared to over in mainland Kanto, Brock also helped a Butterfree eat its food. Eventually, they returned to the cabin where they all lived, which was built into the lab, and when they walked in, Ash and Brock were greeted by a horrible odor and the sight of a messy room. No, messy is too clean for what they saw. Ivy scratched her head. Sorry about the mess, we just got caught up in research that we just one day gave up keeping this part of the lab clean and decided to call it Charity, Hope, and Faith, our little dump, X3. Brock looked at everything for a moment, then clenched his hands. Floors to sweep, dirty clothes, mopping, polishing, cleaning. This is just like home. Brock pulled out cleaning equipment out of nowhere and stepped up. Leave it to Super Brock. Then in a flash he started running around and started cleaning at a rapid pace, and at the same time he was also cooking and using the stove. Not even 10 minutes later the house looked completely different, being spotless compared to the dump it was before. Once again their words not his, and on the table there was a full dinner made for everyone. Everyone, dinner is served, Brock said trying to catch his breath. Let's thank Brock, Ivy said happily. Charity, Hope, and Faith, later, let's eat, X3. Then the four of them ran forward, completely knocking Brock down as they started eating like they never heard of food before, making happy noises as they ate, and Ash was half sure they weren't breathing as they ate. Ash walked over and helped Brock up. Yo, good dude. Yeah, it's just like home, Brock said happily. Yeah, but I mean it looks like you might want to cook some more if we want something to eat, because it looks like they already finished everything, Ash said, pointing at the table where it was once covered in food. Now there were only dirty plates, and the four girls sighing happily. Yeah, just like home. After dinner, they were given a room to sleep in, but while Ash laid down, Brock decided to follow the girls as they went out for some night research. When Brock left, Ash sighed and got up to go to the Pokemon Center because he knew where this was going. A few minutes later, after notifying the Joy in the center, they were sent out to the forest where they found Ivy coughing and holding a paralyzed Raticate next to Brock. Ivy looked at everyone. Contact the Pokemon Center. No need, we are already here, Joy said as she rushed over to grab Raticate and Shinsei put Ivy on a stretcher. This is the third time this week, Ivy, we told you to stop worrying us like that, Joy said as she gave some basic medicine to Raticate and then handed it to Shinsei. Yeah, sorry, I won't do it again. That's what you said last time, Joy said. And the time before that, Charity said. And the time before that, Hope added. And the time before that, even way back, Faith nodded. Hee sorry, Ivy said as she was carried away. Brock stayed there for a moment seeing everything, stunned for a bit processing everything, but then he felt a tap on his shoulder. When he looked over he saw Ash. Hey dude, I know that face, you want to stay here to take care of them, don't you? Brock slightly flinched but nodded. So you found out, can't even say I'm surprised anymore. Yeah, the cleaning kinda gave it away, and you mumbling, just like home, didn't help. Yeah, sorry, it's just this place really reminds me of how I took care of my siblings, and also Ivy is pretty. Yeah, I won't doubt you, Ivy is pretty hot, but that's beside the point. Yeah, sorry, I know I said we'd be traveling the Orange Islands together, but I feel like they need me more than you do. I mean, at least you can cook, Brock chuckled. Nah, don't worry about it. You do what you want to do, and if that's staying here learning about Pokemon and taking care of them, then go ahead. Just remember, no matter where you go I can still find you, Ash said smiling. Brock smiled and gave Ash a light punch on the shoulder. Thanks for understanding, man. Come on, we're friends. Don't mention it, Ash said. The next morning when they woke up, Ash walked out seeing that Brock wasn't in the room, and after got ready he walked out. He saw the 4 girls looking onto the roof. When he walked out he saw what they were looking at. It was Brock who was repairing the roof and his Pokemon were also out helping with some other stuff. Okay, that roof shouldn't leak anymore, Brock said as he finished repairing it. Ivy was looking up then turned to Ash. Well, it looks like Brock wants to stay with us. Yeah, he told me last night, but if it's what he wants I won't stop him, Ash said. Brock jumped down. Yeah, here I'll be able to learn a lot about Pokemon. Ash smiled back and held his hand out for a fist bump. Yeah, just remember, if you ever want to come back and travel you're always welcome, my dude. Brock returned it. Thanks, and if you need me you always have my number. Ivy cut in between the two. By the way, how are you going to get off the island? Your ship isn't around and it looked like it wasn't fit to go anymore. Ash shrugged and pulled out a Pokeball. Don't worry about it, I've got my own way around. Then he threw the Pokeball off the cliff releasing his Gyarados. As soon as he was free he splashed into the warm waters roaring as he jumped out. Ash saluted as he jumped off the cliff and hopping onto Gyarados' back. I've always got away. Then they started to wave at him as Gyarados started swimming away. Bye, X5. Ash and Pikachu smiled and waved back. We'll meet again. Yalandlab. Ash continued sailing on top of Gyarados. As they started sailing, Ash pulled up his phone and had it fly in front of Gyarados to show where they should go next, which was none other than Tangelo Island. So as he held on to his water dragon he tried to find a comfortable way to sit and it was fine, but with his scaly body that also gets slippery on some places he needed to hold on to the crown. Gyarados was fast but it wasn't too comfortable. But as he waited he decided to start browsing his old world's internet just to see what came up and if anything could come out of it, and Pikachu was taking a nap inside his bag like always. Wait, so in the 10 years I've been here only 2 have passed. Huh, so Kitakami is a thing. Oh, new characters. Huh, the DLC. I guess Blood Moon Ursaluna is a thing. I wonder how I get that. Huh, I guess that's it. I wonder what comes next. Ash scrolled through then felt like throwing his phone into the water. Mother FFFFF dash. He took a breath. Of course, they bring back Megas after I die. Curse you ZA, I'll never get to play you. He put his phone away to cool off from that disappointment and thankfully he didn't need to do too much since Gyarados arrived at the shore of Tangelo Island a few minutes later. And just so conveniently there was a cruise ship with a bunch of tourists also arriving. So Ash pulled up next to the dock. Some people were freaked out by the giant red Gyarados but after seeing it had a trainer most of them cooled off. When he jumped off the shaking caused Pikachu to get up and get back on his shoulder, and also Clefairy decided she wanted to finally jump out of her Pokeball and immediately took over Ash's backpack. Then before he looked at Gyarados, you wanna go back to your ball or you just wanna swim around? Gyarados looked at Ash and saw the island then just sank down back into the warm water without saying anything. Ash shrugged and looked at the Pokemon on his shoulders. Fair enough, anyway you two want ice cream. A bit later while Ash was walking around and the goobers on his shoulders had ice cream and the goober Abra came back and also took an ice cream then teleported out again, Ash was walking toward the beach. As he got close Pikachu's ears perked up. Pika. You found something Pikachu? Ash asked as he started pouring aura into his eyes to look around. Then with both those things he found something and started running towards the area which was more remote. Next to the shore there weren't even any nearby stairs leading out, only a guardrail, and looking down he could see a poor infant Lapras and 3 guys with sticks over her. Get up and get moving, you stupid lump, one guy in a bandana said. You better listen or else, the green-haired one with a stick said as he wound up and hit Lapras. Lapras, sad Lapras noises. Ash frowned and jumped over the railing landing on the sand. Hey you dumber, and ugly, what you guys doing? This is none of your business, the guy sitting over Lapras said as he jumped off and walked forward. We don't need any little brats like you telling us how to handle our Pokemon, the guy in the bandana said walking next to him. Yeah, we're getting ready for our big Pokemon battle against the Orange Crew, so get lost, the final guy said. Wow, the Orange Crew, really impressive that you want to take on a backwater league. Did your mommy say you could do it? Ash said, smirking. Why you little brat, listen here, the leader said in a poor attempt to be intimidating. We are the toughest around so you better buzz off before we make you leave the hard way. Wow ugly, you sure know how to intimidate a kid probably half your age, you must have girls all over you. Be honest, do you only want that Lapras so you have an excuse to go flirt with the Mekon gym girl? Ash responds. What? And no, the guy said. Gore, you wanna really do this you punk? Ash smiled and put his bag down. Sure, why not? I got a few seconds. The 3 guys clenched their teeth and threw out their Pokemon Beedrill, Spearow, and Hitmonchan respectively. This will show you. Spearow, let's show them what a real Pokemon battle looks like. Beedrill, let's get buzzy. Let's knock 'em out. Hitmonchan. The 3 Pokemon came out anywhere in the middle of jumping forward when suddenly a 4th voice yelled out, hold it. For some reason, the Pokemon were so confused that they lessened and even the 3 punks were so surprised that they also stopped, and from the side boy walked up. The boy had a short-sleeved, green shirt, dark red shorts, and a salmon-colored headband, and he had a notebook. It was Tracy. This should only take a second. He quickly inspected the 3 Pokemon and hummed to himself. The feathers on your Spearow indicate it's not getting enough vitamins and it could stand to lose a few pounds. The coloring on this Beedrill is pretty poor. And it's obvious this Hitmonchan isn't getting enough exercise. They all looked confused as Tracy nodded. Yeah, just as I suspected. The three punks listened with curiosity. Tracy pointed at them. It's easy to see that these Pokemon are pitifully underdeveloped. What do you mean underdeveloped? Yay, who made you the expert? But he ignored them and turned to Ash. These Pokemon, however, look just perfect. No, perfect isn't good enough to describe them. He grabbed Pikachu by the arm and lifted his hand. This Pikachu is very well trained. His coat is super shiny and his electric pouches are a nice bright color. Then he grabbed Clefairy, and this Clefairy's pink is so vibrant even the blush on her cheeks is a nice shade. He raised his notebook and put them on a log. I need a sketch of them. Please hold still. As Tracy started sketching, the punks looked dejected. We can't let these creeps ignore us. Let's go, guys. It's battle time, they yelled as the Pokemon ran forward screaming. Clefairy was posing for the picture Tracy was making of her, and the sudden interruption made her upset, so with a finger she used gravity to slam them into the sand. Then she raised her finger making them float with it, and threw them away. Ash and Pikachu didn't even say anything at this point, and Tracy didn't notice as he finished making the picture and happily showed it to Clefairy. Ash shook his head and walked over to Lapras. Hey dude, I don't know who you are, but can you save the pictures for later? This Lapras looks hurt, we need to call the Pokemon Center. Tracy snapped out of his trance and finally noticed the Lapras lying on the ground. Oh no, he quickly went into his bag and pulled out a vial. Here, this is medicine. Give it to Lapras, I'll go call the Joy. Ash took it and almost immediately Tracy started running to the center like his life depended on it. When Tracy was out of sight, Ash looked down at the baby. He held his hand out and used aura to calm her down. There, it's okay, I won't hurt you. Lapras was scared for a moment, but as Ash's hand approached she felt a sense of calmness wash over her as she let Ash pat her on the head. There, everything's okay now. Here, this will help you. He held out the medicine and helped her drink it. She didn't resist. Meanwhile, Ash was using aura to keep her calm and bonding as he could hear the Chansey running towards them. He gave Lapras another pat. Everything will be alright. A few minutes later, Ash and Tracy were in the waiting room. They were waiting for Nurse Joy to tell them the news about Lapras. Then Joy walked out and gave a happy smile. Everything went smoothly. Lapras will be back to normal after a bit of rest, she said as she pointed at the window where Lapras was resting on the water in the pool. That's good to hear, Tracy said, breathing a sigh of relief. Well, there is one problem, that Lapras is afraid of human interaction. She didn't even let me treat her. My Chansey had to handle it, Joy said, her smile fading. Ash looked out the window while Tracy started asking a few more questions. Then he spoke up, you mind if I try? Joy looked surprised at the request. Okay, you can if you want, just don't do anything to Lapras, she suffered enough. Ash nodded as he opened the sliding door and walked over to Lapras, not entirely since she was in the water, but he got her attention and held his hand out for her. Hey, you okay now? Lapras sheepishly made a cute sound and slowly moved to Ash, still cautious, but the aura certainly helped as she let her head rest on Ash's hand. Joy and Tracy looked shocked seeing this as Pikachu and Clefairy nodded, not even surprised that Ash did that. How? Pokemon just like me, Ash said, rubbing Lapras on the head lightly. Then when Tracy tried to get close to inspect her, she dived into the water, splashing Tracy with water as she went down. Ash gave a pat on Tracy's back. I guess some people are just naturally better at this kinda thing. Yeah, Tracy said as he went inside and grabbed a towel. Ash also went in and decided to go to the PC finally and call Oak since the worry for Lapras was over. It only took a few rings before Oak picked up. It also looked like he was eating some soba. Hello my boy, you caught me in the middle of lunch. I got the message from Professor Ivy that you got the GS ball, Oak said. Yeah, it's right here. Ash went into his bag and pulled out the GS ball. I see, gold and silver, very interesting. I can't wait to hold it with my own hands. Why don't you send your Abra? Well, to be honest, I don't know where she is, Ash said. Wait, I have an idea. Ash went into his bag and pulled out a small bag of chips and opened it, and the next moment Abra popped onto Ash's lap. Found her. Alright my boy, then if you could, can you send her over? Oak said. Yeah sure, I'll send it in a second Professor Oak, Ash said as he hung up. Also, Tracy was in the same room. He didn't leave, so he heard everything. His eyes lit up. Wow, I can't believe it. I know someone who knows my hero Professor Oak. Then he rushed in front of Ash. Tell me, how do you know Professor Oak? Well, I am one of his students, and he is also my neighbor, so I grew up with him, Ash said. Wow, hey please can you help me meet him? It's always been my dream to become his assistant and be able to show him my pictures and skill as a Pokemon watcher. Ash looked at Abra and she shrugged. Alright, but first one thing, Ash said as he put the Pokeball in Tracy's hands, and then he put Abra on his shoulders. Okay, good luck, Ash snapped. Wait, I'm not Tracy tried to say, but he was cut off by Abra teleporting. A few seconds later Abra came back with no Tracy, and Ash gave her the bag of chips as payment, then she teleported out again. Joy walked out after healing a few other Pokemon and looked around. Hey, where's Tracy? He decided to leave to fulfill his dream, Ash said. By the way, Lapras doesn't have a trainer, right? Joy nodded. Yes, it seems so. It looks like those guys you talked about never even caught Lapras. I wonder what will happen to her being so young and all without her herd. Ash smiled. Then do you mind if I try to catch her? Joy blinked but then thought about it. Well, okay, she seems to like you, but only if she agrees to it. Ash nodded as he walked out and held his hand slapping the water. Then Lapras nervously came out again, so Ash gave her some more head pats. Hey, you wanna come with me? I promise I'll treat you nicely. Lapras tilted her head and looked nervous, but she could see Pikachu and Clefairy smiling at her next to Ash, so she nodded, making a high-pitched cry. Ash smiled and held out a Pokeball, which she booped with her nose going into it, and the Pokeball closed and immediately went ding. Ash turned back around to Joy and held the Pokeball and smiled. Was that fine? After a few more check UPS, Joy finally released Lapras from her care and officially gave her to Ash, which he happily accepted. Now that he had Lapras, he didn't have a reason to stay on Tangelo Island, so he went ahead and grabbed some takeout for himself and went to the water. There he met back up with Gyarados, who jumped out of the water looking satisfied since he got to swim in warm waters. Gyarados leaned in, bumping into Ash with his head as Ash grabbed him. Yeah, I know. By the way, here I have a new friend now, Ash said as he threw out the Pokeball into the water. Lapras came out and stretched her flippers, then almost immediately saw Gyarados and became scared, running back over to hide behind Ash, but he was on a bridge, so she hid under the bridge. Ash looked down, holding onto the dock so that he could see Lapras. Sorry, that one's on me. You don't need to worry. Gyarados is a friend, he won't hurt you. As he said that, Gyarados leaned his head in and gave a smile, well, the best smile he could, which didn't really help, but she still went out since Ash told her to. Ash hopped onto her back, which was much more comfortable than sitting on Gyarados. He still let Gyarados out just to, scare away any Pokemon that tried something, and so that he could enjoy the water. Clefairy went back to her Pokeball because she wanted to after eating, and Pikachu went into Ash's bag because he didn't like sailing, he preferred just sleeping. His next destination was obvious, he would be going to Sunburst Island, so he pulled up a map and held it out for Lapras to see what direction they would go. After she started moving, Ash got comfortable and had his phone fly next to him as he pulled up his internet. Okay then, time to binge-watch Horizons. Meanwhile, in Pallet Town, a few minutes ago, Tracy arrived in Pallet Town inside Oak's laboratory with Oak sitting not 5 feet away from him eating some soba. They were going to say something until they noticed Abra on his shoulder, then seeing her teleport out, leaving Tracy standing there nervously. Tracy could hardly believe it. You're really real. Oak looked at Tracy. Okay, hello there. Oh, Professor Oak, I'm a Pokemon watcher and I would really like it. Tracy started but ended up stuttering halfway through. Oak scratched his cheek. Did Ash perhaps send you? Tracy snapped out of it and looked at the Pokeball he had in his hand. Oh yes, Ash told me to give this to you. Well, he didn't say that, but I heard him say you wanted this, and who am I to say no to my hero, Professor Oak? Tracy started rambling about Oak, and about halfway through Oak lost track on what he was talking about. So can I have it? Oak said, interrupting Tracy. Oh, right here, Tracy said carefully, handing it to him, fanboying as his skin slightly touched Oak's hand. Oak looked at it. Very interesting. I'll start my investigation in the morning when the proper equipment is ready. Then he looked at Tracy, who was looking at him with his eyes shining. Is there something else you need? Tracy took a deep breath, then did a 90-degree bow. Please, Professor Oak sir, let me become one of your assistants. In the League building, Lance was on the phone talking with an angry Claire and a few upset elders from his clan. What do you mean you gave away one of the eggs from that super large Aerodactyl? Do you have any idea how much effort it took to get that big Aerodactyl to agree to breed? Claire said angrily. Lance rolled his eyes, knowing his cousin's tendencies. Why do you care? Hasn't your Aerodactyl hatched already? Besides, I still have one for myself. One of the elders spoke up. In all due respect, that's not the problem. Yes, the Aerodactyl gave birth to twins in the form of those eggs, but the problem is that you gave it away without consulting us. Lance really had to hold back a big eye roll. Last time he checked, he was the head of the Dragon Clan, but he didn't say that. Well, I have my reasons, and the one I gave it to deserves it. Who could possibly deserve an Aerodactyl over the rest of the clan? Claire asked. Well, those Aerodactyl didn't come out of thin air, did they? Lance said, putting on a smile as he could see the elders lose all that bravado. Wait, so you mean? Another elder said. Yes, the agreement for those Aerodactyl is I would get them, but he would get one of the eggs from the big Aerodactyl, and I doubt you want our clan to lose its prestige as the most trustworthy and honorable dragon tamers, Lance said with a smile. Of course, I can call him and tell him to return the egg if it's so important, but that wouldn't look too good for us, so you know what, sure, just tell me, Lance said, leaning in close to the screen. What should I do? The elders looked at each other and realized they put themselves in a corner, so they had to swallow their pride. Very well, we accept your reason, they said through gritted teeth. But next time you better consult us, one said, trying to conserve what little remained of their pride. Claire just heard Lance's explanation and immediately accepted it. She more cared that Lance didn't get bought by some rich person to sell their eggs to without informing them first, so she went back to take care of her new baby Aerodactyl. Ash was on a boat with a few other rockets, namely Enid and Jay. Oweri was at the front of the ship, and Jesse, James, and Meowth plus Cassidy and Butch along with a few dozen rocket grunts. Oweri was the one who took the lead since he was higher rank, although he was only treated as the rank of captain instead of spy, which still made him the highest rank there. Ash did a few things before he left. He stole another batch of eggs from the egg station and replaced them with the duds. Then he also bought some more duds from the guy using the excuse that his mook liked eating them, which he believed immediately since that was actually really normal. They had a whole dump filled with mook and that's where they usually throw the eggs away, so he got them without any questions. Then he went through all the dudes taking their stuff, getting a good amount, then running through the eggs, separating the ones he found interesting, and in the other pile, he took those DNA points as well. And then after all that he sent the eggs that he didn't want but were still alive over to a Pokemon orphanage that the Rangers controlled. Of course he didn't go himself, he had Ghastly do it at night. And that's basically what his preparations were. He didn't alter any eggs yet since he wanted to do everything at once, besides the eggs he wants aren't going to hatch anytime soon. But finally going back to the topic at hand, this ship was going to the CAEI Islands, more specifically to Island 2 to meet up with Aster under Giovanni's orders. Ash was sitting alone with Meowth on his lap as he waited, but unfortunately, it seems he can't get a moment of peace. Jay snuck up and pulled Ash into his arm. Yo, bro, isn't this so cool, we're like on a super serious mission. Enid was brooding in the corner like always, scoffing as she looked at everyone. It is only natural I as the main character get sent to a new location to expand my renown, but if only these side characters weren't here too, she thought, like this wasn't 100% her fault. Ash sighed and took Jay's arm off of him. Yeah, but we still don't really know much about what we are going to do or how this is going to work. PSHH, that's fine, let's just stay in a team and we'll be fine, my guy. Wait, no way, he needs to be on a team with us, James said, cutting into the one-way conversation, and Meowth nodded along as well, still looking at Ash's Meowth with hard eyes. Wah, no way, he's been friends with me and Enid way longer, Jay argued back. And for the first time, Ash and Enid had the same thought. Friends is a strong word. They kept arguing and Jessie was over sitting next to Cassidy and Butch just watching. Sure, she liked Dee after they went on that mission together, but she wasn't as interested in having another 3-man plus 1 Pokemon team. Jay and James started a Pokemon battle, but Oweri got everyone's attention. Everyone listen up because I will only be speaking once. Most grunts went into a saluting stance as he walked past them. Listen, we are going to 2 Island. Our mission? During the cover of night, we will raid the raiders to get rid of their operation. For those of you that don't know or don't remember, most of them are pathetic, but their strength lies in their so-called boosters. You will be seeing Pokemon do things that are physically impossible, but that is why we will go together during a surprise attack. Now our main mission is to capture or eliminate the higher-ups, and secondary is stealing more information on the research and potentially finding a cure or at least a way to treat it. Any questions? Jay raised his arm but Oweri ignored him. Good. Now then, about the place we are going. The CAEI Islands are under Executive Archer's jurisdiction, however he is currently on a mission that will not be disclosed. So instead we will be meeting with Admin Aster in Island 2 where the recruits from the islands gather. Something important you all need to remember. Aster is known as a convincing man. He is powerful and also manipulative. He will try to charm you, get you on his side, and have your loyalty. Don't fall for it. Nothing in this world comes without a price. Now then, we will be arriving at 1700. All of you be ready. You can form squads if you want, but do it on your own, you aren't children. And Dee, you're with me, Oweri said before finally walking back to the bridge. Jay and James sighed. Aw, bummer bro. Yeah, but I guess we can't do anything if that's his order, James said as they both gave each other a handshake and walked back to where they were, and James had to grab Meowth to drag him back since he was bawling his eyes out since he won't beagle to be with Ash's Meowth. Enid, however, was even more salty. How is this possible? I as the main character should be the one taking the spotlight and having people fight to have me. Gore, I swear on my title I will take the glory. About an hour later at about 5 p.m., they arrived off the shore of 2 Island. Everyone was instructed to go to the base on the island, but Oweri went directly to the Joyful Game Corner and he had Ash follow. When they arrived, Oweri walked up to the front desk where a middle-aged man who Ash recognized as the actual owner of the Joyful Game Corner. Oweri walked up and handed him a paper. As soon as he read it, Ash could see the color leave his face. He took a gulp and nodded. Yes, I'll get the boss. He walked to the back room and a minute later a bit of scuffling, a man that Ash only recognized from the picture that Dr. Akihabara showed him. It was Team Rocket admin Aster. Aster smiled. Hello, you must be Oweri. The boss has told me much about you. Come, let us talk in a more private room. Aster went into a nearby room and Oweri and Ash walked behind. Meanwhile there a young girl, wearing a maid outfit when she probably shouldn't, quickly walked in and put a few cups of tea down, then quickly tried to escape. But before she could escape, Aster called out to her, Hey doll, you know we can't have tea, you should know better, I trained you better, you know. She shivered and gulped. Why yes sir, it's just the baked goods you like are being made, I will go and get them in just a moment. Aster sighed and waved her off as she ran away. Then Aster looked at them. By the way, who's that next to you? Ash gave a bow. Everyone calls me Dee. I was asked by Oweri to join him. Yes, he's one of the more competent grunts. He had a 100% record at the moment and is the main reason we have so much information on them, Oweri said. Aster hummed to himself. Oh, well then, good to know, he said, smiling to himself, looking Ash up and down. How many Pokemon do you have and how strong do you think you are? Ash looked at Oweri. I only have 3 Pokemon, a Meowth, Mook, and a Drowsy. I think my Mook is the strongest since the others are only for utility, and I say I may be strong enough to take on 4 to 5 of the official gyms at most. Ash lied. Aster smiled. Oh, impressive for someone your age. You're quite smart and powerful, huh? No wonder you are competent. He noted that down or later, but we're getting off track, let's leave personal matters for later. He smirked and leaned forward. Let's talk about when and how we will attack. Tell me what you know. Ash was floating across the sea on top of Lapras. It's been a bit of time and Ash watched about 30 of the available episodes. He would have watched the rest, but he had to prepare something super important. Today was a very important day that he couldn't forget. It was Yellow's birthday. Yeah, real big stuff. So he was going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He was going to Sunburst Island to get her gift and also for the crystal Onix. It didn't take long for the island to come into view, so Ash switched over to Gyarados and returned Lapras to her Pokeball. Then after he was ready, Gyarados shot forward going directly for the island, but not to the front. He was going to the back of the island. As he finally got onto the ground again, Gyarados went into the water and Pikachu wobbled out of Ash's bag, only almost vomiting 3 times in the process. So as soon as he got off, he started walking across the island. Although he didn't have directions, he had a general idea of where to go as he started following the beachside, pouring aura into his eyes to look around. Then he sensed something's aura, something large, so he traced around the water until he eventually found a clearing where there was another island a few feet away but surrounded by water. Thankfully, as soon as he stepped in front of the water, the tides seemed to change and the water started splitting, creating a pathway. Whether it was some Pokemon magic, or the sea level went down, or maybe it was a bridge that connected the islands, it didn't matter. Well, that's convenient, Ash said. Pika. Ash casually walked across the newly made pathway between the sides of the water, at either of his sides getting across with no problem, but the water wasn't even deep in the first place. Anyway, when he got to the other island, he went into the forest as the sea closed behind him. You think that was a Pokemon or the water levels? Chew. Pikachu shrugged. Yeah, I shouldn't expect you to know about this, Ash said as he thought to himself, though Maxie and Archie would probably have a field day with this, arguing which came first. But anyway, Ash kept walking through the forest, putting aura in his eyes to look for a path. Eventually, he found the familiar aura he sensed before and followed it deeper into the forest, where then he found a cave in the center of the island. Pikachu tilted his head confused at what he was seeing, but Ash walked in without any care, and when he entered he finally saw a large open cave with a pond in the center. Ash nodded as he looked at the walls, which had crystals sprouting from them like they were grown from the stone walls. Ash stretched his arm behind his back and threw his bag to the corner of the room. Alright Pikachu, the rest is up to you. Thunderbolt into the water. Pikachu looked confused but shrugged as he jumped off his shoulder and into the air, charging the shooting a bright yellow bolt of electricity, and it shot directly into the water, sending the electricity through it. For a moment it looked like nothing happened, but then there was a rumbling. Then from the water, an Onix shot out from the water and roared into the cave, making it shake. But this was no ordinary Onix, for its rock skin was made of crystal. This was the crystal Onix. But one thing Ash immediately noticed was that it looked like that thunderbolt actually did damage to the Onix, which made him wonder what else, but he didn't dwell on it so he could check it after he captured it. Onix growled and brought his tail down with the intent of slamming Pikachu with its large crystal body. Ash swiped his arm across his body. Pikachu, get ready and double team. Pikachu created multiple clones and started spreading out across the cave, and it seemed like Onix's speed wasn't any better than a regular Onix, since the clones easily dodged the slam and started surrounding it and running across the walls. Now thunderbolt in the water again, Ash commanded. All the Pikachu patted their cheeks and shot out a bolt of electricity at the base of Onix's body where its body met the water, and Onix was lit up in electricity again. That was a weird thing to say, but Ash brought out a Pokeball and threw it, hitting the Onix. 1 roll, 2 roll, Onix broke out of the Pokeball and in a surprise swiped its tail across the ground, catching a few of the clones off guard. Ash frowned. Figures it won't be easy. Fine then, Pikachu use Electrowave at the roof. Pikachu and the remaining clones started shooting multiple strings of electrified webs across the roof, making the cave look like a party room, although some were fake. Onix couldn't tell which were. As Onix turned its head, its horn got wrapped in a web and sent some electricity through the crystal Onix. Ash smiled and pointed at his head. Pikachu, just like last time, extreme speed, then iron tail on the horn. Pikachu started using the webs to bounce, using one to bounce to the next, and the clones did the same as the sky area became a yellow blur that caused the Onix to get confused trying to keep up, so it didn't notice when Pikachu took that built-up momentum and brought his silver tail down on his horn. Onix felt the sudden shock of pain course through his back as the crystal Onix started falling over backwards, so in an instant, Ash threw another Pokeball that hit crystal Onix again. 1 roll, 2 roll, 3 roll, ding. Ash smiled as he caught the big beast, so he threw him back out, letting him sink into the water again, and also started healing him a bit with aura as he looked at his dex. Onix, M. Nature, Calm, plus SPD, ATK. Moves, Bind, Curse, Rock Throw, Crystal Tomb, Crystal Edge. Mutation, Crystal Body. Gain a resistance to water, ice, and grass, but gain a vulnerability to fire and lose electric immunity. Gain access to some crystal, ice, moves. Gain an extra 50 to base stats. Ash whistled, seeing everything. Not bad at all, though I wonder, is crystal a type, and if yes, then does he get STAB and what does it count as? Ash shrugged. He knew he wouldn't get answers from the Pokedex, so he didn't question it. He'll just do his own research later, but for now, Ash walked over to the crystals on the wall and looked at them. At a quick look, they weren't glass, but they also didn't look like ice or diamond, which throws out what most people's theories were on what this Onix was made of. Ash whistles at Pikachu. Pikachu use Brick Break. Pikachu jumped forewarned, and with his glowing red fist, he punched the crystal, breaking it off the wall in big chunks that Ash grabbed. Great work, bud. You earned your extra special limited edition ketchup I've been saving, Ash said, giving Pikachu a wink as Pikachu was already drooling. Ash put the crystal in his bag and went over to the water to collect some of the water in a bottle, also putting it in his bag. He plans to inspect those later. Maybe he can turn other Pokemon crystal, or not, who knows. So Ash looked at Crystal Onix and smiled as he pulled out a Polaroid camera. Alright then, smile for the camera. A few minutes later Ash walked to the other side of the island where the actual town was and followed the path that led up a mountain and where he found the crystal and glass shops being managed by the artisans. He walked around looking for the place he was looking for and people around were calling to him trying to convince him to buy their product. We got a great deal just for you. What will you have, boss? Buy one set and I'll throw in this glass figure. But Ash didn't pay attention to them. He was here for something specific, and then he heard something. You're still keeping this crummy shop open, a man said. Haven't you gone out of business yet? When Ash looked at the place where the noise was coming from, and there he saw the shop he was looking for, appropriately called Crystal Shop. At the front of the store, he saw a man arguing with a young pink-haired girl who was trying to avoid looking at the older man. No sir, she said, her voice barely loud enough to hear. I don't see why you don't close up shop, you got no merchandise. Tell your big brother he should give up already, he ain't got no talent. Yes he does, she said, holding back tears, he's very good. The older man slightly panicked. Hey come on, don't start crying on me now. So Ash decided to step in between them. Hey, is there a problem here? The older man was taken by surprise. Wahoo, are you? You know her? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. All I know is you're here making her cry, so I'm afraid you need to leave, Ash said, crossing his arms. Fine then, he grumbled. Kids these days always butting in. That empty store is ruining my business. As Ash watched him leave he felt a small tug at his jacket. Thank you, the little girl who was named Marissa said. No problem, but what's wrong? Isn't your brother also a glassmaker, right? Well, you see, my brother doesn't think he's good enough. Our grandpa had the store before and he made the best crystal sculptures, but when he died, Marissa said, whipping a tear from her eye, my brother didn't think he was good enough to replace our grandfather. I see, well that would be a problem in that case. Is there something you think could be done? Ash asked as Pikachu nodded on his shoulder. Well, our grandfather told us he got his inspiration from something called the Crystal Onix. If only my brother could see it, Marissa said. Then suddenly a boy's voice came from the back of the store. Marissa, you aren't bothering someone else? Ash waved his hand. No, it's all okay, she isn't bothering me at all. The boy, Mateo, nodded. I see. Well, I'm sorry but there isn't much in this little shop, so I'm sorry but you might want to leave. Then Mateo turned to go back inside when suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking back it was Ash. Actually, you want to know about the Crystal Onix, right? Mateo and Marissa's eyes lit up as soon as Ash said, do you know something about the Crystal Onix? Ash smiled and pulled out a physical photo that he took, and on it, there was a beautiful picture of the Crystal Onix staring into the camera. Ash handed it over to Mateo and he stared at it for a moment looking into the picture. Even though it was just that, a picture, Mateo could still feel something from it. Mateo felt determined. I feel it. I don't know what it is but I can feel it just in this photo. I need to get to work immediately. I need to feel the glass. Mateo almost ran into the shop and called out his partner Charmeleon and began working quickly. He needed inspiration now, but looking at Ash and Pikachu sitting on his shoulder he knew what to do. Something that Ash knows from experience should take 3 hours was completed in less than 1. Then he brought out his cloister and shocked the hot glass in cloister's water, finally revealing a lifelike glass Pikachu. A bit later after he did the finishing touches he gave it to Ash, but then he asked, are you sure you really want me to keep this picture? Ash waved his hand. Yeah, consider it payment for this little guy, Ash said, holding the little glass Pikachu. Mateo nodded. I see. Well, I wasn't going to charge you for it anyway. It's because of you that I can even do this. I don't know how I can repay you, he said as Marissa nodded along happily. Yeah, now we can make the store popular again just like with Grandpa. Well, in that case how about I become your first official customer? I'd like to place a commission, Ash said smiling. Of course, what do you want? I'll get to work right away, Mateo said excitedly. Ash smiled and pulled out a piece of paper with what he wanted made and handed it to Mateo. Viridian City. It was getting late, and today was Yellow's birthday today and she celebrated it the same way she always does with her Uncle Wilton and the other people from Viridian City, though today Mr. Giovanni didn't come, which was understandable. As for everything else, it was a fun day and Yellow got gifts from everyone, and people like Misty, Green, Gary, etc. sent her gifts, although Ash hasn't sent her one yet. Right now Wilton was cleaning up and even though Yellow offered to help Wilton told her not to, so she sat down and looked at her Pokédex waiting for a text or something. I wonder what Ash is doing, she mumbled as Dottie tapped her with the center head, then she looked down seeing all her Pokémon looking up at her. She looked over everyone, especially Omni, since she got back she got help from Wilton, and Omenet evolved into Omastar. As she was patting her Pokémon she heard a familiar voice, so I heard you asked about me. When she looked back she saw Ash standing there holding a gift box as Abra and Pikachu were on each of his shoulders. Hey Ash, you're here. I thought you weren't coming. And miss your birthday, what do you take me for? Besides I need to give you your gift, Ash said as he gave her the box. Yellow took it and gently opened it as Dottie peeked over trying to also see what was inside, and when she opened it she was surprised to see what was inside. It was a replica of all her Pokémon made of glass. Wow, they're beautiful, Yellow said, her eyes shining as she looked at all of them. Thank you, Ash, this is great, she said with a bright smile. Sh was back on the sea floating on Lapras. He recently finished watching the remaining episode of Horizons, well at least the available ones, so now he was thinking about everything. While he was there he was playing with something in his hand. He was spinning it around the palm and stopping it. It was a pink berry, or more specifically it was the Pinkin berry from Pinkin Island. Yeah, he made a quick stop and just took one and hopped back on Lapras before the Jenny found him. He only needed one since he still had that app that gave him knowledge about farming, so he just cut it open and took the seeds before planting them in his pocket storage and giving the slices to everyone. Although it might make them pink, it will only be temporary unless they are raised on it, which also made Ash curious, so he took a bite. It tasted like pink lemonade, but Abra stole his piece so he couldn't keep eating it. He shook his head and looked himself over. He didn't look like he was turning pink. Then he took the camera and checked himself. His face was fine, but surprisingly his eyes were turning pink. It didn't matter since it would go away, but still, it was interesting. Now his next destination was simple. He was going to Fairchild Island. But also he might be craving a grapefruit, if you get what I mean. Well, it depends on which one is closer. International Police Kanto Headquarters. Looker and Annabelle returned from the vacation, if you could call it that, and they went to the Battle Tower, the place that Ash sent them to find and potentially unlock more of Annabelle's memories. When they got there, Palmer was standing there. At first, he didn't recognize Annabelle. How could he after the news of her disappearance/death and the fact that she was so young back then? And needless to say that when they told Palmer, he was more than a little pissed, thinking someone was making fun of someone's death, and after an overly long explanation and battle, Palmer believed them. Flashback. Palmer returned his Pokemon. Phew, I see it now. You really are Annabelle. The way you fight, it's exactly like your parents. Man, it really brings me back. Annabelle returned her exhausted Snorlax. Mr. Palmer. Just call me Palmer or Uncle. It wouldn't be right since me and your parents were so close, Palmer said, waving his hand happily. Right, Palmer, well, Annabelle was caught off guard when Palmer talked again. Oh, we should call Scott. The Battle Tower was a huge success, so we should build the next one so you can take over this one since this is Yodash. Mr. Palmer. Looker said, cutting him off. Annabelle needs to tell you something. Annabelle nodded and took a breath. I'm sorry, but I don't remember you. I don't remember much. I seemed to have lost my memories, so we came here hoping that you could tell us more about me and my parents. Palmer's face fell. Oh, I see. Well, that actually makes sense when you call it out. If you did remember, you would remember me, though it has been a few years. What are you in your 20s? Annabelle and Looker looked at each other. They talked about this and thought it was best that they keep the fact that Annabelle probably jumped through time. Annabelle gulped and nodded. Yeah, I'm 23. Well, could have fooled me. You don't even look like you're 15 yet, Palmer said, trying to lighten the mood away from the somber topic. But when he saw Annabelle and Looker not laughing, he sighed. Yeah, I can tell you at least what I know. I can't tell you about yourself, but I might have someone who can. Palmer went to the PC and pushed a few buttons as a Pokeball appeared. It looked extremely old and also like it hadn't been open for a long time. Palmer presented it to Annabelle. This was your mother's Pokemon. She left it here on that day to get used to the place, but seeing as well that happened, I think it's only fitting you have him. Annabelle hesitated for a moment as she had a complex look on her face, then she took the Pokeball and looked at it for a moment before finally pressing the button to open it. As it opened, Alakazam, who was in the middle of meditating, appeared. He opened his eyes. At first, there was a sight of annoyance, but when he saw Annabelle, who was also the spitting image of her mother, his eyes shot open. Alakazam? My lady? No, you're not her, you're her daughter. Annabelle heard in her head. Annabelle nodded. Why, yeah, you're my mom's Pokemon, right? Alakazam, yes, and I remember you. We played together when you were young. I thought you perished with your mother. Annabelle rubbed her shoulder. I don't know everything yet. You see, I lost most of my memories, so can you help me? Alakazam bowed. Kazam, I would be honored to accompany you. End of flashback. After that, Palmer told them what little he knew, and Alakazam helped Annabelle gather some of her memories, but it wasn't everything, like what really happened that day. But that wasn't important at the moment. Speaking of which, Palmer said he would call Scott to tell him the good news, which Annabelle and Looker were also heavily against. Well, not the telling Scott part, but announcing her being alive. Would be pretty big if a dead girl came back to life, so they told him to keep it a secret for now, at least until she figured everything out, but they did agree that Scott could at least know. Right now Annabelle was still trying to get used to everything, and Looker understandably understood her stress, so he made sure she only had to do the bare minimum so she could have the time she needed. And so that's how the first few days went, and slowly but surely Annabelle was beginning to recover and started working, but she was still a bit behind schedule on her reports. So like it always seems to happen, Annabelle and Looker had to stay late doing paperwork, though their eyes were drifting over to the computer, since it always seems to turn on when they are alone. But it never happened. It never did turn on, so they just went back to their paperwork again, and eventually, they did finally finish everything. Sigh, I swear we get more paperwork every year, Looker said, stretching his arm behind his head. Yeah, but it's for everyone's good, Annabelle said, still seemingly out of it. Looker looked concerned. Hey, how are you holding up? I'm fine enough. Alakazam has tried something, almost like implanting memories in my head, but it didn't really work, since you know. Annabelle shrugged as she used her psychic powers to pick up a pen that was on the floor. Yeah, I can see that you would have something blocking your head, right? Looker said, pointing at his own head. Yeah, I mean, being a psychic does give a natural resistance to this stuff, a third voice said. Annabelle nodded. Yeah, it seems that as of now Alakazam she stopped when she realized that voice didn't come from Looker. Looker also noticed the third voice and turned to the computer, and there it was, those red eyes in a black background. Oh, don't mind me, I was just waiting so that both of you would be done. After all, it would be a shame to interrupt such important police work like writing paperwork, and you wonder why I didn't join, Ash said chuckling. Annabelle frowned and looked at the computer. What do you want? If it's from you it can't be good. I'm offended, darling. I have done nothing but help you. I gave you information, given you the names of all the moles in your police force, and I told you that there was going to be a raid in Cinnabar Island. Looker walked next to Annabelle. He does have a point. As of now he hasn't done anything to go against us. Ah, Looker, old buddy, old pal. I knew I could trust you. I already have your number. We should be on a first-name basis. Looker frowned. You first. Ash laughed. Haha, oh that's funny. Unfortunately, I can't do that. Secret identity and all. This is pointless. Why are you calling? Annabelle said, more demanding than asking. Wow, I clearly see that my efforts are going to waste. You know I don't have to be so nice, Ash said as the screen started to static before stopping. But you know what? I quite like you too, so I'll still keep helping you because it's entertaining to see you all scramble. Looker sighed. Fine, can you tell us what your purpose is this time? Oh, gladly. Well, if you listened earlier, I have another admin you guys can take down. Tell me, how much do you know about a man named Aster? Looker frowned and went to his computer to look up their information. What are you talking about? There is no admin named Aster. Well, that's in your logs. In case you forgot, Team Rocket is very good at hiding, and Aster is one of the worst examples, Ash said as a file appeared on Annabelle's computer. That has everything you need to know about him. Well, from what I gathered, because this guy is such a rat that he does countless other things without Team Rocket's permission. Annabelle didn't open the file yet. She looked back up to the screen. And what even is your plan if we agree to help? And what do you gain from this? Well, that's for me to know, but more importantly, in 5 days I promise you, Aster will leave the CAI Islands and go to the port of Celadon, and I hope you will be ready. And how are we even supposed to convince the other members to join us? After all, we can't tell them about you, Annabelle said with a scowl. Oh darling, that's up to you to find out, not me, but you know you should smile more. After all, you're never fully dressed without a smile, Ash said as the call ended. Earlier that day, it's actually been a few days since Ash arrived here on 2 Island, and now he was standing in front of a boat in the dock as people were boarding. Over the time he was here, he could practically feel Aster looking over him any moment he had, and there were more than a few times when he tried to take off the scarf. He also had to make sure he didn't do anything that would give him more attention than he already has. Sure, he may have said he was decently strong, but he still kept his cards close to his chest. These days he noticed some stuff too, mainly that most of the grunts that he has control over do it out of fear for one reason or another. And he's been talking with him and Oishi the most, trying to get on their good side, no doubt to try and recruit them to work under him. After some fiddling, he managed to have Porygon 2 connect with the Wi-Fi on this island, and he managed to get into the data files. Although he didn't have access to the main computer, he would need more time for that. From what he managed to gather, Aster does far more than just man and control the recruits here in 2 Island. In fact, according to what he read, he does a lot of stuff outside of Giovanni's jurisdiction. He seems to even be funding stuff in the black market, but it isn't clear what. But no matter, he was leaving Porygon 2 to decipher everything and get into the master computer to see just what Aster was hiding. But for now, he was walking onto the ship next to Oishi since they were partners in this upcoming raid. Oishi went to the ship's bridge like always, leaving Ash with one final reminder that Aster was up to something. Once they were separated, Ash started walking to go and meet with all the other grunts, but as he turned the corner he saw Aster there waiting for him with a smile. Oh, fancy seeing you here, but you know what? Maybe this isn't too bad. I have an offer for you, he said with a toothy smile. Aster walked up and looked Ash up and down, eyes fixating on the scarf he never seemed to take off, though once again, my curiosity is still piqued. Could you perhaps tell me what you hide behind your scarf? Ash sighed but expected this, so he swung his hand to his scarf and pulled it down, revealing his destroyed face and covering it again. There was an accident, so I cover my face, nothing more, nothing less. Aster looked sympathetic, but it was only an act. On the inside he saw an opportunity, and Ash could see it in his emotions. That must be tough. No way to live a normal job, no normal line of work, and no way to have love. He put extra emphasis on the last part, but you know I may have a way to help you if you'd like. Ash knew what was coming next, so he continued his acting. I'd be willing to listen to anything at this point. Aster smiled. Well, I have this daughter, quite the beauty if I say so myself, but it's only to be expected. She is my daughter. She is none other than gym leader Erica. Ash's eyes showed a frown. And why is that relevant to this? Aster smiled. Oh, simple. I'm her father. I can get you engaged to her. All I want is that you work for me personally. I can even promise you a high rank, maybe even my right or left hand man. So what do you say? Ash frowned underneath the scarf but smirked that this was his exact plan. It doesn't seem like a bad deal, Ash said, continuing his act. Aster smiled, not letting Ash say yes or no. Excellent. Then after this mission I'll go to Celadon City personally and tell her. I hope you enjoy the benefits. Then he walked away. As Aster walked to his room, Ash walked the other way and smiled. Oh, you stupid greedy man. Ash sailed on top of Lapras through the seas. Apparently Fairchild Island was right next to Pinkin Island. It didn't even take the full day to get there. Fairchild Island was the island at the very center of the archipelago, and it had something interesting. The Pokemon which were mainly Pidgeot and Redon, but there was no reason that there couldn't be more, but that's not why he was here. He wanted to know what made them so big. In the anime, it said that they grew that big because there are so many berries, but that can't be the only reason, can it? Well, he'll find out. When he arrived at the island, he was immediately greeted with a giant Pidgeot coming at him and a rushing Redon. But a quick slap from Gyarados and a shock from Pikachu sent the big guys running with their tails between their legs, letting Ash do whatever he wanted in peace. Firstly, he went to the nearest tree and threw Lapras, Gyarados, and Pikachu some of the fruits because why not? While they were eating, he began collecting as many different fruits as he could find, although he only needed one of each. That took the rest of the day, and by the time he was satisfied the sun was going down, so he decided to just camp out here while he looked into these fruits. He let the Pokemon he had with him out, which was pretty much just Charizard, Clefairy, Nidoking, Machamp, and Dratini, since he let most of the others go do their own thing while he does things here in the Orange Islands. He told them to just grab whatever they wanted since there was so much fruit everywhere, and they went out like a gaggle of children. Meanwhile, Ash sat down and took an apple from the island and one from the mainland. At first glance, they didn't look different, same size, same color, and taking a bite of them they tasted the same. But he pulled out his Dex and pulled up the farming app he got from it to start looking through the information he had, just trying to find a reason as to what makes all the fruit on this island so different. After a bit of work, Ash finally found something. So apparently the fruit grown on this island is at least twice as nutrition dense as normal fruit on the mainland. As far as that goes, it's something. Ash shrugged and just took the seeds and planted them as well. He would probably start crossbreeding berries after those grow to try and optimize how good of Pokeblocks he can make. But for now, he would be camping out tonight, and Charizard came back with a literal handful of fruit and dropped them down before lying down to relax next to Ash and eating them. Ash shrugged and threw himself onto the ground, thinking he almost did everything he needed to here, but he also had to send something. After all, it was the end of the month, so now it was April 1st, which meant it was Misty's birthday, so he sent Abra with a gift. Misty's mansion. The next morning after Misty woke up, she did her usual rounds, go check on all the water Pokemon, pet her Squirtle that already evolved into a Wartortle, try to bond with her Lapras that still only tolerate her, and kick Psyduck back in his Pokeball. But this time she found something next to her bed, a box with a happy birthday label on it. She was confused for a second, since when her family gives her a birthday it's not usually so normal as just putting it next to her bed. She opened it, and on the top, there was a card with a picture of Ash and Pikachu with a Lapras all sticking their tongue out with the words "Wish you were here." Misty sighed and mumbled, "Of course he finds a Lapras." Then she turned it around, seeing that there was writing on the back. "To my one true love, Misty. I send my dearest regards. May this gift be a testament to our true love for your day of birth. P.S. Also April Fools, obviously. PPSO, and don't kick the box." Misty shook her head. She was expecting that kind of stuff. Wouldn't even be the first time either, since her sisters were quite cruel to her in her younger years. She put the card down and looked inside and immediately almost kicked the box. Inside there was another pair of pants, but remembering the one part of the note, she took it seriously and didn't. She just threw the pants out the window. And when she looked inside, she saw another smaller box that was double padded, like it was expected that Misty would kick the box. Misty sighed and pulled it out to open it, and she was glad she didn't kick it because inside were 3 glass statues. The first 2 that got her attention were a realistic figure of Lorelei and a Lapras, which she loved and immediately put next to her bedstand, and as for the last one, it was Psyduck. She had to stop herself from throwing it to the wall, but she didn't and had it in her hand, wondering what she should do with this thing, but that was immediately cut short when Misty heard something. "Misty dear, come down." Her mother's voice rang out, so she sighed and put Psyduck next to her stand as well and ran out. Brock was upset. He spent so much time getting ready for the breeding competition, but also more than half the time he had to also take care of the girls. He didn't even have much time to bond with Aerodactyl, so he was still pretty disobedient. And then the breeding competition came, the one held on Valencia Island, and since he wasn't as prepared as he would have liked to have been more, but he couldn't since the girls were hopeless on their own. Admittedly, he only won because he had Susie's Vulpix to carry him, but it meant he had 3 medals and was eligible to go to nationals to get a breeding license for funding and all that stuff. But that's not why he was upset. Even though he invited the girls to come watch the competition, they didn't come. In fact, the longer he was here, the more he found some behaviors different. Like the warm greeting she gave him when he first got here was starting to be replaced by a colder one as she went deeper into her research. He slapped his face to snap him out of his trance and made up his mind. Today was the day he was going to confess to Ivy. Besides, what could go wrong? The worst she could say was no, right? Ashtwo. The ship arrived near a seemingly abandoned island that fell between 2 island and 3 island. Ash didn't tell anyone about the offer Aster gave him. It didn't matter anyway because he already set everything up that he needed. But they didn't go yet. They needed to wait for the sun to go down and attack at nightfall. In the meantime, Oweri made sure to double and triple remind everyone as to why they were there, and Aster kept a close eye for any more talents he could steal. The ship was taken to a discreet location as some grunts with water Pokemon sent them out to help everyone get out to their location, as the moon finally started rising and they began moving. Though as they did, they couldn't help but notice a tint of red on the moon, but they didn't pay attention since they had bigger fish to fry. As they went through the water led by Aster, since he knew a lot about this, a surprising amount you could say, but because of that they reached a spot where they could finally see the hideout. Just looking at it, everyone could see lookouts on each side of the wall, but Aster led them to a blind spot where they landed and planned from there. Starting now, all the rockets would separate into their squads that they chose, and Ash and Oishi would follow Aster. As soon as they were released, it was like releasing kids into a candy store. They sent out Pokemon and busted down the door. They literally went in screaming before anyone could find out they were there, immediately sounding the alarms. Unfortunately for them, that's exactly the plan, as Ash, Oishi, and Aster stood by the side watching them rush through the doors as the alarms started buzzing. Aster signaled to the two, "Come on, there is a back entrance we can take, we're going after the boss." As the grunts started pouring in with their Pokemon, the so-called raiders were taken by surprise, and most of them didn't have their Pokemon out for the tiny problem of that they completely hated them. So the first line was taken down and knocked down, or just subdued with the sheer amount. As they got further in, more and more people showed up as they were finally starting to bring out their Pokemon. "You rocket dorks have some nerve coming to our base," one raider said. "Yeah, now we'll show you who really rules Kanto," another said as he held a Pokeball. But before he could throw it out, a surprise Growlithe jumped through the air and landed on his face, and before the other guy could react, a Meowth sent a scratch at his face. It was Meowth riding on top of Growly. "Let's go, cat and dog working together," Meowth said as Growlithe jumped off the grunt's face and started running again. Meowth raised his claws. "Let's go for the honor of all the beautiful felines out there." From the back of the line, grunts started breaking through. Jessie had Lickitung out, grabbing multiple Pokemon with her tongue and throwing them to the side so that they could advance, but from the top, about 5 raiders got to the high ground and released their Pokemon. All 5 of them had Rattata that climbed on the railings as one that seemed to be the leader called out, "Rattata squad fire." All the Rattata started charging something in their mouths as they each shot out Hyper Beam, aiming at all the rockets. But James stepped in the way. "Oh no you don't, Mime Jr. mimic." Mime Jr. giggled as he jumped off his shoulder and from his little mouth shot a Hyper Beam that clashed and beat the blast sent from the Rattata, causing a small explosion on the railings, knocking those Rattata out. As James caught Mime Jr., suddenly a Doduo jumped out and was aiming to kick James when suddenly another voice called out, "Moody, Rudy now." Jay called out as 2 Meowth jumped up and each slashed each Doduo head, sending the bird falling down. Jay ran up and gave a thumbs up. "You bro, nice one on those Rattata." James blinked, then returned the thumbs up. Yeah, and thanks, let's call it even then." Jessie yelled, "Hey, are you two going to talk while we do everything? We have bigger things going on," she said as Lickitung grabbed another squad of Pokemon. "Right," James said instinctively as he let Mime Jr. rest after that big attack and pulled out his next Pokemon. "Victreebel, let's do this." But as soon as Victreebel was let out, immediately he was chomping on James's head as his muffled screams could be heard. "Victreebel, what are you doing? This isn't the time." That made everyone, the rockets, the raiders, the Pokemon, stop to see this happening, and it wasn't until James ripped Victreebel off his head that the fighting continued again. "Victreebel, not me, them, sleep powder. James said as he threw Victreebel at the approaching small army of raiders and Pokemon. Victreebel heard that and started spitting out spores from his large mouth that spread across the incoming enemies, and as soon as they breathed in, about 75% of them fell asleep immediately. That let most of the grunts move forward and take care of those who weren't asleep as they got to go deeper in the base. Enid smiled as she ran ahead of the rest with her Ursaring as she saw a fresh group approach her with their Pokemon out, thinking this was her last stand moment. "Stop right there, rocket scum, you were a fool to come alone," the leader of that small group said. Enid looked them over. 9. "What are you talking about? Have you gone mad?" another said. "We broke in and this is all you've got," Enid said with a smile. "Come on, bring more? 10, 20, 50. You'll need a lot more than that. Insolent girl, you're too cocky, let's take this brat down." At sea, Ash was lying on top of Lapras scrolling through his phone as he was feeding her an orange. It's been a few days and over it, Lapras had gotten less scared of Gyarados. Not by much, but it was enough to not cry looking at him. It actually took a bit, but he was finally nearing the shore of 7 Grapefruit Islands. He was here for that Snorlax, and considering the grapefruit are just about to be ripened, then he was probably only a few hours late since Snorlax arrived on the island. Sure, he does like raising Pokemon younger, but he doesn't have a Munchlax egg. It was one of the few he wanted but didn't get from Team Rocket. But whatever, he can settle for training as Snorlax now. Well, it depends on if it has good stats and all that too. As Lapras sailed onto Grapefruit Island 1, immediately he heard someone scream, "You there, thief, so you showed your face again." Ash looked over and saw a green-haired woman with a bow holding an arrow back ready to shoot. "You have some nerve stealing these grapefruit after we spent so long growing them." She shot the arrow, not aiming to hit Ash but to scare him, but Ash caught it as she was taken aback for a moment. "Hey, listen, ma'am, I just got here. I don't know what you're talking about." The woman, who was named Ruby, grit her teeth as she cocked another arrow. "Yeah right, you expect me to believe that?" But before she shot another arrow, she heard her radio turn on. "Ruby? The grapefruit thief, he's still here, he never left? We need your help." "What? But I thought..." Ruby mumbled as she looked back at Ash, who still had the arrow in his hand. Ruby bowed. "I'm sorry, I thought you were the thief, but it looks like he's still here. I'm sorry, I'd like to apologize properly, but I have to go now." And with that, she started running towards the center of the forest. Ash looked at Pikachu. He already knew what was going to happen, so he sighed. Ash returned Lapras and followed the direction where Ruby went. As he got to where he could hear screaming, he saw multiple people trying to move a large Snorlax, who was eating everything from the fruit to the leaves and branches, and it looked like everything in about a 50 feet area was now gone. Ruby was panicking as she looked to one of her co-workers. What do we do if we can't stop Snorlax? Then we'll lose all our grapefruit. The employee who she was holding had an idea. What if we put it to sleep? Ruby let him go and sighed before clearing her throat. La la la. Rock-a by Snorlax, in a grapefruit tree. When the wind blows the Snorlax will dash. But her singing was horrible and Snorlax sent her flying so that she would stop. As she was flying she yelled out, "Critic." As she fell down she landed right next to Ash's feet with spirals in her eyes, then she blinked and saw that Ash was looking down at her. Oh, it's you. Sorry, but there's a Snorlax problem I need to solve first. I can't help you with anything, Ruby said as she stumbled and got up. Ash shrugged and stretched his arms as Pikachu jumped off his shoulder and started walking. Well, I might as well take care of this. In front of everyone Ash pulled out a Pokeball and threw it down casually, releasing Macamp. Then Ash looked at him and pointed at Snorlax. Bet you won't squat that Snorlax. Do it, no balls. Macamp saw Snorlax, then he smiled as he cracked his knuckles and ran over, punching Snorlax over the head, knocking him out, then picking him up and doing squats with Snorlax on his back. Everyone was watching surprised as Ash grabbed one of the grapefruits and started peeling it, putting a piece in his mouth. Anyway, I guess I should go take this big guy then. Have a nice harvest everyone. These grapefruit are pretty good. Ash started walking as Pikachu jumped back on his shoulder to take a piece of that grapefruit. Macamp followed behind doing lunges with Snorlax as everyone watched them walk away. Ash-two. As the main force went in, guns blazing through the front, Ash, Oishi, and Aster went through the back, Oiris's Golbat taking down any flying Pokemon before they could be seen. When they arrived at the door, Aster tried the door, which was locked. Looks like they aren't as stupid as I hoped. Can one of you pick a lock or must we break it? Oishi shook his head, but Ash knelt down. Cover me. From his sleeve the purple sludge of Mook slithered out as he brought it to the door. Mook's sludge went into the lock and started fiddling with the locking mechanism and started melting it as the handle fell off and Mook went back into his sleeve. Ash pushed the door open. Let's go. Oishi and Aster looked impressed, and both wondered how long that Mook was inside Ash's sleeve, wondering how it wasn't stinking and how he managed to fit it inside. But in the end, they chose to ask questions later and just believed that Mook was just well trained. Aster especially smiled, hoping to learn more and feeling glad that he could cultivate this talent so soon. As they moved through the base, they made sure to not draw attention to themselves since their main goal was to get to the boss and they didn't need grunts charging at them to slow them down. Aster led the way, seemingly knowing everything about this place, as they went into a place that looked like a control room. Immediately they saw a guy there who noticed them. He reached for the emergency button, but Ash shot his arm as a blast of purple sludge from Mook shot out from his sleeve and sent him flying to the wall, where it hardened, making him stick onto the wall and a bit covered his mouth. Aster whistles. I gotta say, that thing you got your Mook to do is impressive. I've never seen anything like it. Ash kept a cold demeanor that they were used to. Save your flattery, I can take care of this part. He went onto the computer and set it to the main plans and inserted a USB. He didn't know how to hack, but Porygon 2 did. Oishi nodded. Good, get those plans then delete everything. Following that we'll take care of the boss. Then as he turned his head out the door he called out, see if you can find anything about what Pokemon he uses. Ash nodded and kept working as Oishi kept watch, and Aster looked, analyzing both their uses. Seeing that both of them would be quite useful pawns, he had D under his control now, only to find a way for Oishi. Eventually, Ash finished and took the USB and tossed it to Oishi, who caught it no problem, and then Ash deleted everything by putting a virus, Porygon, into the system, making it shut down with all the data in it. Aster nodded. Let's go, I know where the boss resides. He started casually walking, as if there wasn't a raid going on around them, and then eventually they got to a room. Where they entered they saw a secretary's office, and then at the back, there was another door, although standing in front of them a man and a Macamp stood there. Nice try, but you rockets must be stupid if you didn't think we weren't expecting you to come after the boss, he said. Aster put his hand in front of Ash and Oishi. This is the second in command. He goes by Javelin. Both of you go. I'll take care of this guy. I'll join you as soon as I finish him off. Ash and Oishi looked at each other, both not trusting that, but still nodded and started running around. Javelin frowned. Oh no you don't, Macamp, deal with those insolent brats. Macamp puffed out steam as it raised its fist in the air and jumped forward ready to crush them, but then a snap was heard and in a moment some vines were already holding Macamp's arm. Over by Aster there was a Vileplume that was controlling the vines. I told you already, I'm taking care of you, Vileplume. Vileplume's eyes lit up as it whipped the vines, and Macamp was sent into the ground as Ash and Oishi got there and tackled the door down, and looking through the door there was a large hallway that also led deeper down. Ash and Oishi didn't have much of a choice as they could hear Macamp getting slammed into a wall behind them, so they chose to run down. Once they were far enough where they couldn't hear the battle, Oishi looked at Ash. So, you also think everything is too convenient? Yeah, things have gone too smooth, and why would Aster tell us to run ahead while he takes care of the second in command? Yes, and he knows of the layout of this base as well. It's too perfect to be a coincidence, Oishi said as he looked over. Did he try to recruit you as well? Yeah, he seemed to want to take advantage of what I hide under this scarf, Ash said, but you don't need to worry about me. I'm not so easily influenced by a few words and all that. Very well, and was there anything on his Pokemon? Nothing. As far as what I found, he doesn't have Pokemon, which there is no way that's true. I see, very well then, but we should continue being discreet. I know you lied about the state of your Pokemon, a good ploy you should stick to until we have no choice. After all of you think I only have one Pokemon. Ash nodded as they stopped descending and found another door that after a simple push, they saw wasn't locked. They saw a large room where they could see water along the wall that was connected by the ocean around them. It looked like there should be glass blocking it, but with one quick glance they could tell that there was no glass, something else was stopping the water from flooding into this room. In the center, they could see a man sitting down on what looked to be a throne and smiling at them. Well, looks like we have some friends, how fun. As he got up they got a good look at him. He had blonde slick back hair and was smoking on a cigar. He had a button-up shirt and a blazer that he seemed to already have taken off, and even though they were underground he had sunglasses on. He shrugged. Well then let's get to business. I obviously know why you and those rockets are here, so I don't think you'd be willing to sit down for a drink. Oishi frowned hearing him. Shut up, what is your name? He chuckled, smiling confidently. Well, I think it would be more polite if you did, but I suppose we aren't being polite. Call me Major, I like the sound of that, and I am the big bad boss of the raiders. I don't suppose you're willing to just surrender, Ash said as Mook was crawling to his fingers. Major shook his head and smiled. No, but I have something better. Name your price. I can meet any demand as long as you're both willing to join me. Not even in your dreams, Oishi said. We were sent to take you down. You can't buy us with your disgusting experiments and blood money. Major chuckled. Oh really then, but why? If it's for those Pokemon you should know I am doing everything for Pokemon and their trainers. Can't you imagine it? A world where all Pokemon can do everything. We can make gods here on Earth. Even those legendary Pokemon won't stand a chance against us. Is that how you justify causing so much pain to the Pokemon and killing those you gain your samples from? I'll admit, there were a few errors in the process, but the process is nearly complete. We have created a pure version that gives it to them permanently and the casualties are minor. So what do you say? Do you want to be part of a new world order? Major said taking a puff from his cigar. Thanks but no, Ash said. Idealists like you are what cause so much pain for us. Well that's a shame, but also not unexpected. I suppose we have to do this don't we? Major said putting his cigar back into his mouth and he snapped. Then the room started shaking as the water walls started rumbling. Ash and Oishi could barely stand up straight as through the water walls a Gyarados head crashed through. Then one by one another Gyarados, and another, one after another until there were 6 breaking through the water wall, but only the first Gyarados looked normal. On the other 5, each of their crowns was a slightly different color as one was red, another was light blue, one was yellow, one was purple, and the last was brown as there were streaks of that color across their backs. Major smiled and opened his arms wide. I told you we nearly perfected it, so did you think I wouldn't arm myself with only the best? As Ash and Oishi stood there opposed to 6 Gyarados they both gulped and got ready for the battle, as collectively the Gyarados all roared at them. Ash and Oishi were staring down the 6 Gyarados threat. Oishi released his Golbat as it flew up, and Mook just crawled out of Ash's sleeve and stood in front of them expanding to his original size. Major laughed. Witness the true power of my boosters. This is the result, this is my perfection, and you have the honor of being the first test subject. You should be honored, you will be helping history to move forward. Then as he said that, he lowered his arms as all the Gyarados heads started charging something in their mouths. Each of them shot a separate beam, red, light blue, yellow, purple, brown, and blue. They shot a flamethrower, ice beam, thunderbolt, sludge wave, earth power, and a hydro pump respectively, all aiming at the people and Pokemon in the center. As the beams were shot and going towards them, Ash whistled and Mook extended and covered them and extended his right arm to absorb the attacks. When the bright light from the attacks stopped, Mook was still there protecting them, although when he released himself to stop making a shield for them, his right arm was almost completely destroyed and there was also a piece of ice preventing him from regenerating. But he just cut off that piece of shoulder and regrew it immediately, as the little sludge he lost stayed on the ground for now, but he still had control over it. Major looked intrigued as they were all still alive, so he smiled. Well, looks like this won't be as boring as I first thought. Very well then, let's play. As he said that, the Gyarados started slithering forward and separating so that they wouldn't be able to attack them all at once. Ash and Oishi were back to back looking for any sort of opening they could take. Mook Thunder Punch. Golbat use acrobatics. Mook jumped to one side and Golbat flew to another as they both started charging their attacks, when suddenly the Gyarados shifted. Gyarados Brown stretched and jumped in front of Mook's attack and Gyarados Yellow took the attack from Golbat. As both of them took the attacks, Ash and Oishi were surprised when the attack did almost nothing to them. It should have at least done more. Even with training you can't get to that level of resistance against a move like that. As they took that, 2 more Gyarados came by and crunched them before throwing them back to the ground where 2 more were ready for them. Major laughed. Well, how is it? In case you haven't caught on, these Gyarados weren't just given a few moves. No, they have been completely transformed into different types, but I hope you don't think I'm planning on telling you that. As Ash and Oishi looked at their Pokemon, they just got knocked down again. They both grit their teeth. Oishi returned Golbat as he spoke to Ash. This is no good. We need to separate them or stop him from controlling them. Right, he has to be controlling them somehow, but we can't get to them, so let's cut them up for now. You take 3, I'll take the other. Oishi nodded as he grabbed 2 more Pokeballs from his belt. I'll take care of brown, purple, and red. Alright, let's do this, but I'll leave you with a little gift then, Ash said as he pulled out 2 Pokeballs as well. They both threw out their Pokeballs as Ash sent out Meowth and Drowsy, and Oishi sent out 2 Crobats. Then as Ash said gift, Mook split his body in half creating 2 Mook and one stayed with him as the other went to support Oishi. Major smiled as his hand was inside his pocket. Good, then let's let the fun begin, but what he didn't notice was something coming out of Ash's shadow and slowly approaching him. Back upstairs the warehouse was starting to take a toll. The road was beginning to fall as a result of so many Pokemon battling. By an estimate about half of the raiders were out and not a threat, but there was still another half, and the grunts were starting to get tired. Meowth was running up and aiming to slash another Graveler on top of Growly, but Machoke barbed both of them by the scruff of their backs. Meowth was struggling to get out. Hey, what's the big idea? Fight me like a man, you overgrown stone. As Graveler was about to retaliate on that, suddenly he heard something. Let go of my Growly? Victreeable now. As the Graveler turned around he was greeted by a leaf blade to the face sending it falling over and knocked out as James caught Growly before he fell leaving Meowth to fall on the ground. Thank goodness, are you okay Growly? James said as Growly nodded and gave a small bark. Meowth pulled himself off the ground. Gee, thanks Jimmy, he said sarcastically. Jessie released Arbok and was having her slap through even more as she got close enough to James. Hey you idiot, don't you have a Gyarados? Why don't you send that thing out? Are you out of your mind? There is not enough space for that. If I bring him out then half of our guys will get caught in it. I need some space. Jay yelled over. Don't worry, leave that to me. Moody, Rudy, Todd, prepare our ultimate attack. As he said that the 2 Meowth on the ground and the Meowth on his shoulder all jumped up to the air and clasped their arms together as they started spinning in the air. They were shooting through the air like a frisbee and when they got to the center where all of the backup was coming front they stopped and each of them started sharing their attacks that were being boosted by each other since they all used helping hand. They shot out a triple round attack which made it triple making the base 60 move become 180 each. As the attack landed on the ground it caused an explosion that sent multiple people and Pokemon flying everywhere leaving a nice open area in the center. James smiled and pulled out his Pokeball. Thanks man, I owe you one. So now Gyarados use Waterfall. Gyarados came out on the field and roared as he slammed his tail down creating a surge of water to come out around him causing multiple Pokemon and raiders to get swept off their feet and they took back the advantage. With Enid she was starting to realize she might have taken more than she could chew. She said that but she didn't expect them to bring in 50 to fight her. This was clearly one of those things where the protagonist enters an area that they aren't ready for, like in a video game. But she also wasn't going to run. After all, what kind of protagonist turns their back on a fight? This was just a chance for her to break her limits. Although her Ursaring was only barely still up after taking a beating from 20 consecutive Pokemon she was barely still able to stand. Enid considered returning her to the Pokeball. After all, she at least still had her Arbok. As she was thinking however the damaged roof broke more as pieces fell on the floor now giving a good look at the moon. As the moon was at its highest point they could see red light pouring into the room, because today was a lunar eclipse, or how it's better known as a blood moon. As the red light touched Ursaring, her eyes almost gained a new tint of red, as then she roared into the sky as the light shined more on her specifically. Enid recognized that move. It was Moonlight, something Ursaring couldn't learn, and then when she got the healing she looked at the Pokemon in front of her and let out a roar hyper voice, doing more damage than they should considering Ursaring pitiful special attack. But right now, Enid wasn't going to complain. This was clearly her power-up moment. Alright, let's see what else you can do. Let's try Hyper Beam. Ursaring roared as she shot a large bright beam across the field of enemies in front of her. Aster was casually walking. It didn't even take more than a minute to take down Javelin as he casually walked to the door with Javelin tied in Vileplume's vines. Javelin clenched his teeth. Aster, what the hell are you doing? I thought we were business partners. Aster stopped then looked back at Javelin. You're right. Unfortunately, some unforeseen circumstances came up. If I didn't take care of you I would lose my rank and we can't have that. But don't worry, after this is over I'll keep this project alive. All this for your stupid rank. Javelin spit out. Now I understand you only care about yourself. You don't care about those you hurt to get there. Aster clapped and smiled. Good. Now you understand. So I'll take my leave now. But don't worry, you won't notice a thing, he said as he snapped. Vileplume threw some spores into Javelin forcing him to fall asleep but not before seeing Aster casually walk through the door. Aster took his sweet time. He didn't think D and Oishi could take down Major. Even if he didn't know what Pokemon he had, he knew that he probably only gave himself the very best of the experiments. So he planned to wait for them to almost lose and then he would swoop in at the last moment to save them. Thus he might potentially be able to recruit Oishi and ensure D's complete loyalty. As he kept walking he wondered how he would be able to use this place. He also needed to make sure that he took the scientists for himself and convinced Oishi to give him the USB containing everything left from this place. But as long as he could play the hero none of that should be a problem, and if they find out about the scientists, he'll just say he wanted them to develop a cure. After all, these fools are quite gullible. As he got down he could hear the sounds of a battle. He peeked his head in and was intrigued but slightly frustrated. He was intrigued because he could now see all their Pokemon in action and what they could truly do. Oishi never gave him a report on his Pokemon, and D told him that only his Mook fought, but it seemed that that wasn't completely true. But he was also kind of frustrated because it looked like they were holding their own against the Gyarados, but that didn't matter. It would only make it easier to swoop in and save them once they lost. So he stayed there watching and collecting more information on them. just waiting for the perfect moment to jump in. Back to the fight. Ash and Oishi were holding their own. One thing interesting was that they all seemed to be willing to take attacks for each other with no hesitation, but also their heads and necks/bodies extended, but they never saw their tails. But then Ash found out why. While he sent Ghastly out, he looked through his eyes and noticed something disturbing. This wasn't 6 separate Gyarados, this was a 6-headed Gyarados Hydra. But that gave Ash an idea. Oishi, I've got a plan, but you're going to have to trust me on this part. Not like we have much of a choice. What is it? Oishi said as he had his 2 Crobat attacks the brown head. Ash had Mook cover them as he whispered it just to make sure Major couldn't hear them. Oishi took a breath. That is such a stupid, idiotic, and risky idea. Let's do it. Ash nodded and called out, Mook, get back together. Meowth, agility. Crobats, do the same agility. As Mook slid back over to Ash, Meowth and the 2 Crobats started rushing across the center. The Crobats were flying around as 2 heads followed them each, and Meowth was running along its body/neck, jumping off the other when she was in danger. As this was going on, Ash looked at Mook, then pulled out 6 Pokeballs and threw them out, revealing 6 more Mook. Mook unite as one. These Mook were all some of the Grimo that Mook separated from himself, and Ash had them evolve, creating more, and once he told them to reform, his Mook all ran at each other and started getting absorbed back to the biggest Mook, recovering his original size as the biggest Mook. Major saw this and scoffed, not like I'll let you. Then he reached into his pocket where a clicker he had was, but when he reached in it was gone. Before he could react, he suddenly felt his arms lock up. Major looked around as Ghastly appeared with the clicker in her mouth. WHU, release me and return that. Major demanded. JEI. Ghastly laughed as she bit down, destroying the clicker and making Major's face go pale. Back to the fight. As they were making more turns around and under the Gyarados, they eventually got surrounded, leaving them no place to run to. As the Gyarados were about to send their attacks at them, suddenly they all started glowing purple and stopped. Drowsy was still in this battle and was using Psychic to stop them, letting the 3 Pokemon get away. Meowth specifically grabbed onto one of the Crobat and flew away with them. So Drowsy pulled them forward because in all the running it caused them to get tangled with each other, so Drowsy just tightened it. And with Mook, he finished absorbing the other 6 as was starting to slither around the Gyarados, but not before Ash made one last command. Mook, copy Meowth. Now in the game's Power of Alchemy copies an ability when a Pokemon faints, but here as long as Mook knows about what that ability is and trains, then he can switch as much as he wants. So, Power of Alchemy, rightward arrow, feline prowess. Mook got around and went to the back that the giant throne was covering and saw that there it was, the body of this Gyarados Hydra. Mook, let's do this. Give them all that energy you absorbed. Thunder. Mook raised his right arm as the collective power from all the attacks he blocked charged up and shot in one large and thick beam that connected with the body that was also submerged in water, causing the Gyarados to all scream in pain as the throne collapsed. Then in the trouble, the pile of the 6 Gyarados heads was knocked out on the ground, and Major was there looking shocked as Ghastly still held on to him. On the outside, Aster was also shocked. He didn't expect them to win, so he sighed and regretfully did something. He punched himself in the face, marking his pristine face. Then he came running. I'm here. I was ambushed by more raiders. He stopped looking at them, faking a surprised expression. He closed his mouth and clapped. I'm surprised. Very good work. I'll tell the boss about this personally. As he did this, he instructed Vileplume to run in and sleep powder as soon as possible to not reveal his secrets. Oishi was about to say something, but his radio turned on as a grunt spoke through. Oishi, sir. We have taken down all the hostiles. The upper part of the base is ours. Oishi nodded and looked at Ash and Aster before talking back. Very well then. This mission is complete. Aster called in his boat and called in the backup as another boat came in, grabbing the raiders. Aster personally put the scientists in his own ship as everyone got out and started sailing back to 2 Island to get back on their original ship and go back to the mainland. While they were on the ship, Ash managed to find a time to pull Oishi away from the celebration and out of ear from Aster, making double sure with Aura. Once he was sure, he looked at Oishi. So do you also believe Aster's actions have been suspicious? Oishi stopped for a moment before nodding. Yes, his actions were strange. He seemed to have a lot of information, and the timing when he showed up immediately after we subdued Major. But why do you bring this up? I don't have any evidence yet, but I have reason to believe he might also be responsible for funding these guys, and the reason we couldn't find them for a long time, Ash said, his eyes darkening. Oishi's eyes also darkened. Are you aware of what you are accusing an admin of, and you don't even have evidence? I know, which is why I am talking to you. When we get to 2 Island, I plan to stay, Ash revealed. You heard him. After this he is going back to Kanto, so I'll have my opportunity. I am good with computers. I'll check everything, logs, receipts, calls, and I'll find the truth. If there is nothing, then there is nothing, but if there is something, I'll send it to you and you can deliver it to the boss, and don't worry how I'll return. I still have my Drowsy with me, Ash said, and if there's nothing, I'm prepared for any punishment. Of course, Ash is only saying this because he knows it's true. While they were doing the raid, Ash had Porygon 2 hack into the main computer and give him everything, revealing exactly everything he said along with more stuff he was a part of. He just needed an excuse to be off the ship. Oishi thought for a moment before sighing. Very well, however, I will only give you 12 hours. If by then you are not able to collect anything, then report back and we will decide your punishment. Ash nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll do it as soon as can. Once they were back to 2 Island Oishi and the grunts went on to one ship and Aster took his grunts and took his ship which was much larger, saying he was going to meet with the boss for a meeting, and he was especially happy when Ash said he was staying on 2 Island. As the main ship left, Aster gave one final look to Ash, and you're sure you don't want to come with me to meet your future wife? Ash shook his head and kept a monotone voice. No, if I will be working here with you I should familiarize myself with the island. I'd rather not have my fiancé's first impression of me be fear and disgust of my face. Aster didn't even try to reassure Ash, he just turned around and went on the ship sailing away. After he was gone he dropped the act and pulled out his phone, and started walking to the joyful game corner. He texted Looker saying that the 5 days were up and Aster was on the move along with a file of the new stuff he found on him from hacking his computer, giving them a location and everything. As he walked in immediately he was seen with fear as someone who works with Aster. After he looked into it he found out Aster had come here and robbed this place from the owner, and holding his daughter hostage as insurance, only allowing 1 hour every day to see her. And that's not to mention the things he did to the employees. As he walked forward he saw the owner, the real owner of the joyful game corner, and he flinched, looking at him resentfully. What do you want? Your kind have already taken everything from me. As he said that, some of the employees grew the guts to also stand up and yell at him. Yeah, get out. You may work with that monster but he isn't here. Why do you torment us? But Ash ignored all of that as came close to the owner and snapped his fingers. Everyone expected something bad to happen but they didn't expect a drowsy to appear holding a little girl who held a Dunsparce plush. This was Lostel, the daughter of the owner, and now expected this as the owner nearly fell down to his knees and embraced his daughter in a hug. Lostel hugged her dad back. Daddy? Lostel was really scared, but then this big brother and the nice drowsy came and saved Lostel. Everyone who heard this was shocked. They all expected Ash to be as wicked as Aster, and then what surprised them more was when Ash looked down and closed his eyes. Everyone, from now on none of you will have to worry about Aster. Not now, not ever again, I promise. A few hours later, Ash sent the message to Oishi with the caption. He did not hide it well. Oishi at this time was about to get to a good place to dock the ship. He read through everything and frowned in anger, reading every single thing he's done. Oishi would be sure to hand this to the boss personally, even if it cost him his position. So he made a change in direction to go to the main base, the one where the boss usually stays, which would give this detour about 30 more minutes from the 20 it was already taking. But that didn't matter. He was just wondering how long would it take until Aster arrived in Kanto. After all, he was going to Celadon, which would be close, but he was also planning on doing some of his own business, so as long as he makes it he'll get to the boss first. In the port of Celadon, Looker and Annabelle were exhausted. They still couldn't believe they managed to gather a team to come with them. It was not easy and probably much more convoluted than it needed to be, but without revealing D, this was the best they could do. Looker looked at his phone wondering if D sent him another message, but nothing. He still only had the file with Aster's crimes and a word that Aster would arrive in a few hours, sent a few hours ago. Annabelle leaned over now that they were separated from the rest of the group. Any word? None, Looker said. Annabelle sighed. Are we sure this wasn't a setup? Looker shook his head. Not likely, the information he delivered was legit, and he hadn't deceived us before. Yeah darling, just have some hope, a third voice above them said. I guess you have a point, but still it's hard to have hope in Annabelle stopped. There was only one person who called her darling. Looker and Annabelle looked up, and sitting there was a boy wearing a trench coat with black pants and sneakers. He had black gloves and long brown hair, but the most striking thing was that he was wearing an Oni mask on the lower part of his face. R.U.D. Looker asked. Ash jumped down and stood next to them. Yep, that's me. I thought I should participate in the fun this time, and I get to hang out with my 2 favorite police. Annabelle immediately shook her head and raised her badge. Stop right there, you are officially under arrest. Ash and Looker. Annabelle saw their blank expressions and looked confused. What? This is a perfect chance. Ash chuckled and shook his head. Oh darling, let's just pretend for a moment you could capture me. What then? Aster is about to come in and I'm even here to help you all. Looker nodded. He has a point. He came to offer his assistance even coming alone. Yeah, listen to Looker. Face it darling, you need me, Ash said, knowing exactly how that sounded. And so what? What if there's no ship coming and you did this for your selfish amusement? Annabelle said. Then as soon as she said that, a loud ship horn was heard. That's probably a coincidence, Annabelle said. Then a random police officer ran up. Annabelle, Looker, your information was accurate. We found signs of reports on that ship. We will contact base to have them send support. Then he ran off, not even noticing Ash. Annabelle growled. Fine, but stop calling me darling. Nah, why would I darling? Your reactions are far more entertaining, but maybe I will if you smile more, Ash said, but Annabelle turned her head. Looker looked at Ash. So you will be helping us, don't you fear that he may recognize you? Oh, you don't need to worry about that, Ash said as he grabbed his hair and slid it back, making it turn blue instead in front of their eyes. Ash smiled. Did you think it was that easy to figure out who I was? No, you don't even know if this is my hair color or if this is my eye color, but for now let's get ready, he said as he walked past them, taking Annabelle's badge. Borrowing this by the way darling. Annabelle blinked olishly before turning back. Hey, wait a minute, get back here. Aster was on the ship waiting patiently. He was planning on sending the scientists to his personal hideout while he turned in the grunts. He also told Erica that he was coming back from work and he would be late. After all, it was time that she became useful to him, but he would deal with that once he got there. First, he needed to prepare everything. As the ship docked, he took the scientist and a few grunts off with him to escort them. Meanwhile, he told the other grunts to prepare to take in the raiders they had with them. Before he walked off the ship and onto the dock, he made sure no one, especially the harbor manager, was there. It was the early morning and about to be sunrise, so he didn't expect anyone to come out at this time. He took the team and scientist with him as the other grunts started grabbing the raiders to take them off. As Aster kept walking, he felt content. After all, only for a minor mistake everything went perfectly for him. As he kept walking, suddenly a few people dressed in dark clothes walked out and they looked at him. Aster played it cool. "Is there anything I can do for you officers?" As he said that, a few more came up from behind as they pulled out badges. Team Rocket Admin Aster, you have been charged with multiple crimes. Please do not resist and cooperate quietly. Aster's eyes narrowed. "But what do you mean? I'm only coming back home. Do you not recognize me? My daughter is the gym leader. You can ask her yourself." Annabelle stepped forward. "Save the chatter. We have all the evidence we need on you, and you might not have a rocket suit on, but those grunts next to you sure are rocking that red R." Aster kept a calm face, but on the inside, he growled, "I suppose if it is needed to clear my name, I'll comply." He held his hands out as one of the police officers approached him, but just as he was about to grab him, Aster grabbed one of the scientists and threw him at the officer before throwing his Vileplume out. Immediately the officers and grunts threw out their Pokemon and some ran onto the boats to take care of the grunts on there. Looker sent out Croagunk, Annabelle her new Alakazam, and Ash sent out his newly evolved Houndoom who had a special collar. The battle started with everyone throwing out attacks and lighting up the sky. Aster made the grunts and scientists scatter as well, making most officers have to run around to stop them as Aster himself made a run for it. Looker and Croagunk were in charge of taking care of the grunts, so instead Annabelle and Ash went after Aster. As they were running, Annabelle told Alakazam to bring one of the shipping crates down so he couldn't run. Alakazam quickly obeyed and did it without a thought as Aster and his Vileplume were stopped as Ash and Annabelle blocked the other two sides. "Surrender, Aster. There's nowhere for you to run, you're outnumbered and you can't run anymore," Annabelle said as Alakazam held his spoons ready for the command. Aster looked back and had his confident smile back. "Oh, so you thought I was running? No, just setting up my trap." Then he snapped his finger. From below Houndoom a seed glowed and sprouted into a thick bush of vines, and behind them multiple other vines sprouted, all having come from Vileplume. Aster smiled. "Now that threat is taken care of, I'll deal with you," he said as he raised his arms. Vileplume shot two thick vines from himself into the ground as one of those giant lines coming from the ground came by surprise and managed to slap Alakazam on the back before he could react. Annabelle grit her teeth. "Alakazam, quick, use psychic." Alakazam's eyes glowed as he grabbed a hold of the large vine and then the next one that was about to come and get him, but he didn't expect the original vine from Vileplume to break through the ground and wrap itself around his throat. As Aster smiled to himself, he thought this was done since he would have Vileplume choke out this Alakazam, but he heard something he didn't expect. "Hey, I hope you didn't forget about us." It was Ash as he stood next to the bush that had Houndoom inside. "These vines are annoying, but I hope you didn't think this would stop us." Then he pulled his sleeve up and there it was, a keystone. Ash smiled as he tapped it. "Mega Evolve." From the bush bright light erupted and shined through the cracks. Houndoom's temperature started to rise so high that the water in the vines began to boil and Houndoom ripped her way through, now reveling Mega Houndoom. As Aster and Annabelle looked in shock, Ash smiled and held his hand up. Fire blast. Houndoom shot one large blast of fire that Vileplume couldn't dodge due to his vines being stuck in the ground, and he got the full hit, burning the vines he had and freeing Alakazam. "Thanks," Annabelle reluctantly said. Ash gave a thumbs up back. "Not a problem, darling. Now let's take care of this guy." Aster grit his teeth as he raised his hand up. "Sludge bomb now." Annabelle raised her arm and pointed at Vileplume. "Alakazam, send it back." Alakazam's eyes glowed purple as the ball of sludge stopped in the air and turned around, aiming to hit Vileplume. Houndoom follow along with a will-o-wisp. As the sludge hit Vileplume, Houndoom summoned multiple small wisps of purple fire and threw them at the plant, connecting and causing the burn along with knocking him back. As Vileplume got hurt from the burn, Aster's confident smile was disappearing and he was feeling it. Fear, his plans, everything he worked so hard for was falling apart in front of his hands. Aster decided to hell with it. "We're taking one of you down with us." Nature's madness. Not the legendary move, just what he calls it. All the vines from before started to come to life as they all began falling down, aiming to bury whatever Pokemon was inside under layers of whatever was left. The target at the moment was Alakazam. But as it came down, Ash whistled as Houndoom ran up and tackled Alakazam and pushed him out of the way, leaving Houndoom to be crushed. Or at least she would, but Ash was already prepared for this. Before the battle even began, he already had Houndoom use Nasty Plot 3 times. So now that he had the chance, Ash smiled and snapped his finger. Inferno. From the center, a fire so hot and bright it burned through the vines immediately and shot a fire so hot that it caused the remaining vines to shrivel up, and it was so bright it rivaled the sunrise as Houndoom stood there proud. With Aster, Vileplume finally fell over. The heat and fire from that attack were too much for him and he fell, so Alakazam grabbed Aster with Psychic as Annabelle walked up. She was about to hold out her badge, but Ash still had it, so she sighed. "Rocket Admin Aster, it is over, you are under arrest." Erica was excited. After she got the news that her father was coming back, she immediately got happy because she thought he was coming for her birthday, which was today, April 21st. It had been quite some time since she last saw him, so she wanted this to be perfect. She knew he would be coming today, so she prepared a bento herself and was going to the dock to meet up with him at the time he told her. As she was walking, she saw the sunrise in the distance, taking in its beauty. She walked with a pep in her step. To her, nothing could go wrong today. But then she saw it. A large blast of fire blasted through the sky, lighting up the sky and making multiple people peek out from their homes looking out to see what it was. But Erica noticed something that was coming from the dock, the place her father was. With a gulp, she began to run, trying to move as fast as she could, but with this kimono, it was extremely difficult. But eventually, she made it, and what she finally saw made her spine shiver. Multiple police were taking in countless people off of a ship. There was also a group of Team Rocket members being taken in, and finally, there she saw him, her father, Aster, handcuffed and being led to a police car. Erica's throat became dry as she stepped forward, shaking in fear under the kimono as she approached the nearest person, who to be Annabelle. Excuse me, what's going on? Erica asked, her voice shaky. Annabelle looked back and immediately recognized Erica, the gym leader, as her expression softened. I'm sorry, gym leader, I read the report. He is your father, correct? Erica nodded as Annabelle sighed. That man Aster is a member of Team Rocket, an admin, and has multiple charges against him, so as the international police we are here to arrest him. But that can't be true, my father would never, Erica said, her voice nearly breaking as she was holding back tears. I'm afraid it's true. He also attempted to flee from police and attacked several officers. I'm sorry, I know this is tough for you to understand. Erica's hands were shaking. She looked at the car where she saw her father with an expression she had never seen before. At the same time, Aster finally noticed her and smiled. Hey Erica, thank goodness you're here. These stupid police are trying to arrest me for no reason. Why don't you get your father out? Aster said with an obnoxiously large smile. Erica was shaking, thinking about what was happening. She wanted to say something but she couldn't, but Aster did. Come on, don't you want us to be a family again? Erica clenched her teeth and dropped the bento she had in her hands before finally running. She ran and ran and ran, and even when people saw her and tried to stop her, she didn't stop running. She wanted to get back to her gym. Along the way, Ash was on top of a shipping crate. He stayed there after Annabelle and more officers came, and for once Annabelle told him to go, but she said it was only because he saved Alakazam. Ash didn't refuse and got out and watched everything, including Erica's heartbroken expression. He frowned and decided to do something. Erica ran back to her gym, not stopping to talk to any of the gym trainers. She ran and eventually got to her room, where she sat down and felt the tears coming out of her eyes. She didn't want to believe it, but it was making sense now. After all, her father never come to any of her birthdays before. Why would he start now? He never even sent her cards or anything like that. In her mind, she just forced herself to believe it was for work, that he cared about her. But no, the more she thought about it, the more she realized his actions. He never loved her like a father should. He never treated her as one. She stayed in her room, finally crying, letting out those pent-up emotions. She stayed like that for a while, but then she heard her phone buzz. She wiped her eyes and picked it up, where a certain boy texted her Agash. Ash finished the rest of the things with Aster, mainly just covering his tracks so that he could not be connected to him in any way, and also to steal as many resources from Aster's account. He knew that Aster would probably try to save his ass by calling Giovanni, but he made sure that he wouldn't get anything from Giovanni. Only one thing was left. He had Porygon to delete all records of the Porygon blueprints in Team Rocket and sent Aki a text. Yo Aki, it's done. I took care of Aster and now you can start making Porygon again, and also the next payment is already in your account. LOL, alright, I actually finished making more. Also a quick note, the Porygon you have is not for battling, but I have the upgrade that will give it that feature. I figured you should have it since you kept your word. Ash put his phone away. He'll get that later, probably after Aki distributes the Porygon out, but for now, he didn't really need it, but he would go get it later. It's just not a priority. As he looked back out at sea on top of Lapras, he thought about what to do now. He had everything he wanted from the Orange Islands, but there was also a bit of time until his 11th birthday, which was May 22nd. Anyway, Ash did have to wait for the weather to get bad since he was waiting for the events of the Power of One to start, but he just didn't know when it would happen. So he would go wait for a while, for now scrolling through his phone looking at anything new to look at, eventually stumbling across something. Poke Rogue? The heck is this? A fan game as a browser game? Ash said, looking at the screen. Whatever, sure, I'll kill sometime. No way this game is even any good. Dash. In the sky in an airship. Lawrence 3 was looking across his computer trying to find the traces of the legendary birds. Ever since they disappeared months ago, there has been an influx of power ranging across not just Kanto, but the world. Lawrence knew that this was it, the moment he needed to step up and claim Lugia as his. But the only problem with that was that 2 pieces of the puzzle were missing. He couldn't accept that. But that all changed when he finally found a reading coming from the Orange Islands. He found reports that Lugia rests there and that the birds returned to protect that sacred land, and when he got close he saw them. Finally his destiny. He smiled and looked down at the chest pieces. He had picked up a Zapdos piece and smiled. I shall start with you. Following that, the energy cannons attached to the ship charged with bright blue energy as they aimed at Zapdos. Lawrence smiled, knowing that his destiny was almost here, saying one word. Fire. In the sky, the brave Olivine was flying through the air. After they met with Ash, they chose to start their journey to Paldea. Currently, they are flying over the Orange Islands. The weather was normal as they were sailing and everyone was enjoying themselves. Liko was resting with SPRI Gatito as she enjoyed the sun. But then out of seemingly nowhere the weather changed. It was a nice sunny day, but then in a moment a surprise thunderstorm caught them in the center. The storm was extra strong for some reason and caused some damage to the ship itself before disappearing just as fast as it came. Fried brought his head out of the bridge. What's going on out here? We're losing air. Liko, who not a minute ago was relaxing, started to panic. I don't know, it was normal. Me and SPRI Gatito were relaxing, but then thunderclouds and the balloon has a hole in it. At that moment Orla jumped out from the engine room. Hey Fried, we're losing air fast. Something punctured the airship and we're losing gas. What? Can't you use the bug-type wild Pokemon to fix it before we fall? Are you crazy? The wind is shooting out so strong any Pokemon will get blown away. We need an emergency landing. Then in a moment as the ship tilted down, Murdoch ran out, his shirt dirty. Fried, what's wrong with your driving? You made me waste a batch of donuts I was making. Fried smiled. Murdoch, perfect timing. Since you're here, get Liko and the Pokemon inside. We're going for a surprise landing. Orla, get to the engine and get me some height. Me and Cap will deal with this. Orla and Murdoch nodded, albeit a bit begrudgingly, but the threat of falling out of the sky seemed to be really convincing. They each ran to their stations to try to stop themselves from crashing into the ocean. As Fried was at the wheel, he looked at the GPS he had next to him to see where the next island was to make a landing and some repairs. As he read it, his eye twitched slightly. No way, why here, anywhere but here. Fried had to swallow his tongue, and as much as he didn't want to go to this specific island, he had no choice. He brought the intercom to his mouth. Everyone, brace yourselves, this landing isn't going to be fun for anyone. Then he put it down and grabbed the wheel. Ready, Cap, this is going to be a rough one. Captain Pikachu smiled and gave a thumbs up as Fried pulled up the wheel trying to stabilize the ship. Amathio, sir, we have found that the ship has stopped, Zerk reported. They seemed to have landed at an island and their ship doesn't look like it will be able to fly anytime soon. Onia smiled and clapped her hands together. Yeah, isn't that good? Let's ambush them and take the amulet this time. Amathio frowned. No, I don't want the pendant to have another chance to escape like last time. Have you made sure that trainer is not with them? Zerk nodded. Indeed, Amathio, sir, that trainer is not with them. It seems like he never was, so there shouldn't be any risk for us. Amathio nodded. Good, you two will go and distract that Fried and I will go after the pendant holder. Am I clear? Sir, yes sir. Ash was still playing. Why is this game so addictive? Lapras was pretty much taking a nap and Pikachu was munching on a few berries he covered in ketchup as he was standing on top of Gyarados. Ash sighed and put his phone down. I really should go do something. But what? I really don't want to go beat up Drake, even though could probably go kick his teeth in. What to do? Then as he was thinking, he saw a surprise thunderstorm appear for a moment and then disappear immediately after. Following that, he saw a certain airship falling out of the sky and down to the water. Ash raised his eyebrow. Huh, the heck? Is that them? Shouldn't they already be traveling to Paldea? But Ash was more focused on the thunderstorm because for a storm to appear and disappear so fast that meant one thing, it was starting. He thought for a moment then decided to go check out the airship first. As far as he knows, Articuno and Moltres are still with the Go leaders. He whistled signaling for his Pokemon to start moving, so they did and made their way to the island. Dash. After the crash landing on this island, everyone came out to do some damage control. They found that no one was hurt and that everyone was accounted for, which was good, but the parts of the balloon were damaged and some parts were fried. Orla sighed and went to work to try and do what she could. Meanwhile, everyone else would do their part in what they could do, which also meant Liko would do nothing since she was new and didn't know anything about what to do in this situation. So she sat down and did what she always does, started watching Nidothing videos. There seemed to be an interesting one about the Pokemon League that Nidothing released a bit after the Indigo League. As she was watching it, she couldn't help but hear something. It was yelling, no more like singing, but not from a person. Liko looked at SPRI Gatito looking confused at each others as they got up and went to find the source of the singing. It didn't take long when they got to the front of the ship. Fuecoco was singing off the edge of the ship, taking advantage that they were in a mountain clearing to sound louder. Not even notice that Liko or SPRI Gatito were watching. Once Fuecoco was satisfied, he looked back and was shocked to see Liko or SPRI Gatito clapping at him. They heard him singing. Wow, that was really good, Fuecoco. Liko said as SPRI Gatito mewed in agreement. Fuecoco was flustered and in a panic. He slipped and fell off the ship, falling into the sand. When Liko said as SPRI Gatito looked over looking worried, Fuecoco pulled his head out of the sand and started fleeing into the forest. Liko said as SPRI Gatito looked at each other, then they started to panic as they started running to get off the ship to go after Fuecoco. As they ran by everyone, she didn't stop and just yelled out to them, I'm going for a run, don't worry about me. They all blinked in surprise. They all could immediately tell something happened, but they didn't say anything. For one part, they had to fix the airship, and on another, she had a phone she could call them if she needed help. POV change in the forest. A boy with a puffy magenta tuft of hair came out from under a hat while the rest of his hair was dark brown, and had magenta eyes. He had a dark brown hoodie with short white sleeves and a red shirt with a printed R. This was Roy. He was sitting in the forest using his Rotom phone to attend his classes, being on an island and all, and the part that he looked forward to the most was during the time he could talk to his classmates. Specifically, he loved when they showed him their Pokemon. He always loved Pokemon and dreamed of having a Pokemon of his own ever since his grandfather told him about the ancient hero. He even had something that apparently belonged to him, an ancient Pokeball. He couldn't open it, nor did it even seem like it had anything in it, but it was cool so he kept it. Today he was especially interested in his classmates since now they all had their first Pokemon, meaning he was the last one that didn't have a Pokemon. Wow guys, that's amazing, Roy said, his eyes sparkling as he looked at everyone's Pokemon through the screen. I wish I could get my Pokemon and go on a real adventure. Why don't you? You live in Kanto, right? One of his classmates said. Another nodded. Yeah, unlike us you're actually allowed to go on your adventure, we all need to wait a bit more. Well, I live on an island and I don't have a Pokemon, Roy said, scratching the back of his head. Well, why don't you ask a professor to get you one, or your grandfather? Well, in my little village we don't really use Pokeballs for our Pokemon, and we don't even have a professor all the way out here, plus I don't think my grandfather would approve. Well, it doesn't hurt to try, you never know, one said. Before Roy could respond, the teacher logged on. Good morning everyone, let's get started. Yes, they all said in unison. A few hours later, classes ended and Roy got up to stretch after having to sit down for so long. He was now free and wondered what he would do now. As he got up he decided to start going to his secret base, but as he was walking he heard the sounds of running and a Pokemon he didn't recognize. He was confused. He grew up on this island, he knew each Pokemon on this island by name, but now he was hearing something new. He wanted to go investigate, especially once the bushes next to him started to rumble. He approached cautiously, not knowing what might be coming. But then as soon as he split the leaves, a fire crocodile jumped out in a panic and tackled him in the face, knocking them both down. As Roy was in the dirt, a girl, Liko, finally arrived, slightly out of breath. Fuecoco, there you are. She looked down and saw that Fuecoco was now sitting on someone. She panicked. Oh my Arceus. Are you okay? Roy grabbed Fuecoco and sat up, putting the croc on his lap. Yeah, I'm fine, but is this Pokemon yours? Oh, well technically no, I guess it would belong to Fried. Oh wait, you don't know who that is, sorry. Let me start from the beginning. Liko cleared her through. Hello, I'm Liko. This little one next to me is my partner Sprigatito, and the Pokemon on your lap is named Fuecoco. Oh hi, well I'm Roy, nice to meet you, Roy said, getting up. But what are you doing all the way on my island? I've never seen you before, so you're definitely not from around here. Liko scratched her head. Well, that's kinda a long story, but I guess you can say we got stuck here for a bit. Roy nodded. I see, well then I guess it can't be helped. Do you know your way back? Liko froze for a moment and looked down at Sprigatito, who also shook her head. No, actually I have no idea where we are. Roy chuckled. Alright then, if you want I can help you. Really? Liko's eyes lit up. You'd do that? Yeah sure, but just as long as your friends can let me see their Pokemon too, Roy said excitedly. Liko thought to herself for a moment. I don't see why that would be a problem. I mean, everyone is really nice, so sure. Roy fist bumped the air. Alright, then let's go. But as soon as Roy turned to start moving, a Corviknight landed in front of them with a loud crash, and on top of it stood a familiar boy that made Liko instinctively gulp. Amethyst. Roy looked confused. Is this one of your friends? No, not at all. This guy is bad news, Liko said. Roy got into a more defensive position as Amethyst jumped off and walked towards them. Take it easy, you know what I want. Come quietly and this can be over. You were so close last time, and now there are no interruption at the ship. Fried was sitting down watching Orla work. He wasn't well versed in this, he's a researcher for goodness sake, so he couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, Molly and Murdoch returned to the ship to try to help the Pokemon that may have been rattled during the sudden landing. Ludlow was actually quite calm. Fried was watching Orla work. So how's it looking? Not great, the internal gas bag is ruptured from the storm. Seriously Fried, when you drive us into storms you need to tell us, Orla said, rubbing her eyes in frustration. Fried frowned and gave a rare serious expression. Orla, I know I might do crazy things, but not this time. That wasn't me, I didn't drive us into a storm. Orla was about to dismiss Fried, since usually when he would say this he was joking, but once she saw his serious expression she dropped it. Well, whatever the reason, we don't have enough raw materials to repair the ship. Fried crossed his arms. Well, if we needed to I could make a run with Charizard over to the nearest city that would sell those materials. How long would that take? Probably most of the day, if not tomorrow morning, just to get the supplies, not even counting how long to get back, but that is looking like our only option, Fried said, crossing his arms, that or traveling by sea. Then Molly walked out, not to mention that crash caused a lot of the medical supplies we had to fall and break, and I had to use some to help the Pokemon that got hurt. What? Murdoch's voice came out of the kitchen as everyone rushed in. What's wrong? Our food supplies end up getting destroyed too? Fried asked. No, it's Dot, Murdoch said as he turned around holding an empty jar. She's been eating the poke blocks again. I keep telling her that she shouldn't. Everyone felt themselves sweat. But isn't that a good thing? She's eating something now. Besides, aren't those just made from berries? No, not at all. It's still Pokemon food, Murdoch yelled. Ever since she found out that they are basically better tasting nutrition supplements, she just started eating them. Fried and Molly sighed helplessly and looked at each other, but it was broken up when suddenly they heard Orla yell, "Guys, we have some company, it's the explorers." Fried, Murdoch, and Molly quickly ran out and looked over the railing, seeing two Skarmory in the sky while on top two familiar explorers were on top smiling as they closed in on their position. Fried frowned, realizing something. There's only 2 of them, where's their boss Amethyio? But then he realized something, he's after Liko. What do? We can't fly, and even if we did, Liko is still on the island. Orla said as she looked at Fried for an answer. Fried started to grit his teeth. Murdoch, Molly, you guys get down and go after Liko and keep her safe. Orla, retract all the hooks and take us into the water. I'll take care of these 2 so they don't cause more damage. Everyone nodded and did what they were told. Fried meanwhile had Cap come out and have him hop on as he jumped into Charizard, but before he flew off he looked back. Ludlow, take the ship to sea, Fried said as he flew up into the sky. Ludlow looked up slowly, he took a deep breath, and went back into the bridge, taking control of the boat version of the ship. After all, this was still originally his ship, no matter how many modifications Orla made. So as the ship hit water, Murdoch and Molly got off the ship and onto the sand while Ludlow started to sail into this ship to safety. Back in the forest, Amethyio was slowly approaching Liko and Roy. Corviknight was already out and he brought Cerulge out just for good measure. He wanted all chances of escape or help to be exactly 0. All you must do is come with me, then all of this will be over, Amethyio said. Liko gulped and clutched her pendant. Roy, run, I'll try and hold him off for you. What? No way, why would you even say that? Roy said, his eyes never leaving Amethyio. You don't have a Pokemon, so you can't defend yourself. I do. I can hold him off, Liko said as Sprigatito jumped forward. Roy clenched his teeth. He knew he was useless here. He didn't have a Pokemon to fight with. He had no way to help, and the only thing he did have was a Fuecoco that was just as scared looking at everything. Last time was a fluke. Nothing more than you taking advantage of my weakened Cerulge. It will not happen again now that trainer isn't here, Amethyio said as Cerulge dashed up next to him brandishing. Liko gulped as she could see Roy taking a few steps back. You're right. I know I can't beat you, but that doesn't mean I can't stall you for a bit. Amethyio frowned. A pitiful attempt. Very well, if you insist on prolonging this pointless encounter, then, Cerulge, take care of them. Cerulge's eyes lit up as he dashed forward with his blades burning bright blue, and he approached and swung down at Sprigatito. And then all of Liko's bravery immediately drained from her face, Sprigatito. But then just before Cerulge's blade could reach Sprigatito, a Pikachu came up and used an iron tail to clash with Cerulge for a moment before starting to overpower the ghost armor and kicking it back. Everyone was taken aback. Liko and Amethyio immediately thought that it was Captain Pikachu without his hat, so they were wondering if Fried was there, but then Amethyio felt an elbow on his shoulder. On his shoulder, Ash was leaning on him, looking down both at him, figuratively and literally. Wow, so you're that kinda guy, the ones that only feel good about themselves when they bully people they know are weaker than them. Amethyio's eyes twitched and Liko's lit up, both for the same reason. Ash is here. Amethyio clenched his teeth and pushed Ash away. Cerulge. Cerulge understood and rushed over, aiming to this time slash at Ash with those blades, but Ash just smiled and snapped his finger. From the side, Charizard came, and before Cerulge could even reach Ash's Charizard grabbed the armor by the face and slammed it into the dirt below, causing the ground beneath them to shake as he used a earthquake point blank. Cerulge was badly hurt but still up as it struggled to try and get up, but Charizard came over and stumped down on the chest piece of the armor, sending it deeper into the ground. Amethyio frowned further and returned Cerulge before immediately throwing it out again to get him back up, while he quickly put distance between himself and Ash. You. Why are you here? Why must you ruin everything? Amethyio said with a scowl. Ash smiled as he walked forward and stood next to Charizard. Well, I heard you were here bullying the weak. That's no good, I'm the only one that gets to do that. Liko, who now had Sprigatito in her arms, looked up at Ash. Ash, you're here, but how? Ash smiled. Well, here I was enjoying my vacation when I saw a ship fall out of the sky. I get closer and I found you here in danger again. You really are troublesome. As Liko got flustered at that, Roy looked at Ash's back and felt like that name was familiar. He also looked down and saw that Fuecoco was looking at not Ash, but Charizard with sparkles in his eyes. No matter, my compatriots have probably taken care of your other group. They may not be able to win, but they at least have caused damage to the ship, Amethyio said. Actually, no, you didn't really think I would be stupid enough to know that your goons I beat the bricks off last time aren't with you. I left a few friends there to take care of it, Ash said as Pikachu ran up and jumped back on Ash's shoulder. When he did that, Roy realized something. He didn't get to watch the Indigo League all the way out here, but one of his classmates talked about it. This year was exceptionally cool with all sorts of cool trainers, but the one that won this year was a boy. He had a ton of Pokemon, but his two most cool were his Pikachu and Charizard. Along with his red and white outfit and red hat, he stood out in more ways than one, especially since he was the same age as them. The champion of this year's Indigo League was a boy named Ash Ketchum, and that boy was now standing in front of him. Back on the ship, Zerk and Onia were fighting off Fried. They had no thought of winning, but they were using two Pokemon that had an advantage against Charizard, a Redon, and Golduck, but even with that they weren't winning. But that was fine with them. They were confident that by now Amethyio had retrieved the pendant, so they just needed a chase to escape as well. Onia smiled. Skarmory, now, go for the ship. The Skarmory that belonged to her cawed and rushed past Fried and Charizard, who were preoccupied with the other Pokemon. As Fried saw Skarmory go after the ship, he panicked. No, everyone. But before anyone could react, suddenly from the water a red Gyarados shot out and bit down on Skarmory before then spitting the metal bird back onto the beach. As everyone recovered from that, they heard another Pokemon cry. As they looked, they saw Lapras with a Clefairy on her back, as Lapras sent a ice beam at the feet of Redon and Golduck, freezing them on the ground. Then Clefairy used a gravity to send the Skarmory onto the ground, along with Zerk and Onia, as everyone watching looked on in surprise. But then knew that these Pokemon were here to help them, and seeing the red Gyarados, they knew who it was. Ash was also on this island, and if he was here then they didn't need to fear. Fried jumped on Charizard and looked at those left on the ship. I'm going in. Even if he's here, Liko might still be in danger. Orla nodded. Alright, we'll go. We'll send you the meeting point. Oh, your phone. Get out of here. Fried nodded as he put on his goggles and went to the sky. Back with Ash, Charizard was dealing with Sarulj as Ash walked up, approaching Amethyl with the same cockiness that he had when he approached Liko and Roy. What's wrong? Didn't you threaten me saying that it wasn't the last I'd heard of you, that I'd regret ever crossing paths with you? Ash said as Amethyl was now the one taking a step back. Amethyl still clenched his teeth. Why do you insist so much on going against us? You do not know the things you mess with. Ash rolled his eyes and got real close. Save it for someone who cares, and if your third-rate villain group wants to come after me, then let them come and let them try. After all, if they're anything like you, then they're all weaklings. Amethyl's brows furrowed. Don't you dare talk about them like that. Struck a nerve there, didn't I? Ash said as he leaned in. Or what? Do I need to give you a recreation of last time? He said as he cracked his knuckle. Amethyl frowned but realized something. Ash was here and his Charizard was dealing with Sarulj, so he chose to take advantage. Corviknight grabbed the girl. Corviknight, who for the most part stayed out of this, even flying into the sky to avoid being seen, went into a dive bomb and approached Liko, but of course Ash knew about Corviknight and he didn't panic. As Corviknight came in with its talons stretched out ready to grab Liko, Liko panicked and grabbed her pendant. Come on, work again, please work. When Liko did that, her pendant started glowing again, but this time the Pokeball that Roy keeps with him at all times also started to glow. But surprisingly, that's not all. The ring on Ash's hand turned on its own, stopping on a symbol of Mew before glowing along with them. Ash showed genuine surprise as he watched everything happening along with everyone else, as the light glowed brighter. Amethyl covered his eyes. What is this? Another barrier? No, this is different. As they saw this, the Pokeball Roy had opened for the first time in 100 years. It opened and a large imposing figure shot out into the sky. And when the light dispersed, flying in the air looking down on them was the strongest of the ancient 6 heroes. Black Rayquaza came out with a brilliant shine along its body. As everyone saw this, Ash looked down on his ring, and now next to the Mew image a new one appeared. An ancient image of Rayquaza. Molly and Murdoch were running across the forest after. They didn't know the state that Liko was in. They had gotten at least halfway through the forest calling out to Liko or Fuecoco, but as of now there has been no reaction. And actually, Murdoch realized something. Hey Mole, I just realized, we don't know where Liko went, Murdoch said, walking across from Molly. Molly froze in place from the realization. That may be true, but that's also no reason to give up our search. We'll just have to keep looking. Molly sighed as he had his phone out where he was trying to contact Liko but with no response. But where are we supposed to look? We don't exactly have any idea. At that moment the sky cleared with a bright beam shot up, and from it, a black Rayquaza came out looking down at a place near the center of the island. Molly looked at the new black Rayquaza glaring down and blinked in surprise. That seems like a good place to start. Back on the ship, everyone else was watching the spectacle in surprise. It was at that point that Clefairy let go of the gravity, since also the brave Olivine was now safely far away from these losers and Fried was long gone. Said losers in question, Onia and Zerk, as soon as they got up, returned their Pokemon and jumped on their Skarmory, and started flying to the center of the island where they knew their boss Amethyl was and where that Pokemon they'd never seen before came from. Back in the center of the forest, as they looked up in the air in shock seeing the black Rayquaza, Roy looked at his Pokeball in surprise. I thought this old Pokeball was empty. I didn't know that Pokemon was in it. And the surprises keep coming. Amethyl said instinctively. Liko was already scanning the black Rayquaza with her dex, but she didn't receive much other than its name and a green version of it, not black, in her dex. Before they could continue, Molly and Murdoch ran out from the woods behind them. Liko, there you are. Murdoch said. What? Molly and Murdoch, what are you both doing here? Liko asked in a panic. We should be asking you, what happened? Where is that thing come out of? Molly said, not even noticing the boys standing a few feet from Liko. Before they could continue, a gust of wind blew from above them as Fried, Charizard, and Captain Pikachu flew down in a surprise. As Fried landed, he locked eyes with Ash. I knew it, you are here, Fried said, finally making Molly and Murdoch look over to see that indeed Ash was also there. But before they could say anything, Fried kept going. So, you guys want to tell me what just happened? Roy's ears perked up as he ran up holding out his ancient Pokeball. I don't know, it just came out of this Pokeball. Before Fried could respond, the black Rayquaza chose to finally take action, and it screeched in the air before taking another deep breath and shot a beam into the sky. That would be fine on its own, but this beam split, becoming Draco Meteor, and the target was the general island, so the entire island was being bombarded by a meteor shower. Amethyl clenched his teeth seeing all this. He still didn't understand what just happened. He was about to demand for them to explain, but then his two compatriots Onia and Zerk flew up to him, both bruised from earlier. Sir, it's not safe here, Onia said as she tried wiping her face from the sand. Amethyl frowned further as he looked back. They were now outnumbered and the new threat couldn't be predicted. Fine, we'll retreat, he said as he jumped back on Corviknight and took one last look at Liko and Roy, then one glance at Ash before flying away. Although only Ash paid them any attention since everyone else was busy looking up at the black Rayquaza. If they were smart, wouldn't they have tried taking Liko at this moment? Nevertheless, Roy quickly ran up and held up the Pokeball. Rayquaza, go back into the Pokeball. But Rayquaza ignored his command as it looked down, and for a moment locked eyes with Liko, and then for a moment looked at Ash, but then it flew into the sky going higher than any of them could see until it was only a spark in the sky. After the black Rayquaza left, everyone collectively took a breath. They hadn't realized it, but being in this position they all were holding their breath unconsciously. Fried looked over at Molly and Murdoch. Well, I guess this thing got resolved and you guys didn't have to leave the ship, huh? Murdoch blinked, still having some shock from seeing that black Rayquaza. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess in a way we could have chosen to stay on the ship since you're here anyway. Plus, apparently Ash is also here, Molly said, scratching her head. Yeah, that reminds me, Fried said as he looked at Ash. Why are you here? Not that we're complaining, you were a big lifesaver back there in the ship and all. Ash smiled. Well, I was having a vacation here in the Orange Islands, but look at my surprise when I saw an airship that I recognized falling out of the sky, in the middle of some crazy weather phenomena. Yeah, when you put it like that it makes it sound so obvious. Fried nodded, then he looked at Roy. By the way, who are you? Roy jumped to attention. Right, I'm Roy. Okay Roy, you said that Rayquaza came out of that Pokeball. What is it and why was it in there? Fried asked. Roy tensed up a bit. Well, to be honest, I don't actually know anything about it, Roy said before his expression brightened up, but my grandfather might. We can go ask him. Fried nodded. All right, then I'll go with you to meet your grandfather. I'm curious about this. I'll go too. I also want to know what happened, Liko announced. Molly shook her head. I'll go back to the ship. I still need to look after all the Pokemon. Murdoch nodded. Yeah, I'm with Mole. I gotta cook dinner and you know who still needs to be taken care of. Ash looked at them. So by the way, I assume you don't have enough materials at the moment to fix the ship, right? Molly nodded. Yeah, we don't have enough materials to repair the balloon, or whatever fancy name Orla calls it. Ash shook his head and pulled out Abra from under his jacket. Can I offer you an Abra in this trying time? Murdoch and Molly both blinked in surprise, not considering that as a possibility before. Yeah, that would work. We could just go and back in a few minutes, Murdoch said as he took Abra from Ash. Ash nodded. Well, good luck. By the way, your ship is already marked, so see ya. Wait, Murdoch was cut off when both he and Molly were teleported out back to the ship. Ash turned around to the other three and stretched his arms. Well, are we going or not? You're coming with us, Liko asked in surprise. Someone has to take care of you. You're so troublesome getting yourself in these situations. Ash shook his head. Liko was flustered again, but Fried and Roy didn't complain. All right then, let's go. When they got to Roy's village, they were met with Roy's grandfather, who Fried was surprised to see that the village elder was his grandfather, but he didn't say why. Roy explained the situation and he confirmed it by saying that they could see it too from all the way out here in the village. Roy's grandfather started talking to Fried after he brought out some refreshments. Liko, Ash, and Roy listened, but they mainly talked to each other about what they saw, mainly to Ash since he was actually an experienced trainer and knew more than them. After a while, Fried looked at Roy seriously. So, Roy, you're sure that Rayquaza came out of that Pokeball? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right in my hand. I saw it happen. Roy answered, his voice not. Fried smiled. Right. I believe you, bud. Roy's grandfather nodded along. The black Rayquaza. The legends say that ages ago, it partnered with an ancient adventurer. But I thought those were all myths. I never expected a Pokeball I just found one day would be connected. Wait, found? Yes, I just found that Pokeball on the beach one day back when I was a little kid, and when Roy asked me if he could have it, I gave it to him. I never considered there might actually be a Pokemon inside. Liko thought about something when her pendant started shining. Both that Pokeball and Ash's ring started glowing with it. She looked up at Roy's grandfather. You wouldn't happen to know anything about a pendant like this one in that story? Liko said, holding out her pendant for him to see. Fine little trinket you have there, but I'm afraid I don't know much about fashion and jewelry. So I assume you don't know anything about a ring either, right? Liko said dejectedly as Roy's grandfather shook his head again. Fried started nodding. Still, a black Rayquaza. Fascinating. It's definitely got this professor all worked up. I gotta know more. I gotta find it again wherever it went. Roy's ears perked up at that. In truth, he also felt like he needed to follow wherever the black Rayquaza went. He really wanted to say something, to beg his grandfather to let him go with them, so he could finally be a trainer and explore the world instead of this small island. Liko noticed Roy's expression. Hey, Roy, is there something you want to say? Roy stayed quiet for a moment still as all eyes were on him. He felt nervous, like maybe he should run away right now, but then he felt Ash tap him on the shoulder. What are you so hesitant about? It's your dream, isn't it? It's right in front of you, and you're wavering? You gotta be reckless and take whatever you can. Come on, get a little crazy. Ash's words were like a knife to his chest. He was right, he spent so long wondering what it would be like, but now when he had the chance he was really going to blow it. No, he refused. Roy looked at his grandfather, then deeply bowed. Please, I want to go on adventures and travel with the Rising Volt tacklers. Roy's grandfather glared at him. What did you say? I've always believed your stories about the ancient adventurer were true. And I've always dreamed of traveling around and meeting all sorts of Pokemon. I want to find Rayquaza and then catch it with this same Pokeball. Roy said, holding the ancient Pokeball. Tell me, then, is this your biggest dream? He asked. Roy nodded. Yes, ever since I was a kid that's what I wanted. So please grandfather, let me be a trainer. His grandfather sighed. Roy, I would let you, and I wish I could, but you don't have a partner Pokemon. I can't let you go. Roy felt dejected and quickly turned to Fried and bowed. Why, you said you were a professor, right? So please, can you please give me my first Pokemon? Fried scratched his head. Well, I don't really do that kind of thing. The only Pokemon that I have are injured or abandoned Pokemon that don't want to battle. The only option I could give you is Fuecoco if you'd like. Roy looked down and shook his head. No, I can't take Fuecoco. Everyone was shocked, and Ash especially. Why not? Roy looked up at Ash. I saw how Fuecoco looked at you and your Charizard. I can tell Fuecoco wants to be with you. Everyone looked at the side where Ash's Charizard was sitting down as Fuecoco was bombarding it with questions and admiring him. So, I can't take Fuecoco, not when he wants to go with someone else, Roy said sadly. Ash thought for a moment, then looked at Fried. Fried question, would you let me catch Fuecoco if he wanted to come with me? Fried looked confused but nodded. Yeah, I wouldn't say no, and you're definitely trustworthy, but I don't think this is a good time to discuss this. Ash smiled. Actually, it's the perfect time. Ash looked at Roy. I think I can help you, just give me a second. Ash got up and pulled out his phone and dialed up a number. After a few rings he answered. Hey, Professor. Yeah, hey, I got a kid here that wants to be a trainer but doesn't have a Pokemon. Yeah, okay, sure. He looked over at Roy. Is there a type you're interested in? Roy flinched a bit. Fire's pretty cool. Ash nodded and went back on the phone. Yeah, he wants fire. Oh, you stingy old professor. So you can have all of that ready, but when I needed you quite literally gave me scraps. I was your top student. Sigh, fine, you can count it, but I'm not letting you live this down. Yeah, okay, I know you had your Alakazam mark me back when I was a kid, just send it. Ash said as he hung up. Who was that? Fried asked. He said professor after all. Oh, it was Professor Oak, Ash said casually. Immediately everyone, minus Liko, took a moment to process that, and then collectively they all yelled, what? Yeah, it kinda gets tiring explaining this so many times, but here goes. I grew up in Pallet Town. He was my neighbor. I grew up with him. He was my teacher. I was his top student. That enough. They wanted to ask more questions when suddenly an Alakazam appeared with a small box of Pokeballs. Ash nodded and looked at Roy. Well, take whichever one calls out to you. Roy gulped and approached the box. It took him a moment, but he took the second one to the left. This one. I want this one. Alakazam nodded and teleported back with the rest of the Pokeballs. Ash looked at Roy. Well, let it out. Let's see what you got. Roy nodded and took a breath, throwing out the Pokeball. Then in a flash of bright light a small fire-type Pokemon now stood there. Not a Fuecoco, but a Cyndaquil. Roy's eyes lit up as he picked up the fire-type. A Cyndaquil? From now on let's be partners, okay? Quill. Cyndaquil said enthusiastically. Roy's grandfather sighed but smiled. Well, now that you have a real Pokemon, I can't stop you anymore, so if you really want to be a trainer then do your best, okay? Roy nodded happily. Okay, I will. Then he turned to Fried. So, Fried, will you let me join the Rising Volt Tacklers and go after Rayquaza with you? Fried smiled. Well, how can I say no if you're so enthusiastic about it? Alright then, welcome aboard. As Roy celebrated, he ran to his house to pack up for the trip. Meanwhile, everyone else watched Ash walk over to where Charizard and Fuecoco were. He knelt down as Fuecoco finally looked back up at him. You seem to really admire Charizard, right? Fuecoco nodded frantically. Coco. Charizard looked away, but on the inside, it felt nice having someone admire him that much. Not that he'd show that side. He kept his tough exterior up. Ash smiled at Charizard trying to deny it, but then he looked down at Fuecoco. Well then, do you want to come with me then? You'll stay with Charizard more often and I can train you to become super strong too. Fuecoco looked up, his eyes sparkling as he said that, and nodded happily. Coco. Ash smiled as he held out an empty Pokeball and Fuecoco hit it, instantly going in and closing with a ding. Ash caught Fuecoco. Everyone came back to where the ship was. Ash returned Charizard and led out Fuecoco, and Fried received the coordinates that they would be at what happened to be the beach near the south of the island. As they approached, they saw Orla hugging Abra, thanking her for letting them get all the supplies they needed to repair the ship, and behind her were a few crates of materials that Orla needed. Molly and Murdoch were back on the ship, and at the moment they were thanking Gyarados, Lapras, and Clefairy, mainly Lapras and Clefairy, for the help against the explorers, and they did it by giving them, mainly Lapras and Clefairy, treats. Lapras was eating happily as she was receiving head pats and special treats Murdoch made for her. Clefairy did the same, but she didn't accept the head pats. Meanwhile, Gyarados was less enthusiastic about it. Sure, he would also like some treats, but he didn't say anything. As they approached and everyone noticed them, they called out and waved over as they lowered the plank so that they could get on. As they got on, Abra teleported out of Orla's arms and back into Ash's jacket, and Lapras swam over with Clefairy on her back. Ash smiled and went lower, patting Lapras as Clefairy jumped in his bag. Pikachu, of course, was sitting on Ash's shoulder, sighing, seeing now his personal space he always had to himself was being taken, especially since Fuecoco was standing in the hood. Orla leaned over the rails. Hey, Ash, I didn't think you'd be here, but I won't complain, your Pokemon sure were a big help. Murdoch leaned over handing another plate of treats to Lapras. Yeah, and this girl is so sweet, and she's so nice, when she's not scared, that is. Molly was leaning against the rail. Well duh, she's an infant. Murdoch said with shock as Lapras took the treats happily and shared them with the other Pokemon on Ash. Ash rubbed Lapras on the head. Yeah, poor girl too. I found her left behind. Her herd probably moved on somewhere else since Lapras doesn't come round here in Kanto except during spring and winter. They became visibly sad at that, everyone, but then they saw how happy Lapras was getting a head pat from Ash. Just then Ludlow walked out slowly from the ship's bridge holding a circular object slowly getting close. He walked up to Fried and handed it to him. Looks like those explorers put something on us. Fried looked at it and then signed, realizing what it was, a tracker. So that's how they found us. He started to grip it hard and crushed it, then he threw the pieces in the water. By the way, Fried, Molly looked up from where she was. Who's the new kid? We saw him out in the forest, but why is he with you? Fried smiled and slapped Roy's back. Well, I'm glad you asked. This is the newest member of the Rising Volt Tacklers. Roy took a step forward mainly from the shock of getting slapped on the back. Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm Roy and this is my new partner Cyndaquil. Murdoch got closer and greeted Roy with a handshake and asked about any allergies, but Molly looked over at Fried. Seriously, another kid? You didn't kidnap this one too? Hey, Liko was an exception and we all tried with Ash, but no, he's the one who asked. Fried defended himself. Molly sighed and dropped the topic. Meanwhile, Orla was starting her repairs. According to her, it would take 2 maybe 3 days preferably, since that way she can be sure they won't crash anytime soon. Fried sighed. Well, you've got a point, we don't know what even was that. Thunderstorms don't show up out of nowhere. Ash was now sitting on the railing next to Roy and Liko and looked up. Oh, you mean the weird weather phenomenon? Fried looked up. You saw it too? Not just that, I've also been looking into it. Turns out it is large storms and waves all across the oceans, but the weirdest thing is that it's only happening here in the Orange Islands, but more specifically only in the north of the Orange Islands, nowhere else. They seemed surprised at that. Liko leaned over. Wait, so what does that mean? That can't be a coincidence, right? Probably not. The weather doesn't act like it this, and it's weird since then there's also been snowstorms and heat waves for seconds, but the most common has been thunderstorms. Just then as Ash was talking the sky became cloudy and started pouring down, but Gyarados put his tail up and covered them as the rain came then immediately went away. Ash gave a thumbs up, thanks bud, and then turned back to everyone, like that, see, that is unnatural, something is doing that, or at least not doing it right. Fried rubbed his chin. Do you have any ideas? Any theories or leads? Well, yeah, I have one. I'll be honest, I wasn't actually fully here for a vacation. I came to get some stuff and then I saw this start. Although I don't have any current theories, I think I know what's going on. The legendary birds, specifically the ones that reside here in the Orange Islands, I think something happened to them, Ash revealed. Wait, what? Roy and Liko said at the same time. Fried nodded and rubbed his chin. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. If they control the weather and only the weather here is strange, then it might be a good thought. But the question is why? I don't know that fully myself, although I heard some stories back when I was younger, so I was planning on going to Shamody Island to look into it. They are the current experts with the most connection to these legendary birds. Fried thought to himself, then smiled. Not a bad idea. Mind if we join you? Immediately everyone looked at Orange Islands. Orla looked at him. Fried, are you serious? Don't we have to get out of here and head back to Paldea? You said it yourself. We can't take another surprise thunderstorm, so we can't fly. We are effectively trapped here until these surprise weather phenomenons stop. Orla's eye twitches seeing Fried use her logic against her. Fried continued, besides, don't you remember what we Rising Volt Tacklers stand for? We travel the world to learn secrets and discover. If you don't think this adventure will have both, then I don't know what to tell you. Orla sighed into her hand. Well, I can't say you're wrong. Liko and Roy both looked hopeful. Wait, so that means? I guess we have no choice, Orla said, sounding tired as she looked at Murdoch and Molly. What do you guys think? Murdoch shrugged. I mean, I am fine either way, but if we can't leave, might as well try. Molly nodded. Yeah, but still, I'd rather not. Can't we ask that Abra to teleport us out of here? Ash almost burst out laughing. The heck? This thing is like 50,000 tons minimum. Do you really think my Abra can do that? Maybe when I train her and she evolves, the mega evolves, but even then. Molly sighed. I guess not. Fried slapped his hand and looked at Captain Pikachu, who was standing on the railing next to Pikachu. They were sharing energy through their cheek pouches. Okay, let's let Cap decide then. Pika? What? Captain Pikachu said since he wasn't paying attention. Okay, it's decided? We're going to investigate. Fried said, sounding victorious. Molly lowered her head and whispered over to Orla, another suspicious translation. Fried walked next to Ash and pulled him in. So Ash, I guess we're joining you. That's fine, but can you move your hand? Ash said as something was visibly moving under his shirt. When Fried removed his hand, a little Dratini popped her head out, making everyone visibly reel at the cute little dragon. Yeah, sorry, it's just this little one hatched a bit ago and she likes living inside my jacket. Murdoch nodded seeing the little dragon, then realized something. How many Pokemon live inside your clothes? First, there is your Abra. Fuecoco is in your hood, Dratini is under your clothes, your Clefairy is in your backpack and Pikachu rides your shoulder. What's next? Is there a Ghastly in your shadow? Ash. Ain't no way. Ghastly popped her head out and waved. GG, I'm going to go prepare dinner, Murdoch said as he walked out. Okay, Fried said then looking at Ludlow. Well Ludlow, what do you say? Well, you captained the ship, we are traveling by water. Ludlow looked over at Fried and nodded. Just tell me where to take her. Ash raised his hand. I can help you with that, I've got the coordinates and a map already. Team Rocket main base. Giovanni was sitting at his desk looking at the USB that was retrieved from the raid. Across from him was Oishi, who came in and explained what was found. He was frustrated, but also a part of him wasn't surprised. The way Aster acted, he should have seen this coming, and now he's the fool for ever believing that idiot. But what he offered at the time was far too tempting. Giovanni breathed into his hand. So, Oishi, you're saying that all of this was figured out by Agent D? Oishi nodded. Yes, although I can say most of the grunts we brought pulled their weight and some even went above and beyond, like Enid and Jay, or even that James and Jesse, but D showed his worth. He was the one to hack and steal everything from their computers and was the main cause that we took care of the boss and his experiment, let's say. Giovanni nodded. I see. Where are they? On your ship there are only a few grunts. Where are the scientists and the boss, along with that Pokemon? Oishi clenched his teeth and looked down. Unfortunately, I didn't receive this information from D before, so I allowed him to take them, but now with this new information that might have been the worst idea I could have made. Giovanni sighed and waved his hand. It's not your fault. A lot of people fall to Aster's rather unique form of charm. I suppose prepare for a second raid. We will go and find Aster. Just then the intercom on Giovanni's desk rang as a secretary spoke. Boss, Agent D is here. He is saying you'll want to see him. Giovanni felt surprised and so did Oishi, but they didn't say anything as Giovanni spoke back. Let him in. A few seconds later Ashtwo walked through the door with his Meowth stretched over his shoulder. Boss, I have some things to report. Giovanni nodded and signaled for Ash to come closer as he stood next to Oishi. Oishi told me about your endeavors and your intuition already, so is there anything other than that? Ash nodded and pulled out another USB and put it on the desk. Sir, I hacked into the computers in Aster's main computer, and there I found more information. He's been working with them longer than I previously thought. He was their main source of funding since the beginning. And other than that, there are countless other reports that he has kept hidden, and that the things I could find, there's no telling how much more he deleted or has on another server. Giovanni's face darkened. I see. Well then, good work, but I suppose you may have to get ready to go out again, this time to raid Aster's base. Well, about that, sir, Ash said as he closed his eyes. Meowth yawned, and in the process she and Giovanni's Persian locked eyes for a moment, then she looked away, not interested, making Persian almost cough out blood. Sir, I teleported back to the mainland using my drowsy, and when I was here and figured out all the things Aster has been doing, I decided to try following him to find where he was taking the scientists. Giovanni could see where this was going, and he became overconfident. He was captured by the international police, and as such the boss, his second in command, and the scientist were all taken into custody as well, Ash said, making the room go silent. Giovanni clenched his hand. That fool, compared to him Petrol is a genius. When I get my dash. Suddenly his phone on his desk started ringing, and the caller ID was none other than Aster. He frowned and answered it. Hey boss, I'm calling from a holding cell. Turns out that there might be a mole since they managed to find me so easily. Giovanni held his anger and asked, and how did you sneak into the pier in the first place? Aster laughed. Sneak? Oh boss, you joke too much. No, why should I have to hide away? I just pulled into the dock. Giovanni's eye twitched. So, you're saying that you took no effort to hide your presence and were caught? Yes, exactly. I knew you would understand. Anyway, when can I expect for you to break me out of here? Giovanni looked furious. Aster, you can rot in jail for the rest of your miserable life. Wabi boss, you can't be serious. I know what you've been doing behind my back. I know about everything from your involvement with the Raiders to everything else. So guess what? From now on you are not, and will never be associated with Team Rocket. If you ever get your miserable face out, then don't think about coming back. Aster grew frustrated. He didn't want to lose everything he worked for. No, you can't do this to me. I've been here for so long. Do you know how much I sacrificed? Save it. You can rot in hell, Giovanni said as he hung up and blocked that number. Giovanni then pressed his intercom. Tell our spies in the international police to make sure Aster doesn't spill any secrets. Then he finally looked back at Oishi and Ash. I apologize, you need to say that. However, with Aster now out, we will need to fill some places, and I see that you two deserve a reward for your good work. Oishi, you will be promoted to admin and take over Aster's work. I expect good work from you. Oishi nodded and looked almost happy. Now he was finally an admin, so Sayoko couldn't rub that in his face any longer. Thank you, sir. Then he looked at Ash. Agent D, you have proven yourself very valuable in the short time you have been here, so you will also receive a promotion. You will take over Oirishi's place along with keeping the previous benefits. Yes sir, Ash said, keeping it brief. Very well, both of you are dismissed. Take 1 month of vacation, and if you have a request then I'll see if I can grant it. Ash and Oishi walked out of the room, and as soon as the door closed, Oishi finally took a breath. He had been holding his breath ever since the phone call. He looked at Ash, who gave him a nod. Oishi chuckled and put a hand on Ash's shoulder. Thanks, if you need something just ask. The Abra show. Welcome back my junior siblings to the greatest show known to Pokemon and man. Are you courting death? Abra said. I am your favorite senior sister, and with me, as always is my compatriots, Abra added. Sigh I'm here, but my mental health left long ago, Alakazam said drinking coffee. Saduk is here, but Saduk is upset. Saduk was about to go to second base with Saduk's girlfriend. Saduk said looking down, no one believes him. I'm also here, but where are the books I was promised? Drowsy asked, and Alakazam levitated a book on weather over to him. But before it reached him Abra teleported in the way. Great segue senior brother, we are talking about the weather phenomenon. As Abra teleported out Abra took her place. What are they? What do they mean for your family? And most of all what young master is courting death to cause such a technique and what is his goal? Alakazam raised his eyebrow. That almost seems interesting. Well minus the last part, but the weather phenomenon is actually something I have been looking into. Abra teleported back holding a tray of snacks and putting them on the table. Great, but it is only to be expected from our senior brother. Alakazam ignored the last part and looked at the tray. Where did you get that? Abra waved it off. Don't worry about it senior brother, it is just something for us to enjoy. So let's continue because I have theories of forbidden techniques that could be the cause. Saduk and Drowsy didn't argue too much and started partaking in the tray without a care. Alakazam sighed and also grabbed one. This is going to be a long day isn't it? It was a new day. They left Roy's Island shortly after introductions and had dinner, which Ash helped with. When he heard Murdoch complain about the poke block thief, Ash taught him how to make them for humans, which he was more than happy about. Then the day passed and a new morning came. Ash already gave the directions he knew about to Ludlow, but he did also warned him that it wasn't perfect since those were the coordinates tourists used coming from the mainland so they would have to work with that. Currently, Ash was taking Liko and Roy on a joyride with Lapras, and everyone else including Pikachu was on the Brave Olivine as it was sailing across the waters, and since they last decided to travel together there have been 3 storms that each lasted 3 seconds. Ash went ahead and sent a message to his mom under the excuse of checking in on her but although that was a reason the main one was to see if the storms arrived at the mainland or if it was still only in the Orange Islands. And from the carefree messages he got back, it looked like it was still contained in the Orange Islands for now. On top of the ship, Fried was looking over with Captain Pikachu and Pikachu standing on the railing, though they mostly were sharing their electricity with their cheek pouches. Orla came down from the gas chamber wiping her hands. Phew, that's enough for today. At least it won't get any worse while I take a break. She walked up next to Fried. So are we there yet? No, I'm pretty sure we aren't even close, Fried said rubbing his head, but it's hard to tell. I'm the captain when it comes to the air. I'm hopeless here at sea. Ha, you can say that again. Murdoch's voice came in as he walked up holding a tray of snacks. Fried chuckled. Hey Murdoch, don't suppose those are for us. You wish, Murdoch said. I was gonna check in if the kids wanna jump on for some food. Well you might want to just give that to us because they're still on their joyride and I doubt we can get them back, Orla said. Murdoch thought for a moment thinking about how he should do this, then he felt a tug at his pants. Abra was there and raised her hands. Oh you're going to take it to them, yeah alright, Murdoch foolishly said. As he did it Pikachu stopped nuzzling and watched Murdoch hand the tray to Abra, and he just shook his head. Pika, what a fool. Abra teleported out, and Murdoch looked off where the kids were and waited, and waited, and waited some more. Murdoch was frozen in place leaning over the side still waiting, but Fried just tapped his shoulder. Yeah, sorry dude, I don't think she's coming back anytime soon. Murdoch sighed and dejectedly went back to the kitchen, wondering where Abra went. Meanwhile, back at sea, they were having fun riding Lapras. Liko and Roy both were holding onto their Pokemon tightly so that they wouldn't fall. Liko enjoyed the air with SPR Igatito. I can't believe how nice this is, it feels so different from riding on the ship. I'll say, Roy said excitedly as he shot his hands in the air, this is my first time off my island and this just feels incredible. Hey Ash, how much longer do you think it'll be before we get to Shamade Island? Liko asked. Ash looked down. Tough to say, I know we're close but not much else. I hoped we could find a tourist or a boat going there on the way. Why? Isn't Shamade Island isolated in the center of the Orange Islands? My grandfather told me that most of the time tourists don't bother. Well, he's right, Ash said blankly, but there is one instance where that isn't the case. Once a year they hold a traditional legend festival, and then it becomes a tourist hive mind. Roy's eyes lit up. Legend festival? I've never heard of that. My grandfather never said anything about that. I wonder what they do. Oh I can't wait. Then he raised Cyndaquil into the sky. What about you buddy? Are you looking forward to it too? Quill. Cyndaquil said nodding and tooting some flames up. Liko chuckled as she pet SPR Igatito who was sitting on her lap. Well I guess we should find some way of getting there. As she said that Ash noticed a ship sailing up. It didn't approach immediately due to them being followed by a larger ship than hers, but Ash could see a green-haired woman. Hey you two hold on. Liko and Roy were taken slightly by surprise but held on to Lapras. Meanwhile, everyone on the ship was slightly confused seeing Ash suddenly change directions but then they saw that he was approaching a smaller ship. When Lapras pulled up next to the ship Ash waved to catch her attention. Ahoy there. The green-haired woman was taken by surprise. Oh, hi, well this saves me some trouble. What can I do for you? Ash smiled. We are trying to go to Shamade Island. Do you mind giving us directions? The woman nodded. I see. Well then I can help you. I'm going there myself. Call me Marin. I'm Ash. And I'm Roy. Liko, nice to meet you. Marin nodded. A pleasure. Just a question, is that ship with you all? Ash nodded. Yeah, we're all going to the same place. Is that a problem? Nah, not at all. The more the merrier. Marin chuckled. And one last question before we head off. None of you would happen to be a Pokemon trainer? Roy was about to raise his hand, but Liko put her hand on his shoulder. No, we aren't, Roy. Neither of us have a trainer's license. As Roy looked down, Ash shook his head. Yeah, I'm a Pokemon trainer. And a good one too, though I assume that island doesn't get much reception. Marin nodded. Yeah, we don't. Most of our news is only from stuff we get from phones and stuff. But how is that relevant? Ash chuckled. Oh, no reason in particular. Anyway, lead the way, I'll tell everyone on the ship. Marin nodded happily. Yeah, I look forward to it, Mr. Pokemon Trainer. Marin's ship sailed ahead as Ash led Lapras back to the ship where they met back up with everyone. So what's the word? Fried asked, leaning against the rails. I got us a guide, Ash said. She'll take us. Fried nodded and yelled over. You hear that, Ludlow? Follow that ship. Ludlow's voice came over. I'm on it. A bit later they finally pulled up to Shamudi Island. There was another storm, but not nearly hard enough to cause any worry, especially with how big the brave Olivine was, so they pulled up. Although only Fried, Roy, and Liko got off the ship with them, the rest wanted to do some quick things, but they said they'd join the festival at night. So they walked off with Ash already down, greeted by Marin, and shortly after the other three joined them, but they noticed something. Once they were down, suddenly a whole bunch of islanders wearing masks and holding different things approaches them. Marin? How are you? The one in the front said. It's been a while. The one in the front takes off the mask, revealing a young woman with short brown hair. Marin smiles pleasantly. Carol, I can't believe it. It's great to see you. Carol smiled back. Perfect timing too. The Legend Festival is today. Marin smiles and makes a flute motion with her hands. Carol, are you going to be the star of the show again? Carol shook her head. No, I'm too old to be the festival maiden anymore. This year, my little sister will take over for me. Wonder where she could. Suddenly from the top of a voice called out, I'm right here. As they all look up, they see a girl standing there crossing her arms as she jumps down, the only one not wearing some stupid costume. You'd think after a few centuries, you'd have outgrown this dorky ritual. Carol shook her head. It's our tradition. You should be honored to take part. She rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I'll play my role in the big legend. I've only seen you do it, like, a zillion times. Carol sighed. Just be there. Liko pulled her head in. Care to introduce us? Carol sighed again and pointed at her. Unfortunately, that's my little sister. Her name is Melody, but don't get fooled. She's not always this adorable. Marin jumped down. All right, then I should introduce these guys. Fried cut in. Hey, you mind if we introduce ourselves? Marin nodded. Go ahead. Fried smiled and looked at the natives. Call me Fried. I'm Liko, nice to meet you. I'm Roy and this is Cyndaquil. And I'm Ash. Marin then leaned over. By the way, Ash here is a Pokemon trainer. As soon as she said that, everyone was surprised and collectively yelled, Pokemon trainer. Even Melody tilted her head down, looking at Ash with a bit more interest. The people started celebrating as an old man took off his mask and approached Ash. The ancient legend foretells your arrival. And only with you can the guardian of the waters vanquish the great titans of fire, ice, and lightning. In your hands, oh, chosen one. Ash didn't change his expression much, but everyone else was surprised hearing that. Wait, chosen one. In your hands rests the world and its fate, he continued. Don't tell me, Ash is part of this legend. Liko said. Roy's eyes sparkled. Incredible. Then the elder leaned in close enough for them to hear. Don't let it worry you, kid. It's just for the tourists. And you are Sir? Fried asked. Oh, how rude of me. I'm Tobias, the island elder. Tobias said as suddenly the mask fell down, making him mumbled. Blasted beak. As he adjusted the mask again, Melody walked up and looked Ash up and down. So you're a Pokemon trainer, huh? Melody walked up and took off her sunglasses. All right, I'm fine with this. Here's your traditional welcome kiss. Melody leans in and kisses Ash on the cheek, much to everyone's surprise. Huh. Fried said. Good for him. Roy was more surprised, almost like he was the one who got kissed instead of Ash. And Liko was blushing, seeing it, slightly shivering. Melody noticed that and approached her. Are you Ash's girlfriend? Liko blushed hard. What? No, we're just good friends, that's it, I swear. Melody chuckled, seeing the effect she had on Liko. All right then, though I wonder why you're shaking. As Liko was left blushing, Melody walked back up to Ash. Well then, chosen one, the festival is at 8 p.m. Be sure to be there, and if you do I might give you another kiss. Ash chuckled, knowing she was entirely doing that to make Liko flustered. Oh, tempting. Well, with a reward like that, how can I refuse? All right, see you there. Melody said as she turned, but before she left she looked at Liko. Oh, and try not to get jealous, okay? The festival started once the clock struck 8 p.m. Orla, Molly, and Murdoch decided to come and join the festivities, but Ludlow and the Hidden Dot chose to stay on the ship. The festival started and it was fun and all, but Fried was a little confused. Ash said that he came here to look for information on whatever was happening, but it looked like Ash just came for the festival. There was a Gyarados puppet that acted and danced like a Chinese dragon in a Chinese New Year celebration. There are also ceremonial dances, and plenty of food. Speaking of which, Once the food came out and the dancers and parades started marching, everyone was enjoying themselves. Murdoch in particular went to speak with the cooks to exchange some recipes. Although Fried was enjoying himself, he still preferred to find information, so he was leaning on a pillar watching. That is until Ash walked up to him holding out a glass of juice. "Hey Fried. Come on, enjoy the festival." Fried took the cup and was about to say something when Ash leaned in. "The mountain on the north of the island, that's where you want to go, but it's also forbidden for tourists to go there, so I'll distract them." Fried nodded and put on a smile. "Yeah, alright Ash. This festival is just waiting for us, let's have some fun." They went back to the party, and since Ash was the center of attention, he started bragging about what kind of trainer he was, all to give Fried a chance to slip out of the party. After Ash saw Fried leave, he toned down the bragging and went back to sitting with everyone he knew at the table, where they mainly kept enjoying the food. Well, Roy was anyway. Orla and Molly were more wondering how this had anything to do with what Ash said and also where Fried was, and Liko was more or less being silent as she looked down and hugged Spr Igatito. Ash noticed Orla and Molly looking around, so he quickly wrote something on his phone and put on a smile. "Hey guys, check out these cool photos I snagged." Ash held out his phone, but instead of pictures, there was a message in notes. "Play along. Fried went to go check the runes I talked about earlier, but it is closed off to the public, so act natural." They nodded, but Roy and Liko didn't notice it, but also they were much less worried about Fried since they didn't know him like Orla and Molly did, so there was no real problem. As they go back to enjoying the festival, and Ash finally eats something without Pikachu smothering it in ketchup. Although speaking of Pikachu, he has been more or less quiet since they arrived here. Pikachu was getting a bad feeling that something was going to happen, and actually, he was right, but Ash didn't say anything at the moment. A ocarina was heard as everyone goes quiet. Melody appeared on stage and began to play a ocarina made from a shell and performed a dance, as she now wore a white dress instead of her old outfit. As everyone was watching, Roy looked up, his mouth still full of food. Isn't that the girl we met on the beach?" "You met her?" Molly asked, with Orla listening in as well since they weren't there. "Yeah, her name is Melody," Liko said as she watched the dance performance. Orla nodded. "Melody, huh? She's pretty good with that thing." After a few moments the music stopped, there was a wave of applause from everyone, and then Melody rushed toward Ash and fell to her knees dramatically near Ash's feet. "Hear ya all. From the trio of islands, ancient spheres shall you take. For between life and death, all the difference you'll make. Oh, chosen one, you must climb to the shrine to right what is wrong, and the world will be healed by the Guardian's song," Melody said in an overdramatic damsel in distress tone. Ash nodded as everyone listened intently. "So basically I gotta go get some spheres from the nearby islands and bring it back here, got it?" Melody smiled and plopped herself in a nearby empty chair. "Now you're getting it, and it won't be very hard, Ash. Not for you. And besides, almost all the chosen ones come back alive." Carol called out from another table. "Melody? She means in the legend, the chosen one comes back alive." Melody smiled and waved off her sister. "But yeah, basically just go get some glass balls from Fire Island, one from Ice Island, and one from Lightning Island, and you bring them to the shrine back here at the top of the mountain," she said as she got up doing a little spin. "And then, I celebrate by playing this song." She played the music of the ocarina again, and then it's over. "Oh, chosen one," she said with a bow. Roy was visibly more excited than Ash, even though this didn't involve him. "That's so cool. Does Ash have to wear a cool costume, like the hero from Legends?" Melody waved and put on a cheeky smile. "Nope, he comes as he is now, besides he looks perfect to me, certainly the best looking chosen one I've ever seen." As she was saying this, Liko was unconsciously hugging Spr Igatito harder, to the point where she was struggling trying to get out. Ash chuckled. "So oh great festival maiden, what do I, the great hero, get for completing such a daring adventure?" he said smiling. Melody laughed back. "Well, if you want I can give you another kiss." "Tempting, I might take you up on that," Ash said laughing, seeing everyone's reaction. "Well, I suppose I should start then." Melody tried to push him back down on the chair. "Oh, there's no hurry. You have all day tomorrow. Tonight's just for the party. Stay, have some fun." But Ash waved her off. "Nah, it's fine, it should only take me an hour probably," Ash said, stretching his arms. "Maybe a little more." Are you sure?" Melody asked. "I mean, it is getting dark, so shouldn't you want to relax?" Ash shook his head and put on a smile. "Nah, you chose to have me as the hero, didn't you? So I should take responsibility," he said, completely knowing what that sounded like. And for once that made Melody stay silent for a minute, only broken by Marin laughing. "I like the way you think. If you aren't taking your ship, I'll be glad to take you." As waved his hand. "It's fine, I've got my own way, it'll be faster like this." Ash whistled into the sea, and for a moment nothing happened when suddenly a red Gyarados shot his head out of the water and was floating next to the nearby cliff they were on. Ash hopped on and Pikachu was snapped out of his trays to run after and jump on Ash. "I'll be back, try not to miss me too much." As they watched Ash fly back down into the water with Gyarados, they sighed thinking that nothing bad would happen, but they didn't notice that if only for a bit the waves started getting stronger. Fried and Captain Pikachu walked up the mountain. There was a sign telling him that this was off limits, but thankfully due to the festival no one was standing guard or anything like that, so he had free reign to go up. As they arrived at the top they saw a weird-looking stone monument, and looking in the center there was a weird pedestal and some writing that he didn't quite understand. Fried walked up and pulled out his phone checking through the translators he had, but none of them matched the writing on the stone tablet. Fried couldn't help but mumble, "What is this, and what does it say?" But then a voice called out to him, "It is the legend." Fried looked back in surprise and Captain Pikachu jumped up ready to protect him, but instead of seeing a person they saw a Pokemon, a Slowking. Fried and Captain Pikachu looked around trying to find the source of the voice but Slowking opened his mouth again. "You know that's quite rude." Fried and Captain Pikachu blinked twice and had to wipe their eyes to make sure they weren't seeing things. "You can talk. And you can see? Congratulations," Slowking said sarcastically as he looked back into the sky, seeing that it was starting to rain. Fried shook his head. "Who are you?" "I am Slowking." But I mean, why can you talk? Why can anyone talk? What if I'm just as confused to see a talking human?" Slowking responded. Fried sighed. "Well then, what are you doing here?" "I live here." "No, I mean here particularly right now." Well I suppose you could say I am something of a guardian of this place. I have been here for many years, most likely longer than you have been alive." Fried blinked in surprise. "I see. Well then do you know what this tablet says?" "I do, but is there a particular reason as to why I should tell you that?" Fried was slightly taken aback at the question but didn't back down. "Well, you've seen those weird weather phenomena haven't you? I believe that this has something to do with it." "You'd be correct," Slowking said simply, looking into the sky. Fried didn't expect him to just reveal it but he stayed focused. "Please, I want to know so that we can try to help. I can tell it's something unnatural. If you need me to do something to prove myself then I'll do it." Slowking stopped looking at the sky and took a look at Fried, almost as if seeing through him, then he sighed and walked up to the tablet with his arms crossed behind his back. "Disturb not the harmony of fire, ice, or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction upon the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian shall arise to quell the fighting, alone its song will fail, lest the earth shall turn to ash. O chosen one, into thine hands, bring together all three. Their treasures combined tame the beast of the sea." Slowking then turned back to Fried. "That is all I will tell you, just know you may not have the pieces to succeed but someone else you know of does, all the pieces are set." As he said that the waters began to stir up getting even stronger as the rain started falling harder. Fried saw everything and started thinking about what Slowking told him. "I see, Titans, and chosen one." Slowking nodded. "Yes, and now I believe you should go back to your compatriots, for it is about to begin." "Wait, how do you know about them, and what do you mean by it is about to begin?" "I know a lot," Slowking responded simply, "however at the moment that is none of your concern, you should return to them before it is too late." Fried wanted to ask more questions, to learn more, but he nodded. "All right, thanks for telling me." With that Fried and Captain Pikachu started running back down to get back to the group. He wanted to talk to Ash. If he knew about this place, then maybe he knew something more. In the sky and in an airship Lawrence 3 smiled watching the currently captured Zapdos. This cage was specifically created to contain Zapdos and even then Zapdos was almost breaking free but that mattered not. The electricity Zapdos was creating was being taken and added to his cannons so that he could take the other two much more easily. Lawrence smiled as he walked up to his chair and a holographic diagram of a chessboard with each of the legendary birds on each side was formed with Zapdos's piece blinking red. "What a wonderful turn of events. Soon I will have the complete set," Lawrence said smiling as he looked at his ancient Mew card. He smiled. "Soon father, you who was far too restricting collecting your collection, I will prove you wrong by having the greatest and most legendary collection, and by showing you that nothing else matters." Back at the island people were silent, after seeing the chosen one call up a red and giant Gyarados and hop on before sailing into the literal sunset. Everyone from the islanders to the random tourists watching were in stunned silence as the rain started pouring down because usually these chosen one hero challenges are bits, they last 3 hours at the most, even when older trainers come and become the chosen one they never saw anything like this. Since Ash didn't use a Pokeball, he just whistled like he summoned the serpent from the water, except for the people who already knew, the rest of them were only now starting to process this. Molly put a skewer in her mouth. "I still can't get used to how he rides that thing." Orla nodded. "Yeah I forgot he had that." Tobias the village elder looked at the two in surprise. "Wait, you mean to tell me that beast he rode was his?" "Yeah, Ash has a few Pokemon like that," Liko said looking off as Ash went into the waves that were starting to pick up. As they were starting to recover, suddenly the waves became even stronger, and the rain and wind began blowing harder. Torches that had been set up for that specific occasion were extinguished as banners and food started to fly out of people's hands. Just then Fried and Captain Pikachu came running in after what he was doing, looking around quickly. "What's going on? Where's Ash?" Roy was holding onto a plate of food trying to make sure he could keep eating it with Cyndaquil. He went into the water again with his Gyarados. Fried's eyes narrowed. "What in this weather? That's way too dangerous." "Isn't it going to be fine? It's still Ash after all," Orla said as the wind shot extra hard forcing everyone to hold onto the table to not go flying. "The storm's bad. What if Ash can't make it to the island?" Liko asked looking at everyone who now seeing the waves of the ocean crash into the sides of the islands believed that it might be a real possibility. Fried looked at everyone. "We have to go get him? It's way too dangerous. He may have his Pokemon but there's not a chance he was prepared for something like this." Everyone nodded and Orla sighed. "I'm going to have to put more repairs on the ship aren't I?" Molly put a hand on her shoulder. "Probably." With that Fried, Captain Pikachu, Orla, Molly, Liko, and Roy got up and were about to start running to get back on the ship but then Melody stepped in front of them. "Wait, I'm going too. You guys don't know where you're going you need a guide," Melody announced. Everyone was surprised and Carol walked up. Melody, what are you doing? Melody looked down and out at the raging water. He's caught out in the storm because of our stupid ritual, and I'm the one who picked Ash for it. I just hope he's alright. They looked at each other then at Cap, then Fried walked up and put a hand on her shoulder. Alright, if you're offering we won't turn you down. Melody nodded as they started moving, with a little protest from Carol and Marin, but they knew how Melody was, so they just hoped she would be okay. Along the way as they were running, Murdoch walked up looking around holding a plate of some new cuisine he learned. Hey, what did I miss? Murdoch asked. They didn't stop running. Fried just reached out and grabbed Murdoch, pulling him along and making him drop the tray he was holding. We can explain on the ship. Once they got on the ship they ran to their stations and Fried brought Melody to Ludlow. Ludlow, we need to start sailing. This girl is named Melody, she knows where to go. Ludlow looked at Fried for just a second too long and then started the ship. You really should stop kidnapping kids. And with that as the last words the ship started sailing and started moving after where Ash was going, which was Fire Island. Over with Ash, he stopped smiling. He was holding on to Gyarados trying not to fall off, even though he knew this was going to happen, still hard to prepare, but he did. Although he didn't have all his Pokemon with him, he dropped off a few in some of their homes so they can make up for lost time. But he was confident enough with what he had on him, it still should be more than enough. But anyway, he was still not playing around right now. That's the main reason he chose to go alone. Sure, he knew they were probably coming after him but he didn't think about it. He knew what he needed to do, so his main plan was to get the orbs as fast as possible and then go kick Lawrence in the teeth, and his first stop was the place he knew there wouldn't be the Guardian, Fire Island. The first one Lawrence caught was Moltres leaving Fire Island defenseless. He was planning to get the orb before Zapdos arrived to try and take over, then when Lawrence arrived he could deal with him quickly. As he arrived at the shore of Fire Island he could see a lot of Pokemon starting to swim away, and looking at the island he could see the stairs that led up got crushed under some rocks, so he tapped Gyarados on the head. As soon as he did that Gyarados understood the command and started floating out of the water, then full on flying as they started to fly to the top of the island. When they reached the top, however, something surprised him, something that just threw all of his plans out of the window. In the center of the mountain sitting above the spot where the orb was Moltres. As soon as Moltres noticed the giant red Gyarados, it immediately flew into a rage and extended its wings. Ash gulped as he could see Gyarados was looking like he could take it. Spoiler, he couldn't, but that didn't mean that Ash dismissed the idea. Ash hopped off with Pikachu holding onto his shoulder and looked at Gyarados. I need to stall this thing. Gyarados nodded confidently, as Ash sighed at his hubris, so he chose to help by pressing on his wrist. Mega Evolve. Back in the water, Ludlow was sailing the ship towards Fire Island. Melody was standing near the front looking out, which was conceitedly Lico's job on the ship. Melody was worried but not as much as it looked like Lico was. Melody tried to lighten the mood. You know, for someone who's not his girlfriend you sure seem to worry a lot. Lico blushed, taking her eyes off the front of them since the island was a good bit away. No, he's a boy and he's a friend, that it. We aren't dating. Melody enjoyed the teasing. So he's single. Lico gulped. I don't know, maybe dash. But she was suddenly stopped when the ship started to shake. When they looked back out they saw that they were now on the rocks of the shore. Well, I'll be, Ludlow said as he couldn't sail anymore. Fried rushed up and looked at Lico. What happened? Weren't you supposed to keep a lookout, Lico? Lico was embarrassed and struggling to explain herself, but Melody stepped in and pointed to the back. Look, the water is retracting. When everyone looked back they could see that the water was starting to go down, leaving them stranded, but they were at least off the coast of Fire Island. Although Orla was panicking, not for getting stranded, but because she would have to repair all of that and she was scared to check how bad it was. Fried sighed and nodded, seeing that it wasn't Lico's fault. Then he looked at the mountain they needed to climb. Let's split up, some of us go up to check if Ash is there and the rest stay here on the ship. Melody stepped up first. I'm going. Seeing this, Lico gulped but stepped in next to her. Me too. She was still very nervous. Roy jumped down from where he was and gave a salute. I want to go too. Fried nodded, and seeing that the rest of them wanted to stay on the ship he turned back to the island. Okay then, it's us five, with me and Cap. Everyone take care of the ship. After a confirmation they started running up and traveling around the rocks that were now blocking the stairs. The entire time they could feel the mountain shaking. When they finally struggled and reached the top they were greeted by seeing the source of the shaking. Moltres and Mega Gyarados were fighting it out. Meanwhile, around the side they saw Ash and Pikachu sneaking around and running towards the altar to grab the fire orb. As soon as Ash pulled the orb out, Moltres noted him, and just as it was about to attack Ash, Mega Gyarados came in with the save by hitting the thing with a +2 Aqua Tail to its back. And for the first time, Moltres let out a screech of pain as it got sent to the ground. Only now did everyone including Ash notice something. There was a tint of something purple around Moltres' eye, and only Ash knew what that was, which just made him more worried, and then he saw that others were already here. Ash called out, Gyarados, we have what we came for. In the airship in the sky, Lawrence 3 was watching the show and he was quite grateful to see that Ash was willingly helping him by weakening of Moltres, even if was just a little. My, it truly is wonderful when others help those they should. Lawrence smiled as he pressed the button to charge the cannon, but a good collector must get their hands dirty. As the cannon charged he looked down again, noticing the people, and smiled as he prepared not one but two cages. They should feel honored. After all, what good is a collection if you can't show it to other people? With that, He pressed the final button, and Zapdos's screech could be heard throughout the ship. Back down Moltres was starting to get up, and as he looked at Ash and Gyarados and then finally at the new people, a new rage entered its body as its eyes became purple and a slight shadowy aura surrounded it. At that moment Moltres got a second wind and shot up at a rate that Ash didn't expect, and it started charging to shoot a powerful blast of fire at them. Ash quickly started thinking about what to do as he could see that the rest of them weren't prepared in the slightest, but he didn't have to do anything. Suddenly a blast from seemingly nowhere came out and shot Moltres in the side, sending it slamming into the side of the mountain. Then, as everyone recovered from the surprise of a surprise blast, 6 circular discs came out of the sky, and only now did they realize there was a giant airship flying up in the clouds. They each split into 2, and one went to Ash, Pikachu, and Gyarados, one to Moltres, and the last to Fried, Liko, Roy, Melody, and Cap. The first one, a Moltres, surrounded it and created an electrical cage that the weakened Firebird couldn't resist, and Ash understood what they were, so immediately he called on Pikachu, who sent out a weak electrical field disrupting the discs, but the others were fast enough. When they saw what Pikachu did, Cap was about to do it, but the cage was created right before he could do it, so it was no longer effective since it would only be absorbed by the cage. Then those in the cages started to float up and go into the sky towards the giant airship. Ash's eyes narrowed as he grit his teeth. Dang it. As he saw them go, he decided to make a change in plan and flew not up, but down. He was going to the brave Olivine. As he flew down, Gyarados went back to base. As they arrived, Ash hopped onto the ship, catching everyone's attention. Ash, where's Fried and the rest? Orla asked. They got taken, but I don't have time to explain. I'm going after them, Ash said as he let out Charizard. What? Murdoch said in surprise. Wait, you're not just going to brush around that. Don't have a choice, I'm going. Meet us at Lightning Island, Ash said as he threw his phone where the directions on how to get to Lightning Island were already there. But Molly interrupted. How do you expect us to do that when we're kinda stranded? She said, pointing to how the ship was no longer in the water. Ash flew up. Simple, Gyarados surf. Gyarados smiled as he slammed his tail on the ground, and water started rushing out, catching the ship and sending it back into the water as they started being forced to sail away. Then Ash looked at Gyarados. I need you to start getting Pokemon out of this area as fast as you can. Ash pointed at the center between the islands where he could feel a strong aura coming from at the very bottom. Gyarados looked out and nodded as he sank into the water. Meanwhile, Ash, Pikachu, and Charizard started to fly up, aiming to crash this little party. As Ash soared in the sky, he quickly arrived near the airship. Looking at it, he could see that it was pretty well fortified and that around the ship there was an electrical force field, so he knew that he wouldn't be able to just break in with Charizard. He poured some aura into his eyes as he looked around, and after a bit, he found where they were, but he also saw something interesting about the ship around the right-hand side. Ash smiled as he realized what that was and looked at Pikachu. Hey bud, you wanna get stupid with me? Pikachu smiled. Pika, always. Ash held out his hand as Pikachu climbed to it and held on tight. Alright then bud, meet you inside, Ash said as he wound up and threw Pikachu through the air and towards the place he found, which was an external power source. Pikachu grabbed on and started doing what mice do best. He started to munch through the electrical circuits to steal the electricity. On the inside the deck of the airship, Fried, Cap, Liko, Roy, and Melody were put in a cage. Next to them were 2 other cages, and in them were 2 more birds, Zapdos and Moltres. They were shocked to see this. Liko pulled out her phone and took a picture of them with her Pokédex. And once everyone was sure they understood. Zapdos and Moltres? They're trapped, Roy said. But who did this, and why? Liko said as she looked around. While Fried was staying quiet, he was starting to put things together. Just then Liko saw something and tapped Melody's shoulder. Hey, what's that? Melody looked over and saw a tablet with a Shamuda prophecy on it. It's one of our lost tablets. It should have a prophecy, but this one is incomplete and a different version. Fried was interested. Can you translate it? Melody nodded and read it out. The god of fire, god of lightning, and god of ice must not be touched. Else, heaven and earth will be angered and the world will face destruction. The god of the sea will appear to stop the destruction. But, it will not prevent the world's destruction. Unless an exceptional trainer appears to calm the wrath of the gods. Fried noticed that this one was different from the one that the Slow King told him, but it had a similar message, yet it was also more vague and it leaves some stuff out. Just then the ship's parts began moving, and from the ceiling, a chair started descending slowly with Lawrence sitting on there with a smile. Well, this certainly is a pleasure, though an unexpected one. I was aiming for that boy that helped me oh so much with Moltres. However, I suppose you will do, he said casually as he stepped off of his chair, and Lawrence got close to the 2 birds. What do you think? Moltres the bird of fire and Zapdos the bird of lightning. Of course, without Articuno, it's not a complete set, but dash. That's disgusting. The way you talk, it's like Pokemon are like things to collect, like dolls or stamps. What kind of trainer are you? Liko yelled, surprising even herself that she could speak like that. But Lawrence was just amused. I'm afraid I'm not a trainer, young lady. I am merely a collector. Well, just who are you, anyway? Melody asked. How rude of me. I am Lawrence. Lawrence the third. Lawrence said, doing a small bow. Fried frowned. Lawrence, so your father was the second. I heard about your father. Lawrence looked amused. Oh, then what have you heard? I hope all good things. Incredible, your father was a great man. He donated most of his artifacts to museums and researchers such as myself, but he never collected Pokemon or even to this extent, Fried said looking at the room that was covered in artifacts. Lawrence nodded and looked amused, as if you praised a dog. Yes, he was certainly a good man, however, his methods were too crude. How could he have the greatest collection if he lets others have it? And not going after some artifacts for the sanctity and history, what a ridiculous idea. As far as I'm concerned they left it so it is mine to claim, Lawrence said, and they could tell he was completely serious. Fried frowned. My turn for a question. Why are you after the legendary birds? Don't you realize what you're doing? Isn't it obvious? For the prophecy, they say a hero will collect all of the legendary and their leader, and obviously that chosen one is me. I shall be the one to collect them all. And then, once I have them, my collection itself will be legendary. Then from the speakers, a computer's voice rang out. Sensors indicate Articuno is changing course. Lawrence smiled and turned around. And now, you'll have to excuse me. He sat down on his chair and it began to elevate as he looked down. You can stay in there. You'll have the honor of having a front row seat to my destiny. As he said that he disappeared into the ceiling leaving them in their cage with nothing but the sounds of the legendary birds struggling to try to break free. Roy was the first to speak as he looked at everyone. We can't just sit here. We have to do something. But what? We can't break out of these things with brute force, and I can't let out Charizard in this little cage. We barely have enough room for us, Fried said. I don't know, but we have to do something, Roy said looking down with his fists clenched. Cyndaquil saw Roy and frowned as he jumped out of his hands and tried to tackle the cage. It didn't work, but the little guy didn't stop. Gatito saw that and joined in jumping out of Lico's hands and tackling with Cyndaquil. Fried shook his head. Guys, that's not going to W-dash. Suddenly the power started flickering. Not just their cages, everything, all power in the ship began to flicker, and in the split second it did. Gatito and Cyndaquil fell out and then the cage went back up. The computer voice spoke again. Warning, something is causing the energy in the right generator to BZZZ. We have lost power from the right generator. Switching to backup generator A. BZZZ, we have lost generators A, D. Warning. They looked around in surprise. What's going on? Something eating away at the generators. Lico looked nervous. I don't suppose we can say the power of friendship did it. No, Fried said, something is eating away at the power, but what? Suddenly they heard movement and scurrying through the vents above them. They held their breath wondering what could possibly be causing so much as it got closer. Then suddenly that thing broke through and landed in front of them. They held their breath seeing that it was Pikachu. They saw Pikachu walking casually like he had eaten a good meal and walked over to them and waved. Isn't that Ash's Pikachu? Lico asked. Yeah, it looks like it, Fried said, but if he's here then does that mean Ash is Dash? Then before he finished Ash and Charizard came flying through the wall of the ship and landed back around, both stretching their arms. Man, that was not as easy as I thought. Ash walked over as Pikachu walked up and gave him a high five with his tail. Nice work, bud, but now leave this to me. Ash took off his hat and gave it to Pikachu as he walked up to the electrified cages. Just as they were about to warn him, he stuck his hands through and stopped the cage as he began to pull it apart. You see, way back after the SSN, he needed some gloves, and since there weren't any, Surge gave him some, and his gloves were made of an electric-proof material. And now he was breaking the electrified cage, boating his own strength with aura and breaking them free. As they got out, Ash looked at the birds real quick. He saw Moltres was still raging as a touch of shadow still surrounded him. He recognized it as the whole shadow Pokemon thing. He didn't know what it was called, but it seemed like even after they were freed this Moltres has some remnants. But as for Zapdos, it was fine, and it understood that Ash could get them out. So unlike Moltres, it looked at Ash expectantly. Ash was brought out of his thought when Melody spoke. Ash, you came for us. Ash put on a smile. Wouldn't be much of a chosen one if I left my fair lady to be captured. Melody did tease most of the time, but as Ash said that in the circumstances, she slightly blushed. Meanwhile, Fried took note of what Ash just said. Roy ran up. Ash, I knew I could count on you. Can you get Moltres and Zapdos out? Ash looked over and nodded as he walked to Zapdos. I can, but get ready to get out of here. As soon as these two get out, this ship is going down. Wait, what do you mean by Lico started but was interrupted as the ship started shaking. I mean these two are going to get revenge. You think they like being held here? Now Fried, get Charizard out and hop on them. He nodded and let Charizard out as he, Cap, and Roy hopped on his, and Lico and Melody jumped on Ash's Charizard. Alright, we're ready, do it then, let's go. Yeah, about that, Ash said as he snapped his finger, and his Charizard flew out. I'll be fine, Fried, go, I have other Pokemon. Fried looked complicated but Cap nodded as he trusted him. Alright, I'll trust you, let's go. Then Fried and Roy left, leaving Ash and Pikachu alone as they sighed. He did have other Pokemon, but none of them could fly. He got to Zapdos. If I help you out, can you get us to the island? Zapdos? Skae? Sure. Ash nodded and stuck his hands in and started to pull it apart. Dash. Both Charizard flew out of the ship as they came out, and as soon as they did they could see that Articuno was going on an ice beam frenzy, freezing everything in sight, including the ocean. They saw the brave Olivine as they all landed on their, much to Orla and the others' surprise. Fried began explaining the situation, but everyone, especially Lico and Melody, since they had his Charizard. What about Ash? As soon as they said that the airship had an explosion in the side as it started falling, they could see multiple explosions being created all around as the ship fell, and they didn't see Ash fly out. Fried, he said he had other Pokemon, did he say if they could fly? Orla asked. Fried shook his head as they saw Zapdos and Moltres fly, but as Moltres was destroying the ship, Zapdos was flying to the next island. And on the yellow, they could see a blur of red. In the sky, Ash and Pikachu were holding on to the sharp feathers of Zapdos as he took them to Lightning Island. Squaw, do you know what's happening to my brothers? Zapdos asked. Ash nodded. I think I do. They got corrupted somehow. It makes them stronger but they lose all reason. Squaw, and is there a way to fix it? Zapdos said calmly. I don't have a way, but I think your leader Lugia can do it. That's why I'm here for the orbs, Ash said. Squaw, are you the chosen one? Zapdos asked calmly. Yeah, I am, Ash said as he raised his hand, finally showing the ring. Does this mean anything to you? Ho-Oh gave it to me. Zapdos widened his eyes. Sqwa, yes, I feel energy from my master from that ring, but I don't know anything more about it. Alright, then does that mean you trust me? Ash said as they landed on Lightning Island. Zapdos nodded, so Ash smiled, then tried to stall the other two. I'll try to get the last orb as soon as I can, but if you can buy me some time that would be better. Zapdos nodded. Sqwa, alright, I'll buy you as much time as I can. Then Zapdos flapped his wings creating a small bolt of lightning and he dashed into the sky leaving Ash and Pikachu. Ash didn't waste any time as he ran to the podium where Zapdos dropped him off, and he took the orb, meaning he had 2 of the 3. Only one remained as Zapdos flew into the sky thinking about what that boy Ash said. He didn't have a reason to believe him but he felt like he did. Looking at Articuno and Moltres fighting he could see the shadows in their eyes. It's almost like what happened then. As he looked across the sea he could see that Articuno was trying to freeze it all, in fact most of it was already frozen. And that boy, he saw a ship, it was likely his and a way to get the last orb, so he decided to do something about it. He started to flap his wings, the electricity under them started disappearing as then he shot an electrified heat wave. The wave moved past the ice either melting the thin parts or breaking the thicker parts, but it cleared away between Lightning Island and Shamody Island. Then once that was done at the speed of lighting he flashed between the other birds and hit them with a discharge. As Articuno and Moltres tried recovering Zapdos scratched, Sqwa, brothers, what are you doing? We are meant to protect this area for our master. Neither responded back, but they did stop fighting each other because now they had a common enemy. Deep in the water, Lugia was stirring from its slumber, the vibrations caused by the birds fighting and the screams stirring but not completely waking it up. However, the water around started to circle around creating miniature whirlpools. Dash. Ash and Pikachu ran down the mountain as fast as they could to see that Zapdos started to engage the other 2 birds, although he doubted he would be able to defeat both of them, but he didn't need to. As he watched the airship finally reach the island and crash landing, the wing destroyed the shrine, and its right wing almost falling off. With that damage, the ship wouldn't be flying anytime soon. Although things didn't go as expected, he was still here, and as he started running down the mountain of Lightning Island he could see in the distance the brave Olivine sailing closer with everyone looking out looking relieved seeing Ash. Before the ship even landed on the island Charizard jumped off and flew over to Ash and grabbed him as he threw him on his back with Pikachu. Once he did that the ship pulled up and Charizard flew Ash over seeing that everyone was okay. Good to see you're all fine. Ash, what was that? Liko yelled. Why did you let us take Charizard while you stayed in that ship? You knew they were going to attack it. Wait, he did what now? Murdoch exclaimed. That seems incredibly dangerous, Molly added. Melody nodded. Yeah, how were we supposed to know you'd do that? Why did you send us out? We could have just waited. You know the tale, the hero never dies, and I am your chosen one, aren't I? Ash responds with a usual carefree demeanor. Melody's eye twitch. Enough with the chosen one stuff, this is serious. So am I, Ash said as in Fried's mind things started to come together. No, there is no legend, this is some made-up story my people have made up where we take some poor sap and make them special for the day. There is no prophecy, this is just a super tradition we have done for years. Ash, those orbs are just those glass balls, and now look around, everything is going wrong and you're still on about being a made-up chosen one. Melody finished finally taking a breath. But as people were reacting differently to what Melody said, Fried spoke up, actually, I'm not quite sure if it is. They all looked at Fried in surprise as he continued. The Titans are clearly referring to Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, and they are currently fighting, and the guardian of the birds is Lugia. So you think that Lugia is supposed to come out to fix this? Liko asked. Roy's eyes started to sparkle. That sounds so cool. Melody was slightly shocked to hear this but shook her head. Okay, but let's assume you aren't talking crazy and the legend is true. The legend says that the song will fail, and thus the earth shall turn to ash, Ash added, smiling. But how are we gonna find the chosen one if we don't even know where to look? Melody asked, unintentionally starting to gain some hope. But, we already have it, don't we? Fried said as he walked up to Ash. You knew, didn't you? Ash smiled. I've always known, since the beginning. Melody was confused. Wait, what do you mean by that? The mention of the earth turning to ash has a double meaning. Fried said as he began to recite the legend from memory. Disturb not the harmony of fire, ice, or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction upon the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian shall arise to quell the fighting, alone its song will fail, lest the earth shall turn to ash. And so, unless you want the world to burn, Ash added, then you have to turn to me. For a moment they stayed silent with that realization, so this whole time, you knew that the prophecy was real. Exactly, and now what was that about a stupid prophecy? After all, you're also a part of this, Ash said looking down at Melody. Me, she responded. That ocarina, and that song, it's the same one Lugia has, which means you also need to play your part in this, Ash responded with a smile. I thought they were just a tradition, but this whole time it was real, Melody mumbled as she looked down at her ocarina. Liko stepped up, but what about now, if you're the chosen one in this, how are you going to do this? Ash smiled as Charizard flapped his wings. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to Ice Island, and you guys need to meet me over at Shamody Island. But wait, isn't that way too dangerous? Like sure we know you are strong and all, but those are legendaries. Roy said, making them realize how hard it would be if they saw him. You're right, I probably couldn't even beat any of them one-on-one even if Zapdos is helping me, but that's the thing, I don't need to, Ash said as he got closer to Fried. Fried, your Charizard is stronger than mine, we don't even have to have that argument here, can you stall them for me, just until I get the orb? Fried smiled as Cap jumped on his shoulder, you betcha, we'll stall them for as long as you need. Ash nodded and threw two things at Fried, you can borrow these then. Fried caught them and looked down at them, making anyone else who peeked over also widen their eyes in surprise. It was Ash's Keystone and Charizardite X. Wait, you're letting me borrow these? Fried asked in surprise. The stronger you are the better it is for me, but I'll take them back after this, don't you worry. So how about it? Ash said as Pikachu held onto his shoulder smiling back. Fried chuckled. I would have done it if you didn't offer this much, so chosen one, you ready? Ash nodded. Let's do this. Charizard flapped his wings as they went into the air and started to fly. Meanwhile, Fried turned back to everyone. Everyone get ready, we're in for some tough waters, and there's a chance you get caught in the crossfire, but if you can get to the island you're going to be fine. Orla walked up to Fried. You sure about this? You are about to fight a literal legendary. Yeah, isn't that extremely dangerous? Liko added. Fried shook his head. Maybe, but when have I been one to run away, and besides, he started walking over to his Charizard. We have this, Fried said as he gave the Charizardite X to Charizard and then raised the keystone. So partner, you ready for this? Charizard smiled and fire came out of his nose. Char. Fried raised the keystone, then Charizard, Mega Evolve. The ship was covered in a bright blue light as Charizard started changing his scales, turning black and his fire turning blue, becoming Charizard X. As they were watching Charizard's new form, Fried jumped on top. Alright, you know the plan, so let's do this. Charizard also flew out, this time flying towards the birds. Molly sighed, I can't be the only one that's getting a bad feeling. I'm getting one too, but we can't do anything because we were all too weak to help, Liko added dejectedly. SPR Igatito and Cyndaquil heard that and frowned. After all, no Pokemon liked feeling weak. In the sky, Fried was flying on Charizard X with Captain Pikachu holding onto his side. They were approaching the three birds flying, however he could see that Articuno and Moltres were both attacking Zapdos. Zapdos ironically looked the most normal, while the other two had a strange shadowy substance that came out of their eyes but was slowly starting to spread. Fried was interested, but he didn't have the luxury of trying to find out more. He saw Zapdos was getting tired and Articuno was charging up another attack, so he chose to step in now. Cap, he called out as Captain Pikachu nodded. As soon as he jumped off, his body was covered in electricity and he started flying through the air, sending a volt tackle to Articuno's side, making the ice beam that was aimed at Zapdos hit a mountain. Before it could retaliate, Charizard came in and sent a fire punch to Articuno's side, and he kept going, letting Fried catch Pikachu as they were now flying next to Zapdos. Fried called out to Zapdos, hoping that he wasn't crazy. Yo, Zapdos, we're here to help you. Normally Zapdos would scoff and probably send an thunder at him, but given the circumstances, he didn't and gave a nod. Qual? Very well, your assistance will be accepted. Fried had no idea what Zapdos said, but considering he wasn't extra crispy, he assumed that he was accepting it. So now it was a 2-on-2. Back with Ash, he was flying with Charizard going across the ice. He was going to Ice Island, but along the way, he was using aura in his eyes to try and find Lugia. After all, by this point, Lugia should have gotten out and had been the one that started to stall the birds, but then again maybe it has something to do with how not all three of them are going crazy. But either way, that didn't matter, he still had his mission as Charizard flew up to the top of the mountain, and there he saw the orb inside the shrine. Ash didn't waste time and jumped off Charizard's shoulder and ran up, taking the orb, meaning he had all three. He took a look up and saw that Fried and Zapdos were working together, but whatever was causing Articuno and Moltres to go shadow was making them stronger than them, so he had to move fast. He didn't think this would work, but even if there was a slight chance of Zapdos coming over here and taking him to the main shrine, he had to try. He took a deep breath before yelling, "Hey, I got all three." But expectedly they didn't stop to turn at him. Well, not immediately at least, but Zapdos wasn't coming to get him, so he shook his head. He didn't have high hopes. He jumped back on Charizard as Pikachu jumped on Charizard's head. "We've got it. Let's end this. Take us to the top of Shamode Island." Charizard nodded as fire exhaled from his nose and he flapped his wings to shoot into the sky. It was a straight shot and the legendary birds were distracted, so absolutely nothing could go wrong, and nothing bad would happen. In the debris of the airship, at least what was left of it, Lawrence 3 stumbled out. His pristine collection was almost ruined, and as he looked at the security cameras he saw who did it, that boy with the red hat. To think after he collected his prize he was going to grant him the honor of working for him, well now he would never. As he looked into the sky he saw his prize, the legendary birds, but the cannon wasn't strong enough to shoot another big blast. He had one more shot in it. But as he looked up he pulled out a telescope and noticed something. That boy was flying in the air, and in his hands were 3 orbs, one with lighting, one with ice, and one with fire. He didn't know what they were but he could tell they probably had something to do with the legendaries. Lawrence smiled. Those orbs must be something to contain the birds or perhaps control them. Yes, I'll take them instead, and once I do I'll have my prize again. So Lawrence took what was left of his ship and adjusted the cannon that was rendered barely more than a gun, maybe a sniper if you were generous. And he adjusted his aim. At the birds? No. At Charizard? No. He was aiming at Ash. Lawrence smirked as he brought his hand to the button, fire, and pre on the ground below. Just as they all arrived on the island they jumped off, leaving only the usuals on the ship as they got up to a place that looked like a shrine. Point 1. Immediately standing in the center was a Slowking who looked at them and sighed. None of you are Ash, I presume. Discounting the initial shock everyone had, seeing a talking Slowking, Roy was the first to speak. No, that's him up there, Roy said as he pointed in the sky where Ash was flying at them. Slowking nodded. I see. Very well, it seems that things will end smoothly. Melody walked up to the Pokemon, almost inspecting it. Hey, you are a Pokemon, right? How come you can talk and how come you know about Ash and the prophecy? Well, I have been able to speak for as long as I can remember. It comes naturally to me. As for everything else, I suppose you could say I am a sort of a caretaker of this place. I tend to the grounds for this moment. I see, Liko said while recording this talking Pokemon. Wait, does that mean you know what's going on? Likely the sea is out of balance. Ever since the disappearance of the legendary birds, Lugia took their place so that the world would not be destroyed. However, that caused Lugia to fall into a slumber, and Lugia needs them. Slowking looked into the sky where he could see Ash flying towards them, the orb of frozen souls, the orb of fiery souls, and the orb of static souls. That is their names, and to complete Lugia's re-emergence we need all 3. Just then Slowking's psychic powers flashed in his head, showing him something he couldn't believe. What? Hey, what's wrong? Slowking looked panicked as he looked up at Ash. There's a danger. What? They said in unison. What kind of danger? Is Ash going to be okay? Liko asked, putting her phone down and grabbing Slowking by the shoulders. Slowking started, but it was too late. From Ice Island a shine glimmered in contrast with the night sky, and fired. As Ash was flying through the side he had the orbs in his hand. He had to get to the peak of Shamude Island, and as soon as he put them in that was it. He won. Although he was still on alert since by this point Lugia should have come out, and yet it hadn't yet, but he also didn't have the luxury to sit around and find out, so Charizard kept flying. He could see near the center point of the island's Moltres and Articuno were in that intense fight with Zapdos and Freed, although Zapdos and Freed were visibly not trying as hard as they could. Moltres and Articuno were in a berserk state, so their strength was increased but everything else went down, and that including speed and strategy, so Zapdos and Freed were just buying time for Ash. As Ash was flying on Charizard, Pikachu continued staring toward all the Pokemon that were starting to evacuate the area, and Charizard was looking up at the battle. After a bit, Ash caught sight of the brave Olivine docked on the island near the side where the mountain meets the water, and he could see that they were starting to climb out waiting for him. This was it. As soon as this was over he could. As Ash was thinking and no one was expecting anything, suddenly a blast shot through the air and hit him, not Charizard or Pikachu, but a bright beam came out of nowhere and pierced Ash through the chest. The beam was bright so it caught everyone's attention, and when they looked up they saw that Ash got shot, with the beam fully going through him. Ash felt the pain course through him. He coughed as some blood came out of his mouth, indicating that likely one of his lungs got pierced, but considering he was still alive it probably missed his heart. However, Ash's vision became blurry as the strength left his arms, and since Charizard was flying he couldn't stop in time or grab anything as he lost his footing and started falling. By the time everyone noticed it was too late. The squad on the ground didn't have a way to get him, and the only ones who could were Freed or Zapdos, who just noticed, but as they turned to see Moltres and Articuno took advantage. They sent their attacks, the first coming at Freed's Charizard and the second at Zapdos. Both got hit by the surprise attack as Zapdos got hurt and Freed fell off as well, only this time his Charizard recovered and quickly diced after him with Cap holding on tight. Seeing this and after seeing a bright light coming from nowhere they looked over and saw another Charizard. They didn't see anything other than another opponent, so they quickly flew towards it as Zapdos tried recovering before following behind them. Charizard and Pikachu obviously noticed Ash fell off and Charizard was about to dive down to catch Ash. Suddenly he felt a hurricane shoot around him and Pikachu as a new pressure took hold of them. As they looked to see Moltres and Articuno approached them and now had them as a new target. Back on the ground, everyone was shocked to see Ash starting to fall. They all started to panic, Slowking especially, but for a different reason. No, that was our chosen one. How are we supposed to bring Lugia back? Slowking held his head in stress. Is that seriously your main concern? Liko yelled. Ash got shot. He could be extremely hurt or worse. You think I don't know that? Slowking yelled back. But don't you see the bigger picture? Without Lugia things are going to get far worse. But Ash is our friend. Roy said. Why can't you see beyond that legend to see that he is going to die? This is way more important. You humans are all the same, hundreds die in wars and you don't bat an eye, but when one person you care about dies suddenly the world is unfair. Why can't you see I don't want him to die either, because if he does, things will be far worse for us and he'll be the lucky one." He went quick. They stayed silent, not expecting Slowking to respond like that. As they hung their heads, Melody walked up. "He's right, we all want the same thing here, to make sure Ash is safe even if it is for different reasons. So is there anything we can do?" Melody tried to Slowking. Slowking rubbed his chin as he looked at Melody. You are the chosen maiden, you have the ocarina and the song." Melody nodded as she took her ocarina out. "Yeah, but what does this have to dash? Start playing? Play like your life depends on it. Your song may be able to bring Lugia out so that it can save that boy. Well, that work. I have no idea, but do you have a better idea?" "I guess not," Melody said as she walked to the cliff and started playing her ocarina. In the sky, Charizard and Pikachu received another hit from Moltres and Articuno. They weren't trying to fight, they were trying to go after Ash, but they weren't giving them the chance. In the distance, they could see Zapdos and even Freed with his Charizard flying towards them, but that would take a few seconds they didn't have. Charizard and Pikachu looked at each other and remembered something Ash did. They shared a knowing look and nodded. After taking another hit, Pikachu ran and grabbed onto Charizard's tail as Charizard began spinning quickly in a circle, and then in a tail flip he sent Pikachu shooting down towards Ash. Meanwhile, Charizard would hopefully follow shortly. As Pikachu fell through the sky, he could see Ash's slumped figure falling through the air, but he noticed he was still breathing and clutching into the orbs. As Pikachu caught up and landed on Ash's chest, he checked the wound. It wasn't good, there was a gaping hole through his chest, so immediately Pikachu started going through Ash's belt and bag looking for Clefairy's Pokeball. It took a bit longer than he wanted, but Pikachu found it and threw Clefairy out, grabbing her by the leg so that she wouldn't go flying and pulling her back towards Ash. Clefairy's playful smile immediately turned to horror as she started trying to heal Ash up. The whole time they didn't stop falling and they were rapidly approaching the water. At this altitude, falling the water would be like falling on cement. Ash looked up in the sky, his vision going blurry, making it harder for him to stay conscious. But even still, he was still manually trying to pour aura through his body. As he did, he could see Charizard trying to fly down but being stopped by the birds who were constantly sending attacks at him. He could feel his heart still beating. Bum bum bum, he took a breath as he mumbled, "Not yet." In the sky, Charizard was helpless as he looked down, seeing Ash falling. He clenched his teeth and could only close his eyes. In his mind, his thoughts spiraled around him. "I'm too weak. Why can't I be better? Why can't I protect anyone? Why am I so useless? I failed, just like always." To him, he was still not good enough, and this only proved it. This was the only good thing that ever happened to him and he couldn't even protect that. Bum. He didn't want to be weak, he hated it, but the only thing he hated more, was not being able to protect them, his family, the only good thing that ever happened to him. He is the strong one, he doesn't lose, he wins so everyone else can lose. He carries that burden so he isn't unless, he doesn't want to be useless, not now, not ever. He wanted to be strong, he didn't want to fail, he wanted to be like, an image of the black Rayquaza flashed in his head, he wanted to be strong like that. Charizard felt his heartbeat, it began pumping faster as if in sync, and with Ash his heart was beginning to beat in the same rhythm as Charizard. Charizard clenched his teeth as the memory of the black Rayquaza's attack flashed in his mind. He wanted to be like that, to be strong like that, to feel like that. Charizard's flames began burning brighter as sparks of blue began shooting off his fire. Charizard roared into the sky as the flames started covering his body, and it began to burn. It was so hot that Moltres had to flinch from surprise. Ash, who was watching, saw this and just smiled. As the flames covered his body, they went from orange to blue as Charizard opened his eyes and swiped the fire away, and this time his fire was blue, his wings extended and his scales turned black. He mega evolved, or in this case, it is more accurate to say he performed the battle bond. Charizard roared into the sky as he shot a purple beam into the sky, then after a moment meteors started falling from the air. He used Draco Meteor, model Rayquaza. Charizard copied the exact attack Rayquaza used, with the multiple meteors falling as well, all aimed at different spots but none aimed at anyone that Charizard thought was an ally. Charizard dashed down now that the birds were distracted by the meteors, and by the time they realized Charizard flew away, Freed and Zapdos arrived and caught them off guard as they got hit by their attacks, then the meteors. As they were falling over on Ice Island, the origin of the shot, Lawrence looked at the sky in shock, especially because a meteor was coming right at him. Lawrence was about to do something but then noticed his Mew card on the ground. He picked it up and looked at it before smiling. It doesn't matter. And then there was an explosion. Back with Ash, he could see Charizard flying after him, but it looked like he was barely too slow. But then he heard it, Melody's song on the ocarina. It was relaxing as the song started playing, but at first, it didn't look like anything was happening. But then he heard another sound. It came from the water and almost mimicked the song Melody was playing. Ash recognized it. Lugia. Ash turned his head as he saw the water approach. He also saw something come out of the water towards him, and he could only laugh. As soon as he did, and a split second before he hit the water, a water cyclone shot up, catching Ash inside of it and surprising everyone. Charizard had to fly back just a bit but kept his guard up, looking around to find Ash. But then they saw a figure in the cyclone, as it faded, revealing Lugia holding Ash on its back. Lugia hummed and spoke in everyone's mind. You have done well, but now I see you must complete it. However, I won't let you go like that. Lugia's eyes glowed as the wound on Ash's chest closed rapidly, then Lugia looked down at Charizard. Take him. Charizard glared at Lugia but nodded as he flew and grabbed Ash in his arms along with the two small Pokemon and flew to the island. Lugia looked up to see Moltres and Articuno immediately abandon their current fight and fly towards it. It frowned. It's just like what happened to me all those years ago. Charizard flew over to the island as he went back to base form almost unintentionally. Now Ash was safe. As he landed, everyone ran over to Ash to check on him, helping him stand. But Slowking held his hand out. However, no, he must do this himself. He is so close. They hesitated, but seeing Ash nod they decided to obey. Seeing Ash slightly stumble with heavy breath as he got to the altars, then placed each of the orbs one after the other. It was complete. Lugia flew up towards the birds and freed. Meteors from Charizard's move were still falling, destroying the ice below. One came at Lugia but it easily swiped it away. Once Lugia got to the altitude, he swiped down at Moltres and Articuno, sending them down but not out, as he looked at Freed and spoke in his mind. I will take it from here. Freed and his Pokemon were still wide eyes with their mouth agape, seeing that Lugia, a Pokemon he had only ever read stories about, was not only in front of him but talking to him. As Freed was processing this, Lugia nodded at Zapdos as it went into a dive bomb and caught up to the two corrupted Pokemon. Zapdos looked at Freed and nodded as a thanks for the support, then left too. Freed was still processing everything that happened in the span of less than 10 minutes, but soon his thoughts were cut short as he looked back to the island shrines and saw the center begin to glow. So he tapped his Charizard, who was still in his Mega X form. Let's go see if Ash is okay. Charizard nodded as Cap stood on his head and they began to fly back. As soon as Ash placed the last orb, he almost stumbled back, but Charizard was there and caught him. As he did that, the orb started lighting up. Then a burst of green light started to shine around the shrine and some kind of green glowing water flowed out of the shrine, flowing through the cracks and lighting up the runes around it and turning them into crystal. At that point Freed reached them as his Charizard returned to base. He looked in amazement seeing the water flow out of the shrine, but before he could say anything Slowking walked up again. Now the song, Slowking said to Melody. Melody nodded and walked standing next to Ash as she pulled out her ocarina and started playing it. As she did, the runes around started to light up green with every note. Far away, the legendary birds heard the song. All of them were tired from fighting each other, Zapdos the most, as they started to rejuvenate Lugia back to its original strength before it had to go into hibernation. The three birds were doing the same, however with Moltres and Articuno, as they gained their strength and their wounds closed, the shadows that started to cover them disappeared, then fizzled out into the air, leaving them back to normal. The weather then returned to normal as the tornadoes faded and the sea calmed, the ice melted and the Pokemon that were running away saw their home going back to normal. The green water from the shrine flowed out and down to the ocean below, causing flowers to grow and new life to rejuvenate through the area. The three legendary birds saw this and took flight. Soon Lugia followed, flying into the sky as the clouds parted, causing the moon to shine. Everything was going back to how it was before, and the legendary birds were now 100% back to normal, well, this version at least. As everyone down below was watching the spectacle, Lugia came down and landed in front of them as they stared in amazement, the legendary birds looking down as they flew. Lugia scanned as his eyes landed on Ash. The prophecy is complete, and the world is safe. It is all thanks to you. Ash waved his hands. It's nothing. I just did what I thought was right. Besides, I barely did anything. Freed and Melody did way more than me. Maybe so, but they couldn't have collected the orbs. That is an honor only you have, and you completed it splendidly, Lugia said. Melody nodded as she turned to Ash. Yeah, Ash, you're the one that made me say that these rituals that my people have been doing aren't useless like I thought. Freed came up and slapped Ash on the back. Yeah, oh, chosen one, couldn't have done this without you. Lugia saw Ash stumble as the shock from the slap on the back made him stumble as he still clenched his chest. How is that wound you suffered? Ash shook his head. It still hurts, but you closed it, didn't you? So I'll live. Might leave a scar through. Are you sure? Liko asked, still looking worried. You got shot through the chest, Sue. I'm not going to say I'm fine, because I'm really not, but I'll live. I do have a medical degree, remember. Still, I feel like we'd feel better if you got checked up by Molly. She may specialize in Pokemon, but I think we can call a hole in the chest is universal, Freed added. Alright, if that'll make you all feel better, Ash agreed as Charizard, who was holding him, nodded, flames exhaling from his nose. Lugia nodded. Very well, then I wanted to speak to you about something. That ring on your finger, where did you receive it? Everyone looked surprised at that, but they were all also curious since Ash's ring shined with Liko's pendant and Roy's Pokeball, so they were all curious, and Melody and Slowking were just curious. Ash gave a smile and said in the most casual tone he could muster, "Oh, Ho-Oh gave it to me." Everyone stayed silent for a moment as they had to make sure they weren't hearing things. Then there was a collective, degree. Roy looked at Ash. Did you say, Ho-Oh? Yep, I met Ho-Oh a while ago. Still have a picture too, Ash said as he pulled out his Rotom phone and scrolled until he got to the picture of Ho-Oh he took way back. Also saw the legendary dogs, he said as he put it away. He was pretty chill, gave me this ring but didn't really tell me anything about it. Lugia took a breath as it looked down. Yeah, that seems like something that idiot would do. So you don't know anything about what that ring truly does? Nope, Ash said. Lugia shook its head. I'll trust that. Ho-Oh knows what he decided to do, but in that case let me. Lugia waved its wing as a silver wing fell and was guided by the wind to Ash. As soon as he caught it, it turned to energy as it went into the ring, giving it a more silver color now with a clear slit in the middle, with things he couldn't read that made it look like a gear-like function. As soon as it did, the top part of the ring started spinning 360 degrees multiple times as it eventually stopped, and an image of Lugia, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres appeared on them, glowing before fading back into the ring. There, now you have access to its full capabilities. That Ho-Oh only gave you a part of what it can do, Lugia said. Okay, then do you mind telling me what it does? Ash asked. Lugia gave a smile. That's for you to find out, but for now farewell, I have some business to go take care of. With that, Lugia extended its wings as it flapped and shot into the sky. Behind it, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres followed, flying next to their master as they went to the clouds and then started flying east. Everyone took a breath of relief. It was finally over. Ash finally fell onto the ground, lying on the newly made grass as he took a long breath. Liko and Roy walked over and sat down on either side. So how are you feeling now? You saved the world, huh? Must be pretty nice. I'm tired, and my chest hurts. Well, I guess almost dying does that to you, Melody said as she walked up and sat next to Liko. Yeah, hey, what time is it? Ash asked. Liko pulled out her phone. 12:03, just past midnight. Why? Ash put on a smile as Pikachu sat on his chest. Then it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Ash. They all smiled. At the ledge building, Spark, Blanche, and Candela were tending to Articuno and Moltres. They have been doing better after they got rid of the last traces of shadow, but as of now, it seems like they haven't even recovered half their strength. Spark took a breath as he stretched his arms. Man, this is taking way too long. We've been at this for almost 6 months. Blanche nodded. I agree, this is quite tedious, but it is our duty to do this. But you don't have to if you don't wish to. Zapdos is fine, is it not? Spark waved Blanche off. Yeah, Zapdos is fine, but you think I'm letting my friends have to go through this alone? Come on, it's like you don't even know me. Candela sighed as she shrugged her shoulders. Yeah, you have always been like this, just way too caring for your own good. Sorry again, we dragged you into this with our own stupidity. It's fine, what are friends for? You would have done the same for me, Spark said, smiling. Just then Zapdos, who was napping in the corner, shot awake as it looked up. Squire, something is coming. Spark was the only one who could understand Zapdos, so he looked over. What do you mean? Is it a threat? Squire, no, it's Master Maswa. Spark said in confusion, seeing Zapdos act like this, just as he was about to ask if they saw something. In the sky, a large figure descended as it flapped its wings, landing on the roof with them. It was Lugia, who looked down, and immediately the legendary birds bowed. Raise your heads, Lugia commanded. I have come to restore your strength. Spark, Blanche, and Candela were shocked here. For one, this was Lugia talking to them, and for another, it was frickin' Lugia. The birds raised their heads as Zapdos stayed back and Articuno and Moltres stumbled up. I will, but first I must make sure all traces of darkness are gone, so don't resist. Lugia's eyes glowed as the birds let their minds be entered, and after some searching Lugia confirmed they were purified. Very well, now I shall restore your strength. With a flap of its wings, a green and purple energy flowed through the wind as it hit them, and their bodies started absorbing it. After a moment the energy stopped coming and the birds looked up, feeling their strength truly restored. Lugia's eyes then went to Spark, Blanche, and Candela. So you three are the ones Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres have chosen. Very well, I see that you all do not have evil hearts, so I thank you for taking care while they recovered. Candela started frantically waving her hands. What? No, non. We hardly did anything. I mean, you came here and did in a few seconds what we couldn't do in months. Lugia chuckled. That may be so, but you are not me. You are humans, so what you did was impressive. Then Lugia looked at the birds. I will be off. I must find Ho-Oh. I expect you all to now return to your original places and prepare to stabilize the waters. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres nodded in obedience, ready to fulfill their master's word to the letter. Lugia nodded and in one final word spoke up. Farewell. I hope that circumstances don't force us to meet again too soon. Then it flew away. Shortly after, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres gave a nod to Spark, Blanche, and Candela as they went flying back to the sky after Lugia. For a moment the three friends were silent, so like always Spark was the first to speak. So, who's up to go get some food? Candela and Blanche couldn't help but chuckle as they nodded. Sure, I think Lance recommended a good burger place nearby. Back at the Brave Olivine, when they got back they were met by Orla, Molly, Murdoch, and Ludlow, who all watched everything all the way down here. Well, not the Lugia talking to them part, but more the Ash getting shot. Molly walked up to Ash and with a straight serious face, take off your shirt. It took a moment to process what she said. Ash smiled. How formal, but out here in public. Molly's face didn't change. Not the time for jokes. You got shot, so take it off. I need to inspect it. Ash sighed as he put his bag down. You're no fun. Then he started taking off his jacket and then his shirt, both of which had a visible hole in them through the upper chest. As soon as he took off his shirt, Liko and Melody started blushing and looked away, as everyone else looked intently. For one, Ash was muscular under the shirt, and for another, the scar left behind from the shot. As Molly started inspecting it, Murdoch looked him over. Wow, I've heard of sleeper builds, but that is ridiculous. Yeah, nice muscles. What's your secret? Freed said jokingly. Ash smiled back. Push ups, squats, and plenty of juice. Roy didn't understand that they were joking. Wow, it's that simple. Okay, I'll start doing it, then I'll get super strong like that. Maybe do that later, but for now. Molly finished up inspecting it. It looks like you'll be fine, though that scar may hurt for a bit. It went straight through your chest and looks like it punctured a lung and may have fractured one of your ribs. Yeah, seems about right, Ash said as he put the clothes he had back in his bag and pulled out another one that was exactly the same, and started putting it on. Wait, how are you so casual about this? Orla asked. Ash finished putting on his black shirt. I was basically raised by a Dragonite. You take a guess. That actually explains a lot, Fried said. Yeah, not my first time with broken ribs, Ash said as he put on his spare jacket, though I guess it's over. You guys can go into the sky again. Yes, we can, and this time there will be no new damage, right? Orla said, looking specifically at Fried. Fried laughed it off. Okay, Orla, but we have one more here, don't we? He looked at Melody. So, Melody, you want us to drop you off? Melody still flustered from the Ash thing. Well yeah, I understand a lot now, thanks to you guys, and I have a newfound love and respect for my home island's traditions, so I want to stay here. Liko smiled. That's great to hear. No offense, but your attitude was kinda annoying. Melody chuckled as a mischievous smile grew on her face. Why? 'Cause I tried to steal your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. Liko said, blushing. Ash smiled at everyone and put on a fainting motion as he fell into Charizard's arms. Oh, and I thought we had something special. Oh, my wounded heart. Fried smiled and went over and started fanning Ash. Oh, Liko, how could you? After he almost died and on his birthday. How heartless can you be? Wait, no, didn't he mean? Liko was flustered trying to explain herself. No, I understand. I suppose I have to go now, Ash said as Abra finally appeared on his shoulder. He stopped his act and looked at Abra. Where have you been? You would have been pretty useful like 30 minutes ago. Abra didn't answer. She was munching on a piece of candy and slipped one into Ash's mouth. Ash chewed on the candy and sighed. Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. As Liko was blushing embarrassed in the corner, Murdoch looked at Ash. You sure you wanna leave? I can bake a cake and we can have a wicked party here. Thanks, but if I don't go home for my own birthday my mom is gonna kill me, Ash said. Fried patted Ash's shoulder. So this is goodbye again. We are leaving Kanto so we might not see each other again. Ash smiled. Don't worry. Remember, as long as you're not too far away I can always find you. Besides, not like I'm staying in Kanto for too much longer. Fried smiled as he handed Ash the 2 stones. Here, these are yours. They were fun to experience. Ash took them and pocketed them. Thanks, who knows, maybe you'll find one out in your journey. Liko fidgeted her fingers and looked at Ash. Ash. Ash gave her a reassuring pat on the head. Don't worry, I was joking. Liko blushed at the head pat and nodded as Ash walked over to the railing and sat on it with Clefairy and Pikachu with Abra on his shoulder. See ya, next time let's do lunch, and with that he teleported out. Fried smiled and turned back to Ludlow. Hey Ludlow, turn this ship around, we gotta drop off one more. Ludlow nodded. Good to see you're not kidnapping anyone again. As he slowly started moving to the bridge, Liko took a breath as Roy and Melody sat next to her. She looked up. Yeah, next time. As Ash came back to Pallet Town he appeared in a dark room. The lights were off. Immediately Pikachu was surprised as his cheeks sparked using flash starting to light up the room. And immediately as he did that and the room lit up they saw that they were in the restaurant, Pallet House, and when he looked around he saw a bunch of close people from Pallet Town standing there. Of which included but was not limited to, Delia, Oak, Gary, Green, Misty, Yellow, and others which included Tracy. As soon as the light coming from Pikachu lit up the room he could see that Delia was holding a cake and Gary was over ready to turn on the lights. Ash and Pikachu had prolonged eye contact with everyone as Ash pulled on Pikachu's tail, turning off his sparking cheeks like a light switch, going back into darkness. Gary flipped the light switch almost immediately. I told you all a surprise party wouldn't work. I can still act like I'm surprised if you want, Ash said. Just then the door of the main kitchen opened, and from it, Brock and Mimi walked out each holding plates of food. Well, since he isn't going to be surprised let's just start the party. Happy birthday. A bit later as the party was going on Ash was sitting at a table with Gary, Green, Misty, Yellow, and Brock. Gary punched him on the shoulder. So, how's it feel to finally be 11? You sure kept us waiting. Yeah, I know I'm the youngest one here. We've been here before. By the way, why no, how are you guys here? Ash said pointing at Misty, Yellow, and Brock. Brock's face darkened as he looked down. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just say I left and came back to Kanto. Yellow scooted over and whispered in Ash's ear. He hasn't told us why, and he gets really sad whenever anyone asks. Ash frowned. It was never actually revealed what Professor Ivy did. We just know that she didn't hate Brock and Brock never wanted to talk about it. Dude, what did she do to you? He mumbled. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, we kinda gave up trying to find out what happened to him. He just gets like this, Misty said. Well, back to my question, I can get Yellow being here. Viridian City is like a day's trip, but how about you, Misty? You'd have to travel at least a week non-stop to get here from Cerulean City. Delia came over and put a plate of food in front of Ash. Oh, it was Abra. She helped out a lot. By the way, I gave her a cute nickname. Hope you don't mind. What was it? Delia giggled. Abby, it's cute, isn't it? Sigh, yeah, it's cute, Ash said rubbing his eyes and then looking at Abra. Is that why you weren't there with that? Abra nodded and put another piece of candy in Ash's mouth, before teleporting out. I swear that Pokemon is going to be the end of me, Ash mumbled as he chewed on the candy. Gary shook his head. So, we made a bet, you gonna keep calling Abra by that nickname? Depends, which side did you bet on? Ash said, and how much did Green bet? I said you would since it would be funny seeing you call out Abby, but Green said you wouldn't and put a lot on it. Wow, these are really tough choices. On one choice I don't do nicknames for a reason, and on the other, if I do it will be funny just to mess with Green. What do you mean tough? You don't nickname any of your Pokemon, Green argued. Yeah, but for the memes though, Ash said with Gary nodding his head. Green pouted and glared at Ash, which only served to make Ash and Gary laugh. Wow, hey Gary, doesn't she look like a Squovette? I was thinking more of Greedent, Gary said, holding his hands out in a frame position. Hey, I do not look like a Greedent jerk. At least Squovette is cute, Green said angrily. Ash and Gary laughed at her reaction. Ash was banging the table and Gary was falling over. Okay, I won't use the nickname. There, you won the bet. Green's face immediately changed and she raised her arms in victory. Booyah, I win, I expect my bets to be given accordingly. Okay sure, Gary said as he wiped a tear from his eye. Anyway, now that bit went on way too long. What is that you talked about? Oh, it's nothing, Ash said, completely lying since his chest still hurt. Misty sighed. Well, knowing you it's going to be a waste trying to get more information, isn't it? Ash snapped his finger as he pointed at her. You know it? I knew we were friends. Then can you tell us what you were doing in the Orange Islands? Yellow asked. Well, there's not much to say. I went there and caught some interesting Pokemon. Saw a cool Pokemon, caught it, and I'm just looking forward to kicking Gary's teeth in with them. What the heck, man? Don't pretend you didn't see this coming. I mean, you know I bully the people I like. I mean, yeah, I did kinda expect this, and yes, I'm already planning my get back, but still, Gary argued. Right, anyway, that's more or less it. Didn't really train much, and absolutely nothing else happened. When you say it like that, nothing happened. But why are you saying it, Dash? Nothing happened. Okay, we aren't getting an answer, are we? Brock said. That depends. You gonna tell us what happened with Eevee? Ash jabbed back. Brock fell on the floor. Nothing happened. I don't want to talk about it. Come on dude, you turn 16 next month. Pull yourself together, Ash said, getting him back on the chair. Anyway, enough about me. What's been happening with you guys? Well, same old same old. I went to the Caei Islands and did my magic, Green said winking. Well, that's not comforting, Misty said, but I've pretty much just been training, and hey, Lapras don't seem to hate me as much, so that's something. Yellow was silent for a moment playing with her fingers. So, I've been battling Uncle Wilton, so he could tell me more and I managed to win, but I think he let me win. Alright, so what did he tell you? Ash asked. You never actually told us what he told you originally, did you? No, and what he told me this time, it was, never mind, it's not important, Yellow said, trying to change the conversation. Whatever she found out was clearly uncomfortable for her to say. Ash looked at Gary and he caught the message, jumping in. Sue, what I did was way more interesting. You wanna hear it? Yeah sure my dude, Ash played along. Yesh, so remember how I got Electivire for Electivire in exchange for helping Professor Rowan on something? Yeah, he called in that favor. So, he asked me to go and check out a region called Or, Gary revealed. Ash almost spit out his drink because he recognized that name, but kept his composure. Or? I thought that place was a wasteland. It was, but turns out they are doing better. Apparently they are getting support from the league and they're starting to rebuild. And yeah, he asked me to go check some stuff out, under the name of a researcher. Ash smiled and slapped his back. Well, sounds like you did a good job. I guess that means you are legally a researcher now. Gary punched Ash in the shoulder. I hate you. I knew you were going to say that. Well, guess what? Green beat you to it. Yeah, but still Orha, seems like an interesting place. I might visit one day. I was going to ask if you wanted to join me, but then I heard that Gramps told you to go to the Orange Islands. Yeah, but it was more to kill time, and hey now we're all 11, which means we can sign up to get a license to challenge Johto. Actually, this one is yours, boys, Green said. I'm not going to participate in the Silver Conference. Really? Why is that? I'd thought the thought of getting back at us would be too strong. Don't get me wrong, I like training Pokemon, and I like traveling and all that, but meh, now that we finished one I don't really see the appeal in continuing to do it, Green said. I mean that's understandable actually, I was expecting you to say you got banned from participating, Gary said. Hey jerk, I'm still going to Johto, after all, my little brother needs help from his generous big sister. You know enough time has passed that I forgot you asked Silver to call you sis, Ash said blankly. Brock and Misty were confused but Yellow pulled them aside and explained everything. So then I guess it's going to be me and you plus Silver, Gary. Stop trying to make it more exciting than it is. We both know Johto isn't known for producing the strongest trainers. I'm planning on training up an entirely new set of Pokemon just to get a challenge. Same here my dude, I mean, who starts a new region with Pokemon they traveled around with for months and nothing else, Ash said, sounding a lot more personal than anyone wanted to admit. Yeah, but I got someone back, Gary said smiling. Wait, did you get him again? Green said, looking excited. Yep, figured it was about time, Gary said, pulling out a Pokeball and releasing, Eevee. Green came up and grabbed the fox. Eevee, hey you miss me, it's been so long. Eevee smiled and accepted the hugs. After all, Ash and Green both knew this Eevee. Flashback 1 year ago. It was the day before Ash, Gary, and Green went out on their journey, and Gary was talking to his sister Daisy before handing her a Pokeball. For a long time, Gary did actually have a Pokemon. It was a gift from Oak, an Eevee. Gary went back to his room where he was surprised to see Ash and Green waiting for him, Green having Eevee on her lap. So, you're seriously not going to take Eevee with you? Ash asked. Gary shook his head. No, Eevees need an experienced trainer and I can admit that I'm not that. Besides, if I do end up winning you can just say I won because Gramps gave me a special Pokemon. But aren't we all going to receive a Pokemon from him? Green added. This is different. Besides, as much as I'd like to take him with me, I know which evolution we want to do, and I need more experience before I can train him properly. Like, let's be honest, out of the three of us I'm the worst at training. Yeah, you have a point, Green said, patting Eevee's soft hair. So you're just going to leave him with Daisy? She's a Pokemon groomer in training. Maybe it will help her, though I'm still surprised she chose to leave her career in Pokemon contests, Gary said. Ash smiled weary, not because of anything here, but because he knew something, specifically what happened to make Daisy leave contests, and it all revolves around her friend Courtney. Yes, that Courtney, back when they still both did contests. Ash shook that thought out of his head. So, you think you'll come get him before the league? Or are you just going to wait? I dunno, I guess it depends on how my final team is looking and if I need an all-rounder, Gary said. Green, who was sitting next to the drawers, noticed a framed picture and laughed. Wow, you still have this picture. The picture in question was a photo of back when they were around 5 years old, and all three of them were playing while Oak was struggling to not drop Pokemon food. In it, Ash even had his lab coat and wore it like a cape. Wow, we used to be so cute. Green laughed as Gary sighed. It was Daisy's idea. After all, she took the photo and told me to keep it in here. PSHH, so that Tsundere brother strikes again. Or does this make you our Tsundere friend? Ash said with Green laughing behind him. I hate you both, Gary said, taking the picture and Eevee. Now get out of my room. Yeah, good times. Good to see you decided not to forget about the little guy, Ash said. Yeah, whatever. Just be ready. I'm coming after you to get my revenge. Just you wait. Ash smiled. I look forward to seeing you try, but that reminds me, one more thing did happen. Everyone looked curious as Ash grabbed his bag. I hatched a new little guy, meet. Then a small Tijipai popped her head out. This is Tijipai. Tijipai looked around and waved. Purr. Ah, she's adorable, Green said. Was that the egg you got way back then? Gary asked. No, that one hatched a while ago, Ash said, holding his hand out as Dratini slithered out. This is the one I got for winning the SSN. Of course you did. Why wouldn't you? Gary said, still not understanding how he wasn't used to this by now. But anyway, Ash said, looking at Brock, Misty, and Yellow, you guys up for going at it again? You want another adventure? You don't even need to ask me, Brock said, giving a thumbs up. Not like I have anything better to do, so sure, Misty said. I'd be happy to go, Yellow said with Chucho nodding happily on her lap. After the party, Ash let Abra take everyone back to their home so they could pack up. They agreed to meet in Vermilion to take a ship across the water. He already called Serge ahead of time, who was laughing his ass off hearing about the first boat crashing. So after some much needed sleep, once he woke up he started getting stuff ready, starting by going to the lab. He also told Abra to go collect the Pokemon he let stay out. Admittedly, yes, Gyarados was left at the Orange Islands, but it's only been a day and nothing Abra can't help fix, so no harm done. In the hidden village, Venusaur came back to visit Melanie. Actually, thanks to Abra, he has been going back and forth between this forest and his parents' forest. Venusaur was enjoying being able to catch up and show Melanie just how strong he is now, compared to how he was when, although it looked like after he left a lot of the Pokemon that were staying here also left and some came in, but that's fine, that's the whole point of this place. One night he learned that actually Pokemon poachers learned about this place and have been trying to come here, but it turns out those Pokemon that left never left the forest itself. He only learned this after hearing a Butterfree say there were humans with bad intentions at night. When he got there he saw the group of Pokemon he protected already took care of it, including the 3 Golem, 4 Tauros, Jigglypuff, and the Oddish that evolved into a Gloom. Seeing them was good for both of them. For them they could see the Pokemon that protected them, and he could see that he inspired those same Pokemon to protect the village in secret. Meanwhile, over at his other home, when he was with his parents he spent time with them trying to make up for lost time, and even though he couldn't beat his father, he was already called the second strongest in the forest. His mother spent some time creating something for him, and since he said he would visit she spent a lot of time and energy creating something in her bud. It took days of refining it, but eventually, she created a miracle seed, but this one was far more potent. Items like Miracle Seed or Dragon Fangs do have a boost when they are used as held items, however there is another way to use them. If the Pokemon chooses to eat it and absorb its energy it gets a smaller but permanent boost, and the fun part is that it doesn't matter how strong the Pokemon, it can always benefit from it. These items are much rarer, however. Ash couldn't even find one in the department store over in Celadon. He couldn't find any of the boating items like Mystic Water, Charcoal, Sharp Beaks, etc. And even when Ashtwo went into the black market it was rare, and the few they had were sold at exorbitant prices. Anyway, Venusaur took it but didn't eat it right away. He put it in his bud, and there was something else. Well, it looked like after he managed to defeat his sister he had become quite popular, and his sister started teasing him by introducing him to some of her friends. Venusaur was still young, he was 3 years old now, but he still had things he wanted to do. Also there was someone that caught his eye already. But he left it at that. He wasn't particularly interested at the moment, and that would probably change later, but right now he had some stuff he needed to do. But one thing did happen before he left. He learned from his parents something that he didn't know if he should celebrate or dig in a hole and never come out of it. He was going to be an older brother. After that, he was more than happy to see Abra, the first time anyone ever said that, but he got taken away. Then after 2 months since Ash let him go so he could catch up, he knew it was about time, so he bid his farewells and waited for Abra. When she arrived she sat on his head, and he let her. Admittedly, since she is the reason he could do this, he has grown a little more tolerant of her tendencies. Abra looked at him, so great plum blossom saint, are you ready? Venusaur sighed at that nickname. He still didn't understand it but he nodded. Yeah, let's go. Dash. Blastoise was standing proud, not on the ground, but on the shell of 2-0 his former Squirtle turned Wartortle. Ever since he came back he started training his gang to make sure they evolved as soon as possible, also learned that the squad was no longer confined to just this little town, they would ride around almost through all of Kanto and gain popularity. And that caught some attention. In the Orange Islands there was an entire academy training Squirtle, Blastoise, and especially Wartortle, and people started saying that they could be better, but once some people started saying no way, that made Blastoise snap. Blastoise spent every day training his squad. At the moment the last of them finally evolved and was now also a Wartortle, which meant all that was left was for him to train them to be a Blastoise. But before that he showed them how to compensate for their future slowness they would get once they were big. By shooting jets from their feet they could effectively fly, so he refused to teach any of them anything else until after they mastered it. It was important to say that this was not Aquajet, this was something different. The reason why is because even though he is as strong as he is, can only use Aquajet at the very most for 5 seconds at one time before having to take a 3-second interval to do it again. This is much more efficient, and once the first of his friends mastered the movement he started his training. Although there was no chance he would have enough time to help them evolve, he named this Wartortle his second in command and instructed him to memorize the training so that when he was gone he could help the rest evolve if they wanted to. And it was just as he thought. After the 2 months were up he could tell they weren't close to evolving, but he made sure to write down their training. He knew his friends very well and he knew that not all of them should follow the same path to their strength. So he gave them all a training plan so that they could properly get to the level of strength they needed to be, and he promised that he would come back soon. Once Abra came back, the squad stood in line and saluted. Boss, I promise that we won't disappoint you. Blastoise smiled. I know you aren't. After all, we are the SQ. No, I suppose we can't call ourselves that anymore. Well, let's put a pin in that for later. Well, we are the best team, and we need to prove it. Those firefighters in the Orange Islands have nothing on us. Blastoise said as they all got into a pose. Yes, boss? Dash. Ash was in the lab. He came back here to grab some of the Pokemon he would be taking with him, and dropping off a few he won't be using as much over in Johto, like Vileplume, Poliwrath, and Victreebel. Then there were the Pokemon like the other Oddish, Zubat, Growlithe, and Vulpix that he would be taking and finally training. He would take Fearow and Pidgeot, but they seemed to want to stay in the forest to do something. They didn't really say why, but that's fine. He has Abra, he can come get them whenever he needs them. Speaking of which, he also had the Pokemon he got from the Orange Islands that he would be keeping, Crystal Onix, Lapras, Fuecoco, and the eggs he still has, so he is set. And a good thing, because admittedly there are not that many Johto Pokemon he loves. There are good ones, just not many that jump out at him. Speaking of which, he was going to the lab to go pick up Cesar and Cesar, and that is what led him to this situation right now. Cesar and Cesar were kneeling on the floor of the lab, both blushing and looking down, with Ash looking over them and Oak and Tracy looking from the side amused. Ash held his temple. So, I was gone for 2 months. I left you two alone so you could get to know each other better. Cesar and Cesar gulped and nodded. So then, tell me, why in 2 months, you two already have an egg? You haven't been with each other for even 3 months. Ash said, pointing at the table where there was a Cesar egg already in the incubator. Cesar and Cesar looked down, as Oak and Tracy couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Well, Cesar is known to be attracted to the strong, so maybe this is your fault for making that Cesar of yours so strong. Sigh, what am I going to do with you two? Ash said as he could see they put their heads down. I'm not mad, and you didn't do anything wrong, it's just I thought you guys would wait a little. Ash couldn't help but feel helpless in this situation. The thing is, he didn't really need another Cesar, so this baby would be left to go to the forest, or he would need to find a suitable trainer for it since the way Cesar operates. So what now? I doubt you two want to just abandon this one, and I don't think you can be good parents on the road, Ash said, crossing his arms. Cesar and Cesar looked down and thought, then Cesar raised his hand. Sigh, Cesar, we can send the little one to my grandfather at my clan. He is sure to be excited. Cesar also nodded in agreement, secretly wanting to see her grandfather's reaction. Ash sighed as he looked around. That's fine, but you're going to have to wait for Abra to come back. Dash as he said that Abra appeared with Blastoise and Venusaur. Well, now I'm the fool. Ash pointed at the two lovebugs and the egg, so Abra went over and took them away. Meanwhile, He went over to Blastoise and Venusaur to return them to their Pokeballs. Blastoise went in immediately but Venusaur stopped him for a second and handed him the Miracle Seed and only then he went back in his ball. Ash took a moment to look at the Miracle Seed and Oak and Tracy came over to inspect it too. Well, I'll say, that looks like it's of the highest quality. Do you mind if I take a better look? Ash shrugged. Fine, but I want it back so don't open it up. Oak nodded and went over to a station to take pictures of it. After a moment Oak came back and handed it to him. This is one of the highest quality Miracle Seeds I have ever seen. You're quite lucky, my boy. Ash put it away. Well, can't always be unlucky. So anyway, what's the word on the GS ball? Oak nodded and went over to a table with some advanced technology where he could also see. He also tried opening it up with a laser. Nothing. I have not been able to open it nor find out what may be inside. It's nearly indestructible as well. He took it out. So you're going to Johto, am I right? Oak said. You want me to take it to Kurt, don't you? Ash said. It wasn't a surprise to say that Kurt is the one who created the now standard version of the Pokeball is completely fair. He actually looked through history. Pokeballs used to only be native to Hisui while in other countries/regions they either didn't use Pokemon or domesticated them in other ways. It wasn't until recently that the original Pokeball went to other parts of the world, and Kurt was the main person who made them standard. The new version is far superior to the original, in strength, in speed, and comfort for the Pokemon. So knowing about Kurt was nothing special. Oak nodded. Yes, it would be nice if you could. Alright, fine, though I have to ask, you have Gary, why don't you ever ask him? Well, the thing is I do give him jobs for me, and admittedly he actually is trying to fill out the Pokédex. Really? Is that what he does all the time? Huh, no wonder, that actually makes a lot of sense, Ash said. Yes, he almost reached 100 in the Pokédex, and since he gives me a lot of research material I am admittedly more lenient with him, Oak said, scratching his chin. Alright, I get it, I'll get to Kurt and see whatever this thing is, Ash said, putting the ball in his bag. See ya around. Once he had everything he needed he went home and collected Pikachu and said goodbye to his mom, which went on for more time than he wanted to admit. And eventually, he walked out with his bag and a fresh jacket. He also threw that one that had a gaping hole in it and had Charizard destroy it so that all evidence was gone. Once he walked out, he saw Gary and Green waiting for him outside. So you ready? Green said, smiling, putting a hand on Ash's shoulder. Ash chuckled. Alright, let's do this, one more adventure. Gary rolled his eyes and put his hand on Ash's other shoulder. Alright, but this time I'm not going to be the loser. I look forward to it, Ash said as Abra teleported on him, then out, meaning the trio left Pallet again. Silver was packing his bags. For some reason ever since he was enrolled in Oak School he was given a house in New Bark Town, but he never really did more than he needed to, and most of the time he preferred to stay in Kanto and in Pallet. At least that's where his self-proclaimed big sister is and some people he can kinda call friends. He wasn't that well known in town either. He used to live in Viridian City, but for a reason he doesn't know he moved here when he was young. He doesn't really know much about his father, but his mother comes every now and then to visit him, but when he asks about his father she doesn't really answer the question. She is also extremely doting on him. Right now he was packing his bags and getting ready. Green said that she would come and when she did they could travel together for a bit to teach him the ropes. He was admittedly a bit excited. As he packed the last thing in his bag he got a knock on his door, and when he opened it he saw a package. He was confused but took it in and opened it. Inside there was a Pokeball and a note. My dear Silver, you probably don't know much about me but I am your father, I'm Giovanni, and the reason I can never go see you is that I have been busy with work-related things. As you can see I am a gym leader in Kanto and I have other businesses. I am sorry for not being there but I do love you. You are my son, and maybe this means nothing to you but I hope you get strong and do what you want to do, without anyone telling you anything. Your mother and I will support you. And as for your gift, as a celebration since you will be starting your journey, I got you a Pokemon. This is one I know you will like, he is a strong one. Love, your father. Silver felt conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to scoff it off since his father wasn't there for him so why should he care, but then again it seemed like he was genuine. He sighed and considered throwing it away, but he pocketed the note and grabbed the Pokeball. He pushed the button releasing it, and from it came a Sneasel, looking up at him with his red eyes. Cesar and Cesar arrived back in the forest with Abra before she teleported out to go back to Ash. Ash told them that Abra would be back once he got to Johto so they could spend some time with their family. As they got back they were greeted, and properly knocked out by another group of random Scyther as they went back into the forest. It didn't take much for the elders to hear who came and then once they heard the description they could already tell who it was. So soon after in the main building Cesar and Scyther were sitting across the elders as they held the egg close to them in the incubator. Cesar's grandfather was laughing his ass off, while Scyther's grandfather was cursing himself for losing and letting Cesar take her as a mate. Scyther's grandfather eventually stopped banging his head on the wall and came over sitting across from them. So then, tell me, it's been less than 3 moons, and you already have an egg. You haven't been with each other for even 3 moons. Cesar and Scyther looked at each other knowing this sounded familiar but didn't say anything. Cesar's grandfather was still laughing hard. Ha ha ha, you really are my grandson. Then he elbowed his old friend. I guess we're going to be great-grandparents now, huh? Scyther's grandfather glared at him. You shut up. This is all your fault now my precious granddaughter has been corrupted. Everyone, granddaughter con. Back with Ash. Ash, Green, and Gary arrived at Vermilion City. They could get to Johto on foot, but that would take like a week or two, but taking a ship is a day trip, maybe even less. Ash already called Surge and he arranged a ship with an actual captain on it, instead of giving an 11-year-old access to a speedboat. Abra teleported off his shoulder to get the other three as Ash, Green, and Gary agreed on a meeting spot where they would come back in 2 hours, and Ash and Gary put on face masks so that they wouldn't get swarmed by people, and Green just used Ditto. And Pikachu went into hiding inside Ash's bag. Ash went to go to a general store. He actually needed to stock up now that he had to take care of Snorlax, and he considered going to annoy Chloe but he chose not to since he remembered she told him he was held back a year from his obsession, but now he probably is going to set out on a journey, so he was going to stay as far away from the laboratory as humanly possible. Speaking of which, he finally had time to check on the other Pokemon he caught. Lapras, F. Nature, Modest, plus Spa, ATK. Ability, Shell Armor, Hidden Ability, Hydration. Snorlax, M. Nature, Lax, plus Def, SPD. Ability, Thick Fat. Hidden Ability, Gluttony. Fuecoco, M. Nature, Hardy. Ability, Blaze. Hidden Ability, Unaware Rightward Arrow. Tijipai, F. Nature, Modest, plus Spa, ATK. Ability, Serene Grace. Hidden Ability, Super Luck. Scyther, F. Nature, Jolly, plus SPE, Spa. Ability, Technician. Hidden Ability, Steadfast. Overall they aren't bad, and he still has 2 eggs, the Larvitar egg and the Aerodactyl egg. Thanks to his new egg thing he can check on them too and potentially change some stuff about them. Egg, Larvitar, M. Nature, Modest, plus Spa, ATK. Ability, Guts. Hidden Ability, Sand Veil. Egg moves, Dragon Dance, Iron Head, Outrage. Egg, Aerodactyl, M. Nature, Jolly, plus SPE, Spa. Ability, Rock Head. Hidden Ability, Tough Claws. Egg moves, Dragon Dance, Brave Bird, Roost, Foresight. Mutation detected? Prehistoric Might. Pretty good, well except for the nature on Larvitar, but that can be fixed with the mints he has. But Aerodactyl is especially fun. Lance did not disappoint. Dragon Dance and Brave Bird on this thing, and it has Rock Head. That is going to be fun to abuse later. As Ash was walking checking this, suddenly he got a flicker in his aura senses and took a step to the left as suddenly a wild Chloe tripped and almost fell on top of him. Ash went out and grabbed the back of her shirt and pulled her back before she fell on the ground, quickly scanning the area for an annoying go. Thankfully there wasn't one around. Ash helped Chloe back to her feet as she finally noticed it was him. Ash, oh thanks for, catching me. As she said that from above the railings, Eevee finally appeared seemingly out of breath after trying to catch her. Eevee, Eevee said as she jumped down and snuggled onto Chloe. After all this commotion, Pikachu, who was resting inside of Ash's bag, popped his head out and started to take everything in. Pika. Ash frowned, and as he poured aura into his eyes to find if Go was here, he noticed that in Chloe's shadow, there was a pair of red eyes, and he knew exactly what was going on. So Chloe, do you mind telling me why you almost fell on top of me? This wasn't some attempt to get me to carry you like a princess, was it? Ash said, getting increasingly more teased. A light blush appeared on her face as she shook her head quickly. No, you shut up you. So then what? Well, it's been kinda weird. Strange things happen at my dad's lab. Eventually after a while we found out it was a Jengar, but we don't know why it was there or what it was doing here, and we haven't been able to do anything to it. And why haven't you or your father for that matter tried battling it or catching it? Well, me and Eevee aren't that strong, and my dad isn't exactly a trainer. He has Pokemon but they belong to other trainers that he chose to sponsor, so he can't use those. Then Chloe sighed and looked down, clenching her fists. Then there's Go, that idiot. He started spouting that he's going to catch that Jengar. After he goes and catches Mew, then he left. Like 2 days ago he went into the forest saying he's starting over where we saw him first. I'm surprised you didn't see him on your way here. Yeah, I wonder, Ash said, thanking himself that he had Abra to just take him here instead of risking being associated with Go. Pikachu could sense Ash was more relieved than anything, which made him confused, but he didn't question it. Ash was weird sometimes and he just got used to it. So that explains the lab stuff. But what about you? No offense, but as much as I tease you, you aren't the stereotype of a clumsy anime girl. Chloe sighed. Well, I'll take what I can get, thanks. As for why, I don't know. Today when I went to visit my dad, I think Jengar might have cursed me. A bunch of stuff happened, then I just ran out of the lab as fast as I could. And since then I've been really messed up. Ash and Chloe were walking and talking. Ash just nodded as he heard to her side. I see. Well then it sounds like you might be cursed. But maybe I can help you out, he said, purposely leading Chloe in a direction once he found the auras of the people he was looking for. Really? Chloe said. This sounded crazy, but this was also Ash we were talking about, so quite literally anything was possible. Yep, but first, Ash said as he raised his arm and caught a flower pot that almost fell on her head, we should get out of this area. There are more hazards here. Chloe flinched, seeing she almost got hit by that, and frantically nodded. But before, as she took a step, she felt herself step on something soft and the sounds of a yelp. As she looked down she saw that she accidentally stepped on Eevee's tail. What? Eevee, I'm sorry. Eevee understood it was an accident, but that didn't stop Chloe from feeling bad and grabbing Eevee in her arms and apologizing over and over again. After a bit and way too many close calls, as he could see Jengar's emotions grow more frustrated that his tricks were all being stopped. As they turned the corner, Ash finally saw the people he wanted to see, Jengar's former trainer and his girlfriend. Ash said nothing and slowed his pace, raising his voice slightly as he spoke to Chloe. So, the first thing you need to know about Jengar is dash. He said this just as he was passing by the blonde boy. He obviously heard that and scoffed seeing the two young kids and smirked seeing that they were probably just inexperienced kids, so he decided to enlighten them. Hey kid, don't bother with Jengar. Ash stopped and looked at him, putting on a clueless expression. What do you mean? I mean Jengar are dumb and useless. I should know, I used to have one, he said proudly, but he was holding me back so I dumped that thing. Best decision I ever made. His girlfriend giggled. Hey, tell them the story of how. Oh yeah, so that dumb Jengar was so stupid. I told him to wait by an abandoned building and said I'd be back. The idiot is probably still there thinking I'm actually going back for it. Ha ha ha. Ash's face remained neutral, not that they could see it under the face mask he had. When he looked over, Chloe was shocked and clenched her fists. Then he checked on Jengar. He could see Jengar's emotions fluctuate, as he grew angry and sad, then angry, then betrayed, and back to angry. So the blonde guy scratched his nose thinking he was educating them. Yeah, so I recommend you don't train those useless Jengar. I swear even a Magikarp is better, ha ha ha. When that thing was around, it was awful. I couldn't win a battle, and every Pokemon I tried to catch would get away. I'd fall down the steps and lose things at the time. No matter what I did, it was nothing but bad luck. Chloe looked horrified at how he said this so casually, and she was about to say something when suddenly her shadow extended, creating a large and scary shadowy figure behind her that she didn't immediately see. The blonde boy and his girlfriend suddenly were shocked and fell back, falling down as they were frightened, and Chloe didn't understand yet. Then when she saw Eevee looking up with wide eyes, she realized something. She slowly and shakily looked behind her only to see the scary shadowy figure coming out of her shadow. The blonde boy looked shocked and panicked. Oh, no, it's you? Jengar charged up and used a shadow ball, throwing it as it tore himself out of Chloe's shadow. As the ball of dark energy threw itself at the couple, they managed to dodge it by rolling on the ground. Stay away, stay away, stay away, stay away. Jengar grunted angrily as it started charging another shadow ball. I told you to wait for me there? Only bad things happen to me whenever you're around. I don't need you anymore, he yelled. That's not a nice thing to say. Chloe yelled, it's your responsibility as a trainer to make your Pokemon strong. It's not his fault you lost, it's yours. Shut up, shut up, shut up. He started saying in fear as Jengar threw another shadow ball. This time it didn't look like he could dodge it. Chloe's angry face immediately turned to fear as she saw that he wouldn't be able to dodge that one. He was about to get his. But then another Ash spoke. That's enough, Pikachu Iron Tail. From the side, Pikachu jumped in a flash and appeared with his tail glowing silver as he clashed with the orb and easily cut it in half, landing in front of the scared couple. Jengar still looked furious as Ash could also notice tears streaming out of his eyes, and the only emotion he was feeling was betrayal. He started charging up more shadow balls, but Ash only frowned. Snap, Pikachu, Ash said simply, and Pikachu understood. He turned around and flipped his body around and charred an orb on his tail, throwing a electro web with a low voltage of electricity. It was needless to say Pikachu was much stronger than this untrained/poorly trained Jengar, as he got caught and was stuck to the wall, and Ash went ahead and set some aura out to stop Jengar from phasing through the wall. As soon as everything was over, the blonde boy and his girlfriend got up and out on their smug faces again. Hey, thanks, great going, kid. See what I mean? It only took a single hit, and that useless Pokemon can't even get out. Chloe and Eevee were both looking at him with a shocked expression, and Jengar, the more he watched it, made him want to start crying. Chloe was about to say something, but Ash grabbed her shoulders and phased her back slightly. Ash looked at him. So tell me something. Do you still have Jengar's Pokeball? PHHH, of course not. Snapped that thing and threw it into the water. Good riddance, the blonde boy said, laughing hysterical. Ash nodded before tapping Chloe's shoulder. Close your eyes for a second. Chloe decided to listen, mainly because she could see in Ash's eyes he wasn't amused or in a joking mood like usual. He closed her eyes and covered Eevee's too. Ash started walking up and the blonde boy looked at him. Hey, thanks for the saved man, though I guess it probably wasn't that important if just that little Pikachu was able to do it. Still, anything I can do to say thanks? Ash cracked his fingers. Actually, there is one thing. Sure, my guy. What am I? He started, but then a fist approached his face. To be continued, rightward arrow. Right now? After Ash punched him across the face, both he and his girlfriend went running with their tails between their legs. Ash may or may not have broken that guy's nose, but that's up for interpretation. Alright, you can stop, Chloe, Ash said, turning back around and approaching Jengar. Chloe opened her eyes and followed Ash. Although she didn't hear anything, she had a pretty good idea of what Ash had just done, but she didn't say anything. She couldn't say she didn't think he deserved it. Ash stood in front of Jengar, who watched the whole thing with shocked eyes. Ash came over and tore the webs off Jengar. Sure, they still had a bit of electricity, but Ash still had non-conductive gloves, and almost immediately Jengar fell back to the ground. Ash leaned down. So bud, how are you feeling? Jengar looked down. GJEI. I get it. It must be hard to find your world was a lie. It's rough, buddy, Ash said, patting Jengar's back. GJEI, mathematical intersection symbol. So what do you want to do now? I guess you're free to do whatever you want now that you don't have to wait on him anymore. Jengar shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. After 3 years he kinda forgot what he wanted to do before. JEI. From Ash's shadow Ghastly popped out and nudged Gengar, Jei Jei. Gengar looked up at Ghastly, Jei Jei. Ghastly nodded, then came over and gave a lick at Gengar, Jei. Ash and Chloe were watching and Chloe leaned over and whispered, is it good? Ash and Pikachu shrugged their shoulders, no idea, but it doesn't look like Gengar wants to lash out so I guess. Gengar looked down and whatever Ghastly did started to make him slightly chuckle. He wasn't looking like he was about to cry anymore. Ash knelt next to Gengar, hey if you don't have anything you want to do, how about coming with me? If you want. Degree. Gengar asked in surprise. Yeah, I won't abandon you, and if you want to fight I'll make you stronger, if not then that's fine too, what do you say? Ash said holding out an empty Pokeball. Gengar looked at it, but then Ghastly came over and bumped him, Jei. Gengar smiled a bit before looking at the Pokeball and pushing the button going in and it closed immediately. Ash got up and looked back at Chloe as Ghastly went back into his shadow. Welp, I took care of your ghost problem, I'll be sure to take care of this poor guy. Chloe nodded as she held Eevee, yeah, thanks, and I know you will, I guess I can tell my dad that you took care of it. Ash then put on a smug smirk as he took off his mask, so isn't this the part where you start fawning over me and ask to reward me with a kiss or something? Chloe turned away, please this isn't a 90s movie, you idiot, I swear. Ash chuckled, yeah I know, anyway see ya around. Probably, I'm off to Johto so I guess my wounded heart may have time to heal. Chloe sighed, yeah sure, good luck I guess. Ash could not miss this chance. Oh, is that a bit of you caring? Don't tell me you're going Thundera on me. I hate you sometimes, Chloe said as she walked away. After Ash and Chloe went their separate ways, Ash went back into the store to get supplies while Pikachu went back into hiding in his bag. After a while, Abra finally came back to him meaning that the others were probably already here, and the 2 hours they set was almost up anyway so Ash made his way back to meet with everyone. As he walked through town he passed by the large building where Surge was going to make his new gym. He shook his head but felt that he could probably stand a chance at beating his real team after Johto, but if he could win with something else. Speaking of which he wondered if anything else would happen in Johto, but he really couldn't do anything while he was here, though it made him think, what about Gold was he here? As he was thinking to himself going through possibilities he suddenly saw some familiar aura move behind him. As he turned around he saw a familiar purple-haired boy with a scowl on his face. He also noted Ash as they looked at each other for a moment, then Ash put on a smirk as he took off the mask. Paul, what are ya doing here buddy? Paul frowned. Ash, so it's you, and I just got here off that ship, he said pointing at a nearby ship that was deboarding a lot of people onto the land and releasing the tourist. I can see that, but I'm surprised, I heard you wanted to start early but here of all places. And why would I want to be associated with the other 5, they are annoying, not to mention that girl that is infatuated with you seems to hate me specifically. Oh Pink, yeah probably, I dunno, maybe she secretly had a crush on you, aha, Ash said laughing at himself. Paul's face palled with a look of disgust, no, I'd rather not, all things like that are just distractions for when I become the best trainer. Ash chuckled, well I can't argue with that, I had the chance to get a girlfriend but I'd rather deal with some stuff first. I suppose that is one of the few things we can agree on, Paul said with a scoff. Then Paul continued, but this has been a waste of my time, I should be out catching worthy Pokemon not talking to someone I will beat one day. So you want to beat me one day, Ash said smiling. Paul scoffed and turned around, I will beat you, then I'll be the best, he said as he started walking. Before he could leave however Ash came up and grabbed his shoulder, and smirked, hey, do your best man, then he walked off with his hands in his pockets. Paul grit his teeth. For some reason even though that sounded like he was wishing him luck it somehow felt taunting, like he needed luck. He went off and went into the forest to start. He would beat Ash one day, and then he'll go after Brandon. As Ash left Paul he walked casualty. Once he got to the designated area he saw a certain spike of orange hair so he walked over and as he turned the corner he saw all 3 of his friends. But as soon as he was about to say hello he stopped in his place seeing that they all had a new change of clothes. Misty was the yellow shirt with suspended she traded it out for her Let's Go outfit. He could also see that she was starting to, let's say look similar to her electric tail of Pikachu version. And she still had that white jacket tied around her waist. Brock was something else. He got rid of the hiker clothes and ditched the jacket. Instead, he wore some baggy green cargo pants, then for the top he had an orange and black muscle shirt that revealed his muscular arms, and he had gloves. He also recognized it as Brock's Sina suit. Yellow on the other hand was wear shorts instead of the usual pants. She still had her hat but now her hair was styled to the side of her head kind of similar to how Misty does it. She had a short sleeve black shirt and over it was tan crop top vest. She also had fingerless gloves and a belt for all her pokeballs. So needless to say they all looked pretty different as he had to take a moment to process it. But then when they noticed him and waved him over he shook his head and walked over. Hey guys, you're all looking good, but what's with the change of clothes? Ash asked. Misty shrugged. This wasn't planned. I just grew out of my other clothes so I put this on instead. It's much more comfortable too. Yellow slightly played with her fingers as Chuchu sat on her shoulder. Well, Uncle Wilton got me these new clothes. He said that they were better for going on adventures. Brock on the other hand flexed his arm. I thought that a new style would let me pick up girls better, and what better way than to show off my muscles don't ya think? Ash chuckled. I mean, you are pretty muscular, you look like you could carry us on your shoulders. Nice ABS by the way, bro. Brock smiled. Thanks my guy, all those years at the gym really paid off in this way. Ash smiled. Well, you all look great, but wow, now I'm starting to feel underdressed. I might need to get a new change of clothes and a new hat. When Ash said they looked great, they all had different reactions to it. I'm sure you can guess who did who, and Brock slapped Ash on the back. Come on, you look great like that, though you might want to get a haircut one of these days. Ash chuckled. He hadn't gotten his haircut since last year before he left. Usually, he wore a hat so he didn't have to worry about it, but right now he took it off for his disguise, so his hair was almost as long as Misty's. Maybe, I'll think about it when we get to Johto, Ash said. Then suddenly from behind him a hand came up and ruffled his hair. No, but his hair is so nice though. It was green as she smiled. Right, and it would be so bad if I got a haircut because you wouldn't be able to ruffle my hair. Nah, I'm just saying life really isn't fair. I mean, you're a guy yet you have better hair than mine, and you always wear a hat. Wait, what now? Misty asked. Did you say he has better hair than you, but your hair is so nice? Thanks, but nope. Life has favorites and chose to give the better genetics to this idiot right here. His hair is just naturally soft to the touch, Green said, smirking as she kept ruffling his head. Ash looked over at them. Yeah, because that's so useful, isn't it? Of course, over in Pallet we all have a joke, that Ash would have been pretty hot if he was born as a girl, even Ms. Ketchum teases him about it. Then from behind Gary finally showed up carrying a bag. Yeah, or do we need to bring up the Ashley in dash? Ash cut him off. We swore to not talk about Ashley, and you better have deleted those photos. Green laughed. Of course not, I have it saved as my wallpaper. Hey, you guys wanna see it? Absolutely, Misty said immediately. I mean. Yellow said she already knew about what the Ashley incident was. Ash glared at Green. Don't you dare, I swear I'm not going to let you. Green smirked. Oh really, but what if I make one of my favors to make sit there and watch as I show them Ashley? You wouldn't, no one is that petty, Ash said, but he also didn't believe his own words. Well, I can consider not doing it if you agree to lift the restrictions you put on what I can ask you to do. Ash frowned and crossed his arms. Do your worst. Green was disappointed. She did kinda hope that would work, but she couldn't back out now, so she took out her phone and showed them all Ashley in her full glory. Brock and Misty had to look back and forth between the picture and Ash a few times, all the while Gary was laughing at Ash's pain, so Ash smiled. Hey Green, why don't you show them Garen while you're at it? Ash said, smirking as Green hummed in agreement. Wait, what? No, I'm sorry, wait, no please. Gary said, but Ash held him back. Well, it's showing them Garen, or we can talk about the picnic incident. Do your worst. Team Rocket Base with Ashtuo. There was a celebration still going on. Ash was seated as one of the main attractions along with Oweri. Since they both got a rank up, even though Oweri's was more impressive, Ash was still impressive since he ranked up faster than the old record holder Sayoko. People like Jay, Enid, and even the trio of Jesse, James, and Meowth were there. Ash didn't really care about this kind of celebration. He wanted to be able to find a way to get, let's say, transferred to the Johto branch, but unless he had a recombination he couldn't. But luckily he could. Ash was preparing Porygon too, so that when it was time he would send it into the computer and put a recommendation on his account, but he also had to make sure it was high enough to work, but not too high so that Giovanni would question it. After all, he proved he was pretty useful, which was good for future goals, but for his current situation. Thankfully he thinks he has the perfect person in mind, but that has to wait as he got shot out of his thoughts by Jay slapping him on the back. Hey bro, come on, no fair leaving us behind like that, he said with a smile, but don't worry, we'll catch up soon enough, right N? Enid scoffed. She was still salty that she did her hardest and probably took down the most raiders by herself, but D was the one to get a promotion, and the nickname N wasn't helping. Stop calling me that. Amon was also there with his squad. He wasn't one of the people who joined for the raid, but he heard all about it, and how Ash and Oweri were MVPs. I gotta say, when you saved my squad we knew you were impressive, but this is something else. You already got a rank up? Took me 3 years for mine and I was considered fast in doing that. Yeah, well, I guess if it's meant to happen then it will happen, Ash said. Still, can't believe I'm an admin now, Oweri said, his stern expression gone as he held his hands behind his head. Yeah, and it's all thanks to D there, another voice called out. When they looked over they saw Sayoko walking over with her usual confident smile. It's a shame, now I can't bully Oweri for being lower rank than me, she said, fainting being upset. Then she smiled and looked down at Ash, her purple eye that was covered by her hair shined slightly. Maybe you should take his place. But Oweri wasn't lower rank than her anymore, so he could do this without fear. He stood up and stopped in front of Ash. What business do you have? We both know you aren't much for parties. Oh, confident. We may be the same rank but we both know who's stronger, Sayoko said with a confident smirk. But don't worry, that's not why I'm here. I have some stuff the boss wants me to relay. Oweri didn't say anything but crossed his arms, as Sayoko pulled out a piece of paper. So first off, Oweri, the boss already told you this, but you are taking over Aster's place, and that includes Base 4 in the Caei Islands and the other one while Sir Archer isn't there. He already sent some experienced people to get you set up. He expects you there in a week. Then she turned to everyone else. First off, Amon, the boss says your paid time off to be there when your wife gives birth has been accepted. However, once you come back you are to head to Johto. Then finally she turned to the others and smiled, and lastly here is a list of people the boss wants transferred to other regions. She handed it to Ash and smiled, for those of you going to Johto, I'll look forward to seeing you there. Ash watched as she walked away, and then he looked down. He saw a long list of people coming and going, and the regions ranged from going to Johto, Hone, and Sinnoh, but nothing after that. Seemingly they hadn't expanded that far yet. He looked at the list and saw a few names going to Johto, Jay, and Enid, unfortunately, unsurprisingly Jesse, James, and Meowth. And right there on the top of the list was his name, Agent D. The thing was, he hadn't hacked into the computers to put a recommendation on his name, so someone gave him a recommendation, but who? They were all on the ship. They left mainland Kanto a few hours ago and boarded a ship. It wasn't as large as the S.S.N obviously, but it was big enough for them to all stay on comfortably, especially since this would only take a few hours. They spent most of those hours just relaxing and enjoying the sea. Ash also found out that during the break Misty managed to get at least understanding with her Lapras, so he'll at least train and battle for food sometimes when he feels like it, which just makes him feel like the new Charizard with that level of disobedience. But at least it's not as bad as with Brock and Aerodactyl. Unlike with Lapras, Aerodactyl is actively trying to hurt Brock at any given moment. The only reason it cooled down is because over the break they had, Brock beat the bricks of this thing. Other than that, not much else. They allegedly did some extra training, but other than Yellow he doesn't really believe them, and that's more or less how the trip went. Along the way Ash introduced them to Lapras, which everyone not named Brock and Yellow looked jealous about that he just found one. Misty also let out hers so that they could meet, but told Pikachu to be ready and shock him if anything happened. As soon as Lapras came out of his Pokeball, he looked around frowning with a scowl on his face as he saw Misty and other humans, then his visions was caught by another Lapras. It wasn't clear if this was love, finally being able to see one of his own, or just surprised, but Lapras' expression lightened when he saw her. A few hours later, the captain called out as they finally docked on land, "We are now here, welcome to Cherry Grove City, and welcome to Johto." Everyone walked off and stretched finally. At that moment, as soon as they were out, Abra appeared again with Cesar and Cesar now that they didn't have an egg. Ash nodded. "Got everything you wanted to do?" They nodded, so Ash returned them to their Pokeballs and strapped them back to his belt before turning over to Green and Gary. "So I guess we're all getting hotels and going our separate ways." "Probably," Gary said. "I'm going to go further ahead and both of you need to go to New Bark, right? Green for Silver and you to go ask about Kurt." "Seems about right," Green said, crossing her arms, "but I was planning on just going now. I think I should be able to make it before midnight." "I mean probably. New Bark Town isn't that far of a walk. If you fly over you should get there in like 3 hours I guess, maybe less," Gary said. Green smiled as she sent out Wigglytuff and grabbed her foot as she became a balloon and started flying away. "All right then boys, I'll be seeing ya, don't have too much fun without me." As she flew away, Ash and Gary stood side by side. "You think she switched shorts because wearing a skirt was a bad idea while she flies like that?" "Oh, almost definitely," Gary said, "but we both know she'll never admit it. We'll never let her live it down." Ash chuckled and gave a light punch at Gary's shoulder. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what's up with you being alone? Where are your cheerleaders? Don't tell me they left after you became number 2. Gary rolled his eyes. Don't remind me. Turns out I found out that they were hired to protect me by the mayor, Gramps' brother." Ash nodded. One thing he was surprised to learn when he got here was that Oak had 2 brothers, the town mayor and the postmaster. Which was wild to him, because that didn't include Samson, who was his cousin, not a brother. These were 2 completely different people. Thankfully when he did see them as a kid they weren't monsters like the professor. In terms of battling, the mayor was worthless in a battle and the postmaster only had 1 Pokemon he could beat by the time he was at the 3rd gym. Probably for the best that they weren't champion-ranked trainers like their brother. Kanto was already the one that produced the most and didn't need more reason for other regions to think something was up with the water here. Ash nodded and smirked. "So in the end, remember what I said way back, gold diggers." I hate it when you're right, but they didn't stop because they didn't get paid anymore. I told them to stop. If they weren't genuine I didn't need them," Gary said. Ash elbowed him again. "And you have a girlfriend now." "You shut up you, Grace, and I haven't made anything official," Gary said, blushing. "Come on, you like her and she likes you. It's so painfully obvious, more than pink," Ash said as Pikachu nodded, laughing at Gary trying to deny it. "I hate you," Gary said as he walked off. Ash chuckled and waved him goodbye. "I know, and I'm your best friend." Then he walked back to his friends to sleep through the night, but first he had to call his mom since he made that promise. The next day, Green arrived at New Bark first during the night and met with Silver, of which he was happy to see her since she was like an older sister, both figuratively and literally since she encouraged him to call her big sis. But that didn't matter at the moment, as after that she went over to his hotel and grabbed a room and got some much needed sleep. The next morning when they got ready they checked out since Silver would be starting, and according to what he told her, 2 other kids were also getting one today, but he didn't know anything about them. As they were walking he explained everything. Green sighed. "Silver, I swear you need to learn to be more sociable. You can't just have us as friends. We aren't always going to be around." Silver sighed. "I know I should, but I'm just not used to it. Talking to people I mean. But I mean you talk just fine with me, or Ash, or a lot of people we know, and I'm still not convinced you and Paul don't have a psychic connection," Green jokes. Those are different. They approached me, I pushed them out, and then they gave me a second chance, even though I know that's not a healthy way to start a friendship. Yeah, you do have a point, Green said bluntly. Silver waited for a bit, and what? You're right, that's not a way to form relationships. The best thing other than us you had was those guys who called you boss, and I'm not convinced all of them weren't there just because you paid them. Well, they chose to do that on their own, so I gave them some money. It's not a big deal. No, 5, the first 5, were there on their own, the next ones were there because you paid the first 5, Green said. Silver sighed, you know, aren't you supposed to make me feel better and encourage me? I'm going to do better. Why? Green said with a smile, besides, we both know that doesn't work on you, besides isn't it better if you learn like this? Silver shook his head, and gave up. Fine, I get it, but still some advice would be better than whatever you're doing right now. I mean, at least Ash would. Green laughed, PSSSH, Ash, yeah right, he would do much worse. Those little speeches he did when we were kids, they were good but they aren't the norm. Most of the time he takes nothing seriously. I think I only ever saw him serious one time, maybe 2 if you count the league. Really, is that bad? Silver asked. Oh yeah, compared to how I'm treating you. Actually no, it would be about the same, only I bully you like an older sister. He'd bully you as an older brother even though you're older than him. Silver shook his head. I see. Well then see dash then he stopped as he saw something in the corner of his eye, something blue. Green noticed Silver stop, and also stopped. Hey, what's up? Silver walked over and went into an alleyway where he saw something ruffling in the trash. As he got closer he looked down and saw a small blue crocodile munching on whatever food there was. It was a totodile. Silver looked confused and went down to grab it. It tried to bite him but he dodged and grabbed it by the back of its neck and held it out. Totodile looked up at him curiously. Green walked over. Wow, a totodile? And out here? Good catch, those are crazy rare in the wild. Silver nodded but looked confused. What's it doing out here? Does it have an owner or something? Was it abandoned? Green shrugged and handed Silver a pokeball. Check. Silver took it and tried pressing it on Totodile, but the defense system that captured Pokemon had activated and a thin force field appeared around Totodile, preventing him from being caught. Silver shook his head. Seems like it belongs to someone. As he did, Totodile got a good sniff of him and stopped trying to struggle, now just looking at him expectantly. Green looked cursorily. Ah, looks like he likes you. Silver rolled his eyes as he now held the Totodile closer, ready to pull back if it tried to chomp, but it didn't. Instead it just looked up at him. As they walked out of the alley, Green held her hands behind her head looking at the Totodile curiously. Well, what should we do with it? Should we take it with us to the lab? Silver was still holding the Totodile, and nodded. Seems like we should. What if we dash? Stop thieves, another voice called out. When Green and Silver looked over they saw a boy on a skateboard. He had a red jacket and a yellow and black hat on his head as he approached them. This was Ethan, or just Gold if you knew him from the manga. Ethan stopped in front of them and pointed at them. Stop right there, that Totodile doesn't belong to you, Abo. Then he threw out a Pokeball, releasing an Ambipom that clenched his tail fists ready for an order. Hey, we aren't Pokemon thieves. We found this Totodile in the alley, Green said, positioning herself in front of Silver as a hand went to a Pokeball. A likely story. Just because you have a pretty face doesn't mean you'll get away that easily. Now hand over the Totodile and come with me or we'll have to do things the hard way. Green frowned at how he was acting. She was willing to just hand over the crocodile but now she was annoyed. Listen, we didn't steal this Totodile, and besides that, we found this Totodile in the alley, so you can either let us go or we can do things the hard way. Is that a threat? I know it, that pretty face of yours hides a nasty personality. Abo, get ready, Ethan said as the Ambipom got ready. Green frowned and pulled out a Pokeball. Silver, watch closely, I'm going to give you a crash course in schooling overconfident narcissists, she said as she threw out Nidoqueen. Abo, use low kick, Ethan called out as the Ambipom ran forward, his 2 tail arms charging red as he aimed for Nidoqueen's feet. Green smiled. Too easy. Ice punch on the ground. Ethan was surprised by the sudden attack, and as Nidoqueen punched the ground, the floor around her was covered in a thin sheet of ice, making Abo slip and unable to continue as he flew past. Now Earth Power, Green commanded, taking advantage. Nidoqueen stomped her foot on the ground as the sheet of ice cracked and shattered. A surge of energy flowed through the ground and exploded under Abo, sending it flying high. Ethan was surprised. Abo, no. As Abo fell to the ground and got back up, Green looked at them. I can see, both of you are strong. In fact, you might be as strong as me in terms of raw power, but I can see it. You have no creativity. Ethan flinched at that. Hey, is this a lecture or a battle? Tell me, have you ever been in a serious battle? Green said. Why yeah, plenty. I battle my friends all the time. Ethan defended himself. Really, and is that it? No wonder, you've been fighting comfortably. You haven't had to change how you fight for more than just your friends, Green said, crossing her arms. Green looked back at Silver. Silver, remember, battles aren't about who has the strongest Pokemon. They are much more complicated than that. If you fight with brute force you'll never reach your full potential. Silver and Totodile looked at each other, then back at Green, and nodded in unison. Ethan felt like he was being ignored, and as much as he didn't want to admit it, he was a bit of a show-off. Hey, don't ignore me, Abo, use return. Abo used one of his hand tips to throw himself into the air and then got close to Nidoqueen, sending a double punch at her, and even though they connected and Ethan celebrated, Nidoqueen took it and showed no reaction. Green frowned as she swiped her arm. Nidoqueen, let's finish this, you stash. But before she could say something, a web came out of nowhere and wrapped Nidoqueen's hands together and tied Abo up before picking him up and gently taking him back to Ethan. Then as they looked up, they saw Ash sitting there on a rooftop with Abra on one shoulder, Pikachu on another, and Beedrill flying over. He looked down and frowned at them like a father. I think that's enough. Both of you stop fighting.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.